Voice in my head warned me. Be me, 4 nights ago. Been living with tinnitus for a good long while now. For some reason, that night, it was just bothering the f*** out of me. I could not concentrate on the game I was playing on my phone. Put phone down. Cover my ears, knowing full well that won't do shit. That's not gonna help. Hear this shit, clear as day. Brush it off. Fuck it, I need to sleep. Lay on my bed. At some point, I probably fell asleep. Suddenly wake up. Can't move. Oh fuck, is this sleep paralysis? Nothing out of the ordinary, at first. Feel wave of inexplicable fear just take over me. Then the pain comes. It's like a leg cramp, but in my head. Then it stops hurting. After the movie, stay on your side of the street. Fast forward to last night. Go see Hellfest with a friend since she did not want to go alone. Movie ends. We talk and take a seat on the benches in front of the cinema. Shady looking dude across the street keeps looking at my friend and me. Remember the voice. Spooked. After a few minutes pass, cop pulls over to the curb across the street. Shady dude pulls out a fucking gun. Don't tase me, bro. Fast forward to about an hour ago. I'm reading a book. Back of my eyes start hurting, then the cramping sensation starts. Just follow what I say, and you will be safe. What? At some point, either before or after that statement, I'd put my book back on the shelf at the foot of my bed. Not sure if that's significant, but I don't remember putting it back, so gonna put it there, just in case it is. I'm actually terrified, X. I don't think I'm going crazy, but this makes me really scared for myself. Can anyone shed some light on this? I've tried Google, but it's just giving me articles on mental illnesses. I wonder why. OP here. Just woke up about an hour ago. Been sleeping since around 4 in the morning. It's currently around 3 in the afternoon at the time of writing this. Wake up because of unbearable pain in my head. Knew that the voice was coming. I remember what this guy said. Basically just yell for it to leave me alone. I don't want a guardian angel or whatever the fuck you are. This is my first time actually trying to make contact with it. The pain goes away. Here it comes. It won't hurt if you just let me in. Let you in? Is this where I die? Accept my help. Are you an angel? No response. A parasite? No response. Think it's finally gone. I stand up and nearly collapse from the sudden pain flooding my head. I'm just someone who wants to keep you safe. I'm on the floor. No dinosaur. I keep quiet. I will talk to you again tonight. Probably stayed there on the floor for a good while before standing up to wash my face. Today's a day off, but I have work tomorrow, and this is the first time the voice has appeared in the middle of the day since it first spoke to me 4 days ago. Telling it to leave did not work. I'm gonna drive to a town about 3 hours away and look for a church there on Sunday, 2 days from now. OP here. Not kill. Just got home from work. Could not post last night because internet was out when I tried to, up until when I had to leave. But I'm copy-pasting shit from Notepad. Basically, I went to sleep at around 11 p.m. after having a friend over. Did not tell them about the voice because I don't want to risk them thinking that I'm a weirdo. I remembered that the voice said it would talk to me again that night. Wake up to a headache. It's 3 in the fucking morning. This one does not feel so bad. Just a throbbing sensation and a dull pain in the back. Pain does not go away fully this time. I tried to make it hurt less. Spend next few minutes nearly chanting for it to leave me alone. I can't do that. Why not? I need you to be safe. Why? You are important. Important? To me, yes. And who are you? That is not important. Kinda is, You just appeared out of nowhere. I've always been with you. Are you an angel? No response. Please, just tell me. No response. I close my eyes, thinking it's gone. Don't go behind the shop alone. I keep that shit in mind. At around 3:15, I realized the voice and the pain was gone. Work in 4 hours. Go back to sleep. Anyway, that was the entire encounter, apparently, as far as I can see, from what I've written down, and from what I can recall. I chose to ignore the warning it gave me though, and I'll post what happened once I've changed clothes and typed it out. Okay, so, bit of background. I work as a private investigator. I'm 21, and I'm still pretty fresh to the whole thing, compared to most of my coworkers, but the pay is pretty good, and I sometimes get bonuses based on the client's discretion. I have the education and the experience as well. Anyway, today, I had to go out with a partner to investigate an apartment complex downtown. Super shitty area, because apparently, one of the tenants may have some information regarding an identity theft case that we're currently working on. I agree. My partner is one of the more seasoned dudes in the place, and he is super chill, so I'm pretty sure we were going to take one of his on-the-job breaks before going back to the agency. All around, a good time for me. Anyway, here is what happened. We get to apartment complex. Partner makes sure he's got his stun gun on him. All I carry on me is a knife because I have not gotten around to getting a license yet. Not really worried since we have not had to use our weapons since I started this job a year ago. Knock on the door of the guy we were supposed to talk to. No answer. We knock again. No answer. Suddenly, the neighboring door opens and this dude just books it away from us. I chase after him. Partner is considerably slower. I start yelling some bullshit about being a cop. Not really a cop though, .kek. We pass a shoe shop. I remember the shop as one of those chain link fences that also has a roof. He turns the corner. I start slowing down to catch some air. If he ducks behind the shop, then I win. If he runs away, then I can't really chase him. I'm too tired. He ducks behind the shop. Got you now, bitch boy. Remember what voice said. I guess I'll die. I turn the corner. Yup, the chain link fence is there, along with the roof. Also a bunch of garbage bags and a dumpster. No sign of the guy though. Figure he is hiding. I stand there for a few minutes, just debating whether or not I should go in and risk probably getting shipped with an AIDS-ridden knife. I pull my knife out. I have a little bit of experience in boxing, but that is about it. If he tries to hurt me, I just gotta stab his ass before he gets me right. Motherfucker jumps out with a fucking handgun. Oh fuck, oh shit. I should have brought a stun gun at least. Feel sudden spike of pain in my head. Oh shit. This is exactly why I wanted to get rid of the voice ASAP. You're an idiot. I gave you one job. I don't want to die. I don't want you to. The guy screams and fucking collapses. I look around. There is nothing there. Then it hits me. Just this wave of unexplainable fear to the point I can feel my entire body just freeze up. Walk away. I walk out of the alley. My partner is there. You good, Anon? Yeah. Dumbass had a gun. Call the cops. Everything after that is irrelevant, but I can't shake that feeling of nothing but terror. Like my balls were gonna come out of my mouth from how scared I was. The guy we were chasing was taken in by the cops for questioning, and I had to file a report explaining what happened. At least I did not have to go in for questioning because I was on the job, and the attorney that hired us was buddies with one of the cops that arrived first. I used to sort of work with this big, brawny Mexican guy named Augustin. I was driving trucks at the time and had some deliveries to a ranch that he worked at. We both got along really well, and sometimes Augustin would toss me a cut of nice meat. He had access to a bunch of it. One day, I saw him, and he seemed a little off, so I did not bug him, just made my delivery, and left. Next time I see him, he is back to his normal self. I ask him what was up with him last time. He straight up asked me, "Do you believe in witches?" I tell him no. He says he doesn't either, but that in Mexico there is a belief that witches can assume the shape of animals. There is one that takes the shape of an owl. So, he tells me this story. According to him, he is working late one day. It is well after dark when he is leaving the ranch and headed down a small road, headed home, but he realizes he left something behind, so he turns around. About a minute later, he spots a lady walking along the side of the road very quickly. He is shocked to find a woman walking out alone so late, and she looks old, which makes it even stranger. Plus, he just drove down this road, coming the opposite way, and did not see anybody. It's like the old lady just appeared out of nowhere. But Augustin, being a good guy, is more concerned about the woman than anything else. He pulls up alongside her and rolls down his window. He asks if she needs a ride. The woman is wearing a dark shawl, so he cannot see her face, but she turns to look directly at him, and he sees that she has the face of a bird. At first, he thinks it's a mask, but he can see the feathers moving as she walks and everything. He hits the brakes and thinks, "What the fuck is that?" But when he looks around, the woman is gone. There is nothing but him and the empty road. I'm from Moscow. I'm over 30 years old now, but there is this story that I will never forget. I was 16 back then, and it was me, Sasha, Grinya, and some friends. We got stuck in the metro one night on the Circle Line. This was in the late 90s, and nobody really cared about keeping an eye on things back then. We had flashlights, a few sandwiches, water, cards, some newspapers for wiping or making a fire, matches, and pocket knives. Basically, we were all geared up to fight off the metro rats, or so we thought. There were 3 of us, and we managed to sneak into the tunnel unnoticed in the evening when it was quiet. We jumped onto the tracks and took off, half expecting security to come after us, but no one did. If a train had come, we could have hugged the walls. Luckily, we were still small and skinny, so we would fit. We walked about 100 meters before ducking into a side tunnel that you can see from the trains. The adrenaline was insane, but the deeper we went, the scarier it got. We were not having fun anymore. It was pitch black, except for our flashlights lighting up the walls. You could hear the distant rumble of trains and the eerie hum of pipes running along the walls. I was walking and thinking, what the hell am I doing here? I must be crazy. I could have been hanging with a girl or playing dende. My friends were silent too, and we just kept going. Time passed, and still no station, no exit. That's when I noticed the rust on the rails. Trains had not been through here in ages. I pointed this out to the others, and the others saw it too. Grinya, who got us into this, tried to act tough, like we were cowards, but I could see in his face that he was just as scared. Typical team bravado. We stopped to rest and sat down. It was almost midnight by then, just us in the dark with nothing but the sound of our breathing. The flashlights barely cut through the tunnel. It was pretty surreal. We were debating what to do. Keep going? We had no idea where the next station was, and sleeping on the rails was not exactly safe. So, we decided to press on for an hour and see if we could find a better spot to crash. If not, we would turn back. Then, suddenly, the flashlights could not find the walls anymore. the beams just disappeared into open space. We had found a platform, a station, completely abandoned. No decorations, no signs. Just concrete pillars, a high ceiling, and dust several centimeters thick. There was no second track, just a blank wall, and the tracks we came from ran through the station, ending in a tunnel blocked by a grate wrapped in barbed wire. Above it, there was a small opening about 3 meters up, too tight for any of us to squeeze through. We shined our lights through the bars and could see the tracks continuing beyond. We were relieved to have found a place to rest. Exploring further, we found a stack of old army crates near one of the columns. We dusted them off, hoping they held something cool like guns or gear, but no, empty. The wood was rotten though, so it made perfect firewood. We broke the crates down and set up a little campfire by the edge of the platform, played cards, ate some food, and joked around. Our fear was completely gone. It was around 2 a.m. when we decided to sleep. Our plan was to wait until morning, get back to the Circle Line tunnel, wait for a train to pass, then make a quick run for the station and head out. We lay down in the dark with just the glow of the dying embers. That is when a scream jolted me awake. Disoriented, I had no idea where I was. The scream turned into cursing. It was Grinya. I could see light flashing in my face. Sasha had turned his on. Grinya was sitting next to him, holding his leg. "Are you crazy? That hurts like hell." He showed a hole in his pants and a bleeding wound. Sasha, half whispering, said, "It wasn't me. I was asleep. Max, are you screwing with us?" I could barely get my hands to stop shaking long enough to turn on my flashlight. "I didn't do anything," I stammered. Then, all of a sudden, Grinya's angry voice got drowned out by hysterical laughter from above us. "What the hell is that?" Sasha screamed. "Run." I finally managed to switch on my flashlight, and what I saw gave me chills. Fog had started swirling around us. The laughter was now completely unhinged. Sasha bolted into the tunnel, and Grinya looked at me with pure terror. I could barely stand. My legs were giving out, but Grinya grabbed my hand, and we took off after Sasha. The laughter was joined by roars, like something straight out of a nightmare. It reminded me of playing Left 4 Dead, hearing that hunter's growl before you get attacked. I yanked Grinya along, and despite the wound in his leg, he ran pretty fast, even though he'd lost his flashlight. I don't know how long we ran, but eventually, we caught up with Sasha, who was sitting against the wall, crying. I kicked him to snap him out of it, and we all just stared at each other, too shaken to speak. We walked back towards the Circle Line in total silence. We did not make it out unnoticed. Grinya needed medical help, so as soon as the train passed, I ran to the nearest station for assistance. There were some cops there, and a doctor or someone took care of Grinya. We got roughed up a bit, but nothing too serious. An old man who seemed to be in charge said we were lucky to have made it out alive. Apparently, people often disappeared down there. He did not say anything more. That's my story. Sorry if it's all over the place. Just thinking about it makes me shake. Got a personal experience to share. Would love some input on what you guys think I saw. Some quick background. I grew up in the northeast US, in a smallish town. Not rural, but super urban. Our house was in a more hilly and wooded area of the town, a few miles from downtown. Old farms around, postcard New England woodland. Be me, first grader in early fall. Playing outside with 2 of my younger brothers in the front yard. Around 6:30 to 7 p.m. Kind of dusky. Mom calls us in for dinner. We run up to the front porch leading to the front door, and I had a rubber snake toy in my hand. whip it behind me into the grassy central part of the yard. Had a wraparound driveway with a yard in the middle. Me and brothers turn around to watch how far it went. See where it landed. See a shadowy, black-looking figure standing exactly where the snake landed, approximately 3 to 4 feet tall, half blended in with the dusk, glowing, orangish eyes staring right at us. We all scream and stumble over each other, piling through the front door, all in tears. Look back outside, nothing to be seen. Go outside the next day, and the snake was cut into 3 pieces. This is the first time we saw it. We are adults now, and remember this exactly the same. I'm the only one to have seen it twice. Story to follow. Story 2. This happened 5 years later. At this point, we moved across town to a larger house, more wooded, on the edge of a town forest, dead-end neighborhood, surrounded by hundreds of acres of woods and a few quarries deep in the woods. At this point, I have completely put out of my mind my previous experience. At a friend's house for his birthday party, midsummer, 7:30 to 8 p.m. Dusk again. Around 10 of us outside, playing teamed manhunt. Me and birthday boy run into the woods and find a large, downed tree trunk to hide behind, hiding for a couple of minutes when all forest noise is stopped. No wind, no birds, that sort of very unsettling silence you don't find in the woods during the summer. Friend and I look at each other once we noticed the stillness. Look behind us. About 30 yards behind us, we see the same shadowy figure staring at us, simultaneously there, but not. Glowing eyes, amorphous being. Nope the ever-loving fuck out of there, screaming and crying. Leave the tree line, and noise comes back. Yell for everyone to get inside. Spend the night playing Vidya, trying to forget. It was at this point that I connected the dots to the original experience. Both times, I felt what I can only describe as a primordial fear. To this day, I get a hair-raising feeling when thinking about it, and until a few years ago, my eyes would water just talking about the experience. I saw a psychic/medium/healer back in college, and she said it was an energy/being watching over me, keeping me from harm, but I'm not sure I buy that. I know things come in threes, and ever since I was a kid, I have been terrified of what it means if I see it again. One more sighting/experience, whatever you want to call it. Not related to the previous two, but happened in the same area. As said before, house is at the edge of hundreds of acres of town forest. Used to be farmland, but nature reclaimed it after 1830. Edge of our property was an old stone wall, used for a livestock of some sort. Many fond memories of exploring the woods in day and night, LARPing with airsoft guns, fantasy roleplay with sticks, etc. Quality childhood. D&D. Summer vacation. Outside playing. Start to walk down the rock wall towards the pond in our neighborhood, only a quarter mile away. Can still see our house through the trees. What happened next took place in about 15 seconds, real time. Walking, not really paying attention. Forest gets silent, and I smell something sweet, sort of like lavender, but with something else I've never been able to identify. World seemed dipped in a light sepia hue. 3 massive, light brown, dog-shaped things dash in front of me, right over the rock wall, like they jumped over it, directly in front of me. As soon as they cleared the wall, the world returned to normal. Smell gone. No animals visible anywhere. Book it, Mach 10 to the house, and run inside, freaking out. Never had any explanation, and haven't had anything major happen since. Not terribly scary or life-threatening, but these 3 experiences have stuck with me, and I am always conscious of the power of the woods and things we cannot see or understand. Back when I was in high school, I had a friend named Joe. Joe lived in a farmhouse a few miles outside of town. His parents had some llamas and a little bit of pasture. Joe and I would hang out at his house, stay up all night drinking soda or playing video games, or working on old computers that we'd find or scavenge. We're all set to hang out at his house one night because his parents and sister are out of town, which means we can blast loud music all night. Usually, I would take the bus out and then call him from a payphone at a convenience store at the edge of town, and he would come and pick me up. But this time, I did not have any change, and the clerk would not let me use the store phone, so I said fuck it, I will just walk. It's full dark, no moon, and there is a super thick fog out. You can barely see 20 feet ahead of you. Kinda spooked, but whatever. Start heading down the road. On one side, there are woods and occasional farmhouses down long driveways/roads. On the other side are a creek and thick woods. Start walking. After a while, I start to hear some rustling in the bushes on the house side. Figure it's just some raccoons or whatever. Keep walking. Keep hearing slight rustling. Sounds like it's following me. Starting to get a little spooked. After a while, hear a louder rustle in the bushes. I stop and stare intently into the darkness. Starting to get pretty freaked out. All of a sudden, completely out of nowhere, I think about that scene in Jurassic Park where Muldoon gets distracted by one raptor while another one sneaks up and ambushes him. As soon as that thought hits my head, I hear a loud rustle in the woods on the opposite side of the road, directly behind me. Immediately start running. Keep hearing noises behind me. Up ahead is a very small, private/rural school. Run directly up to the entrance. Stand under the light and security camera. I figure, if something comes out of the woods and kills me, at least it will be on tape. Across the road is a small dirt road over a bridge that goes across the creek, blocked by a metal cattle gate. Next to it is a big metal apartment-style mailbox directly underneath a tree. Hear rustling across the street again. Can't see anything in the darkness and fog of the woods. The metal gate is slowly moving back and forth, making a quiet metal sound as the wind pushes it gently. Finally start to catch my breath, realize it was probably just raccoons, or snakes, or maybe even deer, and I feel stupid for being so scared. Right as I start to walk again, I hear a loud slam. Something has come up and hit the metal mailbox across the road. Immediately hear rustling on my side of the road. Start sprinting, and do not stop until I get to Joe's house. Bang on the door. He lets me in. Asks me what the fuck is going on as I am locking the door behind us. I ran so hard I could not catch my breath and was seeing stars. Finally calmed down enough to tell him what happened. He calls me an idiot, and eventually I calm down and we end up playing Gran Turismo 2 for most of the night. Pass out. Wake up in the morning. Get ready to take off back to town so I can catch a bus home. Start walking back down the road. Feel stupid, but my heartbeat starts to get quicker as I get closer to the school. Come around the corner and see the metal mailbox. Sitting on top of the mailbox is something bright red, the size of a heart. Slowly get closer and realize it's a fucking apple. The mailbox was directly under a fucking apple tray, and one of them fell and hit the box at the exact right moment to scare the shit out of me. Feel like the world's biggest idiot for being so scared of a fucking apple and some raccoons and the wind. Get back to town, take a bus home, take a shower, lay down on my bed and start to chuckle about the entire situation. Then I realize something. The metal gate, blowing slightly in the wind. There could not have been wind, because if there was wind, there would not have been any fog. Something was moving the gate back and forth. Not as scary of a situation as some people have had, but it still freaked me the fuck out. As a precaution, I always made Joe pick me up from then on out. Now, I had a very good friend who I'll call Sherlock, because he believed very much in similar philosophies to Sherlock, as in deductive reasoning, the purity of a priori logic. I've heard him over the radio when he's being shot at and having RPGs fired at him, and he sounded as calm and relaxed as somebody on holiday in an ice cream shop, specifying what flavor they wanted. For example, cucumber, crisp, 071. I'm under fairly heavy sustained fire. It looks like part of my fuselage just gave way, over. That sort of thing. I'm fairly sure he was slightly autistic, because he'd just wait until base told him to pull out or whatever. He also had no mercy. If he had authorization to fire, he'd light them up. No qualms, no limitations. Anyway, I've seen Sherlock quake like a fucking leaf in the winter wind. It must have been around 3 AM, and there was fuck all to do. I was playing poker against the computer and winning. Another friend of mine reading Kant on my bed when he walked into my room. Pretty unusual, because he always knocked. He delivered some supplies to an outpost about 70 kilometers away from the main base. Not deep in hostile territory, but hostile enough that you'd expect an RPG or two when you supplied them, or took out the wounded, which is mainly what Sherlock did, even volunteering to do it. He'd sat down in the afternoon and helped unload the supplies, mainly medical, ammunition, and tools, and stuck around taking requests from the CO, who was running low on water and water purification tablets. A few privates were on duty in the dusk, and one of them freaked, saying he could see something through thermals that he could not see in person. This piqued Sherlock's curiosity, so he had a look. Sure enough, when he looked through thermals, he could see the shape of a man about 200 meters down the path, but looking with binoculars, could not see anything, even with night vision. This is quite common in Afghanistan. It's reported uncommonly. Despite being an uncommon event, it's always quite unnerving when it happens, but according to Sherlock, he was not unnerved, just his deductive reasoning pricking up. First, he thought the thermals were dodgy, so he used another set. Then another set. Then he thought the binoculars were bad, so he used another pair, which weren't just thermal imaging, but infrared night vision. Rather than the shitty green tinted type, it was a grayscale type, which showed significant detail. Now, on the infrared grayscale, he could see it. Apparently, it was a human in everything other than having a head. The body was human, perfectly proportioned, but there was no head. Now, the other night vision did not show this. Sherlock, armed with nothing other than our standard issue Browning high power, and probably just a single magazine, strolled 200 meters down the path to see if he could see anything. Apparently not, though he said it felt unusually chilly, and he did feel quite uneasy. It was on his way back when he heard soldiers shouting. Looking behind him, he saw 4 or 5 putrefied bodies shambling after him. He described the smell as rancid and described their look as if they had contracted the vilest leprosy. They were moving pretty quickly, and he could see body parts, fingers, hands, even an entire arm, drop off. When he said they were like the Walking Dead, I felt a chill go up my spine, and my friend reading Kant actually looked up at us. Sherlock said he shouted a warning to the bodies, apparently rotting as if dead for a few days, appendages and torsos swollen from the sun, and as they continued to gain ground on him, began opening fire. Despite one of them being hit several times, losing most of its shoulder and through the stomach, it single-mindedly continued pursuing Sherlock, who, for the first time ever, sprinted away. A rifleman at the outpost shot them with a more high-powered weapon, and killed, re-killed, one of them. As soon as one of them went lifeless, the others would single-mindedly stuff their faces full of flesh, just tearing it off limbs and bodies. No shame, no disgust, like they had not eaten for days. At this point, the fellow reading Kant piped up. He'd heard of similar stories in his journeys to outposts. Some American soldiers, badly injured and delirious in the sun, told him how they had seen their brothers in arms set upon by mujahideen and ripped apart, alive. Limbs ripped from bodies, heads from necks, and how they would rip the flesh off with their long-nailed fingers, gouging it out or bite it off the bones. They had said only fire or high-velocity weapons, not small arms, could stop them. Afghan soldiers, when mortally wounded, prefer to kill themselves than be captured because they have heard the stories and know the folklore. It is true, they kill themselves. I've seen it. I must also admit, as I became more experienced and hardened to the oddness of Afghanistan, I also heard quite a few of these stories myself, to the point where they don't even worry me anymore. I think I even saw a herd of them rampage through a village, but it is Afghanistan, so they could have been tripping on opiates. It's not too much of a story, but it's strange, spooky enough to scare servicemen, and it is true. My cousin was in the US Army as a helicopter pilot in Afghanistan. For those that don't know, the Afghans have been in perpetual war since the 70s, and the Soviets were trying to conquer the country for a while. The US Army occupies a lot of the old Soviet structures, since they are the only buildings around that aren't mud huts. When my cousin was stationed at Bagram or Kandahar, not asking him to clarify which base he was at, he would think I'm weird. Him and a couple other men slept in an old, decommissioned air traffic control tower. The tower was riddled with bullet holes and was the site of one of the Soviets' last stands before they gave up on the country. The place had been abandoned for decades when my cousin moved in, and after a couple of nights, him and the other guys realized there was a hole in the corner of the first floor. They had moved a dresser/drawer into the corner, and it crumbled the patch of the floor underneath. After someone poked a flashlight through, they realized that there was a basement below and could make out guns and camouflage cloths down there. My cousin and his buddies rummaged around, trying to find the door to the basement. After knocking on the walls, they eventually found a disguised/hidden door boarded up from the other side. It was locked. They eventually broke through the door and realized the staircase down to the basement had been blown apart. My cousin said it looked like the previous occupants used a couple of grenades, since the blasts were not huge, but were enough to demolish the stairs. There were dead bodies down there as well, basically mummified over so many years. There wasn't even a smell left to give you an impression of the state of these corpses. The weird part is thinking about what happened. For whatever reason, these mummies had boarded up the door from the inside and seemingly trapped themselves within by blowing up the stairs. Meanwhile, the people on the outside hit the door. My cousin and the rest of the men in that building could not understand what the thought process was there. It seemed very abnormal, and it was only a few weeks before the troops moved out of that tower on the orders of command. My cousin is still in the military, but for whatever reason, the sight of the basement was enough to keep his mind running loops on it. He's seen plenty of people die. He flies evac helicopters into combat, but this is his big moment, where he pauses to think about it over and over again. Something fucked up happened down there that the Soviets seemed to want to hide before they had to retreat. I'm not sure if it was disease prevention, with the mummies having decided to trap themselves in and run out their internal clocks. I'm not sure if the mummies just did not want to return home after failing to conquer Afghanistan. Maybe they were not going to get evacuated and figured it was better to die on their terms than get tortured to death by the proto-Taliban groups. But that all leaves us with the question, why did they hide the door? Spooky to me is not skinwalker stories. It's stuff like this, where the logic you try to apply to the situation breaks down, where there's some serious unknown variables that resulted in people thinking it would be better to take their own lives and be hidden away. I'll leave you guys to think on this too, and I'll read any theories you have on it. Might send them to my cousin. Once you get started, you don't stop for a good few hours. I spent some time in Afghanistan as part of the US military. I was in 11B and was a part of a QRF for the Joint AF/Army Bagram base. Radicalists would often set up mortars on blocks of ice to fire at the base to ensure they had enough time to leave the area before a QRF would enter. Working night shifts as part of a QRF, around 0200 hours. Alarm blares, a mortar hits close to the base. Radio comes on. Anon, gather at the main gate in 3 minutes. Grab trusty M4 and head to gate. Sergeant and 2 other soldiers enter Humvee, plus myself. Head up to coordinates given to us by command. Begin heading to mortar location, up mountain. Find mortar, smoking, water all over the ground. Secure area, report back to command, all clear. Begin heading down mountain when we hear crunching. Sounds like bones snapping. We move to the source of the sound. Get within 30 meters of the sound. Sergeant signals flashlights on. All turn on lights and see a figure. Incredibly pale, dirt all over. Massive legs, at least 4 feet tall and 36 inches wide. Tendons and veins visible throughout its legs. Spinal cord and shoulder blades appear as if it is starving. Turns to look at us. Eyes look like reverse of a human's. Completely black eyes, light blue pupils. Screeches extremely loudly at a very high pitch. Birds fly off. Creature bolts at an inhuman pace. Sergeant orders a perimeter. Inspect area. Was eating goat carcasses. Organs everywhere. Sergeant orders to move slowly down the mountain, back to the vehicle while aiming up the mountain. We get back to vehicle, go back to base. Never tell anyone or talk about what we saw. To this day, I have no idea what the hell I saw. It appears in my dreams almost every night. Has anyone seen anything like this? I am desperate for answers. My stepfather is/was a Green Beret, Ret Major, and he spent 5+ years in and out of Afghanistan. He told me a story when I graduated high school, while almost blackout drunk, about why they should have nuked Hastay. In his ramblings, he mentioned about a specific scenario where he had to engage a small Taliban group, around 11-ish people, on the outskirts of the town near a walled compound. Naturally, the Army Special Forces wiped them the fuck out while leaving no survivors. However, for some reason, command ordered them to secure and sit in the compound after clearing it for explosives and additional people. He said they were stuck in the compound for around 8 hours, when the very dead Taliban began to get up and try to attack them without weapons and while screaming almost inhumanly near the end of their stay in the compound. People whose entire stomachs had holes larger than a bowling ball blown in it got up to attack them hours after having been killed. He said they went down and stopped moving when their heads were blown off. He mentioned one guy he shot at close range had milky white eyes. They got the fuck up out of there when allowed and sent what happened up the chain of command. However, apparently nothing came of it, and the excuse was that they were playing dead, even though most of them had massive holes in them with no guts, etc., from being shot with high caliber weapons to try and take them off guard. He never saw anything like that again, but I saw the look in his drunk ass eyes when he relayed the story to me, and it hits me deep because I do not think he was bullshitting. 3 stories, 2 military related. I studied Russian and mathematics at university. A lot of people joked that would make me a good cryptographer, and I always laughed along with them. In the end though, I did work in the security services. I started off in the RAF, which had always been my dream, to be a pilot. It must have been around 2006 when I had my first solo flight at night. I was just flying a light prop plane, glider hybrid. It was just me and the plane. At first it started off small. I could hear feedback through my radio, just static really. I did not pay much attention to it because sometimes frequencies clash and you get a little feedback. I carried on with my sortie, which was just 6 hours of night flying from one airbase in Scotland to one in England, going over the Atlantic as a patrol. The feedback started getting worse, more white noise. At this stage, I was probably about 10 kilometers away from the coast. I quickly radioed into base and asked if they knew why I was getting so much feedback. They said it was fairly common, but if it got worse, to let them know. By the time this exchange is over, I'm basically over the coast, and the radio is literally so loud with white noise, I have to take off my headset because the noise of the aircraft is quieter than the radio white noise. I'm about 1 kilometer out to sea, going towards the Netherlands, following a routine patrol path, when my radio goes dead. Completely dead. I decide flying without my radio is too big a risk to take because I will probably get shot when I come into land. I decide I'll go back to base in Scotland where they know the aircraft. As soon as I get back to the mainland, the radio switches back on. I think nothing of it, but as soon as my radio switches on again, base are grilling me about why I changed flight plans and would not report in, so I tell them my issue. They are a bit confused, but tell me to carry on with my flight plans, but if it carries on, to return to base. So I head back out to sea again, and the radio builds up white noise, and the aircraft becomes more twitchy. It's almost like the aircraft itself is afraid of the ocean. Where the air was smooth minutes before, it's now turbulent, and the plane's bucking and rolling all over the place. The white noise increases again, but I don't take off my headset this time. Eventually everything settles down, and we're probably about 20 kilometers out to sea, and I start turning in a wide arc, which will take me to England. The white noise had just become more like pops and fizzes occasionally. The more I listened to the fizzing, the more I thought I could hear whispers, a little tinny hissy voice through the radio. I radioed base and let them know I was getting interference. As I radioed base, I could hear the interference even more. It sounded like something underwater. It's hard to explain, but just the noise of water drifting past a receiver, almost like scuba diver noises. It's so loud, the noise is spilling into my headset's mic, and I can hear the echo of it coming back to me from the base. At this stage, I could hear the tech on duty noping all over the place, because that was not normal interference, and he said he'd get my CO to talk to me. By now, things are getting really weird in the aircraft. I can definitely hear a submerged voice through the watery interference, but it sounds like it's almost from the World War II era. A very posh voice underwater, begging for help in distress. Lights are flickering on and off all over my plane. My strobe lights are turning on and off. My landing lights are turning on and off, and I notice they're going to a pattern. The lights are on for 3 long sessions, then 3 short sessions. That's a distress signal. Suddenly, my flaps change themselves, and I can feel myself losing altitude as if I'm in a stall, and the altimeter is showing I'm losing about 600 meters a minute, which isn't a massive amount, but is a cause for alarm. I manually try to adjust the flaps, but I can't. It feels like they're locked in place, and I look outside to the flaps whilst the lights are on, and in the brief flash of the lights, I can see a man in full World War II pilot regalia holding onto the wing, one hand outstretched towards my cabin. The light goes off, comes back on, he's gone, but now my CO is on, and he can hear how much distress I'm in. I've kept my visions to myself, because otherwise they'll think I'm loony, and my CO is telling me I'm sleep deprived and probably a bit starved of oxygen, and to relax. I do so. After seeing the man, the plane seems to sort itself out a bit and stop acting funny, though both me and my CO can hear the interference, and it sounds like sobs coming through now, watery sobs. I can hear him freaking out a little bit, as he quietly and discreetly asks techs if they can clear up the signal, or if they know what it is. It's nothing he's ever heard before, as interference anyway. I'm getting closer to the coast now, probably about 6 kilometers away, when I have a sudden, total engine failure. My aircraft is a glider hybrid, so I can fairly easily just glide it along, especially as I'm by the coast and there's a lot of thermals. So, I'm gliding along when the flaps thing happens again, but more aggressively. I'm now losing about 1,000 meters in altitude every minute, which is a lot, especially when I'm only about 3,000 meters above sea level as it is, and gliding. I'm essentially plummeting to Earth. I can't change the flaps. It feels like they're locked into place. For the next minute, I'm just ramming the gear as hard as I can to try and get some lift from my flaps. I'm starting to contemplate bailing because I'm essentially dealing with total mechanical failure. My altimeter says I'm only about 1,000 meters above sea level when I can adjust my flaps again. I'm in a semi-stall now, and to get out of it is going to take about 500 more meters of altitude, but it's either that or bailing, so I give it a shot. Now, I have a very strong recollection of spinning completely out of control, a stall which was completely unmanaged, and seeing lights beneath me in the sea, a solitary bright light. My own lights are dead, so it's not a reflection. As I'm spinning closer, I can see the lights are where they'd be in a plane. It's like a plane is underwater with all its lights on. I remember my light suddenly kicking on, a quick sudden strobe flash illuminating the pilot from before, holding onto my port wing, looking forlornly at me. He is closer this time, and I can see seaweed entwined in his headset, barnacles on his outstretched glove, water dripping from his sleeve. I watch horrified as the interference comes back, and I can hear the last moments of a pilot crashing into the water. Base can hear the interference too. The Spectre's hand grabs onto my cockpit opening lever, which is when I realize I have engines back again and I can overpower the stall. The maneuver seems to take the Spectre by surprise, and his hand misses the lever and slaps the Pyrex cockpit hood instead. Next thing I remember is calmly flying across from the coast to land. I'm not sure if I blacked out from the stall and my aircraft just regained equilibrium as the gliders are designed to, and I hallucinated the entire thing, or whether it actually happened. The aircraft's working like a dream now. I radio base to tell them it's fine, and I've nearly chalked up another sortie. My CO is relieved and says he will debrief me in the morning. As I come into land, I look out my port side just to check there's nothing around me, which is when I see the imprint of a hand on my Pyrex cockpit, a small trail of seaweed stuck fast to it too. A few weeks later, at an inquest, the official line given was that the radio picked up interference from a radio program which was airing, and my aircraft suffered a complete electrical and mechanical failure, until which normally would have been devastating. Yet due to my skill and determination, had managed to successfully keep my head in a dicey situation and averted disaster. My CO, over a few drinks, told me that due to RAF budget cuts, some of their trainer aircraft had parts cannibalized from other aircraft. Mine, in particular, had props, flaps, and other salvage materials from a World War II aircraft which had crashed into the ocean. A Navy salvage ship managed to recover most of the wreckage floating on the sea's surface, but the pilot had drowned, trapped in the cockpit. It was pretty freaky at the time. This is my second story. My superiors were impressed I could keep a level head in a terminal situation. After training, I was assigned to the Army Air Corps to fly helicopters. I was one of the last RAF pilots to be assigned to the AAC, which had a much higher mortality rate than the RAF. The AAC deployed soldiers by helicopter, etc. The RAF just shot a few missiles and shit, every now and then, from 10 kilometers away. I'm flying the shitty Lynx. It's an okay helicopter. It's agile and can go quite fast, but it's old as fuck, and after Chinooks, it gets shot down the most. Unlike Chinooks, light arms fire can actually penetrate it and damage it. Anyway, I'm flying a squad of 8 soldiers in a mission that reeks of Black Ops. My usual observer is dropped, so some army bigwig can brief his men. That's already pretty strange. I'm given no information about the mission other than transport this cargo to this location by this time. They're going far away from the base, and I'll be dropping them off in the Wakhan corridor, from where they can either go into Tajikistan or Pakistan, and also an area where there's fuck all civilization and a lot of mountains, so probably lots of training camps and outposts of insurgents. I'm not really worried. This is fairly routine. Every 6 months or so, a pilot will say they dropped off an unmarked cargo near the Tajik or Pakistani border. I've got pretty used to Afghanistan now, but as most pilots secretly are, I'm pretty superstitious, and the pilots who have been here for longer have told us some folklore. From the basic, don't whistle at night or the snakes and demons will get you, to flashes of light in the mountains, thermal imaging which shows heat of people where there are none, or your everyday jinn fucking with you. I just pass off those stories as that, just stories, but tonight something feels wrong. The air is heavy and humid with expectation. I've got a knot of anticipation in my stomach, and as I fly closer to the Tajik border, the anticipation is growing. I decide to switch to thermals so the observer can be useful and make sure I'm not about to be shot by an RPG-wielding fucker. I'm about to be especially vulnerable, as I'm going to hover around 50 meters off the ground for around a minute as the cargo deploys itself. I'm coming in to drop them off, and the observer is briefing them, and I'm trying not to listen as I keep an eye on the thermal, staying at an altitude of about 800 meters while slowly rotating 360 degrees to do a full sweep. At around 270 degrees into my sweep, I see a massive blotch of heat on the steps sprint off around the way I'm not rotating. Something that big has to be either a horse or a bear, and I whip around quickly to see what it is, causing the cargo to lose their balance and swear at me. I catch the thing in the camera again, but it sprints off the other way, like it's teasing me almost. I whip around again, causing them to swear even more at me, and I manage to catch it square into the camera. It was like a horse, but a horse standing on two legs, with its knees bent backwards like a flamingo. Its upper body was very warm, and it lacked a neck. Eyes are quite easy to make out on thermal, and as I zoomed in, it lacked a neck, or head really, and it just had eyes staring out of its chest. Its arm limbs were long, stretching down from its shoulders to its knees. At that moment, the army bigwig saw it. I know he saw it, because I heard the sharp intake of his breath as his brain tried to comprehend what it was. He looked at me, and I looked at him, and he just very slightly shook his head. I guess to say, "You never saw this, okay?" Turning around to the cargo, he just nodded to them. As we flew off, I could see the multiple flashes on the ground of sustained heavy arms fire, submachine guns and the such. The bigwig and I sat in silence. As the sun began to rise, I saw a big flash of light behind us from where we dropped off the soldiers, a massive shaft of blue lights which exploded outwards. I saw a silver cigar fly out of the top of it, towards the heavens. I was wide-eyed, confused, starting to sweat nervously, a cold chill despite the heat inside the helicopter. I looked at the army guy, but he just shook his head. He did not say anything, just looked stern and shook his head at me. I remember asking him what it was, what the fuck had I gotten into, and he just said we had to contain a situation on the ground. I didn't ask, but I knew better than to tell people. Besides, if I did, who would believe me? I picked up the soldiers a few weeks later. They were all horribly sick with radiation poisoning. I think one died, but I can't be sure. A few of them were blind. Their fatigues were all ripped and blooded, with some kind of liquid metal stained on it. Oh, as an addition, when the army bigwig was talking, he never specified what the threat was. I was semi-listening, but the fire teams had obviously been briefed independently before. They all looked grim, but that was not peculiar, given the circumstances. My theories are as follows. 1. The thing on your ground was just your standard fucker, acting as a scout, who in my fear, I saw as all fucked up. 2. The cigar shape could have been a missile. It was going so fast. I wasn't sure if it was up or down or whatever, or if the light came before or after it, though the light made me glimpse it. 3. The radiation. I've always thought they could have been in a black ops to destroy an illegal nuclear power station. It seems like the kind of thing the Tajik authoritarian regime would try to do. I've kinda got it in my mind as that. A black ops operation to destroy either WMDs, a power station, or they encountered a waste dump of unrefined nuclear waste. Alright, here it goes. Around 20 plus years ago, me and 4 of my buddies in our teenage years, 13 to 15 years old, were really into exploring abandoned buildings and other such places. We had more than a couple places explored under our belt. We even once visited an abandoned psychiatric hospital that was supposedly haunted, but nothing happened except for a stubbed toe. During our exploration, nothing major ever happened except for one building in which my buddy miraculously avoided falling from the 2nd floor since the floor in one of the buildings collapsed under him. Couple weeks after one of our missions, one buddy tells us that he knows a location of abandoned military bunkers that we can explore. As angsty teenagers that we were back then, we, without wasting time, prepared ourselves and headed out to the place the next day. Place was located in literal bumfuck nowhere. We had to go there first, using 2 buses to their last stop. had to get a ride, and we still had to go through a lush forest, and the road on foot still took like an hour or so to get there. After our small journey, we found a fence that was clearly ripped almost in half in one of the places. One of our buddies pointed out at the signs on the fence. You know those types of signs that Area 51 has that basically say, military area, we shoot first, then ask questions? Yeah, those types of signs were placed all over. But since we were angsty teenagers that feared nothing, we ignored them and proceeded into the area. Area around the fence, even in the bunker area, was covered in thick foliage, ferns, bushes, trees, the usual suspects, and you could not see shit past the foliage. Hell, you probably would not even be able to find the place without knowing its location, because the foliage was that thick. Anyways, after a short walk, we got into the main bunker area. There were 5 bunkers and one hangar type of building there. Each bunker was camouflaged with thick layers of moss and grass, and the hangar had your usual bread and butter, khaki type of camouflage on the roof. You would not be able to tell if the area had any type of buildings from bird's point of view. We made one of the bunkers with a tree growing on top of it as our base of operations. We gathered and hid our belongings there, taking only the most useful stuff: batteries, knives, some rope, flashlights, the usual suspects. Then we started exploring our first bunker. Nothing unusual. This bunker seemed to be used as a living quarter for grunts, since first floor was just a huge open space with destroyed and corroded frames after bunk beds and other stuff like that. We wanted to descend to second level, but it was flooded. Despite being teenagers that aren't afraid of anything, we used our combined intellect to not proceed further into the bunker. We explored the same way bunker 2, 3, and 4. We did not find anything particularly impressive or of value. Maybe some rubble, broken furniture, flooded lower levels, and piece of concrete that gave up due to natural causes. 5th bunker from the get-go, I felt odd. I can't tell what it was. Maybe it was the Jeep that was parked in front of the bunker in almost pristine condition, or maybe the fact we had to go full commando and hide in the foliage since we encountered one military patrol still in this one place, and we all felt odd. This particular bunker was different than the rest. In comparison to the other 4, it was huge, and I mean huge. It had 2 huge places where there were probably some garage doors, probably for tanks and other vehicles. The whole thing was so big, you could easily cram in there like 8 tanks or so, and there was still space. Bunker had 2 regular personnel entrances. One was sealed shut with thick doors, and we could not get it to open. However, second was wide open. After going through the doors, we did a small check on our equipment, since if your batteries would die, it would not be pleasant, especially 2 to 3 stories underground with no natural light source. This is where the odd feeling intensified. We got into a small discussion about that, but after a short argument and calling each other pussy, like the kids we were, we proceeded anyways. Second odd thing happened, since almost simultaneously, all of our flashlights decided to die in almost the exact same moment we went past the initial room that was some sort of a hatch. We shrugged it off, replaced batteries, and went again. But our fresh batteries died. Literally 1 minute into exploring. We have maybe seen like 1 to 2 rooms tops, and we had to go back since it's dark as shit. However, my flashlight was not shit and did not rely on batteries only. It had a hidden power cord, a compartment to store spare batteries, a button for long and short signals, and even an ACME style type of deal that you could crank to charge it manually in dire situations. So, we started cranking my flashlight, but since that option is literally a last-ditch effort to have some power in it, It was not very effective, but enough to light up the corridors and rooms. So, we decided to go in, conga line style, holding each other's arms from their behind, while the first person held the flashlight and guided us into the bunker. First floor was nothing unusual from the inside. One room was flooded and covered in some weird-looking moss and was mostly empty. One was some sort of an office, and the remaining 2 rooms appeared to be a small storage unit and toilets. There was a flight of concrete stairs leading to next level, so we proceeded to second floor. Immediately upon descending, it became fucking freezing down there. Nothing weird, since we were like 15 to 20 meters underground, but it was a bit strange since this was in the middle of the summer, and temperatures easily reached 30 degrees Celsius in shadows. Second floor was mostly empty. One corridor leading from one stairs to another, with rooms that were mostly empty. Only thing of value we found was a piece of an old newspaper that was like 10 years old, but in its current condition, we were not able to read anything else on it. Plus, it literally crumbled upon being touched. One of us started to feel this feeling that could be associated to regular fear, but as teenagers and calling each other pussy again, he manned up and followed us further. We started descending to the 3rd floor. The area seemed to be the same as the upper floor. One corridor, stairs behind us, and at the end of the corridor, and like 10 doors that led to different rooms, from which 2 of the doors were leading to the same space that was probably used as a living area in the past. We could tell by the remains of basic furniture. Nothing of value and particularly interesting was here, so we slowly started creeping towards stairs leading to 4th floor. In this moment, hairs on my body stood up out of nowhere, and this weird feeling became even more apparent. We did not even call each other pussy. We were a bit freaked out at this point, but anyways, we decided to descend anyways. On floor 4, it seemed to be the exact same copy of the previous floor, with one big difference. In the place where a flight of stairs should be leading deeper was a T-section, which led to different parts of the bunker. But it was completely flooded, and we could not proceed further. We took maybe a couple of steps into the floor, when our leading buddy stopped and started to crank the flashlight, since it obviously started to run out of juice and was flashing like it was set to send an SOS signal. While the first person in the column was cranking the flashlight, we started to talk about some shit like teenagers, and one of us checked what hour it was, since we took our sweet ass time exploring, and it would be nice to know when we would need to stop in order to get a bus back home. Suddenly, my hair stood up once more, and what I felt back then could be described as a fight or flight type of response. Out of the blue, I was scared like hell, while 2 of my buddies in the column started shaking uncontrollably, like they'd be scared shitless themselves. Also, I did not ask, but noticed one small detail. Despite this being an abandoned bunker, there were still sounds there. We were still accompanied by usual sounds of water droplets hitting some surface, but suddenly, it became dead silent. You could barely even hear us breathing. Buddy in the front asked the shaking buddies, "The fuck is wrong with you pussies?" One of them simply pointed forward. We had little to no light, like 30 meters or more below the ground, since he was still trying to charge the flashlight. At the spot he was pointing at, one blue-like orb that was obviously emitting light appeared. In my country, there are no glowworms, since winters can be very harsh, and they would simply die out. But in front of us, maybe like 14 meters away, was this fucking source of light that simply was floating. We stood, scared shitless, watching it. Then 2 more orbs came from the T-section, floating at approximately the same height as the first one. Buddy called us pussies because we were scared of some bugs. One of us retorted, "Dude, glowworms don't live in our country. Not in fucking bunkers of all things." Then the slow realization came to us. Those orbs were floating perfectly still in place and started slowly creeping towards us in a straight line. At that moment of clarity, we ran. We ran like hell from there, almost tripping each other on the way out. Once we ran away, all those odd and weird feelings stopped. We took a small break, and the flashlight with the crank suddenly started working properly again. We did not give a fuck. We went to our base of operations, packed our stuff, and simply bolted from the place. Another weird thing happened on our way out. While we exited the bunker, the weather was 100% clear, not a single cloud in sight whatsoever. However, 30 minutes on our way back, I noticed something weird and pointed it out to our buddies. On top of the area in which the bunkers were located, suddenly, a huge cloud appeared seemingly out of nowhere. It's just a cloud, you pansy. But the cloud suddenly made this O shape in the center of itself, and this ray of light was descending from it on the area we just ran away from. We did not talk about stuff we've seen on the way out. We never believed in anything paranormal or anything of the sorts, but stuff we've seen and felt, our feeble teenage minds could not explain in any way, shape, or form. The more I think about the story, the more questions pop up in my head. 1. How in the fuck did my teenage buddy know the location of this place in literal nowhere and how to get to it? Like I said previously, this place was properly masked, even if abandoned, so you would need to know the exact location of it to find it. And phones, especially the high-tech ones at that time, did not have GPS functions, and internet access on them was something almost unheard of. 2. This place was abandoned, but it was still fenced off, and if unlucky, you could meet a patrol of fully armed soldiers there. 3. A couple of years later, I decided I wanted to go back to the place to check it out. When I went back to it, it was just fucking gone. No bunkers, no hangar. Even the concrete roads were stripped. The place was just a patch of foliage in the middle of nowhere. None of us believed in anything paranormal before that, and you will be marked as weird for even suggesting such things. But this experience opened my eyes a little bit. Colton on here, commencing dump of my experiences. Couple remarks before I begin the dump itself. English is not my native language, so it's likely there will be syntactical and grammar errors in my dump. Second, those of you who are familiar with the Carnival cult story might notice some similarities with what I'm about to post, but you will soon see that something much more insidious was going on here. Third, for those of you wondering, no, the cult is not going to come after me for posting this. Like I have mentioned above, it's either gone extremely deeply underground, or it might not exist in its current form anymore. Some members were familiar with X, but I don't think they're in a position or want to lurk in random threads here. Okay, on to the background and how I got recruited. Also, I've decided I'm not going to use a trip because I cannot be bothered. Be me, 20-year-old guy from EE. Have a fairly broad set of interests in a bunch of different topics since youth. History, philosophy, etc. One thing I've always liked very much is the occult. Too big of a wuss to try magic myself, but I do like reading on various practices. Also love conspiracies and stuff, mainly because of X-Files. At some point, decide to join a forum dedicated to esotericism and the like. Post a bit. Try to learn a bit more and also stunt on others with my knowledge. My knowledge does not go much further than Wikipedia, but whatever. One day, receive a message from a recently created user account written in a very formal and polite style. Sender tells me that he's got some form of hidden club/study group and thinks that I might be a good fit. Realize this is my chance to get into the global conspiracy. Send an enthusiastic reply. Guy tells me the group meets on an IRC server. Sends me a link to the client. Join. Thinking I'm going to get a cutie, esotericist GF, plus the knowledge to blow stuff up with my mind. This would later prove to be the start of one of the weirdest experiences of my life. Install and boot up the client. Connect to the server the guy indicated. Enter. Guy kind of debriefs me and tells me all of the rules. Unfailingly polite during this entire time. Rules are nothing too special. Don't fight. Don't dox. Don't post high-risk files. .exes, .pdfs, etc. Tell the guy I've read through all the rules. He says, welcome to the server. Do a little meet and greet with a bunch of misfits gathered there. These include Vietnamese guy who actually maintains the server. We'll call him Black Leader or BL. Seemed to manage it together with the recruiter. Depressed neat guy who did literally nothing except read random books and browse his phone all day. Let's call him V. Zoomer who was really into philosophy and esotericism and also various kinds of stimulants. Let's call him P. Zoomer who was very into world building and appeared to be mainly located at home despite being legally obligated to go to school. Let's call him A. Academic type, who I think was from France, who constantly changed his future plans and was also desperately looking for a GF. Let's call him J. And finally, the guy who brought me in and seemed to mainly be in charge of recruiting. Let's call him Front Leader or FL. Am unironically impressed at this collection of what I think are secret intellectuals. Naivety is a dangerous and costly thing. Settle comfortably into group life. Everybody is welcoming. Get along well with everybody. Very quickly realize that my expectations were overblown. P and A don't contribute much beyond name spam. V occasionally posts about how depressed he is and how he wishes he could get a succubus GF. Yes, the meme is real. J does not have much time to spend, but generally seems to think of himself as better than the rest. BL mainly seems to want to look wise. FL is ever busy scouting prospective members and finding new sites or busy with real life stuff. Main input is some sentences here and there. Get kinda depressed. Unironically thought that I'd made it into the Illuminati. At least having people to talk to is nice. This goes on for a couple of months. No new members join in that period. At a certain point in time though, I begin to notice something suspicious. Whatever FL says is inevitably taken as gospel and he can do no wrong. Wonder what exactly is going on here. And here the weirdness starts with the human monster called FL. Always been paranoid about manipulation attempts by other people. Raised by a stereotypically emotionally abusive EE mom, no dad. Get hackles once I notice that for some reason everybody seems to suddenly defer to FL. Seems he can do no wrong to them. Decide to test what is going on. Make a joke about J. People have a chuckle. Then make a joke about FL. Entire chat jumps on me. Decide to look at FL's behavior in chat more closely. Notice that he has a tendency to talk in a kind of hypnotic speech pattern, slightly NLP-like. However, this could not have been enough to build this level of fanaticism so quickly. Must have been working the others over in private conversations, but even then, he is good. Decide to confront him directly about it. Message him, make some small talk, then ask him what he has been doing. To my surprise, he says he is happy I saw through it. Tells me that that is a good thing. Wants somebody with him on his level. Ask him what he is all about. Proceeds to creep me out harder than I've ever been creeped out before. Gotta step away for 15 minutes. If there is interest, I'll finish the story up today. If not, I will finish it tomorrow. Finally back. Time to finish up the story. Ask FL what exactly he is all about. Guy is pretty frank with me. Says that he is clearly not normal. I ask him if he is a demon. He laughs and says no. Says he will demonstrate. Proceeds to tell me my first name and date of birth. Oh no. Ask him if he's installed a virus on my computer somehow. I am pretty skeptical of this. I'm a bit of a security nut. Regular antivirus checks. Keep passwords written down. Scan all new big files that come in, plus anything that I'm not sure of. FL says no. The client was standard. Plus, there was a policy about not posting any unsafe files in chat. Ask him if there is some guy that he's sent to check me out. Says no. He doesn't have those resources yet. Then drops the bomb. Says that he can do some kind of bizarre mixture of remote viewing, plus hyper-accurate inference of information that he cannot know. Does not say exactly how it works, except that he's not sure whether it is something he was born with, developed, or was gifted to him. Not too much of a skeptic, but this is still a lot to process. Ask him for some more proof. The guy proceeds to perfectly list 10 grades I received in uni that year. All of my what? Decide to push him even further, despite wondering whether that is wise or not. Tell him to also give me the grades from high school and elementary school. The former are somewhere in a computer, but the latter absolutely are not. Provides the high school grades mostly perfectly, some very slight deviations. Says that the elementary number is fuzzy, but still comes too close for comfort. My face when. This guy is for real. Decide to do one final test on him. Seems he is kind of enjoying showing off. He agrees. Tell him I will put duct tape over my webcam, go stand in the corner of my room, then change my t-shirt and sweater to ones of a different color, which he has to guess. Guy says sure. Do so. He correctly determines what I am wearing. That feel when. Not sure whether to be scared of running into the genuine paranormal, or proud that I have done so. Get back to chatting with the guy. He says he has had experiences like this all of his life, but that this is the first time he's been capable of actively using them. Says that the first type are dream pictures that invariably manifest somewhere in real life. Says that the second type are joy bursts, where he experiences intense joy and knowledge that what he knows will occur will invariably occur in a few seconds. Says that he knew that the server owner was Vietnamese before the guy had mentioned anything about his nationality due to one of these joy experiences. Also says that he has seen at least 2 paranormal entities, one potential entity, and that he has likely seen a lot more which he cannot positively confirm or deny. I am severely weirded out at this point. Ask him what he's doing, running an online cult. Guy says that he is not sure what exactly is going on with him, but that there is likely people who know, and he needs other people to pay them with. Ask him what he means by this. Says that bodies are always useful. My face when. Realize I've run into some kind of human sacrifice scam run by a legit psychic. Ask him which kind of groups he is talking about. Says that he will say, but that he has already talked to some potential backers. Also mentions that my intuition tells me that there's also a kind of backer that may be behind what I can do. Tells me he did not even particularly brainwash the rest of the group, was just nice to a bunch of outcasts, and they willingly began doing what he said. Said some line about, the main thing is that you just have to get people to walk behind you without looking where they are really going. Have had just about enough of this. Also don't want him doing whatever it is that allows him access to information about me. tell him to just shut it, disband his scheme, and that I am out. To my surprise, he agrees, asks me to keep quiet, but says that he has enough people gathered already. Half-heartedly tell him goodbye. He says, "Take care. Oh, and watch where you step." Log out, leave chat, cut the internet, scan the IRC client, and then my whole computer. No virus is found. That feel when he was legit. Delete everything. Nuke my forum account. Next day, slip on some ice, badly sprain my ankle. My face when he was right again. And that concludes my story. I still can't believe any of this actually happened, but it did, and there is no other way that I can explain what this guy was doing. He wasn't cold reading. He was not using a keylogger. He was not a hacker. He just did what he did. My one regret is not telling at least one member of his project about this. I have not been able to find a single trace of the group's activities since then, so all I can do is hope that they are alive and free from FL's influence. At a cabin trip with GF, Hannah, friend of mine, Fred, and his GF, Ingrid, during the summer holiday. It's about an hour walk from GF's hometown, so not completely in the wilderness, but it's still away from civilization, and it has shit mobile reception. There is an area with pastures and cabins and a massive wood of evergreens that I guess is part of the taiga belt. The area is used as summer pastures for sheep, and at times cows, so they hang around there. First evening, we just sit on the porch when suddenly, a group of 12 or something sheep and lambs just run like all hell past the cabin. There are no predators in the area besides foxes, so it was a bit weird, but sheep are stupid and easily spooked, so we don't really think much about it. That night, I drank one too many beers, so I have to get up and take a piss at around 3 a.m. This is in Norway, so it never really gets dark during the summer. Pissing when I hear a really messed up sound. It sounded almost like a wolf howl, but also like someone getting their nails pulled out with pliers far, far away, and it sounded like it came from a densely wooded area that starts about 300 meters from the cabin. Nope as hard as I never have done in my life, and get my ass back inside. No more sleep for me that night. Tell Hannah, Fred, and Ingrid all about it the next morning. They were all passed out, so they did not hear shit. Girls are spooked, but Fred laughs and calls me a pussy. Next day, we go for a hike up to the mountains. After an hour or so, we come across a sheep carcass on the trail. Now, sheep getting themselves killed on the summer pastures is not unusual. Usually, those dumb assholes fall to their death or something, but this was in a pretty flat area, so that seemed very unlikely. None of us know much about this shit, but it looks like it has been there a couple of days, and that birds and other animals have had their way with it. Right now, I am spooked as fuck, but I compose myself, and we carry on. Can't shake the feeling that we are being observed somehow. Get back to the cabin at around 6 p.m., and we start preparing dinner and getting a fire ready for the evening. Ingrid goes to get firewood that is stored in a small shed, about 50 meters or so away from the cabin. I stand on the kitchen when I see her through the window come sprinting back with no wood. She slams the door shut and is completely hysterical. Claims she saw a big animal walking on its hind legs just inside the tree line. She is hysterical. Hannah is scared. I nope, but try to keep a straight face. My friend says the girls are ridiculous and that it must have been a person. People do hike in the area, but very rarely in the spruce woods since it is just dark and shitty in there. Eventually, we calm down a bit, and after some alcohol, we forget all about it and the mood picks back up. We sit there when the howl/scream comes again. Difference is that everyone hears it this time. We collectively nope the fuck out, collect our shit, and get our asses inside. Now, there are wolves in Norway, but not in the area. Once a decade or so, a stray can wander here, but it is super rare, and they usually get shot/tranked pretty fast. Inside, both girls are scared to death. Me and Fred try to act tough, but we are both scared shitless too. Wolves are one thing, but something about this just felt wrong. We spend most of the evening looking out the windows and all agree that no one goes outside alone and that we should all sleep in the same bedroom, so we bring mattresses to the floor so me and my friends can sleep while the girls take the bed. I don't know about the others, but after what seems like an eternity, I fall asleep. Suddenly, at the middle of the night, I wake up to a loud fucking bang on the outside wall. Both of the girls scream their lungs out, and suddenly, Ingrid, who is next to the window, eyes widen and she turns as white as a sheet and starts hyperventilating. We just sit there and look at her, but suddenly, Hannah yells at me and tells me to call for help. Despite the shit signal up there, I luckily get 1 bar of signal, but really have no fucking clue who to call, really. The fucking cops? Suddenly remember that both of my GF's brothers, Roger and Eirik, hunt, and they both have ATVs. I call one of them. It's in the middle of the night, but luckily, he picks up the phone. He is not thrilled about getting woken up in the middle of the night, but I guess he can sense the panic in my voice, so he takes me seriously. I tell him there is a wolf or some shit stalking us, and I ask him to get his brother and bring guns and get here ASAP. While we sit there, scared shitless, we can hear something walking outside, and we can hear heavy breathing. We closed the curtains, and no one dared to go near the window. Ingrid is still white as paper and cannot say a word. 15 minutes or so later, we hear engines and GF's brothers arrive with rifles on their backs. They are not too happy, but once they see us, and especially Ingrid, they take us seriously. There is no way we can fit 6 grown people on one ATV, so we decide that we wait until morning before we go back down. We tell them about everything. They look at each other, but they do not say anything. When we are done, Roger tells us that if there is really a wolf in the area, they first need to get permission from the authorities to assemble a hunting party and shoot it, because if you don't, you risk some serious jail time unless you kill it in self-defense. Next morning, as soon as the sun rises, we haul ass from there and get back to my GF's parents. Not much drama there, and we felt much safer when we had people with guns there. When we get back down, Ingrid finally speaks again. She is sobbing and tells us she saw a big animal that rounded the corner of the cabin and that it was much larger than an ordinary wolf, but not a bear either. Collective nopes from all of us, but at least we are safe now, and none of us ever want to go back to that fucking cabin in our lives. Next part is secondhand, since I did not experience it myself. Roger and Eirik contact the authorities about the wolf the next day. Turns out, several people beat them to it, and there have been several people reporting in about disemboweled sheep, and 2 hikers reported hearing a weird howl. With so many reports, they granted a limited permission to hunt the animal, and any licensed volunteer with a hunting license could go. Eirik and Roger were thrilled, since the most dangerous thing they had hunted before was deer, and a lot of other hunters came along. Around 10 or so in total. They too go in one group. A friend of theirs they call Puma goes in another with his father. They kept at it all day, without seeing or hearing shit. It was getting really late, but they agreed over radio to keep at it, since they had plenty of food, although it was getting pretty foggy. Eirik and Roger don't see anything, but at around 11 p.m., They heard the howl far away from where they were, and both of them agree it did sound fucked up in some way. They did have Puma on radio, and he was about 5 kilometers or so from where they were, and he said the howl was quite close. This is what Puma told Eric and Roger, which they have told me. He never talks about it unless he drinks, and they say he usually tears up, and he has not been the same since. So this is secondhand of secondhand. Puma and his father were walking in the spruce woods next to the cabin when they heard the howl. He said it had to be less than a kilometer away, and his blood froze to ice because it was no fucking way that was a wolf, he claimed. He shoulders his rifle and looks through the scope. He says he thinks he saw something walking on 2 legs, but he cannot be sure since he does not have a clear line of sight. He said he almost shit his pants then and there, but they radio the other hunters and ask for backup. Most of them are too far away to get there in a reasonable amount of time, but one group is quite close. He says, as they are walking towards the other group and they are within earshot, he hears another sound. This time, it sounds like a man screaming, and it is loud as all hell. They run towards the other group, not knowing what to think, and they meet up. Everyone heard it, but it was none of them. They meet up, 5 grown-ass men, and everyone is freaking the fuck out. One of the other hunters claimed he saw a hairy guy with yellow eyes through his binoculars, but the others would not believe him, since that was fucking nuts. They all agree to get the hell out of there. After 10 minutes or so, they get out of the spruce woods, and Puma swears he hears a fucked up laugh, almost like a hyena, when they get out of the woods. That's all I know about it. Roger and Eric still hunt in the area, but they both say they are more on guard now. Puma flat out refuses to go back. I'm from Denver, but have lived in LA for the last 15-ish years. This happened in the winter of 2006. Driving from Denver to LA, 1,100-mile drive. Done it so many times now, I can do it in less than 14 hours. I-70 to I-15 to the 210, easy. Leave around 6:30 p.m. to get in around dawn. Drive through mountains and into the sand plains of Utah. Save for a dead zone of 150 miles after Grand Junction. You're never really far from a population. 1 a.m. and I'm pulling into Beaver, UT. Not making great time, but don't give a fuck. I'm in no rush. Beaver is a tiny town in the middle of nowhere, but it's also a traveler/trucker pit stop. No one is surprised to see you out in the middle of the night. No one is surprised you're not from around here. More gas stations than houses. Pull up to the pump and top off the tank. Striding to the convenience store to grab a Coke and throw a piss. See a group of 5 or 6 guys, 35 to 50 years old, standing around their trucks, shooting the shit. Give a manly nod for a hey, and receive some in return. Walking back to my car, Coke in hand, notice group is gone. Whatever. Pop the trunk to pull out my backpack and pop some Advil. Hey man. Lift my head up. Closing the trunk, see 2 guys from that group moseying up to me from the far gas pump about 50 feet away. Hey. Hey, yeah man. You mind giving me and my pal a lift? Already have 1 leg in the car. Yeah, I do. As I start the car, the engine drowns out his. What the fuck's your problem? Put car into drive and about to hit the gas. Other guy chimes in. Yeah, James. What's your fucking problem? That is my name. How the fuck do they know my name? Don't care to ask, and I start to take off. Scratch. Instinctively hit the brakes at one of the assholes fucking up my car. Don't die for a paint job, homie, quickly enters my mind, and I take off again. Heading to the exit/road. I'm too busy looking in my rear view at the 2 guys behind me getting in a car that came from behind the gas station. Too busy doing that I almost don't veer out of the way of a SUV that gunned it, parallel to me to block the exit. It's a huge-ass gas station, so I gun it, loop around, and fly out the far exit. Highway is a football field away, and I'm hauling to the on-ramp. Slam on brakes to avoid turning myself and car into a convertible at semi exiting the highway. That split second, and all the reversing, speed advantage I had is gone, and there is 2 vehicles flying up on my stopped ass. Take the chance at falling into the ditch and gun it inches from the semi's trailer to get onto the on-ramp. For a split second, I'm thinking that they were just trying to scare me when I'm halfway up the ramp and have not seen headlights behind me. Bravo, it's worked. Nope. 2 sets of high beams just turned and are gaining quickly. I fucking floor it. From Beaver UT to Cedar City UT, I am fucking flying, going 120 to 140. I quickly lost them, but any tiny glint of headlights has me back on the throttle. After about 30 minutes, I'm starting to settle down and ease back to normal 85 miles per hour cruising speeds. Right outside of St. George, UT, I figure I'm safe, but my heart is still racing. Pull off the highway and head straight to the biggest and brightest gas station I can find. Look at all those beautiful U-Hauls and big rigs. Park right up front, light up a cigarette, and try to collect myself. Nerves settled by nicotine and dry heaves, I go inside and get a coffee. Walk back out and everything is fine, but sitting at the light indicator on to get back on the highway, I see their 2 vehicles coming down the off-ramp. As they're driving right in front of me, one of the guys notices and flips a bitch. Fuck this. I tear through the red light, and the speedometer does not dip below 100 until I reach Vegas. Rest in peace, Paul Walker. Whether they even bothered getting on the highway again is beyond me. I called 911 and was pretty much shrugged off, told they could not do anything. Which yeah, makes sense. It's not like I was going to hang back and get their plate numbers. Figure the guy behind the counter gave them my info, since even though I paid at the pump, my info gets funneled to the register. No idea if they had more nefarious plans for me, other than scaring the shit out of me, but job well done. It was years before I made that drive in the middle of the night again. Also made me switch from having a knife and baton under my driver's seat to carrying a gun. I'll tell you about the only terribly strange story that happened to me and my fellow soldiers. It so happened, dear Anons, that after graduating from university, I voluntarily joined the army. Yes, you can consider me crazy, a bullshit artist, or anyone else, but I don't care. My girlfriend gave me a spanking and dumped me. We dated for 5 years, and a normal job without experience in the regional center of the middle of nowhere was not in sight. I shaved off all of my long hair and turned myself into the military registration and enlistment office. I was awarded an A1 award for health reasons, passed the psychological tests with flying colors, and ended up in the GRU, Russian Military Special Forces in Tambov. Service is service with all that it entails. Terrible physical training, constant running, exhausting duties. At first some fucking hazing, hunger, beatings, parachutes, shooting from all types of weapons, and we had such a thing as TSU, Tactical Special Exercises. In general, they had to complete the assigned task as part of the reconnaissance and sabotage unit. For starters, by quietly infiltrating the reconnaissance area without being caught by the commander's fathers, who, drunk on moonshine, were driving around in Urals on the roads that were in the agreed reconnaissance areas. If the group was caught, then it was fucked. The group was removed. We had a week to complete the mission, and we were required to report to the company commander or sergeant major every 3 hours about the state of the group and the square we were in, so as not to screw up ourselves. All responsibility for the weapons and personnel lay with the senior groups of my conscription, including me. And it was winter. In the forests around the Tambov region, the snowdrifts were up to the balls. The group walked through the forest in military-issue protective stockings for the snow. This was the only thing that somehow protected our feet from moisture. We usually slept right on the snow, close to each other, so as not to freeze. Sleeping bags and raincoats were available, of course, but they did not warm us at all. We got water by melting snow in pots. The whole group smoked 1 cigarette, 2 drags. In short, it was complete hell. On the morning of the 4th day of our journey to the bridge, which we had to blow up, following the mission, we realized that we had lost our way and were God knows where. The landmark we were heading towards, using a fucking map, compass, azimuth, and other achievements of decades-old navigation, was the railroad. According to the calculations of the senior intelligence officer of the lead patrol and the group leader, we should have been in the vicinity of the railway station a long time ago, but there were no hints of it anywhere near. We gathered, conferred, and realized that we were fucked. We were lost. According to the instructions, we had to immediately call in an evacuation group, that is, fail the mission and surrender, but we did not want to embarrass ourselves in front of the entire brigade, and so we decided to split up into patrols, try to figure out where we were, and meet in the same place in an hour, following our own tracks. We split up. My rear patrol and I wandered around for an hour in virgin snow and dense windfall, then went back, ignoring everything. The guys from the main point had already returned and were waiting for us and the guys from the Corps. We said that we had not found any fucking landmarks and were really fed up. But our senior, I'll call him B, made us happy by saying that he had found a power line, an active one, along which we could continue our journey. The power line was marked on the map, about 30 kilometers away, or rather, there were several of them. How he managed to orient himself so wonderfully was his problem. Everyone gathered, made a stop, ate some biscuits and tea, smoked some cigarettes and went on. The last communication session had failed, and the last 2 before it had taken place in conditions of terrible interference. But we did not care. We wanted to finish this drawn-out walk as soon as possible. The food was running out, and we were getting pretty fed up with walking behind each other for days on end, waist-deep in snow. The power line we came to was terribly dilapidated. Wooden poles and rotten, completely rotten in some places, black and green, leaning in different directions. We crawled along like this for a very, very long time, especially since the speed was snail's pace at best. It started to get dark, but we kept moving forward. Our shoulders ached from the backpacks and the guns on them. One of the snipers, my best army friend, and I told each other all sorts of stories about life on the civilian side and dreamed about how hard we would smoke, drink, and fuck chicks when we got home. And so we went. We fell behind the Corps quite a bit, and only slightly saw the guys from the lead patrol. Their loaded figures in white camouflage suits flickered among the trees like ghosts. Then they said over the intercom, "Stop." We stopped. Then from the radio came one of their voices. "Guys, I see a house ahead. There's light in the window. Everyone, let's run." We, bending over, caught up with the others. The boys were already half sitting, half lying down, smoking, and taking turns looking into B8 binoculars. The binoculars reached us too. We studied the shabby, very shabby hut without much interest. Personally, I did not give a shit. We were discussing a chick from one of my buddy's hometowns, who he said he had talked to and chatted up for me on my arrival home. The hut looked more like an old, dilapidated dacha without the remains of a rotten fence sticking out around the perimeter. A dim light bulb without a lampshade hung from the ceiling in the window. I noted for myself that the power line we were walking along turned sharply to the right, deep into the forest. Anyway, we lay there for a bit, chatted, and the machine gunner from our conscription assured us that since there were no other houses around, it was an old house of a gamekeeper or some other fucking devil. We decided to find out from the owners where we were, the way to the nearest anything resembling a settlement, and along the way to beg for some food and smoke. Our teammates, nicknamed Firebrand and Cannonball, stayed back with the backpacks, and we, taking only the weapon it is forbidden to give or transfer it to anyone, headed to the house. The path to it had been snowed in for 3 days, and apparently it had not been cleared at all, only occasionally walked on. The gate was snowed in, and we went through a huge hole in the fence. More precisely, there was no whole section here. We approached the porch along the same snow-covered path and knocked on the door. There was a strange rustling and awkward stomping sound behind the door. We knocked a few more times. We started looking in the windows, shouting something like, "Open up, please. Soldiers got lost during training," and then the light in the house went out. A young guy, our medical instructor from the junior draft, laughed out loud, like, "The owners of the special forces are chickening out." But after getting beat up by the machine gunner, he quickly shut up. The senior one called out on the radio, "Well, what do you have there?" "Who the hell knows? They won't open the door and that's it. The lights are out," I answered. "I say, get through to them somehow. It will get dark soon, and we don't even know where to go." The guys were looming in front of the darkened windows, and the sniper and I decided to pull the door towards ourselves. Not calculating his strength, my buddy pulled so hard that the rotten door flew out with a crash. We exchanged glances. The hallway smelled of warmth, and something so vile that we jumped back. The rest of our guys ran closer, surrounding the porch. B, who was watching from cover with the rest of the group, cursed over the radio. I took a few steps back, reporting that the door was broken down. It was dark and stinking ahead, and judging by everything, there was another door leading into the house. B told us to go in. Me, the SVD man, and another guy from my draft, and the Beavers. They call the junior draft and the special forces Beavers because all the senior soldiers are bearded men in the mountains. They went around back of the house. That's what we did. We enter, constantly asking if there are people in the house. Damn, I'm writing this here now and remembering how I later wrote a report about the incident at the TSU. Fuck. The three of us enter. The flashlight illuminates piles of some rags, a torn to shreds mattress with stuffing sticking out on the floor. A sniper opens one of the doors to the left of us and immediately closes it. "There's a toilet there," he says. "It stinks like hell." We knocked on the door opposite. Nothing. "Hey, open up, please. We're a little lost. Help us get our bearings, please, owners." And then a loud scream was heard from behind the house. Swearing, and we saw the junior men running away from the house. One other guy turned to us and shouted, "Run, guys. It's fucked up out there," and ran on in the direction where the rest of our guys were. My radio started wheezing. B asked, "What the fuck? Where are the Beavers running to?" I looked back at them. The third guy who was with us, a scout sapper, shouted at them, "Come back, you idiots." And right after his scream, I heard the stomping on the other side of the door resume. Only it was faster, sharper, and accompanied by some incomprehensible half-wheezing, half-moaning sound, like some fucking mute. Who the fuck knows? Someone was running around the house and howling. I got nervous, and so did the boys. All this happened in a matter of seconds. My heart felt that I needed to step back. The radio crackled again. B was shouting, "Get away immediately. Run to us immediately, boys. I repeat, run to us." He was shouting so that his scream reached us from the forest. We ran out of the entryway of the house, instinctively raising our guns. The guys were moving towards us through the snowdrifts from the forest. I held down the push-to-talk button and asked, "What the fuck? What's wrong with the Beavers?" I didn't hear what they answered me, because the sniper, who had looked into the window of the house, suddenly jumped back from it, shouting, "Fuck, let's move." I did not immediately figure out where to run and what to do. I only managed to duck. At that moment, the glass of the house broke. It broke from the inside. Together with the sound of breaking glass, I heard a crazy roar, inhuman. At the same moment, I saw a long black barrel. A shot flashed. A second one immediately followed. The roar continued. "Go away, run the fuck away," was heard on the radio from 2 channels in a row. The three of us. I don't remember how we ran through the snowdrifts from the entryway to circle around and reach our guys. Fuck. I don't remember who was shouting what at that moment, but it was terrifying as an animal. We only had blanks, and the machine gunners had 5.45, so that after successfully completing the training mission, we could ensure the evacuation of the group, just to fuck around, when the group would run after blowing up the bridge with a gun, roughly speaking. The roar from the house was clearly audible, then 2 more shots rang out. The boys were telling us on the radio to run to them, to the place where we had stopped before the wonderful hike. We ran. The boys were sitting and lying there, stunned. Everyone's eyes were fucking crazy. The junior soldiers were on the run. They were the furthest away from home. We said we were safe. B said there was some guy with a double-barreled shotgun shooting out of the window for free. But the funniest thing was that, according to the junior soldiers, they saw a dug hole behind the house. A fresh one. in which lay a blue corpse of a woman, face down, in the remains of her clothes. We were even more freaked out. And then 2 more shots. The pellets whistled through the branches much higher than us, and we immediately gave such a speed that it was just fucking awesome. We were racing at unreal speeds. It was much easier for us. The junior soldiers had our backpacks, and they were dragging them. So we galloped God knows how far in our tracks. By the time we got tired and it got dark, it was about 10 kilometers. Fuck. We fell. We started pumping the connection. Shit. No connection. We got up and raced on. Then there were signal flares every few kilometers, constant beatings on the radio operator. No connection. Already in the dead of night, exhausted to death, we crawled out to the railroad. We spent the night at some nameless way station with a railroad sign sticking out from under the snow. We slept in turns, also half a group, without fires. In the morning we walked and ran along the railroad. Then we made contact. It turns out that they had been looking for us for a long time. I remember how the Ural trucks arrived, how the commanders yelled. Then there were formal debriefings and disciplinary action. Anyway, that's the story, guys. You can blame us as much as you want after that we pissed ourselves and ran away, but we were responsible for the personnel and weapons, and if something happened, it was possible to get into trouble. We had to write and talk to everyone, from the political officer to the psychologist, for a long time, and we were also forbidden to chat about it in the unit and outside of it. Now a lot of time has passed. I decided to share it with you. Thank you for your attention. Take care of yourself. I'll start with the fact that I have a friend Boris who served in North Ossetia in a remote border unit in the mountains. Actually, I'll tell his story on his behalf. The military unit was located between the mountains, so to speak, in a gorge. The border chain of checkpoints ran along the mountain hills, and there was one checkpoint, everyone called it KLB, in a remote area next to an abandoned village once built in the 1940s for the families of border guards. From this post, the entire valley with the village and the river were visible. The perimeter of the adjacent territory of the post passed next to the village. Along the perimeter there were lanterns powered by a stationary diesel generator. It was the 2nd year of service. I was already counting down the days until demobilization. And bam, a bus stop because of the Chechens in the unit. We got into a fight with them. So Yoga and I are assigned to night duty. He is sent to a distant post. I was left at the central point. All the alarming data from the border post flows there. I'm sitting on duty. The bell rings. The panic button immediately goes off. Noise. Everything is flashing. I see that the call is coming from the KLB post. I pick up the phone and barely hear a muffled whisper, which is mumbling something indistinctly. I try to understand and can only make out one phrase. God save us. I consider this a border breach and raise the alarm. At the same hour, a detachment moved out to help, which included me. Carefully approaching the post, a small building 4 by 4 meters, we saw that cartridges were lying everywhere. We became wary, but continued moving. Silence. No sounds. Absolutely none. We looked into the post. So Yoga was sitting there in the darkness, next to the panic button, his head bowed, holding a pistol to his head. We run in, turn on the light, and see that he is completely grey, and his shaking hand is mechanically pressing the trigger of an empty pistol, over and over again, trying to wait for a shot to the head. Everyone was stunned, and only the major approached him, and calmly, with parental concern, removed his hand from his temple. Silently, he took the pistol, and asked in a barely audible voice, "Where are the others, son?" He raised his eyes, and everyone saw that his previously emerald green eyes had turned grey. He did not answer anything. The next morning there was an investigation. The other 3 guards were never found. Many were court-martialed, including the major. So Yoga was sent home for treatment after the hospital. Having served my last 5 months, I was noisily returning home on the train with my fellow soldiers, and while drinking strong drinks, we decided to drop in to visit Sir Yoga. Everyone knew the address, because they were friends after all. They found the house, rang the bell, and he opened the door. They rushed to hug, set the table, and sat down and drank. It turns out that Sir Yoga had already gotten married. His grey hair had gone. His eye color had also returned to its former state, and he was alive and well. Of course, everyone was interested in what had happened, so they asked. I will tell the story from Sergei's perspective. We took up guard duty. Everything was as usual, quietly and calmly. The hour for the perimeter patrol approached. The sun was setting, but visibility was still good. We were already passing under the distant lantern when suddenly it went out, and for some reason, one of the soldiers and I simultaneously looked toward the village. In the rays of the sunset, we clearly saw silhouettes of people standing in the windows of the 2-story buildings, and we felt that each one of them was looking at us. We rushed to run from there. We ran to the post and told the sergeant, who only smiled and said, "The glass was glaring on the windows, so you imagined it." We calmed down and went to bed. At night, they wake me up, shaking my hand. I open my eyes and see a soldier in a peschanka, yellow uniform of the military from the 1940s. I grab the AKM, point it at him, and he calmly tells me, "Don't sleep, I was sleeping too." He turns around and leaves, and then I see a knife in his back. I shout rise. Everyone wakes up, but no one is gone. I tell them the story. Everyone laughs, except from the soldier from before, who's called Long. The sergeant says, "You're such a psycho," and goes out to smoke. Then he runs in like lightning and shouts, "Help, arms." We piled out onto the street, took up positions, and only then saw how white people were quickly approaching us along the slope in the darkness. White people, and clearly visible in the night, about 30 people. We opened fire and realized that we were not hitting a single target. Looking closely, I saw that they were not running, but rather gliding, since even the fern under one of them did not stir. It becomes clear that these are not people. In fear, I run into the checkpoint and close the door. I hear my fellow soldiers asking me to open it, but I can't. I'm paralyzed with fear. I hear their screams, shouts, shooting. Everything instantly becomes silent, and I begin to hear strange sounds, as if someone is rushing around the checkpoint and looking for an entrance. Silence for a second, and suddenly a deafening blow on the door, iron. The blows happen faster and faster. Soon the rumble dies down. About 10 minutes pass. I gather my courage and look outside the rectangular, bulletproof window, and my gaze almost touches the eyes of Long. His bloody face asks me to open it. With trembling lips I answer no, and then he lets out a scream, so wild and full of hatred, so strong that fear squeezed my heart. The storming of the door began again. I fall into a chair, press the panic button, turn on the radio, take out a gun, and that's it. I don't remember anything else. And only later, already in the hospital, I learned that this is not the only case. There were others. The doctors told me that the abbreviation KLB means cemetery, and that there, in the forties, the Cheche slaughtered the entire village, and although they could have been saved, they were considered an insignificant loss. Here is the story about this border unit. Everything is told from the words of my friend, who told it to me only once, when he was drunk, and with the face he had at that time, I do not think he was lying. Hello Anon. I work as an emergency doctor. Among other things, I have to go out to confirm deaths. Now, I will tell you about 3 cases, 3 deaths, because of which I will wake up in a cold sweat and peer into the darkness with horror until my eyes hurt for the rest of my days. Nothing united these 3 people in life. A pensioner, a representative of the old Moscow intelligence agency, a middle-aged man, probably without a specific occupation, except for professional alcoholism, and a student of a technical university. They were united by death under extremely similar circumstances. The first was an old woman. She lived with her husband, who the day before her death went to the country on some business. He decided to spend the night there and return to the city in the morning. Upon returning, he found his dead wife in the bathroom. She was lying on her back with her head to the wall opposite the door, where the shower is. She did not fall. She met her death lying down. The old woman died of acute heart disease. The main thing that struck me when I crossed the threshold of the bathroom was her facial expression. Usually, corpses do not have any special expression. Here, a face with dead eyes looked at me, distorted by some inhuman fear. the quintessence of horror. It was the most terrible grimace that I had seen in my life at that time. It is impossible to forget and impossible to confuse, difficult to describe, and, I think, not a single actor, even if his teacher was Stanislavski 3 times and Nemirovic Danchenko 4 times, will be able to portray it. It was unpleasant to be there, and I tried to finish all the formalities as quickly as possible. Then I did not pay attention to one important detail. The door to the bathroom was not only not locked, but also wide open. The next incident happened about a month later. An unemployed alcoholic, about 40 years old. No one wanted him. He lived alone. When such people die, they are usually found only when the smell of a corpse starts coming from their apartment. But here, his neighbor drinking buddy saw in the morning that the door to the apartment was ajar. He looked inside, saw the corpse of his friend, and called us and the cops. The body was lying in the hallway, the same indescribable expression of inhuman fear on the face. The eyes were looking towards the ajar front door. A superficial emergency examination showed no signs of violent death. Apparently, SCD, sudden coronary death. The face of the deceased was like 2 peas in a pod with the face of that old woman. At first glance at him, I broke out in a cold sweat, and goosebumps crawled across my body. In my head, the 2 cases merged into one picture. I imagined how this guy was already lying in bed. He was wearing pajama pants, but naked from the waist up, heard some noise from the front door, walked out of the room into the corridor, and saw something that could kill a strong, rather callous guy with just its mere appearance. The student was called in a couple of weeks after the drunk. He might not have been found soon either, but the landlady of his rented apartment came to check on him every month on a certain day. It turned out that month, this day followed the night when the student died. The body was lying in his bed, but his head was on the opposite side from the pillow and hanging down, as if he were trying to jump away from something towards the window. By the way, he lived on the 2nd floor, so an escape through the window was quite possible. Why did I think he was trying to escape from something unknown? The same expression of animal horror, eyes staring at the slightly open closet door. All this was painfully familiar to me. I don't know what happened to these people. I don't want to think and imagine what could have opened the door of a room or the front door in the middle of the night and appeared before their eyes. What kind of creature was it that could kill just with its appearance or its gaze? I could not write in the call card that these people died of fear, but that's exactly what happened in reality. On that fateful night, they found themselves alone in their apartment, face to face with something unknown, face to face with something so terrible that their hearts failed. I lived alone too. Now I drink a bottle of vodka every night. I can't fall asleep otherwise. I wait for it to come out of the darkness. Yeah, I'll probably die of pancreatic necrosis. So much alcohol won't go unnoticed, but I prefer that death to what I saw on these 3 calls. I'll tell this one. Be around 2009. Family was in upswing then. Dad was rich, sold property in Los Angeles to start a fruit packing company. Bought old packing factory out in Visalia, I think between SF and LA. Surrounded by orange growers everywhere, nothing for fucking miles and miles. It's a real old factory, but goddamn huge, with the conveyor belt still in good condition. Mom would force us to leave our mansion and computers to go out with him there. Us being me and my 3-year-old kid brother. Fucking hated every second of it there. Being a Los Angeles kid, I could literally not physically stand the silence out in the orange groves. So quiet that all you hear is the faint wind. Sometimes felt like I can hear the clouds forming and dissipating. Tried to still pass the time and entertain my baby bro. That day no workers were around, only a few office people, and my dad organizing the next purchase. Plop my brother in a wheelbarrow and wheel him around the property. Take him down the steep ramp underneath the factory. Looks like a loading area that leads into storage. Go down the ramp. It's suddenly pitch fucking black. My baby brother is not saying a word. I'm alert as fuck for some reason. Feels like we went into a different dimension. Stupidly, I inch myself in the wheelbarrow with my brother in it slowly through the dark. There is a wood threshold separating the next chamber. It's fucking huge and literally pitch black. Think of pushing past the threshold. Suddenly, every cell in my body screams to calmly turn the wheelbarrow around and leave. Baby brother is still silent, but scared. Pull the wheelbarrow slowly back out the loading area, back up the ramp into sunlight. Pick up bro. Kick wheelbarrow away. Chill in the trailer for a bit. Bro is calm. I'm not. Rattled like a rabbit that got dropped from the jaws of a coyote. Fast forward. Hear a story from my dad. The past owner blew his top off with a shotgun down there. Nice, Dad. Thanks. Boots, comrades, and making my own. My friend's older brother served as a scout in Chechnya. His job often took him deep into the rugged Caucasian terrain, tasked with watching distant villages to see if they were peaceful or hiding dangerous bandits. Observation, patience, and a sharp memory were his best tools, and over time, he'd collected hundreds of strange stories which he would share with us greenhorns. One of them, especially, has haunted me since. Once, he was sent to observe a particular village suspected of harboring some kind of threat. His mission was to monitor it in complete silence, moving only at night, making sure he left no trace of his presence. In the early morning, he slipped into position, concealed himself carefully in a tree, and began his watch. The village looked quiet, almost too ordinary, but something was off. A faint, creeping unease seemed to scratch at the edge of his mind, telling him not to trust the peaceful appearance. As a seasoned scout, he trusted his instincts. He stayed alert. Around midday, just as he was about to shift positions, an old mountaineer emerged from the village. This was no ordinary villager. He was an Akasako, a tribal elder, at least 100 years old, with a long white beard and a piercing gaze. The man stepped into the open, slowly but deliberately, as if he was searching for something or someone. And then, inexplicably, he turned and started walking straight towards my brother's hiding spot. My brother felt an icy knot form in his stomach. Try explaining to a local mountaineer that you're just there on a routine mission. It would be impossible, and he knew he had not been seen. He was expertly camouflaged, invisible even to a trained eye. He stopped about 100 meters away, staring directly at my brother with an intensity that felt unnatural. My brother, seasoned as he was, felt his blood go cold. This was wrong, all wrong. The mountaineers were known for their brutal efficiency. Either they ignored you or they killed you. There was no middle ground. They remained in this silent, eerie standoff for nearly an hour. My brother, drenched in cold sweat, stayed motionless while the old man stood there, fixed like a statue. And then the elder started to laugh, a deep, guttural chuckle that grew louder and more menacing with each passing second. It filled the air, spreading through the trees, a sound so cold it felt almost inhuman. My brother's terror grew. He felt as if he were unraveling, his pulse pounding in his ears. Then, as if driven by some horrible fit, the old man began to convulse. His laughter escalated into a shriek, and his body doubled over as he retched, violently vomiting a thick, black sludge onto the ground. But the horror did not end there. The dark substance did not stay put. It started to move, inching across the ground toward the tree. My brother watched, frozen in disbelief, as the sludge crept upward. It slicked tendrils clinging to the tree bark, reaching for him. In that instant, something inside him snapped. He screamed, abandoning all stealth, and fired his pistol at the elder until his clip was empty. The echo of the shots filled the air as he leapt from the tree, barely aware of his surroundings. His only instinct was to flee. As he ran, he glanced back, and his heart nearly stopped. The old man was following, his body bent unnaturally, his mouth twisted into a gruesome grin, his laughter now a wild, crazed cackle. That horrible black muck dripped from his face, leaving a thick trail as he closed the distance, faster than a man of his age should have been able to move. The run back to his unit felt endless, his every step plagued by the echoing sound of that laughter. When he finally stumbled into camp, he was nearly incoherent, his mind a blur. He only vaguely remembers yelling into the commander's face, half mad with terror, as the entire unit scrambled into action. The soldiers were on high alert, the commander barking orders into the phone. 2 of the special ops teams appeared, dragging out a strange metal device, a massive iron spiral as wide as an APC wheel, covered in a layer of rust. It gave off an oppressive aura, something he could not explain. And then, darkness. The next thing he remembers is waking up a week later, his body exhausted, his mind clouded. No one would talk about what happened that day. Any mention of the incident was strictly off limits. They had stood on high alert for half an hour, guns ready, until the command came to pull back. The higher-ups acted like it had never happened, and his comrades only gave him sidelong glances, unwilling to ask what he'd seen. But sometimes, when he recounts the story, he mentions that he can still hear that laughter, echoing in the back of his mind, as if it's waiting, watching for him to return. That's the story. The second story isn't as creepy, but it's definitely strange. It happened during a training exercise. The task was simple. Locate the artillery positions of an imaginary enemy, then return and report so that helicopters could be sent in later. My brother and his friend were walking along, joking, reminiscing about AWOLs, where they'd gone, who they were with, when suddenly, his friend said stop. My brother asked, "What's wrong?" And his friend replied, "I think I've stepped into something." My brother moved closer, and then squelch, something wet underfoot. They'd walked straight into a swamp. But here's the thing, this was mountainous terrain. There should not have been any swamps in the area. They decided to turn back, but no matter which way they went, the swamp stretched on, mud squelching underfoot with every step. They tried to radio the base, but all they got was static. Soon, fog rolled in, and evening was falling. It was getting dark. Then they caught a break. My brother noticed 2 distinctive trees they had passed on their way in. They walked through those trees, and suddenly, the sound around them returned. Helicopters roared in the sky, and the radio was buzzing like normal. My brother and his buddy nearly cried with relief, calling in for help. But over the radio, they heard angry voices cursing at them, saying, "Where the hell have you been? 3 days missing. We've been looking everywhere for you." Stunned, my brother insisted, "We left the base only 5 hours ago." The major laughed it off though, saying, "Guess you won't be sleeping. Plenty of work to catch up on." So, to this day, my brother and his friends still don't know how they lost 3 days for what felt like just a few hours. Those are the stories. If anyone finds them interesting, I've got more to share. This one's about the group patrol. They sent my brother with the IRD, an engineering and reconnaissance team, to scout for any gifts that friendly mountain locals might have left along their path. The guys were moving along, checking the bushes, looking under campfire, scanning the mountains for any telltale glints from enemy optics, but it was all quiet. Until my brother's partner nudged him and said, "Look." My brother looked down the road and was stunned. About 50 meters ahead was something that looked like a massive, daddy-long-legged spider, only it was as tall as a 2-story house. Every now and then, it stopped. Then, with shocking agility for its size, leapt to the right or left, pressing its thick, furry belly flat against the ground, freezing in place for a few seconds each time. Nearly paralyzed with fear, the guys followed this creature for about a kilometer before it finally left the road and disappeared into the bushes. They did not find a single mine or tripwire along the entire route, even though it was one of the most dangerous in terms of mining. Later, that creature was reportedly seen on the mountain peaks a few more times, but no one figured out what it was. In the unit, there was a political officer whom no one liked. He was strict to a fault. For the smallest infractions, like taking a non-combatant step from the tent to the latrine, he'd send someone to scrub the latrine or put them in front of the formation, sneering at them for what felt like an eternity. Rumor had it he even derived some twisted pleasure from this, but that's beside the point. One evening, after lights out, when everyone was settled into their bunks, my brother heard the political officer's voice. "Sergeant Petrenko, what are you doing in the forest? The lights out command has been given." My brother was stunned. The officer was calling for him, but he was not in the forest. He was right there in his tent. He wanted to shout back, but his throat felt constricted, and he could only manage a faint snore. He tried to move, but not a single muscle would obey him. Panic set in as he looked at his neighbor, whose eyes were wide with fear. A crushing force seemed to hold down all 20 of the healthy men in the tent, making it nearly impossible to even blink. A dread swelled inside him. He suddenly heard his own voice from behind the wall, his own, saying, "Ivan Fyodorovich, why don't you go fuck yourself?" He realized he'd muttered that exact phrase 2 hours earlier during a dressing down for wearing non-regulation sneakers. The political officer's angry shouts faded to a low growl. "You bastard, how dare you? I'll lock you up in the guardhouse." His voice trailed off, but the oppressive force still held my brother in its grip. He could not sleep that night. It wasn't until morning that the pressure finally released. When he talked to the guys, they revealed they'd all felt the same thing. They wanted to shout that he was right there, but none of them could move. They went to report this to the commander, who immediately ordered a search. The search did not last long. They found the officer almost right away. My brother recounted that everyone, veterans included, was sickened by the sight. All that remained of the political officer was skin, wrinkled like a deflated balloon, with a massive cross-shaped wound across his entire stomach. Mountain villages can be anything from hostile to neutral, adhering to the principle of "my hut is on the edge," but some are quite friendly, welcoming fighters as dear guests. In one such instance, a reconnaissance platoon was greeted with traditional Caucasian hospitality. They slaughtered a ram, served shashlik, pilaf, sweets, and local kefir with a name that was hard to pronounce. The reconnaissance team, in turn, left behind dry rations. Everyone sat together, eating and praising the feast. Then, an elderly local woman tugged at my brother's sleeve. He turned to her, expecting her to ask for money. She had a distinctly Romany appearance. Instead, she warned him, "The feast will end soon, and the host will offer you girls, but don't accept them, and tell the others not to either. It's not allowed today." My brother was taken aback. This was the first time he had ever heard of girls being offered in the Caucasus. He thought to himself that it would be disgraceful for the whole family. Curious, he asked, "Why not?" "The Yeldik Garay will come at night. Today is his night, and all the girls are his." By this time, my brother had already gained a reputation as a quick thinker, so he quietly relayed the warning down the chain of command. Everyone listened. That's the thing about intelligence work. If a comrade says something seems off, it's better to heed the warning. A fellow soldier might spot something you missed, and in this line of work, chatter does not help. Meanwhile, the feast wound down, and the local girls started clearing the dishes. The host, an elderly Chechen, about 60 years old, said to my brother, "Our girl is fragile and weak as dew, and you, intelligence officer, are as big as a garrison. Could you help me, eh?" And winked. The soldiers, not foolish, agreed to help, but it was just to carry the dishes. They kept their clothes mostly on, careful to maintain their decorum. As night fell and everyone went to bed, the order was given to clear up. They fell asleep, but my brother soon heard slow footsteps outside, every 2 seconds or so. He nudged his fellow soldier. "Do you hear that?" His friend's eyes widened. "Don't nudge me. It's scary enough without you." The footsteps grew louder, shaking the entire house and causing dishes to rattle off the shelves. The scouts lay there, holding their breath. Then the footsteps stopped, and suddenly there was a loud bang on the door. The boys quickly pulled on their pants and scrambled to the corners of the room, clutching their Kalashnikovs. The banging on the door was so forceful it cracked the wood. Then, they heard a strange crackling sound from above. My brother, now fully alert, watched in disbelief as the roof of the house was torn off, with a horrible grinding noise and the creaking of splintering beams, revealing their night visitor in all his terrifying glory. He looked like a man, if you consider being twice the height of a 1-story house to be human. My brother later described him as covering half the sky with his massive frame, thinking, "What the hell is that?" The figure stood there for a moment before moving toward another house. There were 5 houses in the village, and with each step he took, The ground trembled beneath him. The soldiers, paralyzed with fear, listened as the sounds of his heavy steps echoed into the distance. As soon as silence fell, the detachment gathered themselves without needing a command and quietly left the hospitable village. All the while, my brother could not shake the thought. God forbid they had ignored the old woman's warning. Be me, 16. Be living in backwoods of South Carolina. Hear stories from local kids of creepy stuff happening in forest about 2 miles away from my new house. Decide to check it out. Can't be that scary, right? Grab pistol, knife, and flashlight, and head out into dense forest. Starts getting dark. Turn on flashlight. Heavy fog all of a sudden rolls in, bringing a smell of copper and burned hair. Hairs on back of neck start to stand on end. Start hearing whispers and giggles. Hear something running around in woods near me. Hear it get louder. No, closer. Turn around to see something crawling extremely fast, low to the ground on 4 legs, but seem to have arms and legs like a human. Fire a shot right into its back and can see blood splatter and gunshot wound. Lets out a blood-curdling screech and retreats into woods. Fog lifts and smell suddenly goes away. Nope, all the way home. Get home and there it is, right in my driveway. Runs towards me and I shoot at it, but the bullet does not fire. I'm guessing it was a dud. It jumps up and all I can see is its huge white eyes. Black out and wake up on top of Dad's car with Dad over me trying to wake me up. My head hurts like a bitch and my ears are ringing. Tell Dad about what happened in the woods and he just laughs and tells me it was nothing. All goes normal for about another 3 hours when Dad says, "Hey Jake, mind getting me those steaks out of the fridge?" I just look at him and say, "Dad, my name is Anon, not Jake." Just looks at me like he is full of hatred directed towards me. Give him steaks and he just goes into his room with them, uncooked. Comes out an hour later with the package and throws it away. I don't even think about asking. At 11 p.m. he tells me to go to bed, which is odd because it is a Friday and he usually doesn't care when I stay up, but I do as I'm told and go into my room. At around 3:15 my door opens. It's my dad. I say nothing and pretend to be asleep. That smell of copper returns to the air and I feel sick to my stomach. My dad sits on the edge of my bed and just looks at me for what I would say to be about 30 minutes in total. He then mumbles something underneath his breath and a voice I did not recognize. My blood turned cold and I just laid there. When he got up and left, my heart dropped and I just laid there until morning. The next morning I wake up and my dad is asleep on his lazy boy recliner and his nose is bleeding. I wake him up and I'm still spooked and I ask him about the blood and he has no idea where it came from. I ask him about the night before and he has no idea what I'm talking about and he doesn't remember waking me up either. My heart drops when he states that it was still Friday, when I know for a fact that it is Saturday, but he argues with me until I show him the phone with the date. At this point, we are both freaked. I have never ventured out into the woods since then and nothing strange has happened since then. Except sometimes, I will hear the front door open and shut a few times during the night. I got one. A few years ago, I'm working the night shift in a distribution warehouse. The warehouse is fuck huge, like more than airplane hangar huge. There's not much doing on the night shift. There's about a dozen of us working, mostly getting consumables ready for the morning shift, checking over the MHEs. We used a lot of electricity-powered fork/reach trucks and shit. We are mostly done by the early hours, so we go and hang about in the canteen. Occasionally we go into the warehouse and just look busy for a while. I go out into the warehouse at about 3 a.m. It's all lit, fairly warm, radio is on. Everything as it should be, so I go up to the bay where the fork trucks are charged. On the way, I have to walk down one of the racking aisles. 40/50 foot high racks full of pallets of toys, bed linen, furniture, that sort of stuff. Halfway down, I hear someone call out. Stop and look around. Nobody there. Do a little nope and go to head back to the canteen. Just turn and I hear the shout again. Might have pissed my pants a little bit. Look up into the racking. Nothing. just wrapped boxes of toys. I hear the voice again. It's sort of sing-song, so I shout hello, and there's this eternal, leaden pause, and then, hello back. I look up to where the noise is, and there is a fucking face, peering down at me, 50 feet up in the air. I fucking bolt, leg it up to the fork truck bay, may or may not have been screaming at this point, and spend about 10 minutes shaking like a bitch. I get my shit together and fire up one of the elevator trucks we use for getting smaller items off the racks. I also grab one of the big wrenches that we use on the truck sometimes. I go back out in this truck, back to where this face is. It's still there, still staring dead down at me. I have second thoughts. Go back to the canteen, sweating and shaking. Tell the guys. Half of them nearly fall over laughing. The other half, the really big burly, meathead Polish guys who work with us, get all nope and tell me to show them where this thing is. So we all troop out, me and about half a dozen of these huge slabs, back to the truck I'd left. This is worrying. I ditched the machine, and it was still running. It's now stopped. There are no keys inside of it. The Poles are all stood there, looking up into the racks. They start bickering. I try to draw their attention to the fact that the truck's keys are missing, and that they shouldn't be. They aren't interested. They're more bothered about this fucking face staring down at us all. One of the guys shouts up at the face thing, in Polish. It says hello back at him, then I love you. One of them grabs a small box off the bottom shelf and lobs it up. It hits this face, which falls down the racks and smashes into the floor. We all go and check it out. My face when it turns out to be a fucking Furby that had come loose from the pallet and was switched on. Fuck's sake, I never lived that one down. Oddly, we never found the keys for the truck. Don't know if anyone here will believe me, but I'm actually pretty certain I encountered some gnomes while I was working last year. I work for the phone company laying down fiber cables for internet, and occasionally phone lines. Get a call about a new development that needs an internet, out in the middle of nowhere, but this is in Texas, so we have to go out to nowhere pretty often. When we get an order like this, we usually send 2 people out for a preliminary report of the area, where the lines will run, etc. This time, I get matched up with Paco, alias for the story, not his actual name. Pretty good guy. We had worked jobs before, but comes from south of the border. He is a very religious guy. Anyway, me and Paco are driving to wherever these lots are. Again, it's fairly remote. This contract is a little unusual, as we were supposed to meet a contact. Usually, we just pulled up and finished our job alone. As we're pulling up to the address, it immediately strikes me as odd, because unlike a normal housing development, there doesn't seem to be any level land. There are still plenty of trees and shrubs everywhere. Whatever. We are just here to find out how our cables will get there from existing lines. See the guy we're supposed to meet, wearing a long trench coat, kinda like Columba. Real fucking suspicious, cause it's fucking Texas, and it's hot as hell. Okay, so maybe we're laying cable for a cartel. Again, not my problem. Notice that Paco is looking unusually nervous, but given the situation I can't blame him. Might have seen some cartel action back home, who knows. We park the van and walk up to this guy. He starts wobbling back and forth like he's drunk or on something. Hey, can you show us where you want the cables to run? Guy starts leading us through this underdeveloped lot. I look over at Paco and see he's sweating bullets. I'm starting to get nervous myself. Feel like we're walking towards our own cartel execution video. Eventually we stop, seemingly for no reason, in a fairly thick overgrown area, waiting for this guy to give further explanation, but instead, he just points in the brush. Think he's pointing at nothing, but then I see it. Dozens of toadstools littered around. At this point, Paco is close to having a mental breakdown. So nervous, he's crunching a bag of tortilla chips he carried for religious reasons. I've never seen him so shaken up. The guy in the coat notices this and starts to reach for him. He trips on his oversized coat and falls over, losing his coat in the process. Turns out, it was just 3 2-foot men standing on each other's shoulders. Paco cries out, Los Duendes. I make a run for the car and peel out of there. Forced to leave Paco behind, but it's what he would have wanted, given the circumstances. Seriously the most scared I have ever been in my life. Any other stories from Texas? My dad's people are from Bumblefuck, Appalachia. I've got no stories myself, but my grandpa told me a bunch when I was little. The one that comes to mind right away is the story that he told me about the moving trail. He used to tell me it before I went to bed, and it always spooked the bejesus out of me. Looking back, there isn't much to it, but oh well. Basically, the moving trail was just the quickest route to the next town. Just an old dirt road, but most everyone avoided it because they said it would shift on you and take you farther than you intended to go. You'd wind up walking for hours before you recognized anything. Anyway, Grandpa was a young sprat at the time, I think about 11. First thing to know is that his dad was a lousy drinker. Going home usually meant a rough beating, so Grandpa would spend hours alone up in the mountain, avoiding the house. But one day he came home, and his dad was spitting nails, just drunk off his ass. Grandpa caught the worst of it. When it was over, he decided he'd had enough and struck out on his own. He was all riled up and didn't even realize that he was walking along the moving trail. When he realized it, he got nervous, but nothing looked off, so he just kept going. Soon, he reached a fork in the road. One path went up the mountain, the other went down. Grandpa headed up, but soon, the path just hit a dead end at this sort of cliff face, so Grandpa turns around and heads back to the fork in the road. But he never reaches it. He just keeps walking and walking. The path travels through some woods, and when Grandpa emerges from them, he's surprised to find himself face to face with his own house. He hears his dad inside cursing and yelling up a storm, so he instantly darts back into the woods, but the trail he was just taking is gone. Nothing but grass and roots, and sticks all over. There's this stretch of road I used to take when going to work that I would occasionally see weird shit happen on. Normally I would just write this off, but it only ever happened on this road. Going to work, see a dead deer on the side of the road. Coming home from work, there is flashing lights, ambulance and police cars exactly where the dead deer was. Coming home from work, in an open grassy field there was a tall, dark figure standing there. I could only make out its silhouette. It was humanoid, 6 to 7 feet tall, and had very broad shoulders. It could have just been a scarecrow, but of the 5 years of driving past this field, I've never seen a scarecrow on it. The people who own the land don't even grow anything on the field, just sell pumpkins and Christmas trees on it. Coming home from work, rush hour. Traffic has backed up from the light to all the way to the wooded area of the road. I'm in the wooded area and last in line. Notice my car had started to vibrate, then starts rocking back and forth. It's like a group of people are trying to flip my car over, wondering what the fuck is going on. Realize a dust devil has formed around my car. The light turns green and the line moves. I drive out of the dust devil and it dissipates. Coming home from work. Had to work late, so it's dark outside. Turn onto the road and a car follows me. Remember thinking the guy behind me was a jerk for tailgating with his high beams on. Drive up to the wooded area of the road. Go under a streetlight. Car behind me disappears. There was no way a tailgating car going 55 miles per hour could have turned off the road without me noticing. There are driveways on the road, but at 55 miles per hour, it would have had to have fucking Tokyo drifted itself to do so. Even then, I would have heard rubber burning, or more likely, the car crashing into the trees or the embankments that are on both sides of the road. This took place 17 years ago, during the winter of my junior year in high school. I've lost many memories over these years, so I'm recording this with the help of notes I've written down. Some smaller details and conversations have been expanded or adjusted by me, but I will strive to tell the truth without exaggeration. My hometown is in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by rice fields and mountains. The nearest place to hang out was a karaoke joint, about an hour away by bike. In 1991, a new religious establishment suddenly sprang up in this remote area. The locals were vehemently opposed, and my parents participated in meetings to stop its construction. They submitted petitions to the mayor and prefectural government and complained to the local media, but the religious group was able to proceed, citing certain conditions. Rumors circulated about these conditions, with many believing they had made large donations to the city, and the government ignored the locals' outcry amid the area's depopulation. The establishment was built near where we lived, with grounds 2 or 3 times the size of Tokyo Dome. Given the depopulation, land must have been very cheap. Construction wrapped up in the autumn of my sophomore year, and both my parents and teachers warned me to stay away and not associate with the people there. By the time I reached my junior year, the buzz around the place had faded. One day, a classmate named A said to me, "Want to sneak in and check it out?" My parents said a cute girl comes and goes from that place. Apparently, she shops daily. A's family owned the only large supermarket in town, and they were reportedly grateful to the devil worshippers for spending 20,000 to 30,000 yen every day. My parents say they're all kind and good. They are not scary at all, so let's go, A insisted. Bored and looking for something to do, a few of us agreed to investigate. 5 of us from class, myself, A, B, C, and D, along with 2 younger students, E and F, decided to go. With 7 of us, it could not possibly be scary. We were excited and in high spirits. We agreed to meet at an abandoned post office near the establishment. When I arrived, A, B, C, and E were already there, but we waited 30 minutes for D and F. They never showed, so the 5 of us ventured in without them. We parked our bikes and walked to the gate. "It's creepy at night though," someone said. "We should have brought another flashlight." A single light illuminated the building from a distance. "Shit, they're still awake," someone joked. "You think there's summoning demons?" We all started muttering and laughing. "We can't get in this way." "I know how to get in. There is a small gate around the corner." "You should have mentioned that earlier." He walked along the wall and found a small door built into the fence. A pushed it, and it opened inward. The 5 of us slipped in, flicking our flashlights on and off as we wandered the grounds. "There's nothing here. We shouldn't get too close to the building." We debated what to do, but boredom set in, so we decided to explore closer. The main premises were about 100 meters from the gate, where 3 oddly designed buildings stood. As we sneaked closer, we spotted a public restroom between 2 of the buildings, clean and well lit, with white concrete paving and a bench outside. "Let's take a break," A suggested. "What? We'll be in deep trouble if they catch us. Let's just do a quick lap and leave." "If they catch us, they'll call the cops," I agreed. "We are graduating soon. We shouldn't do anything stupid now. Let's head home." But A sat on the bench, pulled out a cigarette and said, "Alright, let's leave after I finish this." So we all sat down to smoke. A said he needed to use the restroom and headed inside. B was like, "What the fuck? Is he really going to sneak into their building to use their toilet?" "Well, if he does, their demon might curse him." Then A called from inside, "Hey, get in here. You gotta see this." We filed in, one after another. "What do you think this is?" A pointed at one of the stalls. "It's a toilet," B replied. "Open the door." "What?" B muttered as he opened the door to reveal stairs leading underground. Strange, right? All the other stalls are toilets, but this one has stairs. It was then that I realized how odd this all was. A's words and actions had seemed off from the start. He was the one who suggested we break in, led us to the entrance, and now to the toilets. "Did you come here to use their toilet?" I asked him. "No, yeah, that's right," he replied vaguely. "You want to go down?" Of course, I refused. "Stop saying weird things. Let's get out of here. If we linger, they will find us." "Huh, you scared? Too scared to go down a little?" A taunted. He was clearly trying to provoke me. I felt he wanted us to go down there. "I'm not going," B declared. "I'm going home." But the other 2 disagreed. "Looks fun. Let's check it out." "See? You guys aren't chicken." "I'm not going," B reiterated. "Do what you want." "Fine. The 3 of us will go down," A said. You guys wait here. So they descended the stairs, leaving B and I waiting inside. The restrooms were surrounded by buildings with numerous windows, so we did not know where we might be seen from. Waiting seemed our best option. Hey, don't you think A is acting strange? B suddenly asked. Yeah, he is. It feels like he's been trying to lead us here all along, I admitted. Exactly. We talked about the night's events and what we would do if we were discovered. After 5 minutes, we grew annoyed that the others had not returned. Let's just go home, B suggested. But A and the others had taken our flashlights, making it too risky to find the small door in the dark. We reluctantly decided to keep waiting. Then we heard footsteps nearby, several pairs shuffling their feet. B and I exchanged nervous glances. Shit, people are coming. This isn't good, we whispered. The tension was mounting. The footsteps drew closer, and we could not tell which direction they were heading. If we went outside, they would probably spot us, since we didn't know the layout yet. Shit, if they come this way, what do we do? B asked. There was panic in his voice. My heart raced as well. They might not be coming this way, I said, though I knew we needed to hide if they did. But soon enough, the footsteps grew louder. B grabbed a toilet stall door and pulled, but it would not budge. He tried the next one, with the same result. They were all locked. The footsteps were now only about 15 meters away and drawing closer. I instinctively felt they were coming for us. I think B sensed it too. We stood frozen in place. Screw it. Let's go down the stairs, B suddenly suggested. What, seriously? I was reluctant to descend those suspicious stairs, but there was nowhere else to hide, and if we bolted into the darkness outside, we would likely get caught. It was the middle of the night in a religious establishment, and our judgment was clouded by fear. We opened the door and crept down the stairs as the footsteps approached. The concrete steps seemed to go down forever, but we reached the bottom after just 10 steps. We couldn't see anything in the dark, but as we moved forward, we found an open door. Inside was a room lit by several orange bulbs hanging from the ceiling, casting an eerie glow. We stepped inside and quietly closed the door behind us. The room was about the size of 15 tatami mats, completely empty except for a large, round shape hanging from the ceiling. It resembled a giant iron hula hoop, stretching nearly to the walls. But we did not pay it much mind. I turned to B. Where are A and the others? They're not here. I don't know, he replied. As we suspected, the footsteps entered the toilets above us, echoing ominously. There were at least 3 or 4 people. We stood utterly still, frozen by fear. Voices murmured above, but we could not catch what they were saying. They seemed to be discussing something important. B hung his head, eyes closed. Time felt distorted, and I tried to recall something comforting to break the tension. The voices multiplied, and I realized there were likely 10 or more people up there. They must know we're hiding down here. I trembled at the sound of their creepy voices. Suddenly, the murmur ceased, followed by the sound of 2 doors swinging open, then a loud bang. They were opening the toilet doors, and I felt goosebumps creep over me. Wait, were those people in the stalls the whole time? B asked, and I realized he might be right. The doors were locked. They could only have been opened from inside. Then footsteps began descending the stairs. This was it. It only took about 15 seconds for them to reach the bottom. I squeezed B's arm. The footsteps were nearing. B let out a panicked scream, shaking off my grip. He dashed into the middle of the room and leaped through the giant ring. He vanished. I stared in disbelief. He should have jumped through the hula hoop, but he just disappeared. My fear morphed into confusion. I stepped away from the door and toward the hoop. I should apologize, I thought to myself. Tell them I'm sorry. We came in without permission, that I'm sorry. I wouldn't do it again. The door slowly creaked open. A face peered through the gap. An old person wearing a crown. A chilling smile illuminated their face. I couldn't tell if they were a man or a woman. They had long white hair beneath the crown, and their smile was unsettlingly wide. That was the first time I'd seen such an evil grin. This person did not look right in the head. I doubted they would listen to my apology. I couldn't bear to look at that cold, robotic smile for another second, so a terrified scream escaped me, and I followed B through the ring. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a hospital bed. Everything was hazy, and I stared up at the ceiling, a needle sticking out of my arm. It took me 3 minutes to sit up. Outside the window, a beautiful sunset painted the sky. I was alone in a private room, feeling disoriented. I had no thoughts, just sat there, dazed. Eventually, there was a knock at the door, and a nurse entered. She looked surprised to see me and hurried off somewhere. The haze in my mind persisted. Soon, the head doctor entered, accompanied by several others, but I could not grasp what they were saying. My thoughts were a blur. As time passed, my consciousness gradually cleared. "We called your family," the doctor said. "You've been asleep for a long time, but don't worry. Everything is okay now." I had no idea how long I'd been out, but soon, a woman who looked like my mother and a young girl entered, both in tears. But that wasn't my mother. The name the doctor had mentioned earlier was not mine either. The woman, claiming to be my mother, cried with relief. "Oh, thank God, thank God." "Hey, big brother, welcome back," the younger girl said, bursting into more tears. I had an older brother in university, but I did not have a younger sister. "Who are you? Who the hell are you?" I repeated. "It's just the after effects. You will be okay soon," the doctor assured the woman and the girl. "We'll stay by your side all night," the woman promised. They conducted various tests while I lay there, and I told the doctor, "That's not my name. That's not my mother, and I don't have a sister." But the doctor merely tilted his head. Your memories are a little... Listen, you've been asleep for almost 2 years, so your memories might be fuzzy," he said. I was shocked. I could not comprehend the reality of the situation. The doctor chose his words carefully, trying to reassure me. The woman cried at the shock of my lost memories. "I need to go to the bathroom," I said, struggling to stand. My legs felt heavy, and I could barely support myself. The doctor, nurse, and young girl helped me along. It was then that I recalled the events of that night for the first time. Strangely, several hours had passed since I woke up, and I had not thought about it once. Everyone waited outside while I went in. When I finished and looked in the mirror, I screamed. The face looking back at me was a complete stranger. I don't remember much after that, but I think I panicked, and everything spiraled out of control. A month later, I was admitted to a general hospital. The people claiming to be my parents and the girl who said she was my sister visited, along with my so-called friends and teachers from school. I insisted I was not who they thought I was, and had no idea who they were. I recounted everything about A and B in my past memories, but they dismissed it as faulty memory. A did not exist, neither did B. They weren't real, yet everyone continued to treat me kindly. According to the doctors, I had been riding my bike home from school when a passerby found me unconscious. I was taken straight to the hospital. I had never heard of anything they were telling me. I explained to the doctor numerous times about the religious establishment and the hula hoop, but he told me it was just a dream that I had while I was in my coma. Even worse, I seriously started to believe that it was true, and that it was all a dream I had while asleep. I began to believe that not only had I lost my memories, but that I had written over them with a fake life and a fake world. Either way, I had no choice but to go forward living with this entirely different person. After I got out of the hospital, my parents took me back home. They asked me if I remembered it, but this was the first time I'd ever seen it. I went to counseling and did my best to adapt to this new life given to me. Everything was split into things I knew and things I'd never heard of before. I'd never heard of any places' names, nor the history of this place and the people from it, but the language was mostly the same. At first, I was unable to adapt to my new family and spoke to them formally. I insisted on doing my own washing and such, but strangely, I came to think of them as my real family in time, and that other life seemed like a dream. As this happened, memories of that other time slowly faded away. The only thing that clearly remained was the faces of my family and friends in the countryside town I lived in, but it still took time to remember even that. However, That last night remained vivid in my mind, especially the face of that old person smiling at me from the doorway. I adjusted to my new life and counseling visits became less frequent. I returned to school 6 months later. At 20, it felt strange, but I made friends and started enjoying myself. All the TV shows were new to me, allowing me to experience everything for the first time. We lived in a large city in Kanagawa, and I embraced the excitement of city life. Yet, about 4 months after returning to high school, something connected my past to my present. It was summer vacation, and I went to the bookstore to gather books for my summer homework. As I browsed, a title caught my eye, a book about that religion. There was no doubt. It had the same name as the establishment we had infiltrated that night. I was shocked. I grabbed the book and began reading. I devoured every book I could find, but none of it changed anything. I could not return to my old life. There was no way to prove my past was real to anyone. Those around me suggested that it was all just a dream, unconscious thoughts manifesting. Not wanting to burden my new family and friends, especially since I had just resumed school, I stopped discussing it. I lived as if everything was normal. 17 years passed, and now I work as a regular businessman in the city. I've been working the graveyard shift, 10:30 to 8 o'clock, for a while now, and haven't seen anything too strange, other than a creepy kind of vibe around that time. However, I think that mostly comes from how empty and quiet an area it is during that time, in contrast to the business of the day. I do have one story though, which I will share. Be me in the Navy. Get stationed at a shitty ancient jet base in the crumbling arid wastes of the Central Valley of California. Would have been creepy enough without the occurrences that followed. Get pulled to stand watch in a dirty old hangar filled with broken jets. Basically, play security guard for 4 hours. Just me there in the hangar, so I pull out my phone, take a seat in the corner, and read books on my phone. Should be chill, I thought. At this point, it is 2 a.m. About an hour more into the watch, and it is around 3 a.m. My thoughts of calm relaxation sink into a strong sense of dread. I try to play it off, skeptic style. Note that at this point, the hangar was still well lit by overhead floodlights. Around 15 minutes after this feeling of fear and utter dread, all the lights in the hangar go out one by one, leaving me in semi-darkness. The only light now comes from the streetlights outside, filtering through the hangar bay doors. Fuck it. Keep reading my book. The lights probably always go out around this time, and anyone will be creeped out in this weird hangar. I stop reading my book and go patrol around. It's cold. Strange for the hangar to be this cold. Suddenly hear a loud crash from one of the jets. Almost shit myself. Run over to investigate. Nothing there. Everything in the exact same spot. Freaking out at this point. Sit down and try to clear my head and talk myself out of how freaked I am. Notice that a long metal cable above my head tying down one of the jets begins to shake and wobble. Suddenly stops. I slowly, deliberately, reach out to touch it. I reach out to touch this metal wound cable rod. It is so strong and the tension on it so tight that even with all of my force, I can't get it to move so much as a centimeter. At this point, I'm sure I let out an audible whimper. I sit down and close my eyes for a second. Can this really be happening type shit. I start to hear music, faint chimes, but music off in the distance, behind the hangar bay doors. No one there, and more so, I can't even pinpoint where it is coming from. It was about 15 minutes later, and I am almost having a panic attack from fear and dread, shaking in my chair. Have what I can only describe as a vision. I almost considered omitting this part because it sounds ridiculous and is hard to explain. I saw this, but I did not see it. It's more like I was forced to imagine it, I guess. I would just call it a vision. See in the vision a horrible, ghastly, burn-looking face appear out of the exhaust port of one of the old jets. Leers at me through peeling and burned flesh with a horrible, pleading look on its face. At this point, I positively force myself to not look up for the rest of the night and read my book relentlessly. Hear multiple crashes, but don't look up for anything. In the morning, sun comes up, and I feel better. Take a look around. Not a single item out of place. Watch relief shows up. Next shift, basically. He asked me with a shocked look, "You were in here all night?" I say, "Yeah," with a look like, "Shouldn't I have been?" He says he does not know anyone who would dare stay in this hangar overnight for this watch, and everyone just usually sits in the smoking area outside till the end of the watch. Says hangar is known to be haunted by everyone on base. I mentally shipwrecks. Tells me a story about how someone on watch here saw an old woman in the hangar. When they went to investigate, she dissipated into shadow. Multiple other stories as well. Owls are drawn to roost in this hangar. Finally, he tells me a lieutenant died in this hangar years ago. I don't ask, but I think I know how. I walk away and drive home shaking. Feel partly relieved that I am not insane. On the other hand, think I may have had a genuine paranormal experience. I have never posted this story before, but this thread got me in the mood. My family is on this vacation house on the Oregon coast since the 1960s. Naturally, a dreary place. The neighborhood was heavily wooded and only about a half-mile inland from the water. There are a few houses dotted around the woods. One has always stuck out. It has been abandoned and boarded up my entire life. It always had an ominous vibe. Even the adults didn't like hanging out near the place. There were even a couple weather-worn wooden headstones on the property, which I always thought was odd. My friends and I used to like to try and freak each other out by making dares on who would get closest to the house. I even remember seeing figures in the second-store windows at some points in my life. Always an unsettling place. One day, my friend John and I are bored at the coast. We are probably about 8 years old, and we decide to go spook ourselves at the house. We walk down the gravel road to the house, but something is different this time. The unsettling aura is completely gone. I even remember the weather clearing up and the area being covered in a warm, misty moss. Shortly after we arrive, a girl wearing a blue dress walks out from behind the house. She was our age, and she claimed that she and her family lived in the house. My friends and I were confused because this place had been boarded up for as long as we could remember, but she seemed not to hear us. She asked us if we would join her for a tea party in her treehouse. We were surprised, as we had never noticed a treehouse on the property before, but we joined her and hung out for what seemed like a few hours. It was getting late, and we needed to eat. We invited her to join us for food, but she said her parents did not want her to leave the property. We asked her if she could ask her parents about it, but she dismissed the idea. We left, had dinner, and told our parents about what happened. I remember my mom was disturbed about the story. Sure enough, the next day we returned to the house, and it had returned to its ominous state. We looked for evidence of our new friend, but there was no trace. The only clue that was left to us was the tree house she had taken us to in the backyard. It was still there, but it was completely overgrown with lichen, entirely dilapidated and falling apart from years of near constant rainfall and salt air. We tried to climb up to the treehouse, but it was too far gone and unsafe. My friend and I both remembered the story vividly, but we had a big falling out in middle school, and we have not spoken since then, so I have no idea what he thinks about it. Looking back, it feels like a totally benign experience. I'm not sure if it was a ghost or an incident of isolated time travel. It always felt like one of the most true paranormal events of my life. The desert in general is a weird-ass place, especially at night. Got a story from when I worked at a shitty discount retail store. Be me, 19. Work nights, straightening shelves, and helping out with furniture orders during the last few hours the store is open. It was a pretty busy night, but things slowed down, just putting back stuff that was left at registers. Finish up a cart full of stuff, go for another one. Decide to talk to cashier for a bit to kill a few minutes. As we are talking, the automatic door opens. Don't see anyone going through it. Assume a stray cat walked by and triggered the sensor. Go back to talking. 5 or 10 minutes pass, and it happens again. What? Radio manager. Let her know the door is acting up. Alright, we'll get someone out to look at it soon. Grab another cart. Start putting stuff back and straightening up shelves. 9 p.m. rolls around. Closing time. Go up to front to lock door after having the cashier make an announcement to pull any customers to leave. Do a quick patrol of the store. Don't see anyone. As I'm walking past toys, I hear something hit the floor, loud as hell. Peek head into aisle to see a large and terribly cheap toy robot thing fell over and is on the floor in pieces. Pick everything up and go to take it to the front to be logged as damaged. As I start walking, I hear something else in another aisle fall. What in the fuck? Loop back to where I heard the noise. Find a large can of hominy has fallen and is leaking. Pick it up and make a note to start here when I go to get the mop. Go up to front with damaged goods. Cashier takes care of these for me. Hear the automatic door motor try to operate, even though it's locked. We both look at it, hear it start to groan. Look at each other, very confused. Go for rest of closing duties, occasionally hearing small sounds like stuff moving or extra footsteps while I'm walking. Feel very uncomfortable for the remainder of the shift. All the remaining crew, myself, one other employee, and the closing manager meet at the front to make sure we clock out and leave together. About fucking time. As we are clocking out and taking care of small things, we talk about weird stuff tonight. The cashier left about half an hour ago, so I'm hearing from another floor crew person and the manager. Manager says she saw stuff fall off of shelves while she was doing the final count. Other employee heard noises from the women's bathroom while she was cleaning up the men's. I mentioned the stuff I heard move and fall, the steps and all that. We all sort of just shrug and go to leave. Manager triggers the alarm, locks up the door behind us, and we are all hanging out around front for a few as we usually do. I light a smoke. The moment everyone is out of the store and just hanging around, we hear a loud crash from inside. That face when a whole set of shelves that makes up an aisle collapses. That face when I just sorted out all of that product about 45 minutes ago. We all look at each other and say nothing. Next day, boss comes in to find a whole aisle collapsed on the floor. Checks cameras. Cannot figure out what did it. Never had anything like that happen at that store again. There was a lot of weird stuff at that store, but this was the only major event nobody could explain. I don't go diving much anymore after my wife's mom almost died. She's a legit, fuck you, I'm going to 500 self-made businesswoman maniac, so diving is all she does. She got nitrox poisoning or something, checking out a wreck, and said she could hear her parents singing and tried to get her mask off after chatting with them, and other people that had died she knew. Luckily, she said the hallucination of her parents and some people who said she knew me said to stop taking her gear off before she kills her, so she managed to crash ascent at a non-fatal rate and just had to spend a couple weeks in a Benz tank. This is mildly spoopy, and the reason why I don't deep dive anymore is that she was humming a theme she said some people who told her they were my family were humming and said to tell me hello. It's an old song to a show from the 70s called Spy Samurai that my grandparents had VCR tapes from some retro marathon decades ago. My grandparents are Japanese. My wife is as white as milk. I loved watching that show and watched it together with my grandparents who translated it for me but never knew the name and couldn't watch it until my mother-in-law hummed it note for note into the app that recognizes music, and it picked up and told me the theme. That's the kind of thing I know most divers worry about. Seeing people you miss more than anything, and not knowing what you'll do if you see them again. I was visiting my grandfather Sanich, who was knocking back another shot of vodka. He leaned into his chair and stared at the floor with a heavy look. He was only 62 years old, yet he drank like a man who did not have much time left. I didn't visit my grandfather often. I lived across the country, and there were few reasons to come. But when I did, he managed to keep me there for at least 3 days each time. Out of all his grandchildren, only my sister and I visited, though I hardly knew her. When I was young, I'd often spend weeks or even an entire summer at his place. Back then, whenever family life became too complicated, they'd send me to Sanish in Yekaterinburg. He had a habit of telling funny yet strange stories, ones I didn't fully understand at the time. As I grew older and got to know him better, I realized my siblings were missing out on something special. Grandfather Sanish was unlike anyone else. There was never a dull moment with him, and his stories always seemed fantastical, so much so that I never knew where the truth ended and fiction began. His habit of turning serious topics into jokes sometimes annoyed me, but his ability to captivate was hard to resist. The most intriguing moments would come in the evenings, once he cracked open a bottle or two of Russian truth serum. Tipsy, he'd start sharing story pieces of his youth. For some reason, only in that state did he speak honestly about his past. It never struck me as unusual until recently. A healthy, strong man, raised in the Soviet Union, survived in the 90s, endured his wife's death without a tear, built a big family, yet only opened up about his life when he was drunk. One thing about him always felt peculiar. Around his neck, he wore a small amulet, about a centimeter wide, with a purple gemstone at its center. In the stone was a tiny black and white photo of a girl, no older than 16, with 2 small braids. Relatives, from his mother to his uncle, had all asked, "Who's the girl?" He'd laugh and answer, "She's family too. If it weren't for her, none of us would be here." No one knew her name, her connection to us, or where she'd lived. Not even his wife, his closest companion, had ever known. That night he was staring at the floor, lost in his thoughts. He'd drunk nearly half a bottle. I'm not sure why, but I remembered those odd things about him. His strange amulet and the girl in the photo. We'd grown close over the past year, and I sensed he trusted me. Weighing it carefully, I decided to ask him about the mysterious relative, not wanting him to take the secret to the grave. "Hey, Grandpa, who's that girl you wear around your neck? I don't remember who she is." "Huh, did your father put you up to this?" He chuckled, but the amusement in his eyes faded. "You wouldn't know her. She's been gone a long time." A flicker of sadness crossed his face, and I felt a pang of guilt for bringing up the past, but his mood quickly shifted. He poured another drink, downed it, and looked at me with a glint in his eye. "Tell me, Kolya, do you believe in the supernatural?" The question threw me. I'd expected a scolding, maybe a deflection, but not this. Like God or the devil? Please, all these gods, devils, angels, and demons are nonsense. Then his expression grew serious. He placed his hands on the table and fixed his gaze on me, and for a moment, I felt a chill. There are a lot of strange, unexplainable things in this world, Kolya, more than you can imagine. He patted the amulet around his neck. "So, are you saying you've seen something supernatural?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. Usually his ghost stories were no more than tales of coffins on wheels or the black, black street. "I'd like nothing more than to tell you no," he said darkly. A quiet settled between us. "See, Kolya, not every story is meant to be told. Some things, some people might think you're crazy for sharing." "Come on, Grandpa. None of your other stories are exactly jail-worthy. Flying buses and people turning into toads. Don't you think that's a little odd?" I tried to smile, but it probably came out awkward. "It's one thing to spin a tall tale," he replied, "but it's another to relive the events from your past. Maybe it would help to talk about it," I offered. "Like you said, no one else knows her but you." "Ha, you sly fox, trying to get an old drunk man to spill his secrets, just like your great-grandfather." He smirked. He downed another glass. "Well, fine. Maybe you're right. Maybe I do need to get it out. After all, I won't be here forever, and I know you won't betray me." He nodded at me in that conspiratorial way of his, gathering his thoughts. I tried hard to hide my excitement, bracing myself for what felt like the biggest moment of my life. Her name was Alice. As you know, my so-called adolescence took place in the mid-60s. Brezhnev had just taken power, and the era of stagnation had begun, a time of developed socialism and supposed universal happiness. My father, no longer young, had spent half his life working for the NKVD, and, after the reorganization, went on to serve in the KGB, where he got various perks and occasional orders from above. His lifelong dream was to move to Moscow, closer to his brother, who was managing some rundown factory. Finally, he got his wish, and then some. Besides the apartment he already owned in Moscow, he was granted 2 more. One of them, as it happens, is where we are sitting now. I will never understand what went through that old man's head when he chose to live, not in the decent apartment in the center, but in a high-rise on the outskirts, near an abandoned construction site. Even now, half-collapsed concrete shells are scattered around there. Your great-grandmother tried to talk him out of it, but she was quickly silenced by a slap across the face with a frying pan, and that was the end of the discussion. His reasoning, I think, was simple enough. A man who spent his life grinding through people inevitably makes enemies. As for me, I could not care less about any of it meaning the Soviet Union, communism, and the whole concept of the workers' paradise. None of it ever made sense to me, partly because I'd refused to join the Komsomol. My father often punished me for it, saying I was letting down the family legacy, all because I did not want to devote myself to building communism. I remember the day we moved in. We were all sitting around the table when my mother started asking questions about the construction site across the street. Our windows looked right onto it. It seemed odd. The whole project was just left unfinished. Maybe now that's common, but back then, for a major construction project to be left in the dust, it would take an American landing on Soviet soil. My father brushed her off with something about bad soil, but as an adult, I'm convinced he knew exactly what was going on there. He made it clear I was forbidden to go near that place, even threatening me with consequences if I did. That only made me more determined to check it out. More than once, he'd smack me on the back of the head, just as a reminder to stay away from the site. Looking back, I see that his concern was genuine, not just the outbursts of a tyrant. He was scared for me, though I did not realize it then. I'd been seeing Alice for about 6 months at that point, which was practically an eternity when you're 16, especially with a KGB father, and her father being a deeply religious man. She usually wore a simple white blouse, no tie, and a green skirt. Her blonde hair was braided into 2 neat pigtails. We'd already mapped out our lives together. When we turned 18, we'd marry and move to study in St. Petersburg, or rather, Leningrad as it was then. After we graduated, we'd have 2 children. I'd work at the observatory searching for stars, and she'd be an archaeologist. Of course, it did not turn out that way, though I did eventually work at the observatory. Unlike me, Alice was a true believer in communism, but that did not get in the way of our relationship. Her family was as eccentric as mine, and we hit it off right away. As happens with first love, we were swept up entirely, oblivious to everyone and everything around us. We drifted from our other friends, but we did not care. We had each other, and that was all that mattered. When she found out about my family's move, she was a bit disappointed. No more living across the street from each other. No more staring at each other through the window for hours. That's when I suggested we explore the construction site together. Idiot move. I knew my dad would be leaving for work in the GDR to monitor some dissident, and Mom worked in a metallurgy factory, sometimes staying for days at a time. This left us plenty of time. Once my father left and Mom was at work, I invited Alice over to check out our new digs. When she came in, she was speechless, then burst out laughing, saying that even animals wouldn't live in a place like this. I didn't bother defending my father's choice, I just agreed with her. I won't go into every detail of that afternoon. I'll just say that the unfinished construction site, the way it loomed across the street, seemed strange to her too. By evening, the view of those half-built, abandoned buildings looked even eerier. If we'd had any sense, we would have thought twice about going there, but we made a plan. We'd sneak into the site that Saturday evening and explore. It was close to the weekend, so her parents wouldn't worry about her staying out late. I remember that evening's weather vividly. By 6, an odd twilight settled over the city, casting an orange, almost desert-like glow across everything. The warmth and strangeness of it filled me with excitement, a peculiar energy that made everything feel even more surreal. We did not approach the construction site like sensible people, either. Instead of meeting at the entrance, we decided to play a strange game of hide and seek, the idea coming to both of us at once. I did not even stop to consider any possible danger. So there I was, standing in front of the construction site in a blue shirt and brown shorts, glancing around. The place was meant to be a small residential complex, a cluster of buildings for factory workers. There was a flimsy half-meter fence around it with "Do Not Enter" signs, as though the communists thought a rickety fence could keep people out. They should have built a 10-meter wall and dug a trench filled with spikes. The site itself was a mess of facades and concrete panels for about 20 unfinished buildings, the tallest reaching 4 stories. Shovels, slabs, helmets, and other tools lay scattered around. It was a wonderland of rusted steel and cracked cement, the kind of place that sparks a kid's imagination. Getting onto the site was easy enough, and I could see patches of grass trying to grow through the rubble. As I walked through these hollow, concrete shells, I could not help but wonder why everything had been so abruptly abandoned. Someone had spent a lot of money and effort here. Why had they left? While wandering past one of the buildings, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A large red cross painted on one of the walls. At first, I thought it was graffiti, but then I saw 2 other buildings with the same mark. The houses with red crosses did not look any different from the others, but the marks were unmistakable, painted deliberately. Curiosity took over, and I headed towards the 3-story building with a red cross. I entered through what would have been the front door and looked around. The inside was strange, with a massive wall in the middle that split the building in 2. Right in the center was a 5-meter hole, as if someone had forcefully broken through the wall. Shards of broken concrete littered the floor, proof that the breach was recent. For reasons I can't explain, my curiosity overpowered my fear, and I stepped through the hole into the right side of the building. I found myself in a bare room with nothing unusual at eye level, just an ordinary, concrete interior. But then, on the floor, I noticed something bizarre. A heavy iron staircase led down, ending at a massive iron door embedded in the floor. It was one of those industrial doors you'd expect to see in a high-security building, not on an abandoned construction site. The most unnerving part? The door had no handle, no visible way to open it. Suddenly, I heard voices nearby, and my blood ran cold. Fear gripped me, and I was sure they were KGB agents or soldiers. Instinctively, I retreated to the left side of the building, climbed up to the 3rd floor, and flattened myself under a window. I lay completely still, barely daring to breathe. The voices grew louder. I strained to hear, and soon I caught fragments of their conversation. "Alright, Soyoga, let's take care of these assholes once and for all. Yeah, Lyoka, they messed with my girl." A wave of relief washed over me as I realized they weren't government agents, just local thugs. Peeking through the window, I saw about 10 or 15 guys gathered outside, holding makeshift weapons, metal rods, sticks with nails, even a few knives. Among them, I recognized a few faces from school. Then, from another direction, a second group of thugs appeared, squaring off with the first. One yelled, "Vasya, you fascist." A shouting match broke out, escalating quickly, but then I spotted a movement across the way. On the 2nd floor of the building opposite, I saw Alice peeking out with a smile on her face. She'd been watching this mess too. The 2 groups below hurled insults, and finally, one of them threw a rock or a knife, hitting someone. A scream of pain filled the air, and then the 2 sides rushed each other, launching into a brutal, chaotic fight. These weren't just high school scuffles. These guys were swinging to kill. I tried to stay out of sight, waiting for the brawl to end so we could get out of there, but then I heard a loud crash. Alice had pressed against the loose panel, and it fell off, taking her with it. She tumbled to the ground, landing right beside the fighting thugs and knocking one of them over. Everyone froze, staring at her. "What the hell are you?" one of them yelled, a look of anger and suspicion in his eyes. Alice struggled to get up, and the group's leader, Vasek, barked at her. "What, you're here to snitch on us?" One of the guys leered at her. "How about I have some fun with her, Vasek?" But just then, an ear-splitting, metallic creak echoed across the site. I'd never heard anything so terrifying. The sound was so loud I covered my ears, wincing in pain. When it finally stopped, everything was dead silent. Even my heartbeat seemed to have paused. I didn't have to be a detective to figure out what had happened. Somewhere down in that abandoned basement, the iron door without a handle had opened. Then came another sound, a deep, mechanical rumble, like the sound of a tank roaring to life, or an ancient machine grinding into motion. During that time, I managed to crawl up to a window on the second floor, and the whole scene opened up before me. The memory of what I saw would stay with me forever. 3 mechanical creatures burst out of the building I was in. My first thought was robots, but they weren't robots in the usual sense. 2 looked identical, nearly 2 meters tall, armless, with small legs and horse-like heads connected by a flexible metal body. The third was different, 3 meters tall, with disproportionately long limbs and a thin body. Instead of a head, it hid a black sphere with 2 glowing dents, which I guessed were eyes, and a large triangular purple nose. "What the fuck are you?" was all one of the thugs managed to shout. The machines attacked suddenly. The horses impaled the gopniks with their bodies, and the nosed one emitted a sort of lightning from its eyes that struck the thugs dead on contact. It took them no more than 15 seconds to kill all the gopniks, and no more than 10 to devour them. They killed everyone except Alice. When the last gopnik was eaten, the machines gathered around Alice, who had already stood up. Her face was streaked with blood, and tears ran from her eyes. She looked at the big-nosed one, then at me. The nosed one let out a mechanical scream and slowly picked up Alice in its right hand. She was so shocked she did not even try to struggle, just started laughing nervously, her gaze locked on mine. The machines seemed to have some kind of intelligence. All of them turned to face me at once. When fear controls you, time stretches endlessly. I felt it myself then. I don't know how long we stared at each other. It could have been seconds, minutes, or hours. In the end, my nerves gave out, and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, it was cool and dark outside. The machines were gone. Alice was gone. Only a massive, congealed pool of blood and a few sharpened objects reminded me of what had happened. After that, my memory is blurry. I barely made it home and filed a report about Alice's disappearance. The next day, the police station was crowded, you understand. They assured everyone there'd be a thorough investigation. Oddly, my father returned the next day. I never learned the results of the investigation, but my father came home furious. He told me that if he found out I'd been involved, he'd shoot me himself. Alice was never found. In time, the case was shelved and forgotten. It wasn't profitable. They needed to cover it up, not investigate it. They began demolishing the construction site, marked as unsafe. Strangely, they did not demolish it completely. I don't know what those creatures were, where that door came from, or where it leads, and I don't want to know. Why did they leave me and Alice alive? I still don't know. I tried to forget it all my life, but something like that leaves a mark on your mind. As an adult, I returned to that place many times, but the building had been demolished, replaced by a simple platform. I'd stand near it, hoping it would open, and Alice would come back, and everything would be as it was. I still blame myself for her disappearance, but I continue to believe she's out there somewhere, alive, waiting for me to find her. Grandfather Sanish took another shot of vodka, leaned back, and stared thoughtfully at the floor. Tears glistened in his eyes. I didn't know how to react. On one hand, it was hard to believe, but on the other, it didn't seem made up. I found myself tearing up too. You see, Kolya, some stories aren't meant to be shared widely, especially ones that could get you sent to a mental hospital. We did not speak again that night. BMA, 2 years ago. Live in Labrador, which is one of the most remote, unpopulated inner-woods parts of North America. An area larger than Germany, but with less than 30,000 people living in it. Get devastating news that my grandmother passed away. Was really close to her. Can't fly to Newfoundland for her funeral. Had to drive out by myself the 2,000-kilometer, 1,250 miles journey across the Trans-Labrador Highway. One of the most remote, rarely traveled major roads in North America. Not shitting you. It's so remote, you'd probably be the only human being within 100 kilometers, 60 miles, for most of the journey, and you could go hours without seeing another car. Roughly 2 a.m. in the morning. Can barely keep my eyes open. Promise myself I'll stop and sleep at the nearest truck stop, which up here had just tiny little pullovers. No buildings or lights or signs or anything. Pull into the next one, on the edge of a steep decline with a small stream at the bottom. Notice there's a motorcycle parked there, standing up with not a single person in sight. Huh? The owner's probably camping in the woods, don't care. I'm a naturally paranoid fucker anyways, so sleep with my doors locked and windows covered. Wake up at around 10 in the morning. Motorcycle is still there, no signs of anybody. Step outside to take a piss and get a better look over the decline at the stream in the daylight. There's a full pair of clothes and a motorcycle helmet just scattered all over the edge of the stream, and a helmet. A cooler that's been open and flung around with its contents, drinks and food tossed around. Curiosity gets the better of me, and I carefully scale down the steep decline and look around. The stream passes under the road for a culvert, which is only just a few feet from the scene. Smell a rusty, metallic stench coming from the culvert. Already uneasy from reading greentext. Have no plans to enter the culvert, but curiosity gets the best of me. I'm just going to go by the entrance, whip out my phone flashlight and peek inside, nothing more. Sound of the stream in the metal culvert is echoing and reverberating really loudly as I approach. Fully expecting to see a dead body in there. Probably the motorcyclist who fell in. Get to the entrance. Shine my light in. I shit you not. Standing in there, hunched over, was this thing that looked like a cross between a bear and gorilla, with a distinct humanoid shape, with its mouth wide open, its canines and eyes shining from the light of my flashlight, reflecting on them. Nope. Stumble backwards away from the culvert and nearly fall over. Clamber up the steep incline on all fours. Can hear the frantic sloshing of the thing in the culvert, like it's fighting against the current to get to me. Get back to car. Speed off. Inform the police in next town along the way about the motorcycle and fucked up campsite and potential missing person, and describe as best as I could the creature I saw in the culvert. Police say they'll investigate, but I never really got any closure myself since I continued my drive to my grandmother's funeral immediately after that. I would like to share with you a story that happened to me a few years ago. I did not tell anyone about it because for a long time, I didn't know what happened at the time. But in retrospect, besides the fact that describing it again makes me feel anxious, I think it's funny. Also, strangest paranormal situations. Be 21 years old med student. Meet a girl on the internet. 10 out of 10, funny and intelligent. She tells you several times that she sees and hears various things. Voices and strange figures, especially at night. Say, from what you know about your studies, it sounds suspiciously schizophrenic. I was interested in psychiatry then. Ignore it and comfort her. Crazy but hot.exe. After some time, she starts to spend the nights at your place. One time wake up next to her. Be after a few weeks of exams and suffer from lack of sleep because of it. Sense that strange feeling of presence, that kind of feeling that makes you run to the toilet at night and sprint back to bed. 100 times stronger. Realize that she is not sleeping, just whispering something to herself. Half sleeping, you only feel a boner from a full bladder. You get up to go to the toilet. You fight any urge to run. You want to look manly. You quickly go to the toilet. You return and want to lie down. Still not awake. She looks at you with the biggest possible expression of horror, half sitting on the bed. Oh, sorry, I forgot to close the door. She has to sleep with the door closed, or she won't fall asleep. You turn around and walk to the door. On the way you kick/touch something with your foot. You don't return your attention to it because you are very messy and often kick things lying on the ground in the dark because you leave everything there. Still sleepy, you wonder what you kicked and, returning after closing the door, you look at what is lying on the ground. With eyes accustomed to the dark, you see that there is nothing lying on the ground. No dumbbells, shoes, slippers, or your laptop bag. You realize that you thoroughly cleaned everything yesterday, and there was no chance of you kicking anything. Stop at the spot where you kicked it. I always walk the same routes around the room, so I more or less knew that it was something at the front of the closet mirror. Nothing there. In each direction, almost a meter of carpet, free of anything. Remember that this thing probably moved when you kicked it and ran your foot over it, and the rustle you heard was not a bag sliding across the carpet, but more like someone taking a step back, as if someone moved his shoe on a carpet. Sense that something is very wrong. On the bed, she continues to look frightened, only this time, she is looking more to the side of you, as if someone is standing next to me. You ask in a sleepy voice, "What's going on?" "Nothing, just come back to bed." Look out of the corner of your eye in the mirror. There is no one next to you. Only thing you can come up with is coming back to bed. Go back to bed. Cover yourself very carefully and lie staring at the wall for at least a few hours until the feeling of presence passes. In the morning she is visibly frightened for the first time she slept at my place. She don't want to talk about it. She never stayed the night again. X. What could happen there? Did I really kick some higher being in the foot? Gotta give some context for the story. Used to live out in rural Missouri, about 30 to 40 miles west of STL. Every night around 10 to 11 p.m. every night, a Chinook helicopter would fly over the area, including my house, heading west, probably heading towards the Missouri Army National Guard base in Jefferson City or Fort Leonard Wood, which are 60 and 95 miles from where it passes over my house. Happened every night, so I was just kinda used to it flying over. Tried taking pictures of it a few times. 2017, playing Fallout 4, just hit 3 a.m. While playing, hear the helicopter pass over. Don't think too much of it. Around 5 minutes pass. I hear the helicopter fly back over. Immediately weird to me. Never flown over twice in one night. Look out the window. Helicopter is flying much lower to the ground. It's got its spotlight on, looking in the field of my neighbor's property. Cattle farmer with a lot of land. Circles around my property and my neighbor's property. Shines a light in a bunch of trees in the area. Few minutes pass, and it takes off back west. Start thinking what the fuck could they possibly be looking for out there. Another 5 minutes pass of nothing. Few minutes later, it flies back over. Same thing, hovering low, spotlight on. Afraid to stand near the window because they definitely have infrared. Fully expecting a hail of bullets to gun me down from a machine gun if I get too close. Even more terrified of what the fuck could be out there that they are looking for. Helicopter hovering around, looking for another 10 minutes. Flies off west again. Comes back 5 minutes later. This time, it's got its searchlight on my house and property, looking all in the trees and around tall grass. I stand right next to the window to try to see where the helicopter is at. A spotlight shines directly on me through the window. I freeze. Right after, helicopter turns around and flies back west and didn't come back for the night. Be me, 21, an edgy dumb young jackass, 2002. Sitting out on the back porch of my house with GF, sister, my equally edgy buddy Chuck, and his goth GF Sarah. We're smoking, drinking, blasting obnoxiously loud music of the time, such as Saliva, Disturbed, Godsmack, and Nickelback. The house I lived in at the time was pretty far in the woods. House, however, if you trek far enough, is home to a closed-off private landing strip, so planes are very common. Sarah goes inside to use the bathroom. We're chilling, when Paul notices something up in the sky. "Anon, come check this out," says Paul. I do check it out. Think it's a plane at first, but it takes me pretty quick to realize that this is no plane. It gives off this blue-green glow, is entirely silent, and is stationary. GF, sister, Paul and I all stare at this fucking thing. First time I ever saw a UFO. It disappears after a few seconds. A few minutes go by. Sarah is still yet to come out. Sister volunteers to see if she's okay. A few moments later, my sister comes out saying she's not in the bathroom. We comb over the house. No Sarah. Go to see if her car is still in the driveway. It is. We all decide to comb over the rest of the property to find her. No sign of Sarah. No clue where she'd gone to. Try to see if the cell she had could be reached. Dial it. On the other end there's this distorted, crackling noise. It continues till we hang up. Try and call again. We hear it again, but there's also this faint echo of a scream. It sounds like it might be Sarah. Too gargled and distorted to truly tell though. 3 to 4 hours go by. We continue to search the woods some more. By the time we've given up and are ready to call 911, there she is, It's Sarah. She's huddled up in the corner of the living room. We tried to gauge her for where she was, but she won't answer. Girl is terrified, but won't talk. Over his 30-plus years of reporting, Lenta.ru correspondent Igor Nazadin has encountered countless fascinating stories from law enforcement officers. Among these tales are casual anecdotes, exaggerations, and pranks, but there are also some that are so unbelievable they linger in the mind long after hearing them. All of the storytellers are long-time acquaintances of the author, which lends credibility to their accounts. Through detailed questioning and discussions about these cases, we became convinced that these officers encountered phenomena that are inexplicable, even paranormal, and defy scientific explanation. They truly witnessed something extraordinary. Naturally, there are no records of these events in legal documents, as operatives and investigators crafted their reports to avoid being perceived as delusional. Therefore, no real names or specific locations are mentioned. As the saying goes, believe it or not. Ghost Acts. Story of a Colonel Justice, criminologist, now Doctor of Law. This story took place in the early 2000s. On January 3rd, Viktor Iosifovich, the duty investigator criminologist of the Moscow City Prosecutor's Office, and I began our shift. It was a typical day with a couple of trips to domestic murder scenes where our assistance was not necessary, as the district investigators handled everything well. Around 4:30 p.m., the direct line to the city duty officer rang. A patrol from the transport police reported a man covered in blood on a commuter train. Initially, they thought he was drunk and had injured himself, but it soon became clear that he had no injuries of his own. The blood belonged to someone else. The man was clearly not in a normal state. He wasn't drunk, but he was disoriented and responded inappropriately. It smelled like murder. He could not provide his first or last name. He was trying to speak, but no sounds came out. When searched, either a passport or military ID was found in his pocket. It revealed that he lived in one of the districts of the capital where private houses still existed at that time. The squad that responded to the scene reported that the house was padlocked and there were bloodstains on the porch. They forced the door open and found the body of a woman with multiple chop wounds to the head and body, as would later be detailed in the report. Viktor Iosifovich and I soon headed to the scene to assist the district specialists. We arrived about an hour and a half after the work began, only to find that nearly everything had already been handled without us. About 40 minutes later, another call came in, a different area of Moscow. Collectors had been attacked. 2 bodies were found, 1 person was injured, and 1.5 million rubles were missing. Viktor Iosifovich and I worked there all night, and by 9 in the morning, I was able to head home. However, around 1 in the afternoon, my partner called, urgently asking me to return. He did not explain anything over the phone, which puzzled me. When I arrived, Iosifovich met me at the checkpoint and ushered me into the prosecutor's office without a pass, leading me straight to the duty room. On the table lay fresh photographs from the murder scene in the private house, just developed. One photo clearly showed an axe in the middle of the room, right under the chandelier, its blade and nearly pristine handle covered in blood. "Have you seen this?" Iosifovich asked, having previously maintained a formal tone with me. "No," I replied, thinking he must be playing a prank on me. Then, Viktor Iosifovich pulled out a report and held it up for me to read, stating what had been confiscated. The list was extensive. Fragments of the floor with blood, glasses and a teapot, toothbrushes and clothes, wallpaper and linens, but there was no mention of the axe. "I called everyone who was there," my colleague explained. "I casually asked if they had found the murder weapon. They all told me no, they had not found anything. They all said the same thing." That's when it struck me. I realized this was no joke. Victor and I returned to the house. I still remember it vividly. It was old, dull grey, with a tiled roof, peeling paint on the window frames, and a rusty horseshoe nailed above the door, surrounded by a similarly aged garden. Strangely, all the trees were blanketed in snow, and the garden greeted us with its gnarled black branches. We removed the seal, stepped inside, and flicked the switch. The chandelier lit up. The axe was gone. For some reason, we did not venture further inside. We lingered at the entrance, turned around, and stepped outside for a smoke. The forensic scientist then retrieved a camera from his briefcase and went back in to take new pictures. I suggested to Victor that he try snapping a photo with his phone, and the same thing happened. The axe was clearly visible in the image, though it remained unseen by our eyes. Only when Victor, donning rubber gloves and handing me a plastic bag, slowly bent down to retrieve the axe, did it suddenly reappear. However, it was no longer bright white as in the photo, but grey and covered in a film as if it had laid beneath the snow all winter. Meanwhile, the suspect recalled nothing. He claimed he went to bed one evening and woke up in the hospital the next morning. He identified the deceased as the woman he had left his wife for, his first love. The suspect had divorced his wife, settled down with his new girlfriend, and they had just begun to build a new life together, when, suddenly, he remained convinced to the end that the corrupt prosecutor's office had wrongfully implicated him in someone else's crime and was not interested in finding the real killer. It seems he died in the hospital. The healthy man, who had once roamed the taiga for years, simply succumbed to heart failure in his sleep. But I can't say for sure. I never found out. Victor Iosifovich and I never spoke of what happened again. The Curse of the Siberian Witch. The story of a high-ranking investigator, then an employee of one of the investigative departments of the main investigative department of the Moscow prosecutor's office, who was conducting an investigation into the suicide of a detainee. Masha was found dead in a forest park in the capital by dogwalkers. Her discovery was particularly eerie. This 20-year-old university student, a beautiful straight-A student, had been missing for more than 10 days. One day, she simply failed to return to her dormitory after classes. Concerned by her silence, her parents called the dean's office the following day, prompting the school to report her missing to the police. Initial searches were inconclusive. After all, students sometimes went out on a drinking spree. But one day, in the middle of a workday, a man called the duty station to report finding a body. They quickly identified Masha by her long braid and clothing, though her bag, containing textbooks and personal documents, was missing. The descriptions matched those in the missing persons report. One of her classmates was sent to the morgue for identification and confirmed it was indeed her. Forensic experts at the scene revealed that she had been assaulted and stabbed just moments before her death. There was other blood under her fingernails. She had scratched her attacker. Her parents, who lived, let's say, far beyond the Urals, traveled to Moscow with Masha's grandmother, Natalia. I remember her vividly. At over 70 years old, she looked no older than 45. Tall, slender, with bright white teeth, piercing blue eyes, and a long, thick braid wrapped around her head. Interestingly, her daughter, the mother of the deceased, also appeared younger than her 50 years. They traveled for nearly 3 days by train, during which time the criminal investigation officers had already identified a suspect. Nikolai, a 19-year-old local resident, was strong, cunning, and calculating. He was often on the police radar, but had never been caught committing serious crimes. He was frequently seen around the area where a car was burned, near the site of a robbery, or when local boys were taken to the hospital with bloody knuckles. However, no one could provide direct evidence against him, and he maintained that he was elsewhere during these incidents. Interestingly, Nikolai had a string of girlfriends, but none seemed to mourn their breakups. It later emerged that Nikolai had boasted in a group of friends that it was easy to force a girl into submission. They would become dazed and compliant. The key was ensuring she would not inform on him, and he had a method he claimed to have personally tried. His tone had offended everyone, and the local detective quickly learned of his comments. They started to investigate Nikolai closely, but the chief slammed his fist on the table and ordered his arrest. They had little choice but to comply. Upon examining him, they found numerous healed scratches on his chest, back, and sides, suggesting he had sustained them around the time of Masha's death. Nikolai claimed these marks were from passionate encounters with a casual acquaintance who had since vanished from his life. "Look for her," he said. I don't know anything about her, except that she is friends with one of your police generals. She might have let something slip. They could not find a knife on Nikolai, although his friends mentioned he owned something like a finished knife. He had plenty of clothes at home, but it was unclear which ones he might have used to commit the assault. Additionally, the dirt on his boots, common from his frequent walks through the forest park, wasn't considered definitive evidence. They interrogated Nikolai for several hours, but he remained unyielding, demanding that his alibi be verified. Then Masha's parents, along with Natalia, came to the investigator seeking permission for burial. Without it, the body could not be released from the morgue. The investigator asked the lawyer and Nikolai to step out into the hallway and began filling out the necessary paperwork himself. Although it is generally not customary to interrogate family members before a funeral, he decided to question Masha's parents as well. Calling them from another city would take too long, and assigning the task to local investigators would be inefficient. Masha's mother and father needed to be interviewed, while grandmother Natalia was asked to wait in the hallway. She seemed to agree, rising from her chair, but suddenly asked, "Have you found the murderer?" Though posed as a question, it sounded like a statement. The investigator later noted in his report that he answered unambiguously, "We are looking." In private, he admitted the devil had prompted his honesty. "There is a suspect, but he denies everything. We'll wait for the examination. Maybe something will materialize." There he is, in the hallway, talking with a lawyer. Natalia stepped into the corridor and stared at Nikolai, who was handcuffed to the radiator next to his lawyer and a nearby operative. The operative later recalled, "You see, she was just looking at him, and he suddenly glared back, brazenly asking, 'What are you staring at?' She remained silent, and he continued, 'It wasn't me, do you hear? The cops are pinning this on me, and I have nothing to do with it.' She was still silent, and he told her, 'Who knows what people say?' It felt as if they were engaged in a conversation, though her lips did not move. Interestingly, there was a camera in the corridor, and they later reviewed the footage. There she stood, saying nothing while his lips clearly moved. Natalia retreated to another office, waiting. Suddenly, Nikolai's expression shifted, as if all his muscles had gone numb. In a completely different tone, he said to the operative, "Listen, I need to use the restroom. Take me there." They uncuffed him and escorted him to the toilet, leaving him there. When he asked for the door to be closed, the operative ensured that the window was shut and the bars were in place before stepping out. He waited until Nikolai had pulled down his pants, then secured one of his hands to a loop in the stall. They found him there just 5 minutes later. He was still alive, but unconscious. The ambulance arrived and took him to the hospital, where he died about an hour and a half later. He had bitten through his own veins in the stall. Technically, he had torn his own hands to the bone, with bits of flesh stuck in his teeth. This incident caused a major scandal. Initially, the ambulance crew assumed the patient had been attacked by dogs. However, the footage from the camera saved them. It showed Nikolai walking to the restroom under his own power, with no one accompanying him. Natalia remained seated calmly in the chair. Only when the commotion started did she stand, glance into the restroom without entering, and head into the investigator's office. She took her people and left. A posthumous genetic examination confirmed that there was indeed Nikolai's skin and blood under Masha's nails. The investigators were baffled by one detail. Nikolai had not made a sound in the restroom, yet the doctors reported he had gnawed at his nerve nodes. The pain must have been excruciating. His cause of death was officially determined to be a combination of pain and hemorrhagic shock from blood loss. About a year and a half later, one of the operatives dealing with Nikolai began a relationship with Masha's classmate. One day, she confided in him. Everyone loved and knew Masha because she had the ability to stop bleeding with a spell, relieve headaches, and alleviate women's issues. She would simply wave her hands, whisper something, and within 5 minutes, the problem would vanish. When asked how she could do this, she would reply, "My grandmother taught me, in Siberia. We can't do without it." The guys tried to pursue her, but she kept them at arm's length. They wanted to get close, but at some point, they found it impossible to touch her. It was as if she wore a protective barrier, like a spacesuit. Invisible victim. Story of a police lieutenant colonel, an operative for especially important cases within one of the district departments of the main directorate of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Moscow. I joined the Murder Investigation Unit shortly after graduating from the Higher School of Police, dedicating my career to serious crimes. Initially, I focused on individual murders, then expanded to organized crime and their masterminds. Once, my colleagues and I caught a group of killers, and we had them dead to rights. We apprehended the shooter and his accomplice with weapons in hand. While many of the gangsters remained silent and some lied, a few began to talk. Among them was a dispatcher responsible for coordinating the crimes. He had no blood on his hands, but was privy to nearly everything. The dispatcher provided us with a wealth of information, but there was a catch. We knew this group had received an order to kill a baker businessman and had been paid double their usual fee. They took the money, started planning the hit, but a couple of months later, returned the entire deposit and paid a penalty, citing bizarre excuses. They claimed they had to repay a debt of honor, as if they had redirected their efforts toward another target, even though we knew they had no other jobs at the time. Throughout the investigation, I seized every opportunity to ask the dispatcher why they had backed out on the job of the baker. Each time, he would shut me down and regard me with a strange expression, as if to say, "I understand what you are asking, and I know your superiors want to know, but I won't say a word. It's better to stay silent and endure a couple of years in prison than to reveal anything." Once, he muttered, "Leave me out of the baker's business." We withdrew for our own internal reasons. On one occasion, as we transported the dispatcher to the pre-trial detention center after questioning, he began to talk about the baker voluntarily. No one had to press him. It turned out the killers were eager for work. They had taken on the task with enthusiasm. The dispatcher and a senior officer devised an elaborate plan. They parked a non-operational foreign car in a lot, leaving a video recorder and a modem inside. In a nearby lot, hidden from view, they had set up another vehicle equipped with a computer, special transmitters, and backup systems. They monitored all the baker's movements from 10 kilometers away, ensuring it would be impossible to tie them to the scene. They intended to eliminate the baker using a targeted explosion, but they were meticulous about it, carefully planning to avoid collateral damage. The bomb was to be triggered remotely through the modem, and all the electronic components were designed to self-destruct immediately after detonation. The video recorder in the car would have raised no suspicions, and they even crafted a believable story for the car's owner, who, under threat of death and for a sum of money, would play his part perfectly. However, they never actually saw the baker. His car would pull in, stop for a moment, then leave. No one ever exited or entered the building. Only the light in the apartment would flicker on, seemingly by itself. This pattern continued for a month. The businessman would leave his office and drive home at predictable times. Yet, each time, no one got out of the car, neither in real time nor on the recording. A month later, they abandoned their conspiracy and went to investigate personally. The situation wasn't changed. A car would arrive, sit idly, then depart, with no one alighting. Suddenly, the light in the baker's apartment would illuminate. They decided to hire a student they had been eyeing for some time. They showed him the baker's photo and instructed him to follow him discreetly. The student, without informing anyone, brought along a girl, claiming he planned to go clubbing with her afterward. The student sat in the yard with the girl, watching the baker's car pull up, but as he stared, the vehicle remained stationary. No one exited the car. The girl eventually asked, "Why are you staring at the fat man?" "What fat man?" he replied, perplexed. "The one next to the Mercedes, yelling at the driver." The student not only failed to see the man, but also did not hear him. While he could hear his girlfriend and the sounds of the street, like an ambulance siren, he was oblivious to the yelling. I have no idea how he recounted this to us, but they believed him completely. They abandoned the contract, returned the payment, and paid the fine. When they returned to dismantle the equipment, they encountered an unexpected twist. The baker arrived home at that moment. That's when they finally saw him, and even heard him. He averted their gazes. How was that possible? The baker was born in the Moscow region, lived in Moscow, and had never served in the army. He had been a sickly child. His parents took him only to the seaside. He had no one to teach him, yet he managed to avoid their scrutiny. For reasons I cannot explain, I believed the dispatcher immediately. I reported to my superior that uncovering more details was futile and we had lost contact with the suspect. The dispatcher insisted again that the reason was strictly internal, disagreements within the group. We never revisited that subject, and soon after, our communication with the dispatcher came to an end. He died the night after the verdict was announced, slipping into sleep and never waking up, and the baker remains alive. I know there's a Filipino Fred in the catalog, but something tells me that ain't the right place, so I may as well post here. Outside of the cities, people here treat superstition as a part of everyday life, with witch doctors, the legit ones anyway, on the same standing as actual medical practitioners, and encounters with monsters treated as an unfortunate but inevitable fact of life. Be 8-year-old Filipino guy. Live in rural town at the foot of a mountain range, spanning the length of the island we live on. Neighborhood where we live is right next to the town center. Neighborhood is holding a basketball tournament in the street. It's like a mini fiesta with almost everyone turning out just to watch it. Neighbor just gave birth and is staying behind to watch her infant son. Her house is basically a bamboo hut, raised on stilts, with the space underneath usually left open and used for storage. Pick related. He heads to the bedroom to check on her kid. She sees a long, hairy arm poking through the floorboards. These huts usually only have a single layer of bamboo planks as flooring, and trying to reach the baby's crib. Neighbor screams. Everyone outside hears, and her husband and relatives rush towards the hut. The arm darts back under the floorboards, and several people see a large black dog bolt from under the hut, running out towards the town outskirts. It's a fucking asswang. The neighborhood cancels the basketball tournament and organizes an impromptu armed watch for the next 2 weeks, since asswangs are known to stick around and wait for their prey to become vulnerable. The police station just a few blocks away officially does not endorse superstition-induced hysteria, but quietly steps up a road patrol for the duration. This goes on until the neighborhood felt they discouraged the asswang from pursuing the kid. It's a bit anticlimactic, but the vast majority of these attacks end this way. For context, asswangs are similar to Native American skinwalkers in that they are people who use black magic to shapeshift into monstrous versions of animals, like dogs, birds, and boars. By day, they are often described as old and wrinkled people, living alone in isolated shacks in the jungle. At night, they take on the forms of black animals to hunt. They have a taste for offal, like the livers of women and children, and are known to stalk chosen prey over a period of days or weeks. While they are more often than not loners who voluntarily turn into shape-shifting monsters, it is not unheard of for them to turn unknowing victims, usually strangers and drifters, into more asswangs, usually by offering a stranger food or drink laced with their saliva in a process called a yanga. If consumed, the victim will slowly gain an appetite for increasingly strange meats until they lose control of themselves and consume human flesh, at which point they will become a full-fledged asswang. This process can be reversed by an albulario or medicine man, so long as the victim has not consumed human flesh. They've been around for a long time, with Pigafetta's official account during Magellan's arrival in the Philippines recording an incident of an asswang stalking. Despite being described as stronger than normal men, they can be killed by mundane bullets and steel, in addition to charmed and blessed weaponry, though it's recommended that they be confronted when in their human form, as they lack their superhuman strength during the day. I got other stories if anyone is interested, though they are all a bit more personal in scale. I was shot in the chest once. War sucks. Bullet bounced around my ribcage and fucked up both my lungs real bad. I went down on my knees once I was shot, and I knew I was fucked up because I literally could not take a breath. Bullet basically KO'd my diaphragm at the same time. I tried to stay upright, but I was getting that tunnel vision effect. It was like a bright light, but really it was just like the brightness and contrast for everything was just slowly cranking up, Then it started going black as the tunnel narrowed, and I started falling backwards. I kept waiting to hit the ground on my back or hit my head on the ground, but it never happened. Instead, I just kept falling backward, like I was just falling through this black void. Then, even that darkness faded away, and all I was left with was this absolute sense of complete peace and serenity. It was the best goddamn feeling I've ever felt in my life. Just absolute peace and bliss. It was incredible. I thought, man, if this is death, then this isn't too bad. I could literally live with this feeling for all eternity and be totally cool with it. Felt like a couple of seconds passed. Then I was on my back, staring up at my buddy's helmet, and there was fucking sand everywhere. And I tried saying, fuck this shit, just let me go. But they already had that pumpy breathing tube thing down my throat, so no dice. Fine now, but PTSD is a bitch, and I tried to neck myself in the closet once, but I only made it to the black falling feeling because the fucking support bar snapped. Realize I'll get back to that peaceful place eventually. Don't have to rush to it. Been doing better since, but no longer really all that afraid of what comes after. Seems like a nice place. Grow up poor. Mom is a nanny to a little rich kid named Lucas. One summer, I accompany Mom to Lucas's house. She's gonna be there the whole day watching him. Me and Lucas are the same age, so we just play all day long. Vidya, action figures, etc. Lucas decides, hey, let's go swimming. Hell yeah, I love swimming. This kid's got a giant pool in his backyard, with a water slide and everything. Even has a short diving board, but he's afraid of jumping from it. I'm not. Dive a few times, and he refuses to do it, so I call him a chicken. Eventually it's time to go home. Let's swim again tomorrow, Lucas says. Bet. Next morning, excited to swim, grab my trunks and goggles. Mom gets a phone call. It's Lucas's mom. Sorry, but I had to leave for work early today. I locked the front door, so just go around back. I left a key under the mat. Fast forward. We pull up to the house and walk around back like Lucas's mom told us to. Back there, the pool is shining in the morning sun, calling my name. Then I notice something over by the diving board. Hey, Mom, what's that? I point. Mom looks and walks over. She stops, screams like a harpy out of hell. Oh shit. She fumbles for her phone, calls 911, shaking, telling me to keep away from the pool. But I'm a little kid, I want to say. I run over. Stay away, Anon. Too late. I've seen him. It's Lucas. He's lying on the ground, pale and wet. His hair is still dripping water. A pool of blood all around the back of his head. Eyes wide open. Mom pulls me away. He was dead before the ambulance pulled up, and probably before we got there. I always thought he was a spoiled brat, but seeing him dead was terrible. I kept thinking of how I kept laughing at him for being so afraid to dive, calling him chicken. I feel responsible for his death to this day. I used to work in the gas industry as a geologist from 2007 to 2009. I was on a contract with a Russian company called North Gas, back when industrial relations with the UK was still fairly cordial. There were lots of potential gas sites in the Siberian region far up north, and I used to go around potential sites with company borehole engineers, usually in groups of 2 to 3. Anyway, I was at one site in northern Siberia with a German engineer in late October of 2008. Took ages to get to and completely devoid of human habitation, but really beautiful taiga. Endless forests on the drive up there. Anyway, the site that we went to survey was fairly typical of what you expect in the industry at these sorts of locations. Thin topsoil giving way to permeable siltstone. Excellent locations for surveying. Now to the story. We came to a location where satellite imagery was suggesting that permafrost was retreating. It still snows and ices over, of course, but the key point is that it's not entirely frozen over. You can install stuff during the summer months, get gas production up. It was a pretty boring landscape though. Very thin topsoil, giving way rapidly to permeable siltstone. Lots of these natural holes all over the place too. permafrost plugs that had melted and left 20 to 30 meter deep holes dotted all over the place. We decided to stay for a few weeks and do some test surveys. First week was completely fine, got some good locations, things progressing smoothly. By the end of that week though, things were getting a little weird. Every time I would go out with the spectrometer after that first week, I'd occasionally hear some noises from the holes. I was never near them, because while you get a whole lot of gas coming off these things, they are not terribly good for industrial drilling. It was faint, just on the border of hearing. I never knew how to describe these noises until a few years later, when someone took me out to a jazz bar and some guy was playing a violin-like instrument to make this drone noise. It's kind of hard to describe. Disconcerting, makes your hair stand up. My colleague would notice this too. Disconcerting, as in this job, you're not really working together, but apart. So two of us were hearing stuff out there. We were both rational people, at the time for me at least, so we put it down to cave noises. Laugh, forget all about it. About 10 days into the survey, it started happening at night. Again, faint, but really ominous. That drone noise. We used to sleep in the back of the van that we had brought, but even through those doors we heard it. Again, stop being stupid. It's just cave noises. Laugh, have a few beers, go to sleep. It got worse from there. The day after that, I found some slime stuff around one of the permafrost boreholes. Yeah, you get lichens and mosses around these things, not an issue. But this one was like petroleum jelly, that really viscous stuff. I touched it and immediately regretted it. It felt a lot like pork belly fat. It was warm too, which was really disturbing, considering it was -5 degrees Celsius during the day out there. Bring round the German engineer to take a look. He looks troubled. For the rest of the day, I was constantly on edge too. I kept looking back at the borehole too, just to check. I kept saying to myself. Things got worse at night. That drone noise got a lot worse, but it felt, and I know that's a crap way of putting it, like it wasn't from below, but above, on the surface. My German engineer tried to laugh it off, but I could tell he was seriously disturbed by it. Just that low sound. Eventually, we get to sleep. God knows how many hours later though. We wake up together, because there is definitely something attempting to open the door handle to the passenger seat of the van. Click, click, click. And now that drone is right outside, and it sounds a lot like gurgling. At this point, we both freak the hell out and scream like a pair of little girls. It stops. We do not sleep for the rest of the night, and it does not come back. Next day, as soon as we make it to 9 a.m., we cautiously open the doors. The entire back door is covered in this pork fat stuff. The place reeks of something rotten too. Passenger door just smeared in that stuff. But the thing that made us immediately go, screw it, we're leaving, was the passenger window, which was also smeared in the gunk. Had an outline on it, like something had pressed its skull into the fat stuff and left an outline. It was unmistakably some elongated human skull with no eye orbitals. Jelly stuff was all over the area around us too, and of course, led all the way to that borehole. We got out of there very fast after that, but as we were packing that drone, stuff started again from that hole, and it was loud. It was guttural by this point. Whatever the hell was making it was down there, and close too. German guy went pretty nuts after that. Just hopped in, immediately started going. Equipment that was still out from methane measurements just left. Did not stop driving for the next 14 hours. I pretty much ditched my job soon after. I had no desire to be left like that again, in the middle of places like that. German guy. Never heard from him, ever again. He never talked about it to me anyway. Thanks, I suppose. I guess distance from that event makes it sound pretty prosaic. Spooky noises, ooh, slime, ooh. During that night though, I was convinced that I was going to die. You know how you can just know when someone or something like an animal is nice, curious, or is just out to mess you up. I knew, instinctively, that whatever wanted in didn't want to crack open a beer and ask us about geology, if you get my drift. Anyway, I spent a long time after I had calmed down about it, which took a few months, in fact, to think of a rational reason for this. Every time, though, I kept butting up against the inexplainable. Sure, drone could be cave noises, but the warm slime stuff, the guttural noise. Around 2012, I got into reading about frozen mammoths and the worry about viruses from the taiga that they were expecting because of climate change. And at this point, I went full axe and said, screw it, it was a frozen monster. I had always thought that Japan would be the adventure of a lifetime. The allure of a new culture, different food, and an entirely different way of living was too much to resist. My job as an English teacher in a small town just outside Tokyo was perfect, giving me a chance to experience Japan in a way that most tourists never could. One of the first places I discovered was the little convenience store down the street from my apartment. It wasn't a flashy 7-Eleven or a Lawson's, but a small, family-run place that had a quaint charm about it. The sign above the door read, Kobayashi Mart, in fading red letters. Every morning, I'd stop by for a coffee and a rice ball before heading to work. The first few months were blissful. I quickly fell into a routine and started recognizing the employees at the mart. There was Yuki, the shy girl who always smiled and bowed deeply whenever I entered. Then there was Kenji, a friendly college student who enjoyed practicing his English with me. But then, something strange happened. Yuki disappeared. I asked Kenji about her, and he shrugged, saying she had probably gone back to her hometown. New faces replaced hers behind the counter, but they never lasted long. At first, I did not think too much of it. High turnover is normal in convenience stores, right? One evening, after a particularly grueling day at work, I went to the Kobayashi Mart for some comfort food. A young man I had never seen before was at the register. He looked terrified, glancing nervously at the trap door behind the counter that I had never noticed before now. It struck me as odd, but I brushed it off as the jitters of a new job. I continued my nightly visits, and the pattern became impossible to ignore. Every few weeks, a new face appeared, looking more frightened than the last. I could not shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. One rainy night, curiosity got the better of me. The store was empty, save for the new girl at the register, who looked as though she might burst into tears at any moment. I pretended to browse the shelves, keeping an eye on her. After a few minutes, she opened the trap door and descended the stairs, leaving the store unattended. My heart was pounding. I crept behind the counter and peered down the dark stairway. A foul odor wafted up, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I ignored every instinct in me telling me to turn back. I carefully made my way down the steps. My footsteps were muffled by the sound of the rain outside. The basement was dimly lit. I could hear the girl sobbing quietly. It took a while for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. When they did, I saw her standing before a massive iron door. Her back was to me. The door creaked open, revealing a massive, cavernous space beyond. She stepped inside, and I followed, staying as silent as possible. What I saw next will haunt me forever. In the center of the room was a grotesque creature. Its enormous, bloated body covered in glistening scales. Rows of sharp teeth lined its gaping maw, and its eyes glowed with a malevolent intelligence. The girl just stood there frozen. She was paralyzed with fear and could not move at all. Before I could react, the creature lunged forward, and the girl's scream was cut short. I stumbled backward. My breath kept coming in ragged gasps. I couldn't breathe properly. I turned and fled up the stairs. My mind was racing the whole time. I did not stop until I was safely back in my apartment, and then I locked the door behind me. My hands trembled. I could not process what I had just witnessed. Kobayashi Mart was a front, a facade. There was something monstrous beneath its surface. The next day I called in sick to work. I could not stop thinking about the previous night. I had to do something, but what? Who would believe me? The police? The locals? Everyone seemed oblivious to the fact that anything could be underneath their feet. Days turned into weeks, and I could not stop the nightmares that were plaguing my sleep. I avoided the mart, opting for a longer walk to the nearest 7-Eleven instead, but the guilt gnawed at me. I could not shake the feeling that I had to do something to stop this. Finally, I mustered the courage to return. The store looked the same as ever, but I knew better. Another new employee greeted me, her eyes wide with fear. I needed proof, something to show the authorities. As I browsed the shelves, I discreetly took out my phone and began recording. The trapdoor opened as usual, and she descended the stairs. I followed, keeping a safe distance. This time I was ready. I captured every single detail in that place. The iron door, the cavernous room, even the monstrous creature. I fled again, but this time I had evidence. I took it to the police. My heart was pounding the whole way there. They were skeptical at first, but the video spoke for itself. A raid was organized, and the mart was shut down. As far as I know, the creature was captured, and I guess hidden from the public to prevent mass hysteria. The town moved on. Nobody ever really got told about it. It was never in the news. No one ever reported on it. It was just shut down. I think they cited health reasons or something like that. As for me, I could not stay. The memories were too painful and the fear was too real for me. I returned to the US, but the horrors of that small Japanese town will stay with me forever. I still see their faces in my dreams, the terrified employees, the face of that creature. I just wonder what it was. Why were they going down there? Why was the monster killing them? Why were they letting it do that? All questions I guess I'll never have answers to. Alright, sure. First off, I gotta let you know, I don't expect you to believe me. Hell, I barely believe me, and part of me wants to dismiss it as being the result of all the drugs and alcohol I was into at the time. But given that it was specific to that location, and the fact that I have a scar to prove it, and frankly, how real it all felt, I don't really buy that. So I guess this is just really me getting it off my chest. Back in 2011, I was in the Fort Campbell Army Base Warrior Transition Unit after being medevaced from Afghanistan. For those that care to know, I got exploded and it fucked up my back, hip, and knees. Anyway, that barracks they stuck us in were God knows how old, but they'd been holding injured, crazy, dying, and soldiers who wanted to take their own life for a very long time. Stuff like that tends to collect bad junior, I've heard, and I've been to quite a few transient places, hospitals, homeless shelters, mental facilities, for depression, in case anyone's thinking I'm just schizophrenic, to know that vibe. This place, however, it felt angry seems too cheesy. It felt like something was about to happen, like the calm before the storm. That guttural feeling you get when you're a kid with a bad report card about to be opened. Anyway, one night, a couple of weeks in this place, I heard someone in the next room making banging noises and mooning gibberish at like 3 in the morning. This continued for the next 2 days. Sometimes I even thought they were scraping noises against my wall, until my squad leader asked me if I'd been sleeping alright, wondering if my pain meds were not working. I told him about the sounds next door, thinking this was someone really passionate about their masturbation and whatnot. He talks to me the next day, saying he'd looked into it, and there was no one living next door to me, surmising that it might have been echoing from upstairs. So I look into it. The floor above me was this guy named Bashing, real quiet type, into computers and trip-hop, slept all the time. I kinda doubted he was the source of the noise, but I asked anyway. He pointed out that as a matter of fact, he'd been up at 3 a.m, but was lying in bed, listening to his earphones. His roommate was still in the hospital too, so he got rolled out. I tried his neighbor as well, for safe measure, but he said he was knocked out and was in for stomach problems, so it was unlikely he was having PTSD-related night terrors, so I leave it be, and that night, I hear the noise again. This time, I get pissed, and even though I know the next room is empty, I knock hard against the wall. I was actually surprised when it stopped. For a moment, next there was no banging, no moans, only that scraping sound in intervals. I told myself it could be rats in the walls or some stuff like that, but that would not account for the banging and the moaning. I almost laughed. I was freaked out, yeah, but I thought spooky moaning sounds had to be the most cliché style of haunting there had to be. The next day, I had staff duty, which meant I was working the front desk all day, but also meant I had access to all of the room keys. So I waited for some dumbass to lock themselves out of the rooms, then taking advantage and sneaking a peek at the room next door. Only it turns out that it didn't lock at all. The inside of the room was clean, empty, no scratch marks on the wall, nothing suspicious at all except the feeling of being watched, which I figured was just related to last night's incident. So I went for a smoke to calm my nerves and asked what it meant that a door did not lock. The guy on staff duty told me that it was a room they used for people who wanted to take their own life. Well, crap, I thought. So this was fun. Of course, this was just the start. Later on that day, I rationalized it was probably someone who knew the room was open and was sneaking in to bang his girlfriend or some stuff. I considered checking it out next time the banging started, but frankly, both possible results of either finding some otherworldly stuff going down or watching some guy bump literal uglies with some stripper from Clarksville were equally unappealing. There was no need, however. There were no loud sounds coming from the other room for about a week. Then I spent all day drinking water for a urine test and spent the rest of my evening pissing clear liquid. I thought I was done, until I woke up at like 3 a.m., needing to piss real bad. That is when I heard it. The banging and the moans had stopped, but that scraping noise was sounding closer. And this could have been my imagination, but I could swear I could see fingers prodding out of my wall for an instant. I ended up saying screw that noise and sleeping in the bathtub that night. The next day, I went back into the room to change. Everything looked the same except dimmer somehow. I figured it was because I'd just woken up, but it stayed like this for the rest of the day. Needless to say, I was spending less and less time in my room. That weekend I got absolutely wasted and ended up passing out on my bed. I awoke the next morning with my cell phone in hand, a new text open with the words, "It's coming," typed in. I just had to burst into laughter at how corny it was. Part of me swore it was just drunk me screwing with hungover me, which is something I would do actually. The next day, I hooked up with this girl and we had sex, only to have her scream out, "I kid you not, it's coming." I was certain I had misheard, and she'd said "I'm," but I was bursting into laughter anyway, much to her confusion. I explained the situation after, and it turned out that she was big into the supernatural and psychic stuff. No surprise, I did meet her at a hookah bar. So, of course, she suggested a Ouija board, but I refused, saying that this stuff was already cliché enough as it is. She then suggested that I ask to switch rooms, which was reasonable, but I guess partially due to stubbornness and laziness, I kept putting it off. A couple of nights later, I woke up to what I could have sworn was a grab of my shoulder, stood up, and in the darkness, on the floor, I could see what looked like the outline of a million fat, giant black worms. Actually, shape-wise, I'd say they were more like leeches, writhing on the floor. It wasn't quite even a physical shape, more like I could see the shadows of their invisible bodies, at which point I went nope and cocooned myself into a fetal position inside my blanket, certain that I was hallucinating, only to eventually pass out. The next morning I woke up to find a wormless floor and figured it was just a really vivid dream, only to find what looked like "It's here" scrawled into my little weatherproof notebook, as if I'd written it with my left hand. After downing a keg and suffering from a concussion, basically, it was almost eligible, which was a perfect opportunity for me to dismiss it as being able to be anything. So I go on later in the day to take a shower after PT. In the little bathroom right next to the kitchen and bedroom, these were really small barracks rooms, only to have my horrible rendition of the Red Hot Chili Peppers Under the Bridge interrupted by the sound of someone moving around in the kitchen area. I pause and yell out, "Who is there?" with no reply. I never hear a door open or close, which is odd, because if it had been staff, they sure weren't mindful about making all sorts of other noise. So there I am, naked, steam coming off me. I like my showers hot, carrying the towel holder pole as if it would do something, only to find the room empty. I relax, putting the pole down, only to feel like something was breathing behind me. I swear, I think I broke some sort of record for changing into clothes and bolting out of the room that day. So, I talked to my squad leader about switching rooms, claiming I still can't sleep due to the noise, and asked for an appointment with a social worker because of reasons. I decide to go to my room only to grab essentials and bolt, accidentally leaving stuff in my friend's room to avoid trips. Social work was no help. They suggested it might be brought on by insomnia, but that still did not explain a lot of the details, nor the fact that it was directly connected to that room. I went back into it, packing my stuff little by little for whenever there was a room available, but I'm guessing whatever was in there decided it was tired of subtleties. One day, as I was about to leave the room after packing, I felt a spout of vertigo, that quick feeling of the room spinning, only to find the stuff I packed strewn across the floor. This happened several times as I tried getting through the door, only to eventually give up and stay in, skipping dinner. The next morning, I ended up calling and coaxing my friend into meeting him in my room for breakfast. He called me to ask where I was after he'd knocked on my door several times and no one answered. I managed to get to the open door and meet him in the hallway at least, but spent most of that morning trying to coax him into coming over. Someone had to see what was going on. I could not do this alone, but I couldn't tell anyone either. My depression was getting to me as well. I had started cutting myself, nothing too deep. I guess just as a way of making sure I was awake. Luckily no one noticed, or rather unluckily, because at this point, I'd rather be institutionalized. Stuff was getting weirder. I leaned against the wall at one point, only to feel it wriggling underneath me. I'd talk to myself. Simple stuff like, did I leave this in my pocket? And I would hear a reply in my head that was not my own. Things would randomly be out of place. Thin yellow slime trails would appear to be sweating out of random spots on the wall. I'd occasionally feel random touches with nobody there. And, weirdest of all, I think, random little dried up frog corpses would appear seemingly out of nowhere. Finally, my squad leader came through, almost a month later, saying I had 2 days to move to the next room and clean this one up. So after leaving the place spotless and frog corpse free, it was my last nightingale in that room. Everything was packed and ready to go, and I was absolutely exhausted. I decided to lay down in full uniform because screw it, and dozed off. Without fail, 3 a.m., I had to take a piss. So I go to the bathroom, and as I'm about to walk back into the room, I see it. The thing had an adult-sized head, and a small, disproportionate torso. It had long, greasy, black hair, and its entire skin looked like that of a burn victim's. Its limbs looked boneless and coiled around like tentacles with fingers at the end. What passed through its head were just 3 large, gaping holes with what looked like giant black worms wriggling inside it. These holes gaped wider as it released an inhuman scream. Then I realized that part of that screaming was me, and I bolted out of the room. I stayed out for the rest of the night, smoking outside without talking. For some reason, the idea that this was a Hispanic woman came into my head, although that thing looked like it had never been human. The next day I moved to a separate room upstairs, which was stupid, given that I was in crutches. Man, maybe I should have taken Chloe up on that Ouija board and feeling bad for it for some reason. A week later, I woke up in the middle of the night, only to hear that sound again. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Luckily, however, 4 days later, we did a mass move to a newly finished barracks a few streets down, and those old ones became MP barracks. And hey, screw MPs. They could have that stuff. I did ask around, however, and people did claim to see weird stuff in those barracks every now and again, but at least my story there was done. Also, I sort of regret not taking pictures, but honestly, there was nothing to take pictures of other than tiny little frog carcasses. And that's just weird, yo. Also, when you are that terrified, surprisingly, your mind doesn't usually think, gee, this sure would make for a great Kodak moment. The guy who killed Hitler. Out for a night shift. Begins at 8 p.m. It's not night peace yet, about 8:15. Get sent out for disturbance of peace by sound which is odd, since it is not yet 10 p.m. Respond anyway. When me and my partner get there, the street is littered with broken plates. Every piece of plate that the guy had threw out the window. Loud music plays out of an open window on the first floor. Another plate falls out. We get into the house. The city cops are already on the scene. In my country, these guys just deal with wrong parking and stuff. One of them is holding a camera and pointing it at the door of the guy who threw the plates. It's not the night piece yet, I tell him, but he seems stressed by the situation, so I don't press it. He says nothing, still records. I shake my head to my partner and he laughs. I knock hard on the door, the kind of knock that anyone would open. Like 10 seconds later, the door opens. A guy stands there, smiling. He has a beard and is wearing just a shirt and slippers. His right hand is wounded and bleeding. I grip my gun, but I remain calm. Can we go inside? I ask politely. Of course, the guy says. Come in. Here, I just killed Hitler. Huh? The guy points on the ground. There is a pentagram painted with blood, which I guess came from the wound that he had. In the middle of the pentagram is a knife that is leaking blood. The guy has a gash about 2 centimeters on his right hand. He is smiling, optimistic-like. We both look at ourselves with my partner. Don't want to turn this into a bloodbath, so I talk him into letting us in, which he has. The music is still playing very loudly. The guy is pretty behaved actually, always smiling and such, but obviously, he's not right in the head. Turn down the music. You cause a ruckus around the neighbors. He goes to a PC and turns the music off. So, do you take any medication? My partner asks. Yeah, but I don't need them, obviously, he says. Yeah, obviously. We talk to him. He calms down. Guys, check this out. I'll show you my dad, he says. Sure, of course, no problem, I say, to keep him occupied. He gets to the computer, which was playing the music, and opens the file there. It's a picture of Barack Obama. That's my dad. The guy is white. Everyone is white in my country. Okay, sure, I say. We get the guy to come with us without using force, and he basically complies with everything that we say. We call an ambulance to get him to the psych ward. I sit with him just beside him. I don't even put cuffs on him. Watch out, it's a paranoid schizophrenic. He's dangerous, paramedic says. You don't say. Doctor checks him in the psych ward. You were here before. Are you taking your meds? The doc asks. Nope, I don't need them. Obviously. Then he just keeps turning to his left and whispering something. Who are you talking to? The doc says. My future girlfriend, he says. Doc looks at me and I shrug. They put him in there, and that's the last time I see him. Thank God. Be me, 2014. Cop in a small country. I'm like on a roll, have brains, be fit, and always optimistic. Life is good. Have GF for 6 years. Plan a future. Decide when to ask her to marry me. Things go well, and I manage to catch some criminals by myself. New star of department. 2015. We get called to a robber caught at mall. Just routine. This happens like 5 times a day. The guy speaks only when asked a question, like 2 times. Is tattooed from head to toe. Has some meth on him, etc. We get stuff done at the place and drive him to the station. I drive. He's cuffed in the back seat with my colleague beside him. He looks at me in the rearview mirror. This lasts for like minutes without him looking elsewhere. Notice he whispers something to himself. What is it? I ask. No response. I get angry and shout at him. I'm putting a voodoo curse on you. Huh, yeah, right. Shut up. Get shit done at the station and drive him to the prison. He is silent this time, but smiling. Forget about this, like the day after. For a week nothing happens. Then things start to get bad at the job. Lose some fights on the street. Citizens complain about me. Screw some things up real bad. Can't be up on the top all the time, I think. Have a dream. Sleep paralysis. First time ever, and I never had one after that. Can't move. A shadow looms over me, and then jumps into me. Wake up in a cold sweat. Next day, I drive alone from some stuff, use sirens, and drive real fast too. I screw up, and drive like 100 kilometers an hour into a busy intersection. Cars from the left ram into me. Airbag smashes into my left hand, with which I held the wheel. That alone saves me from breaking my spine, as I wasn't using a seatbelt. Don't lose consciousness, and I'm totally fine, no injury. Report it in the radio with shaky voice, smoke welling up inside the car. Crawl out from the totaled car. People are running around 2 other cars I smashed into. Everyone seems to be fine too, except for one kid, like 8 years old. He's bleeding from his mouth. Learn later, he bit off part of his tongue. Take him to the ambulance that just arrived on the scene. Parents shout at me and cry. Am later forced into a second ambulance by other patrol that arrived. Kid seems fine. I'm not put off duty for this. They investigate me with me working like always. Things at home get screwed up. GF breaks up with me. Mom gets put into a madhouse for schizophrenia. Dad cuts off almost all contact with me. Dog gets sick, almost dies, but pulls through somehow. I pull incredible amount of money into sick dog. That and a new flat I got with GF gets me into debt. Still investigated. Start to hate my job. Start to drink heavily. Drunk by dawn, dead by dusk. People talk behind my back. 2018 now. The investigation ends with me paying a fine. Things still going to shit. I am by any means one of the worst cops in the department. Still employed somehow. Remember the meth head today for some reason. Some OC, until recently, worked as an investigator for a major auto insurance company. Worked in office 100% of the time, no going out in the field. We document everything said on a call, like our lives depend on it. My job is to learn more about what happens in accidents, if there is a special issue related to the contract, time, life if you made your payment and got into a collision on the same day. Possible fraud indicator, or maybe just bad luck. Have had tons of uninteresting, paranormal stories from callers. I got into the accident because my car is cursed. My car has been replaced with an identical car by the CIA, but this one really sticks out to me because of the way the company handled it. New file to me. Single vehicle, comprehensive claim, vandalism. Occurring within 55 days of policy adjustment. Basically, just need to learn whether these damages that are being claimed occurred before subject modified his policy for a better deal on the damages, etc. Easy peasy. Just need a police report or timestamp photos of damages. PH reports scratch marks all over the car, mostly on roof. Weird, but think nothing of it. Office pace moves at lightning speed. If you stop to think, you fall behind, and my type A ass is going to hit every KPI like my life depends on it. Call PH for recorded interview. He picks up right away. Good sign. Older white guy. We will call him Jim. Go over the reason for my call. He is cooperative and receptive, but I can tell he is nervous as fuck. This is not unusual. RI goes normally. He says that someone scratched the shit out of his car. States he called law enforcement out to the scene and that they are going to provide him with a police report. Wrap up RI. Do my closing statement. Is there anything else you want me to know about what's happened in the incident that my questions did not directly address? A pause. No. I know that kind of long pause. Something else is going on here, but it's not relevant to coverage, so I don't probe. Wrap up the RI. No further questions. Tell Jim I stopped recording the interview. I hear him tense up a bit. That wasn't the whole story, Anon. Fucking shit. You've got to believe me. I didn't want to say this on the interview because they would hike up my rates. Duh. But it's not teenagers. It's something out there at night. I've seen them my whole life. They followed me all the way out from the West Coast. Lost state is West Virginia. This took place in a town so small I can't see his house on Street View. They killed my dog, and they've been all over my house. They're trying to get in. They can't get in if you lock the door though. He's talking really quickly. I document PH reports someone has been trying to break into his house. I ask him if he told the police about this. He says he did. Our calls are monitored for quality, so I stay polite and do what I can to wrap up the call. Do you believe me, Anam? Tell him sure thing, man. Sorry to hear about that. Share file with my team. Whenever anything funny pops up, we stick it in our group chat. Save the claim number for later review. My work here is done. We just need pictures and the PR to wrap investigation. Set an anchor to call him back in 3 days for the documents. Don't think about this until later that week because I'm buried in harder, more important work. Time to call Jim back. Check the file notes. Jim called in and a teammate picked up. IBC from PH. PH advised further damage to auto. Auto non-drivable. PH advised contacted PD. Set up a sister file for additional damages. Unable to set tow as PH does not have dollars or body shop nearby. PHADV needs coverage investigation expedited. Just needs to be able to leave. Check file documents. PR is virtually empty. Just has time/date that police were contacted. Body text is along the lines of complainant reports vandalism of vehicle and home. OFFR Doherty dispatched to scene. BWC activated. VER damaged to vehicle and residence. Check photos. I wish I had sent these photos to myself somehow in retrospect. We dealt with a lot of personal info in office, so all communications external to the company were monitored, and we can't even have our phones at our desks where we work, so I could not snap any pictures. If I tried, I'd have to talk to management, and again, type A, just focused on promotion. Shame. Photos are pretty out there. Just like Jim said, damage all over his car. Some of the scratches go into the actual car body, so someone was putting effort into them, not just using a key. OSIU thinks that this means Jim took a tool to his own car, but he does not stand to gain anything by doing so, so it's not a fraud indicator, unless he's trying to total out the vehicle, and he is desperate to have it fixed. Jim sent tons of photos, which isn't unusual for older customers. We've got photos of scratches on his windows and doors, and a bunch of pictures that just look like the woods surrounding his house. Photos take a fucking year to open on our computers. If I open one up, and it's just trees, I close it immediately. Just try to find pictures of his car. Rename all photos to Rear QP Damage 1, Rear QP Damage 2, Woods 1, Woods 2, Woods 3, etc. I submit my recommendation for coverage to RLC. It gets approved by my soup and sent to legal. 3 days pass, no longer thinking of Jim, just thinking about the 100 other files I have to work where people are injured/stranded, etc. Recommendation returned, coverage approved. Congrats, Jim. Open file. More calls from Jim. PH calling in to inquire status of coverage review. ADV in progress. It's your lucky day, Jim. We can fix your car. Call him back. Straight to voicemail message. Leave a voicemail message. Sent email advising of the same. Forget about Jim until next follow-up. Straight to voicemail message. Leave a voicemail message. No inbound calls from Jim in the notes. Weird, because he was so urgent about finishing everything, but it would not be the first time a customer has just lost interest. A week passes by. Time for the next follow-up. Sent Jim an LOI letter and let him know to call me whenever he wants his car fixed. Forget about Jim again. Take inbound call from local PD unit in Jim's town. They provide me with his policy number and inquire what he said about the incident. Pause. This is pretty unusual. Usually only happens for a hit and run. Get permission from Soup to advise Jim's facts of the incident. Choose to omit the part where he talks about evil little gremlins trying to eat his skin because I'm a professional and just interested in getting back to my real work. Still, this is setting off alarm bells. Police ask, is that all he had to say? Well, can't hurt to report the whole truth. I advise that the PH reports a fear of nighttime intruders and that they killed his dog. PD ask if he sent in any photos to the file and demand that we share them. Ask why. This is very non-standard. PD advise that this is now a missing persons investigation. They request supervisor contact info. Provide it. I am now interested in this file and check back in on it regularly. Figure Jim is probably on drugs. To Taipei for cryptid/ET bullshit. Check file notes. Only notes are from my supervisor now. IBC from PD. NFC with PH. Shared photos with PD after legal approval. Catch up with my soup about it. He says we've done what we can to help. It's in law enforcement's hands now. Check file a month later. Still no payments issued out to Jim or contact from him. Only notes in file are from a regional legal associate, which is up the ladder from me. Whack. File notes are long, and I'm having a hard time parsing all of them because they use acronyms that I don't know. Don't take it up with my soup because I can't afford to bother him with month-old files when there are people who need our help immediately, 24/7. Okay, this is where it gets really weird. Everything so far is normal. I've had other calls like this where it's just someone going nuts. This is why this file is different. Go to check file on break. Interested in the pics Jim sent in. Want to see what the local PD is so eager to have. The photos for the vehicle damage are still in the file, but the pics that I relabeled Woods 1, Woods 2, Woods 3, etc. are all gone. Sit up straighter in my office chair. Pics are never deleted from files unless they are nudes that a customer sent in by mistake, and even for those, you have to get RLC approval to delete for nudity/irrelevance to claim. I can't stress enough that photos are almost never removed. Our files are full of memes and unrelated text conversations because the insureds fat finger their phones when trying to share evidence. But Woods 1 to 10 are gone. Check notes for RLC notation. Nothing. We have gone off procedure for this for some reason. My future CEO spider sense is tingling. Someone did something against code of conduct here. Oh, and no further contact from Jim. Huh. Don't raise the issue with my supervisor, because I can't afford to look like I'm obsessed with the little gray man file. Have gotten flack for getting fixated on files before. Non-supernatural. Close file and get back to work. End of business. Go home for weekend. Sincerely spooked. Not at whatever's happened to Jim, but because my precious evidence has been deleted from my perfect file. Write down the file number and Jim's policy number on sticky note so that when I'm promoted down the line, I can access it from the archive and see just what went on. Now comes the part I really hate. Monday. First break rolls around. Look up Jim's file. No matching claim number found. What? Claims are never deleted for any reason. Duplicate files are closed down but remain accessible. This never happens. I can see other claims on Jim's policy, just not this one. Again, I just have to stress how this never happens. I have worked files that have been connected to ongoing criminal investigations for murder, domestic violence, other sensitive subjects. They do not just go missing. They are our work product. They are everything to us. Contact supervisor. Advised I was looking for the RLC submission template I'd used for the CC55 on Jim's file while working a similar case and could not find the file anywhere. He asked whether I was putting in the right claim number. Show him that I have Jim's policy number and can pull over files from his policy history, but not the most recent one. Soup advised that Regional Legal has been handling that one for a while, and that he had not followed up on it since passing it up the ladder. Soup advised he would check with management and see if he could find out where the file went. Never comes back up in my time working there. I'm not with this company at this time, or I would try to find out more to share with you guys or post my badge for proof. Moved away from where I used to work and doing more higher ed. The local PD that were calling me did not act like any other cops I'd ever talked to, and they sure had regional legal in the file really fast. This has all been on my mind with the disclosure stuff, of course. Stay safe and professional out there. No clue what was bothering him, and I prefer not to speculate. I was not an auto damage expert, so I could not tell the difference between someone backing into a fixed object or striking a car with a baseball bat. What I can say is that they were ugly deep scratches all over the car and on the windows of his house, 2 stories. Scratches on the door, but no sign of forced entry. He had a long driveway with no nearby neighbors and no listed family members to contact. I checked prior claims on his policy and found no unusual activity, just your standard struck parked vehicle and the like. No prior reports of vandalism on his vehicle. He was a long-term policyholder, so it's a shame we lost his business. What really bothers me is that the claim was removed by someone. I worked hard on that. Stuff moves so fast that we were encouraged to only spend time on active matters. I got my productivity points for finishing the investigation, and if Jim went missing, well, that would be a concern for local police. We would only consider a wellness check for him if he were still part of an active matter, or if someone else was making a claim against Jim's policy and needed their car taken care of. By all accounts, it sounds like poor Jim was taken out by a cryptid, and the feds are covering it all up. And, a really long shot I know, but when you saw those pictures of the woods, did any of them strike your eye? Something that looked out of place, but you might not have paid it much attention since you were busy dealing with the case. Honestly, I think stuff like that happens all the time. It's just when others get involved that we hear about it. Had this been someone else handling Jim's insurance, they might not have cared at all. They just looked like landscape shots of the woods taken from his house. If the car was not in the picture, I clicked off of it and relabeled the photo. Important to note that I was often on the phone with a separate customer while loading up and relabeling these pictures. I typically had around 30 inbound calls a day at that time. What makes you think cryptid? Would one have followed him all the way from the West Coast? I'll be the first to admit, I pretty much filtered out everything that he was saying to me. I was way more focused on the information I was specifically looking for as part of my job instead of everything he was providing to me, but that detail stuck out. I only noticed this case because of the file handling on our end. We get bizarre reports all the time, but they were never escalated beyond my capacity to handle, and for what I thought was basically no reason. I guess law enforcement did not want to deal with it at the adjuster level, maybe because I was hesitant to share the evidence we had collected. Police can request interviews, for example, to assist in ongoing criminal investigations. If someone advises to their insurance company that they struck a car and left the scene of the accident, that can come into play in criminal procedure or a missing persons case. I think Anon is very lucky that he did not see the subject of those woods photographs. Sharing this story because it happened very recently, and I thought it would be perfect for X. For some background info, my dad's whole side of the family is from far upstate New York, like the deep North Country, Ogdensburg and Lisbon to be exact. Me and my family go there for probably a month every summer for vacation and to visit family, like my 2 sets of grandparents. Me and my dad just got back a few days ago from hunting on my grandpa's 190 acres he has in Lisbon. We were there for about a week. Enough bullshit, I will start. Be me, 15 years old, went upstate to stay with my dad, to stay with Vietnam vet grandpa and my step-grandpa and hunt on his land he had since the early 90s. We wake up every day at 4:30 and we get to our land by 5:30. We get there, pitch fucking black, stars are awesome. Walk for about 10 minutes to tree stand and then sit there until it gets light at around 6:30 to 7. This continues for 5 days. We do evening hunts too. I kill 3 bucks, Found 2. I'll get to the other one. Idiots at deck make it so you can only kill bugs during muzzleloader. Me and my dad are walking to stand 4th morning. Complete darkness. No light pollution for miles. As we're walking, about 5 minutes in, I hear someone calling for help. Me and Dad fucking freeze in tracks. My dad is the toughest man I will ever know. Firefighter of 16 years now. Grew up farming, and he has seen a solid 2,000 or so dead people throughout the years. Has borderline night blindness. All we brought with us are radios for communication with Grandpa and Uncle hunting with us. Sounds like a person is close. Probably 100 feet in direction of where we need to head to get to tree stand. Calls for help again. The voice is kinda high-pitched. Sounds googly and bug-like. Pretty stupid analyzation, but imagine if those bugs from Resident Evil 4 could create speech, and their throats were full of jelly. Only thing I can relate it to. My dad radios Grandpa and Uncle on channel. Pick related. It's cabin on our land. Anyhow, both say no when my dad asks them if they accidentally went to our tree stand, thinking no one was going there. Also say no to hearing anyone. We're hunting on 200 acres, so we are pretty spread apart. Dad wants to go check it out. I say fuck no. Tell him to stop and think about who the fuck could be in the heart of our 200 acres already, in buttfuck nowhere and why, in 18 degrees, snowing, and at 5:40 in the morning. I can feel my heart beat in my fucking hands and head now, adrenaline pumping. Me and Dad both kinda shipwrecks. We radio, yell whispering, telling Grandpa and Uncle to get the fuck back to the cabin. We still hear it, calling for help. The voice is getting deeper and more googly with each call. We start quietly walking back. Not even a minute in, fucking sounds like a moose is running through forest. Both shipwrecks and hightail it to cabin, holding onto each other's jackets as to not get separated. We stop, and all is silent. I fire off muzzleloader into ground, and no sound until a few seconds later. It sounds like something is screaming, like a hog. That fucking gurgly sound, like a bug or TV static. I have tears in my eyes at this point. We make it back to cabin and get in truck. My dad just tells Grandpa and Uncle, who are confused as fuck, that we need to leave immediately. We explain in car, and Uncle just says it must have been a hurt cow from one of the bordering farms or a moose. No way in hell it was an animal any of us have heard of. Moose are pretty rare to see up here. We get back to my grandpa's house in town. I tell my step-grandma what happened, and she goes dead quiet, gets super pale. She grew up on a rural farm here, born in 1945. She just tells us not to go back. We don't go back for the evening hunt, or next morning hunt. Weather was kinda shitty anyway. We go for evening hunt next day, and just sit in a stand we have in a big 20-acre field. Nothing, until it's almost dark. Pick on last post is a pick my dad took right before I shoot that spike horn in the evening hunt. He brought his phone. Spike horn comes out from super thick cedar forest behind us. I shoot it. It immediately falls over, gets back up, and limp runs into forest. Fuck, I shot it in the shoulder. Leaves from tree branch, blurring scope view. A shoulder shot on a deer is never a good thing. Deer are tough, and will most likely be pretty unharmed by a shoulder shot if you hit it in the muscle or bone. I'm kinda bummed. We wait for Grandpa and Uncle to come out from the area of forest they were hunting in to go looking for deer. We have to use flashlights since it is pretty dark out now. Follow small blood trail. I jump it while it's laying down about 20 feet away. We're in the thickest area of our land. I'm on my fucking hands and knees. The trees are so thick. Don't find it after that. After an hour, we give up and decide to look again tomorrow afternoon when it's bright out. Skip to afternoon. Back in the woods looking. 10 minutes, and I find a blood trail where I saw deer last night. When I saw the deer, it jumped up and limped off in other direction. The blood trail is way thicker than it should be. I yell to everyone, and we start following it. I find part of an intestine. What? Eventually, we find it. Well, part of it. It's the lower half of the buck. Like, ribs area down. Fucking torn to bits. Wasn't coyotes. Guts and stomach torn open, and placed about 5 feet away from the body. Top half of deer is completely missing. Huge claw marks all over. We leave it there, cause nothing is salvageable, and decide to call it a trip. We're all thoroughly freaked out. Bring up thing from morning hunt. Shit pants.exe. Nothing happened after that. Hope y'all enjoyed. Pick is one of the bucks I got. Seems mundane, but I think about this a lot. I was standing on a bus about 3 years ago, and a guy got on using crutches. No one stood up to offer him a seat, which I thought was weird, but he didn't seem to notice. He was in a cast up to his knee on his right leg. He moved right over to me and just struck up a conversation. Seemed totally normal and friendly. I asked him if he'd been in an accident. He said, it was my own fault really, and the crutches aren't that bad. I say, oh, that's good. You seem pretty comfortable with them. He says, yeah, they just take a bit of getting used to. It's just about how you balance yourself. He starts moving side to side a little, I guess to show me he was stable. Then he continues giving me tips around them. Make sure you leave them beside your bed, and that no one moves them. Nothing worse than getting up to piss in the middle of the night and having to crawl or hop. And the cast gets itchy, so you want to get something that can reach down there. You can get super thin back scratchers online. I'm smiling and nodding through all of this. Listen to him giving me tips. Make sure you keep snacks and drinks and stuff next to your bed or chair. It's not worth getting up all the time, so you might get hungry or dehydrated. Stuff like this for like 10 minutes. I remember thinking he was talking to me as if I was in crutches too, but I guess he probably just wanted to chat. Eventually, he gets off and says his goodbyes. Seems normal enough, but you can guess where this is going. About a month later, I was in my backyard, carrying a crate of beer into the house, in the dark, and I slipped and fell down the stairs. Broke my right ankle, cast up to my knee. I didn't remember this conversation until my mom called me in the hospital to see how I was doing, and I said, well, it was my own fault really. Suddenly, I remember the whole thing. The way the guy was talking to me, as if I needed his advice, and he had the cast in the same place. Then I started thinking about how no one even acknowledged him when he got on or offered him a seat. Anyway, I followed his advice. Before I even got home, I bought a back scratcher online. Started piling up water and snacks where I would need them. The only thing I forgot was that my mom visited and stayed the night. Without thinking, she moved my crutches off my bedroom floor to the hallway while I was asleep, and I had to hop out to them in the middle of the night to piss. My friends think I'm nuts, and it was just a coincidence. But I started to think of the guy as a phantom or something. Maybe a warning from the future. Writing this one out again. Lost a few hours in Utah. Be me, 8th grade. Constant mild tinnitus. Go on a boys' backpacking and camping trip to Uinta Range. 10 campers, 2 trip guides. Shit so cash. Halfway through the trip, we take a day hike around Pick Related, 4 Lakes Basin. We stop in a nice high area for a brief respite. Tell guides I'm going to go to the bathroom. Take the TP and scramble up a small ridge out of sight with a gorgeous view of the basin. Do my business. Notice my ears are ringing much louder and at a lower frequency than usual. E to ooh. That wasn't fucking helpful. Look up and think the sun is doing this. Turn around and head back to the group. One of the guides sees me walking down the ridge. He shouts for me and waves me down. He runs up to me, looks frantic and on the verge of tears. He asks me where I've been. I point over to the ridge and say poopin'. When I look back, the sun has moved. We walk back down to the campsite. All the other kids look spooked. The other guide looks like he had been crying and gives me a candy bar and some water. He talks to the group and then me away from the others. Asks me where I was, what happened, etc. He still looks rattled. I tell him I was pooping over a ridge. Unsatisfied, he makes me walk him through exactly what happened. We walk back to the ridge. I take him to where I went exactly. He tells me they looked there and picked up my TP roll. He tells me they were about to call mountain rescue. I was too young to understand why they were being so serious with me. I thought I was in trouble and started to cry. We head back. The rest of the camping trip went as planned, but the guides were very wary of me. Here is another one. Deployed to Afghanistan, 2009. Around Arghandab River / Panjwai. Lots of IEDs, lots of small TICs. Company gets asked to clamp down on Taliban freedom of movement. Platoon gets sent out to occupy Afghan compounds in a village known for producing IED material. Spread out, but mutually supporting in the event of someone getting overrun, etc. We go through with PSYOPs and their backpack loudspeakers and tell everyone to get the fuck out while we are conducting our operations. Streams of villagers getting out of Dodge. We have our pick of the houses and set up our little perimeter and wait for the Taliban to come to us. First night, no contact. Dawn of day 2, sporadic RPK fire from the woodline. Call in AH-67, 2 EKIA. Push out to begin clearing the village. We search houses all day and find tons of HMA and IED components. Worth mentioning that we swept all the paths we took with minesweepers and found a few pressure plate IEDs and blew them in place. So at the end of day 2, we walked back to our outposts without any concern. Secure perimeter on outside of village and total control inside city limits. Second night, sustained attack against another platoon. Strange thing is that some of the fire comes from inside the village where we had cleared during the day. Afghan army guys are freaking out about the Taliban. Terp tells us they think the Taliban are werewolves. No shit, werewolves. Third day, step off for more sweeps of the village, walking on the same path as day before. Guy steps on IED, loses leg from knee down. What the fuck? That shit was all cleared the day before. Day passes uneventfully. Night 3, sustained attack against my platoon, again from inside village. How the fuck are they getting past our perimeter? Afghans go on and on about how the Taliban are shape-shifting werewolves. Day 4, another IED, another casualty. Shit is starting to get weird. Inside one of the houses we cleared the day before, we find a dead goat. Violently shredded to bits, blood smeared everywhere. Gruesome as fuck. We step the fuck out and try to ignore that shit. Noonish. Weapons squad is set in, local support by fire. Second squad is searching the house next to my squad, and third squad is pulling it in a cordon. The rest of my company is set into their outposts, and a sister company is set in on the other side of the village. All of a sudden, movement. A grenade comes over the wall and explodes. Luckily no one is hurt. Shit hits the fan about 10 meters away from me. Somehow, a squad of Taliban had gotten right outside the courtyard that my squad was currently in. A vicious firefight ensues. Third squad engages in hand-to-hand combat. 2 soldiers wounded, 5 Taliban killed. Pull out and head back to our house on the perimeter. Another fucking IED, another WIA. That night, rolling attacks on all platoons all night long, from inside and outside the perimeter. The word comes down. We pull out at first light. The whole company assembles on a nearby hill and watches as these 3 500-pound bombs are dropped on the village. Load up on the trucks and roll out. All told, the company had 1 soldier die from his injuries on the medevac bird. and 5 more wounded. The Taliban lost an estimated about 20 to 30. I am still baffled about how they got in and out of our perimeter for days on end. We had optics, guards on post 24/7, and roaming patrols constantly. It was freaky to say the least, and generally a completely fucked situation. Yet another example of how pointless that dumb war is. Be me, forward observer in the US Army. 9 months into what turned into a 14-month deployment to Afghanistan. Out hunting some Taliban bomb maker fucker. Chase him and his buddies up a mountain. Gets dark before we can catch them though. Lay in on a downslope. I go make a hasty hop 50 meters from the rest of the company and get comfy. Sun sets, no moon, low cloud cover. Darker than Satan's asshole, so can't see shit. Break out this $50,000 FLIR scope and slap it on my rifle. Start scanning my area and waiting to go get shot by a sniper. See something across the saddle and end up on the opposite hill, roughly 300 meters away. Man-shaped thing. Stands out like a torch on infrared. Just standing there, not moving. Obviously nowhere there. Call out possible contact and sniper team comes over. They see nothing through their night vision scopes. Call me a moron and leave. I look, and it's still fucking there on IR. Spend next hour watching each other. See more movement uphill. See a lot of movement uphill. Oh fuck me. It's fucking on. Bomb maker called his boys, and now they're assaulting our position. They run right fucking past the IR shape, not even acting like it's there. I lose track of it during the firefight, but pick the shape back up maybe an hour later. Starting to convince myself it's not actually there until it fucking moves. It starts walking the battlefield, slowly moving from body to body and heading in our direction. I go cold and my stomach drops out. Put sight on target, pull trigger, send bullet. Nothing fucking happens. Proceed to do controlled mag dump at 150 meters. Still nothing. I'm reloading when platoon sergeant stops me and asks what I'm shooting at. Give him rifle. Point. He sees nothing. Pulls me off the line for break. Never see the thing again. Sometimes I feel like it's out there, and I start to panic knowing I can't see it. I also wonder about what else is out there that I can't see. Be me, 23 years old, E4 in the army. First deployment all amped up to go do soldier shit. We fly through Germany, then into Bagram, Afghanistan. Boring as fuck spending a week getting everything set up for out-hop flights to our outstation assignments. Fly to Kabul, then to some tiny outpost in bumfuck nowhere in the mountains. Closest village is Azra. Tasked with maintaining patrols and security to ensure terrorist traffic from Pakistan is minimized. Limiting freedom of movement and shit, whatever. Patrol in the hot mountains, in thin-ass air, with 3-day assault packs and the squad. Day in, day out. Start hearing rumors of some kind of animals in the mountains, supposedly some kind of wildcats or some shit. Don't believe it. Fuck Afghan land. Shit's just a pile of godforsaken rocks. Eventually we switch to night shift and repeat. After a few months we have a firefight with some fuckers trying to get the drop on us in the middle of the night. Shit lasts for like 3 fucking hours. Trees and large rocks make it hard to see enemies, even with MVGs. Lots of yelling, shooting, and stress. Finally the shit stops. Think we finally got them all, so we check everyone to be sure nobody got hit, and did not realize it somehow. Think we got them all, so we check everyone to be sure nobody got hit, and we didn't realize it somehow. Everyone is good, so the squad stops security, and heads to make sure shit's actually cleared up. Radio into the outstanding, and let them know that we're really good, and what's our plan. We get the green light, and are told to check in every hour to give spot reps till we've verified security. As we got closer, we start to hear death rattle of a select few who haven't quite died yet, but are on their last few breaths. Identify and secure. No weapons. Fuckers are non-threat, etc. We begin to pull security on our position as we think we've got all the enemies identified and secured. That's when our DM notices a blood trail leading up the mountain, away from the group of bodies. Lots of disturbed rocks and earth. Lots of blood, and I mean a fucking lot. We split into 2 teams. One goes up the hill. Mine pulls security on the corpses. 20 minutes later we hear running. Shout out the challenge. Get a frantic out-of-breath scream of the password back 4 or 5 times in a row. Let's call them Johnson and Smith. They are fucking covered in blood. There's no way it's theirs, but the rest of their team is gone, and so are their weapons. We start drilling them and trying to get Smith to stop stuttering. Johnson is not saying shit, just staring blankly into the distance, mumbling something about cats. We're trying to figure out what the fuck happened. RTO is already on it, and calling back to the outstanding request, we get somebody to put some fucking eyes on the AO, predict feed or something. We need to know what the fuck they ran into. Outstation says they're working on it, says they're sending out another squad to assist. Says it's gonna be at least 2 hours, because no way are we getting a vehicle near us. Terrain is too shitty. Finally, Smith stops stuttering and just starts screaming. One of the other guys slaps a hand over his mouth, can still hear him screaming through his nose. Johnson gets loud enough and stops muttering so we can hear him. Apparently they were following the blood trail and came up on a pile of dismembered bodies. They were busy being mind-fucked at the site when Johnson and Smith noticed the rest of their team was gone. They ready up their weapons and start trying to locate their team, whisper yelling through their teeth and shit. Out of nowhere, they get knocked over by the torso and leg of one of their team members, look to their left where it came from, and see this big-ass cat-like thing dismembering another guy from the team, several other bodies next to it. The fucking thing has these huge human-like hands with short-hooked claws. They panic and just bolt. Smith says, "Fuck, where's my weapon?" Dude did not even realize he lost it till just then. Second squad shows up after a while. We head out to where the carnage is supposed to be. Nobody can find a thing save for Smith's weapon and the ACH of one of the now MIA team members and what looks to be torn up earth. Like how dry dirt gets after a dog marks its territory, then scratches the ground. The next few weeks were weird as fuck. We never found the bodies. Never saw this cat thing Smith and Johnson talked about. Never found any of the missing weapons. Nothing. The only trace was their debrief, their blood-soaked uniforms, and the ACH from one of the MIA guys. Sometimes I wonder if it was all in our heads, like some sort of mass hallucination, that we saw something just too fucked up and could not process it or some shit, and replaced it with a monster. I hope I never know. If it's any worse than that, I never want to know what really happened. B Army Guy, Afghanistan, at Bagram, Parwan, Providence. B May 2013. Working base security for a tour. Having to drive around base, responding to shots fired, IEDs going off. Weird-ass people walking around in restricted areas close to base. Few nights after a major attack on the base, over 700 dead, 3 ISAF men dead. Weird shit starts happening around the time the major attack happened. Our motion sensors, ground lasers, and other base defenses start malfunctioning. Constant alerts saying that our inner fence lines have been compromised. Almost every night this shit happens around 0200. One night, as we were scanning our outer fence line with night vision, see 7 of them just sitting there by our exterior fence line. They are just standing there, looking straight at us, like they see us and know we are there. It's fucking dark. We aren't emitting light, and we know for 100% sure they cannot see us. But he gets the fucking creeps. Wants to alert CO. They are way in the designated shoot zone. Lethal force is authorized where they are. Grab my thermal camera. Scan the area. No fucking people are standing out there. This is flat terrain. No holes, craters, or divots. Not even fucking rocks. There is a solid mile that is cleared out, and they were way past that mile. See the blued silhouettes of 5 more of them. Max creep, I about shit myself. I think I did piss myself. Hand over thermal to buddy. He's so fucking creeped out, and he about cries. I'm back on night vision. Only see 1. Okay, what the fuck, man? Watching this fucking ghost. He is eyeing my fucking soul. I blink, and the fucking ghost is charging straight for us. I yell open fire, and my buddy racks his 240 and sprays the fucking area and unloads a 300-round belt. CO comes out. CO yells at us, asking why the fuck we were firing. Tell CO about the whole fucking thing. Me and buddy are visually rocked the fuck up. CO laughs at us. Laughs. Me and buddy have the most fucked up, mixed look ever. Tells us, so you guys seen that shit too, blah blah blah. You're not the only one who saw that shit. What? CO said this place is haunted as shit. Tells us there's been more than 2,000 confirmed kills here. Tells us not to tell the rest of the PLT for morale purposes. Training incident. Tell 3 other trusted dudes. 1 dude on night patrol. Same thing happens to him. Don't go to Afghanistan. The place is fucking haunted. 2 combat tours, and I've seen some unexplained shit happen. Same guy, another story from my best friend, had told me about that one drunken night. B Army guy, B 2014, at Camp Bastion at Center of Operation, preparing for a night village raid, which was very uncommon. I'm talking about finding a 4-leaf clover in a patch of dirt. CO briefs us on our objectives. Search and destroy. Supposed to sneak into the villages and find weapons and IEDs. Blow up said buildings hiding the various items. Night raids almost never happen. I mean, we're not special forces. This was very weird. CO tells the briefies that this is top secret and considered need to know. Everyone is weirded out by now. Leave tomorrow that night. We have 3 people who worked for the alphabet soup. He couldn't remember who they worked for accompanying us. They carried these biosuits, what you see in those zombie movies. Fast forward to the next night. Everyone getting psyched. Helmand Providence is like the meat grinder. Guys die way too much out there. Get orders that the raid is changed a bit. A bit. Half the teams will separate out. His team was to go into the farm side of the town. Other team took main center. Have these black suits riding with us. Not the typical black suits. They knew how to handle weapons. Didn't flinch when the 50s vibrated the Humvee. Fast forward 2 hours. Team starts pulling into the villages. We had a big spotlight on our front of the Humvees. Suits order them to turn the spotlight on. They ignore them. Typical I don't take orders from you. After a few minutes of arguing, they turn it on. Round a corner wall. 4 enemies standing outside of a little metal building, size of a hut. They give the gunner a very weird look. Suit tells the gunner to open fire. Can't unless we're being shot at. They start running towards the 3 Humvees. They have that meth head look to them. Gunner opens fire. Red everywhere. A few seconds later, 6 enemies run out of the shack, shaking their hands in the air. They have this weird-ass look in their eyes too. They charge the first Humvee. They start to punch the ballistic glass and actually leave indents in the shit. The second Humvee opens fire. The Sioux order everyone to stay in the vehicles. Suits and his squad get out of the Humvee. Suits put on their biosuits or whatever they are. As standard procedure, we must check the dead for intel. They tell them that they must not go near the bodies or the blood or bad things will happen. Bad things. Then they told them that they'll take care of them after they're through here. They follow them to the metal hut. Suit tells them they need to stay outside because something bad is inside. Fast forward 13 minutes into it. They come out with some shit in biohazard bags. They then tell them to throw some Comp 4 and some incendiary grenades. One of his squad mates walks in through the door. He yells holy shit. The squad peers inside. They see what appears to be either a really fancy meth lab or a biological weapons lab. They get the chills and they blow the lab to the ground. Suits check the squad mates with those blue flashlights. Everyone clears inspection. 2 of the suits drag all the bodies that we smoked into a pile. They ask us to throw some of the Humvee gas and burn them quick. They burn the bodies. Suits take off gear and throw it on the top of the burning pile. Suits mutter that it's not good to be around this area for much longer. Op is called off and they were to return to base ASAP. The suits debrief them, saying that it was a meth lab of some sort. Everyone in the company is in fear for the rest of the deployment. TLDR, my buddy's company either destroyed a meth lab or a chemical weapons lab on the down low, and could not legally speak about it. They violated multiple Geneva laws and did shady stuff. Was in the USMC from 2003 to 2007. I was a communications guy. Did free deployments to Iraq in 05, 06, and 07. On my second deployment, we were stationed at Al-Assad Air Base, about 90 miles away from Baghdad. Anyway, all over the air base there were these giant bunkers, pick related. We called them Yugas because they were built by the Yugoslavians in the early 80s/90s. This was a time when we were still friendly with Saddam Hussein. Most of the bunkers, about 80%, are abandoned and still filled with pre-war junk. None of them had lighting or plumbing. A few were cleared out though and retrofitted with water and electricity, then converted into makeshift offices because they have tons of different rooms and pathways. Our unit was stationed in one of these bunkers because they protected all of our valuable and scarce comm equipment from enemy mortar attacks, which were frequent at the time. Anyway, me and a buddy got bored at night, as was common, and we decided to investigate a nearby abandoned bunker. This was strictly against the rules because it was believed they could have been booby-trapped. Also, we had to sneak past the Ugandan guards to get to the bunkers. Ugandans were employed as base security, mostly at checkpoints and stuff, but not for actual combat. So, it's pitch black outside, and me and my buddy get a pair of bolt cutters. Take the long way around to avoid being spotted, threw a piece of wood over the concertina wire, crawled across, and came upon the entrance. We cut the lock, open the iron doors, and walk inside. We flip on our flashlights and start exploring. It's mostly chairs, desks, admin shit. We found a couple of empty AK-47 mags, some papers, and diagrams and charts in Arabic, etc., etc. We're about halfway through, moving room to room, and I shit you not, we heard a woman's voice say something in Arabic. We stood still for a few moments, looked at each other, and bolted back outside. I don't speak the language, but my friend knows conversational Arabic. He said the voice said, "Who is there? Who are you?" We never went back in because we are huge pussies, but we later learned that several women took their own lives in a bunker on base. Was never confirmed if it was the bunker we were in. Also, the Ugandans would occasionally report blue lights around the bunkers at night. This is unusual because we only use red lights at night so as not to fuck up our night vision. TLDR, ghost ladies in Iraq. Also, none of the pics are mine, just ones I pulled from online. The women who took their own lives were aides to the Iraqi officers. None of them took their own lives when the base was being taken over by coalition forces during the early stages of the Iraq War. Apparently, there was a bunch of Iraqi propaganda going around that coalition forces were not going to take any prisoners. Men shot on sight, women assaulted, then killed, etc., etc., so the women chose to take their own lives rather than that. That's about it, man. Like I said, we never went back in the bunker. I'm not gonna fuck around with ghosts. This happened to me in Korea. I was in the US Army. My unit was running a shooting range. Chilling, waiting by a gate on top of a small mountain. Make sure no idiots walk onto the live M249 range. Corps an officer asked me to follow him. Drive over to back gate to guard. Chilling by back gate for a while. Realized I had been alone for over 2 hours. I noticed people walking through some trees to my left, just outside the back gate. Vague outlines of people through the trees. Figure it's local hikers. Notice they are not making noise. I get out of my truck to get a closer look. Still can't hear them. Then move into the road about 50 feet away. They are wearing traditional Korean clothes. Almost shit bricks when they move through the trees. No fucking way. Still no noise. One moves right through the guardrails, clear as day. I'm frozen in place. I go back to my vehicle, and 20 minutes later, our range is closed down. I never told anyone about this. Military guy. Stationed in Montana. Don't want to go into more detail than that. We basically sit around all day at what is essentially an FOB and respond to cameras in remote fenced-in areas if they pick up movement. It is December, and it is Montana, so it is cold as fuck and totally snowed in where we are. Camera out of the sight is tripped. Usually, these turn out to be rabbits, or nothing at all. The camera is tripped. It is about 35 minutes driving time. Me and a guy we'll call Bob respond. Sun is down, and there are no lights out there. Wind is hardly blowing, but it's still cold as fuck. It is common for these locations that we go to be on or near civil land, usually farms. As we pull up, I can see cows about 1,000 yards away from the fence. Yeah, that was probably what tripped it. Get out anyway. Procedure it, so walk the fence, just to be safe. Bob stays in the Humvee. Hearing moos in the distance. Make the call that cows trip the alarm. Copy that, come on home. Hear a sheep in the distance. The fuck? I don't know much about farms, but I've never seen one of these places keep cows and sheep together. Ba ba ba. All of the noises sounded exactly the same. Like, no change in pitch or anything, and it was one sheep. I keep walking back, but look around. Don't see shit. We drive about 10 minutes before we get a call to go back. Camera is tripped again. Cows nowhere in sight. This time Bob walks the fence. Can see Bob's flashlight walking the fence. Start hearing the sheep again. Same pitch sounds. Creepy as fuck. Don't see a sheep. We radio that there is a sheep doing it, but we can't see it. Copy that, stand by. We later find out that the farmer had no sheep. They believe a cattle gate was left open, but when we pulled up, it was closed. Place was on little shell territory. I believe in all sorts of crazy shit, man. Part of me thinks that it was a fucking skinwalker. Not a security guard, but I'm a US Marine, so security is something we do a lot of. Stationed on Okinawa, mid-2017. On Kadena AFB, waiting for a flight to mainland Japan to do some more training. Flight window was supposed to be for 12 hours, but there was a storm offshore that ended up getting our flight delayed by like a day. There's a building that is kinda like an airport, but it closes after a certain time. Airmen are not happy that a bunch of dirty and soaking Marines are in their airport and tell us that we have to leave when they close. Closing time for the airport. Our chain of command sucked and didn't find an empty building for us, so we ended up sleeping in a grass field right outside of the airport. It's raining. Eventually, some officer, colonel or something, I don't remember, sees us sleeping on the grass and tells our command that we can sleep inside the base theater if we post 2 guards at a certain gate. Command agrees. I'm new to my unit at this time, so I have a shift at 0200 to 0300. Get woken up at 0145 by the guys on shift. Fuck my life. Me and one of my best friends, another lieutenant corporal, get up and walk to the gate. Gate is by the edge of the airfield and has one street lamp right above it. Me, my friend, and the guy that woke us up all walk up to the gate guard. Hey, what's up, man? Looks really pale. Hey, Lance Corporal Anon, what's good? The guard was a brand new guy and was never really nervous when our NCOs would fuck with him, so seeing him like this was kind of unnerving. Before either of us could ask what was wrong, the guy who woke us up asked, "Did you hear it again?" Yeah, man, it seems a lot closer than it did last time. Ask what the fuck was going on. I don't know, man. There's been a lot of rustling in the bushes around, and we kept hearing voices on our shift. Okinawa is a tropical island, so the entire place is a jungle. There's no trees by the airfield or the gate, but the grass is very thick and about 6 feet high. We've seen animals before during our training, like big cats and flying foxes, but usually they get scared of a human with a rifle and leave us alone, but that shit is still scary. The guard had been there alone while his buddy woke me and my friend up, so I assume that he had just kind of got skeeved out being alone. Anyways, the other guys tell us good luck and leave to go back to the theater. My friend and I kind of joke around about it, because seeing that guy nervous was really weird. We quickly get bored and shoot the shit about various porn stars we think are good. Dylan Harper is my favorite, even though her tits look connected, so we call her frog tits. While talking about her, we heard someone scurrying in the bush about 10 feet in front of us. We both go silent and expect to see something. We aim our rifles, we have no ammo, down the street and turn on our lights. We can see that about 5 feet off to the right of the road, the tall grass is shaking, like there is a tall figure moving through it. Normally, if it were a cat, the rustling would not be as vigorous at the top, so we figure it must be something kinda tall. My friend and I look at each other, then back towards the bush. "Hey, you fucking asshole, get out of those bushes and come here," my friend yells. It does not respond. A second later, it bolts off further into the woods and down the road. We think it's weird, but whatever. At 02:45, my friend decides to walk down to the theater and wake up the next guys to relieve us. I don't want to be alone, but I let him go so we can both go back to sleep. He leaves. I start getting pretty tired, and I can feel my head bobbing as I drift in and out of sleep. As I start to shut my eyes, I hear the rustling about 6 feet away from me. I'm ready to shit myself. I turn on my light and point it off the road to the right. There's something walking pretty fast out there, but the grass is too thick to see what it is. I can see the bushes moving towards the road. I'm starting to brace myself to see something. All of a sudden, I see the outline of a creature stick its head out and look at my direction. I train my light on it as it jumps forward onto the road. It's a fucking Marine in World War II combat gear. Pick related. His camis are caked in mud. His face is blackened, and he's holding an M1 carbine. I can't fucking believe what I'm looking at. There are holes in his uniform that look like he had been shot through, but there was not any blood. The guy looks my way, then crosses the road, and I can see the bushes start moving again. After a few minutes, I can start to hear footsteps behind me, but I'm too afraid to look. Hear my friend's voice, along with 2 other guys, relieved that I'm leaving. Must have looked really nervous because my friend asked if I heard anything again. Nodded yes, and just left with my friend. Didn't say anything to him until after we left Okinawa, when he joked around that I looked so weird a few weeks later. This was the second time I had seen something that could Dina AFB, but definitely the worst one. I have not been to Okinawa since, and I'm out now. I think about that moment from time to time and wonder if I really did see that. It didn't seem angry or like it wanted to hurt me or anything. I eventually read up on ghost stories from the place, and there were quite a few articles talking about airmen who had seen other Marines in World War II attire around that gate as well. There is probably nothing more ordinary for Muscovites than the capital's metro. The only thing it never ceases to amaze is the ever-increasing fares and long, sometimes up to half an hour, stops of the train for technical reasons in the tunnel between stations. All this, of course, is irritating, but nothing more. And in vain. It would be worthwhile sometimes to turn your gaze to the mosaic frescoes with leaders in the underground halls and remember the era when the Moscow Metro was created. That era was full of secrets and mysteries, as evidenced by more and more new, sometimes terrible discoveries. This story happened in 1975, but it took almost 20 years for one of its participants to dare to tell it to a journalist. Then, in 1975, they were ordered to forget everything and keep quiet. But Viktor Stepanovich M. could not remain silent and wrote about what had happened to one of the central newspapers. The answer followed a week later. Viktor Stepanovich ended up in the Kashchenko psychiatric hospital in Moscow, from where he was released only 6 months later when he officially recognized himself as mentally ill and admitted that everything that had happened was the ravings of a madman. What were the official bodies of that time trying to hide? This is what Viktor Stepanovich told the journalist. When I entered the office of the head of the electric depot, my entire team was already there. In common parlance, we are the night patrolmen of the metro tunnels. Our section was the entire ring, and naturally, I knew it quite well. I knew the dead-end tunnels, the sidings, the civil defense warehouses, and other utility rooms. That's why, when I heard what they were talking about, I did not believe it at first. I decided that it was someone's joke. Only the presence of two silent men in civilian clothes in the office made me believe what was happening. It turned out that yesterday, that is, a whole day ago, an entire train with passengers and drivers had disappeared from the ring. Vanished completely, and it was unknown where exactly on the ring it had disappeared. There was only one message about a serious violation of the schedule over the past day. A train from the Belaruskaya station arrived at Krasnopresnenskaya with an interval of 14 minutes. It happened at 9:16 p.m. So, it was only on this stretch that the ill-fated train could have disappeared. Indeed, there was a small dead end there, but even if we take into account that somehow the switch worked and the cars automatically turned there, then in this case, the train could not have disappeared. This dead end is too short. It barely fits 2 repair cars, and how could the rest of the train have remained on the main track? And no matter how ridiculous such an assumption was, our team and 2 of the authorities went there. When we arrived at the site in a repair car, it was about 9 o'clock in the evening. All traffic on the ring was temporarily stopped. We stopped in front of the switch at the turn to the dead end and got out to inspect the tracks. Then we went deeper into the tunnel to the very wall. There was nothing unusual in the stone vaults, and suddenly there was a muffled roar, and we felt a barely perceptible trembling underneath our feet. Before I had time to realize that it was the mechanisms of the tunnelers who had come for the second shift starting to work in the neighboring tunnel, the switch behind us clanged, and immediately the entire wall of the dead end began to creep up. We were so amazed by this eerie sight that we were literally dumbfounded. A few moments passed, and before us opened up a gigantic, illuminated hall, reminiscent of a metro station, but with a single track on which the missing train stood. As if on cue, we jumped up and rushed into the shrinking passage. The wall closed behind us, and the lights in the ominous station went out. In the middle of this ominous darkness, only the train cars were glowing with a dim, duty light. We turned on our flashlights and, whispering, headed toward the train. The first thing we noticed was that the last car was badly dented. Apparently, the wall that was coming down had touched the roof of a car that had not managed to slip under it, and only then did the entire train stop. There were no people in sight. Several times we shouted in the empty, huge hall, hoping that someone would respond, but in vain. The silence that followed our shouts became especially eerie. There was a feeling that everything that was happening was unreal, that time and all of life had stopped here. We walked through all the cars, but found no one, although there were plenty of traces of people's presence. It seemed as if the passengers of the ill-fated train had been here for at least several hours. Empty tins were lying around everywhere. In one of the cars, things were laid out as if someone had slept there. On the platform itself, we found an extinguished fire, made mostly of newspapers and magazines. There was also a baby carriage with a pacifier inside. I must say that we were very excited by what we saw, and I personally got pretty scared and suggested that we get out of there as soon as possible, but there was no tunnel or exit from this hall apparently. We searched every corner, convincing ourselves that there must be an exit, because the people who were on the train somehow left the station. After fruitless searching and trying for an hour to find the mechanism that raised the wall, it suddenly went up on its own, and the driver of the repair train appeared before us. Having noticed us, he shouted for us to leave the dangerous area as quickly as possible, and not in vain. As soon as we approached the repair train, the wall behind us dropped again, blocking the passage to the mysterious station with its stone chest. Already on the way back, the driver told us how he managed to free us from stone captivity. Exploring the walls of the tunnel with a flashlight, he came across an electrical switchboard rusted with time. By pressing all the levers and buttons on it in a row, he managed to make the wall rise again. After the events described, I thought about what I had seen for a long time and came to the following conclusion. Apparently, the tunneling work that had begun in the neighboring tunnel had caused unwanted vibration, as a result of which a contact had been triggered in a forgotten electrical panel, switching the switch from the main track to the reserve track. And then the automatics came into play. Unfortunately, at that very moment, a train with passengers was passing along the ring. Thus, it fell into a trap. Only one thing remained unclear to me. Where did the people from the lost train disappear to? When I was released from Kashchenka, I naturally visited that tunnel again. However, I did not find any dead ends or rising walls there. Everything was carefully walled up and hidden by the lead cable. So, this secret remains shrouded in darkness to this day. The eyewitness account was recorded by Sergei Sheglov. Story from a friend. Details removed to protect the innocent. Be really far up north in Alaska, in the middle of fucking nowhere, about 10 years ago. Parked truck near an old abandoned, beat-up plywood shack. There is only some trash in there, like beer bottles and shit. Have a 12-gauge pump shotgun with some deer slugs for hunting caribou and shit. Already killed one deer and have it in the back of the truck. There is still light outside. Decide to explore to see if there is any more game out here before it gets light. Just start walking into an area that was never visited before. Find a lot of trees in this one flat area that look like they were split open vertically and a little bit burnt/charred around where they were split. Most of the trees are normal, but some of them kind of look like they were hit by lightning or something. Walk through this odd forest until there is a small hill. Climb up the hill. Find a piece of copper wiring sticking out of the snow, about halfway up there. Pull it out. It's about 6 feet long, braided, a bit fatter than the kind of cable you use for hooking up car batteries, with red-colored insulation on it. The ends are a bit tarnished with some green copper rust, and they are not cut clean. The ends look like it was ripped or shredded, like someone just yanked extremely hard on it until it broke or something. There is like nothing out here, so it's weird that anyone would have a big-ass piece of electrical cable like this. Get up to the very top of the hill. There is a fairly steep slope going down on the other side, about 40 feet down or so. Can see lots of shit for a few miles. Decide to sit down and look through pocket monocular. There is not that many trees, but there is a small stream up ahead that's frozen over. No animals though. There are some dark blue barrels off in the distance, maybe 15 walking minutes ahead. While looking at the barrels, notice some movement to the left. It looks like there's some guy standing there, wearing dark clothing, facing away. Can't see his face. He's not walking anywhere or doing anything. He's just kind of idly standing there. He turns to the side, and I can see that he's got a big backpack and some kind of rifle with him. I start to wonder just what the fuck he's doing out here, just standing there, because the nearest actual house is like 5 miles away. He turns toward me, and then after about 10 seconds, he grabs his gun off his shoulder and starts running towards me with his gun pointed at me. Nope. Grab my shit and start running back towards where I parked my truck. Nope the fuck down the side of the hill. Keep running through the forest, starting to get tired now, trying not to get lost. After about 5 minutes of running, I look back to see if I am being followed. See some white lights near a ridge further back east. Keep running and eventually realize that there is a bunch of vehicles way out there driving towards me. Finally get to the shack where the truck is parked. Throw my shit in the passenger seat and start the fucking engine. Nope the fuck out of there, back onto the trail. After about 5 minutes of driving, there is a helicopter off in the distance. Helicopter slowly follows for about 30 minutes. It turns back once I get to the highway. And that's his story. Our general opinion is that it was near some military base or something, but it wasn't marked on any map or anything. I've got a yarn from old Kentucky. My dad's side of the family hails from there. Before that, they were Scottish peasants, most likely, and they brought over a bunch of weird superstitions that got mixed up with a little German and Irish and Native American lore. This story is different though. It's about a place near my family's home in the mountains, a place my gramps and pops just call the Holler. Dad grew up hearing all sorts of stories about the Holler. Most of them came from my gramps, but Grandma used to warn him about the place too. If you don't know, a holler is just kind of a dip in the mountains, a low valley basically. Gramps used to tell him about seeing fairies and other shit there. Even Grandma did not believe those stories, but she still insisted that the holler was haunted ground and that Dad should keep away from it. Now, these are Appalachian people, dirt poor, and not all that educated. Still, nobody Dad's age really believed the stories about the holler being haunted ground. But you know how it is. You don't have to believe a superstition to respect it. Dad and the other kids kept far away from the holler, and that's the way it was, until Dad's friend, Tom, got it in him to go down there one day. Dad tried to dissuade him. Nothing worked. Tom was Dad's best friend though, and he could not let him go alone, so off they went together. They spent an hour in the holler, and nothing strange happened at all. So the two of them got into the habit of going there and digging around for arrowheads. One day, Tom noticed a small patch of earth under a tree that looked like it had been recently dug up. After digging around, Tom pulled out a bag. In the bag was a severed hand. Dad told me it seemed like maybe the severed hand had been treated with something and dried. He thinks this because the hand was very stiff and wrinkled like a dried piece of meat, and it didn't smell a bit or seem decomposed, even though it was clearly ancient. Anyway, both he and Tom thought this was a really cool find, but Dad could not help but bring up the idea about the holler being haunted ground. He and Tom were worried that maybe they'd disturbed something by digging up the hand, so they quickly reburied it and left the place. After that, they did not go there as much. But one day, Dad saw Tom walking by the house, headed in the direction of the holler. He called out to Tom, but Tom did not respond. Dad had chores, so he just shrugged it off and went back to work. Well, you might be able to guess what happened next. Tom never came back. Dad did not even find out until Gramps approached him. "Have you been going down into the holler with that boy Tom?" he asked. Dad was scared, but he did not want to lie. "Yes, sir." Grandpa looked incensed. It turns out Tom's parents had asked Gramps for his help. They were going down into the holler to look for Tom. Dad had no idea how they knew to look down there. They found no sign of Tom except for his shoes and hat. It was found lying underneath the tree where they found the severed hand. Now, I called this a yarn, and I hope that's what it was. But the way Dad told it always left a little room for doubt in my mind. Be me, 25 years old, driving home to Grand Junction after a weekend in Las Vegas with 2 friends. We drive the first half of the journey in the late afternoon, stopping around 7 p.m. at McDonald's before heading out for the last 5 hours of the drive. The second half of the drive is east, along Route 70 in Utah. Anyone who's driven this bit of highway will be able to tell you how quiet and barren it is. There are several stretches where you are driving over 100 miles without so much as a gas station. It's almost all desert, scrub brush, dry riverbeds, and tumbleweeds. The occasional farmhouse or ranch buildings pop up now and again, but most of them are abandoned. About 2 hours in, we are all startled by a loud popping sound. I look around and see nothing immediately wrong, before noticing a small chip in the front window. Must have been a pebble shot up from the road, but there was no car in front. Just seconds later, it happens again. Another small chip. I glance back at my friends in the back seat. Both are on their phones, oblivious to what just happened. I call out to them to stop playing around in the back and check if they can see anything. I look in the rearview mirror again and see something very strange. Just a couple 100 yards behind us, a huge black cloud is billowing up off the ground. I can't make out any details through the windows, so I pull over onto the shoulder. It looks like it's coming right towards us. We stay inside the car until the cloud engulfs us, blocking out everything. It's pitch black, and we are all trapped inside the car. All I hear is faint sobbing coming from the back seat. Then, suddenly, I feel a sharp pain across my neck, followed by total silence. I wake up, lying on a bed. I am in a hospital room. I am later informed that we were found 30 feet down a bank at the side of the road by another driver. He pulled us all out of the car and called 911. Apparently, my friends also woke up screaming, which is why he did not try to help. By the time the ambulance arrived, the others had calmed down enough to tell them about the darkness. Given the fact that we are young and on the way back from Vegas, the EMTs assumed we were drunk/drug driving and crashed on the highway. The doctor said I passed out due to loss of oxygen to the brain and then developed a seizure when I came around. I don't remember anything else after the silence. My parents did not say much. They kept asking me how much I drank, but I could not answer them. There was just this awful hollow feeling inside me, like I knew something terrible had happened and I could not shake the sense of dread. Me and my friends spoke about the drive a few days later. One did not remember anything and felt fairly relaxed about the situation, lucky to be okay. The second really did not want to talk about it. I told him about the cloud and he just nodded, looking terrified without saying a word. I pushed him to remember anything he could. He said only one thing to me, which will haunt me till the day I die. It wore you like a mask. I still think about that night every single day. I've never shared this with anyone, not even my girlfriend. It feels like it's eating away at me. I can feel it growing deeper and darker each day. I can't ignore the thought of being attacked by whatever it was. Living in the city, just outside of it actually, in what used to be the warehouse district. Nice townhomes and brand new lofts nestled up against old rundown buildings. I'm renting a unit in one of the townhomes. Pretty cozy to be honest. Only weird thing is a huge community of hobos that hangs out nearby. They basically live at this now defunct railroad station. This rundown station is uncomfortably close to where they built the new metro line. I sometimes hop the line to a brewery not far from my place. Gets creepy at night because the area is totally silent except for the sound of these homeless dudes shuffling around and whispering in the dark behind me. Spooky, but it's Texas. Always pack heat, friends. So, anyway, one day, a new guy moves into my place. Never seen him before, never saw a U-Haul at any point. It's like he just waltzed in, with no worldly possessions, just like the shirt on his back. The guy stood out like a sore thumb too. Everyone in my building is white, except for one very young Asian couple. This new dude is black, but his skin looks like a dark blue. I tried to start a convo with him a couple of times. He's polite, but I can tell he does not like me asking about his personal life. I'm a private guy too, so that's okay. I do notice that he's got an accent, but not sure where from. Might have been African or Haitian. I don't know. I'm bad with that shit. I also notice he works nights. Always leave well after dark. Gone all night. Comes back just before daybreak, when I'm getting ready for work. He keeps to himself, so I just forget about him. I get used to hearing my neighbor coming and going. One night, when he leaves, I happen to be looking outside. My unit window faces the metro line. I'm watching the gang of hobos shuffling around in the dark, wondering how the fuck I can get rid of them, keck. See my neighbor walk out towards the metro station. Stands there for a while. Then somehow, I lose sight of him. Figure he walked to the far end of the station or something. It's much darker over there, and forget all about it. Put on some X-Files, eat some pizza, then call it an early night. Fast forward, I decide to hop the line over to that brewery one night. Make my way to the station. Wait there a bit. Notice I don't hear the homeless dudes. Look back at the old train station. There is nobody there. City must have finally gotten rid of them somehow. Fuck 'em. Hop the line, get off at the brewery, and have a couple of beers. When I'm feeling nice and toasty, I head back to the rail line. At the station, a homeless man approaches me. He asks me for change. Normally I ignore these guys, but he stutters really bad when he talks, and I look at him. His eyes are huge circles. He says, "Please man, please, anything you can spare." Stuttering the whole time like he's freezing his ass off. It's late spring in Texas, not cold at all. Like I said, I ignore these guys, but somehow, I felt really bad for this dude. I did not have anything on me except a crisp $5 that the bartender gave me as change. Fuck it, I give it to the guy. He grabs it and immediately takes off running down the station like he just robbed me lol. Fucking crackheads. I hop onto the metro and ride it back home. Hop off the metro. Not a soul at the station. No hobos lurking in the shadows. Feeling nice and safe and buzzed, but I begin to notice the sound of someone following me. Glance back. Nobody there. Keep hearing like footsteps at a distance behind me, but every time I look, I don't see a soul. Must be an echo. Or maybe I'm drunk, lol. Either way, I make it back to my place safely. Shower and head to bed. Wake up the next day. I discover my neighbor's unit is now vacant. Again, I never saw him leave. No U-Haul or anything. Just poof, gone. Weird. Maybe he broke his lace. Oh well, not my business. Late that night, decide to hit up that brewery again. I'm heading out when I see some things been slipped under my door. Bend down to pick it up. It's money. A crisp $5. Think back to that hobo. How scared he looked. Think about the missing hobos at the old train station. Think about, nah, that's crazy. Pocket the $5. Make my way down to the metro. Head to the brewery. Grab a couple of beers and tip the bartender the $5. When I'm nice and buzzed, I hop the rail, headed back home. The station is totally empty when I get back. Not a soul in sight, and I'm feeling good and buzzed. The walk back to my place is nice and quiet, and safe. Be me, 16 years old. On my way to high school during a really foggy morning in winter. The path I had to take every day went through a small patch of forest with some really high trees, low grass, and small bushes here and there. While walking through the patch of woods, I literally can't see anything outside of it. The fog sure is thick today. Can't see the houses that were less than a couple of meters away from the entrance to the woods, nor the big department that was supposed to be at the exit. Can't hear anything either. Everything is dead quiet. Keep walking. I realize I should have gotten out of the woods already because of how much I've walked. Keep walking. Now it's even harder to see ahead. Suddenly, someone else comes out of the fog, walking in opposite direction to mine. Tall man. Medium long black wavy hair, wearing all black. We walk past each other. He looks straight ahead all the time. I look over my shoulder to see where he is going. He's nowhere to be found. That freaks me out. I look forward again and realize I'm right at the exit of the small forest. It also started to snow. To this day, I still do not understand what happened. He walked into a pocket dimension. One of the residents was probably pretty confused to see you. Work at cemetery. Good pay, good benefits, and bonuses. Very few people stay, always quit, and claim weird shit. It's down to a skeleton crew. I and 2 others. One day get an order about vandalism. Keep an eye. No one wants it. I'm money hungry and do it. Good bonus of 500 plus and 2 days off due to lack of sleep. Get set up. Camp out by a mausoleum. Catch 2 idiot kids kicking headstones. I'm hidden in the bushes by the mausoleum. Ghillie suit and paintball gun. Supposed to call the cops or get a description at the very least. Snap a description via camera. Open up and deck idiot kids. They freak out and flee. I proceed to go dark, put on NV, and scope the parks. Snap pictures of damage. Dig around to ensure no other damage. Turn around. See an older man in a suit. I approach him, ask him to please leave. Tells me, good shot. Fucking shits knocked over my stone. I apologize and say we'll get it all fixed. Tells me about his time in World War II. Tells me to please fix his headstone. Points at the headstone. I look and assure him we will. I turn back. He's gone. What the fuck? Look around. Walk to where he pointed, since it's near a mausoleum. See Suit Bro's face on a porcelain image on a knocked over headstone. Okay bro, I got you. Lift it up, since it's small, and straighten it up. Complete the night. Secure the bonus. Get my days off. Return to work. Boss gives me our orders and hands me an envelope. Handwritten letter. Old yellowed paper. Brittle envelope. 2 words. Thank you. Not creepy, but I helped a ghost, and he said thanks. Hey X. I'm an ex-private investigator who was asked to gather information on a cult south of Sydney, Australia. The things I discovered were definitely of interest to this board. If the thread gets interest, I'm happy to accept questions. I can't confirm or deny if anything I experienced was factually supernatural, but I have some strange experiences. Here is some background. Cult was allegedly responsible for a string of murders in the area in the 70s and 80s. Went under many names, none of them official. Worshipped or coveted a man from the ocean. Gathered on days of intense thunderstorms in the sand dunes south of Sydney City. Potentially practiced pagan ocean god worship, which included blood sacrifice and orgies fueled by LSD. I'll greentext my first encounter with them, to start I suppose. Arrived at open day held at the beach. Included a barbecue and some ball games. Seemed more like a youth group or church activity than a cult, but I suppose that's how they get you. One woman in particular, painted blue from the face to the waist, wearing a patterned blue skirt and bikini top. Probably about 30 years old, white skin and natural red hair. Clearly in charge of activities for the day. I immersed myself and signed in at a little folding table staffed by teenage girls, one of which had more piercings in her face than I could count. Pretty standard beach fare for most of the day. When the sun started setting, the weird shit began. 6 little open fires were lit in a line along the beach, just short of where the waves rolled in. Older staff started fire dancing and asking for the newcomers to kneel in rows and call out to the water. I refused, said I was not comfortable kneeling. Blue Woman was very kind and understanding. Asked her the purpose of the exercise, and she told me that the ocean will come in and pull your negative energy away. After about 2 minutes of calling out, the fire dancers came through asking for monetary donations while holding bowls and twirling their staves. I gave them $10 and the day started to come to an end. Shook hands and was invited to their next event 2 weeks away. I sat in my car and watched the organizers pack up. Blue Woman and 2 fire dancers started kissing a young woman all over her body. The woman shed off her clothes and swam into the water, disappearing into the night. As far as I could see, the rest of the staff left after she jumped in. I waited for about an hour or so, and I never saw her come out. The deity was only named once to me at the second meeting I attended. Older member called it the man from the ocean. He explained it was more of a symbol, a native fisherman that comes from the ocean and collects your negative emotions and carries them into the sea. I played along for the most part, but the old guy insisted you could physically see and interact with the man if you paid attention. It's literally the most eastern point of Australian land. There was no island she could have reached, and I did not see any watercraft she could have boarded. I can't be sure she drowned, but I had a decent vantage point and she did not come out for a long time, or at all while I was there. Well, the genuinely spooky stuff happened on the third event I attended, but I'll go over the second event for context. Attend a meeting at a small bar above a bakery, not too far from the beach. Drinking and chit-chat ensues. I drink soda water with lime, as to keep a clear head, but appear to be partaking. Blue Woman is in attendance, and the girl with the piercings, but everyone else is a new face. Blue Woman is not blue this time. Older man with a goatee and long blonde hair, clearly in charge of things. Get chatting to him. Turns out he's around 60 years old, but he does not look it. Shoot the shit about surfing and how he likes to surf during thunderstorms. Eventually tells me about the man from the ocean, detailed in my earlier post. Keep an eye out for the swimming girl. She never turns up. Really want to ask about her, but did not want to arouse suspicion, so I kept my mouth shut. Eventually, the older man, let's call him Dave, addresses the table after a few hours of light drinking and chit-chat. It's good to see new faces here who appreciate the ocean and the beach spiritually, etc. A new housing development is being proposed for construction, native habitat being bulldozed, sacred ground, blah blah blah. I tell them how I too am against its construction, which is bullshit, but hey, when in Rome. After everyone is leaving, he tells me about another meeting I might be interested in. Calls it a storm ceremony. Tells him I'm not really into spiritual things like that. Tells me I can't miss it. It will be, and I quote, sensational. Agreed to go to the ceremony, which was scheduled on the coming Saturday evening, during a thunderstorm, in the sand dunes where the Wanda Beach murders took place. Mentioned safety issue of being in an elevated, open space during thunderstorm. Dave laughs it off. Says if you respect the ocean, it will never turn its back on you. Wonder what it had to do with the ocean, and head home. The third and final time I attended one of this organization's meetings was a night I will remember forever. Parked my car at about 9 p.m. on the Saturday night in a communal parking lot near the entrance to Wanda Beach sand dunes. Would take about 30 minutes to hike to dunes where the ceremony was set to take place. Brought a torch, a heavy raincoat, and a Swiss Army knife, as well as my phone and wallet obviously. Rain started to set in during my hike. Put the hood on my coat and trudged forth. Eventually, the rain was torrential and rolling thunder could be heard constantly. Lightning strikes lit up the horizon over the ocean. In a valley between sand dunes, I could see the group. 5 people all in raincoats, except for one guy. As I got closer, noticed the guy was Dave, who was wearing board shorts and a singlet. So happy to see you. Nice weather we're having. Wouldn't be much of a storm ceremony without a storm, would it? We laugh a little, and I look around. Blue girl is here, and 3 other women whom I've never met. We walk and talk for about 15 minutes, and we arrive in a strange valley. I immediately take note of a small sailboat sitting upside down on some wooden blocks up against some bush. I ask Dave what we are doing here. Dave tells me we're protesting the housing development. I tell him it's a pretty shitty protest if nobody will see us, and he laughs it off. Eventually the rain dies off to a light drizzle, and Dave pulls some wood and newspaper out of the boat and tries to get a fire going. There's a bunch of log stools around an established fire pit not too far from the boat he shows us. Blue Girl squirts lighter fluid onto the fire pit, and the two of them get a fire going after about 30 minutes with the rain mostly subsided. Sit down on a log stool, and Dave offers me a beer from his backpack. Crack the beer and make small talk with one of the girls. She tells me this is her second storm ceremony, and the last one was amazing. After about an hour, the conversation gets much more giggly and incoherent, and I try to match their energy. I realize that everybody's pupils are unnaturally large, and feel a lump in the pit of my stomach when I come to the conclusion they've taken acid. Conversation devolves into straight-up gibberish and uproarious laughter. Ponder whether my beer was spiked, but I feel completely normal, albeit anxious. Dave asks Blue Girl to show me her breasts, wheezing with laughter. She takes off her t-shirt. Dave points at her and grins at me suggestively. Laugh along and try to seem cool with everything when I was really starting to stress out. The other girls start taking off their clothes, and Dave takes off his top and starts howling as they do it. Not so much animal howling, more like frat boy howling. He is laughing hysterically and clapping his hands as the girls dance around. I am the only one who has not left my seat. Eventually, Dave whispers in the Blue Girl's ear, looking at me, and Blue Girl comes and kneels in front of me. She places her hand on my leg and says, and I quote, "Do I look fuckable to you?" Starts rubbing my leg up and down, and I try to laugh off her question. Dave eventually stops laughing and says, "Does she?" The mood completely shifts, and everyone is staring at me intensely. The two other girls are visibly frightened and are whispering to each other. I stammer and manage to respond, I'm not really interested actually, or something to that effect. Dave's expression grows cold and angry. He simply states, "Swim." Blue Girl grips onto my pants and starts saying swim with a big grin on her face, giggling a little. I stand up and she lets go. "I think I'm gonna leave, mate." Dave storms towards me and pushes Blue Girl out of the way. She cowers from him. He gets right in my face and says, "You won't get far, mate," pointing towards the boat. I push him away from me and tell him to fuck off, backing away. Blue Girl clings to his leg and he gestures with his arms as if to instigate a group hug with the other girls. I start walking away as they all hug him, and he incessantly says, "You won't get far, not gonna get far," etc. After I get out of the valley, I move briskly and keep looking over my shoulder. Hate to admit it, but I was fucking terrified. Eventually, I could see from the top of the sand dunes down into the valley and spotted the campfire light. At least 20 people were standing around the fire. I heard some noise coming from further up the path, so I slinked into the bush and laid on my stomach among some scrub, trying to make myself as small as possible. 3 young men came through, all shirtless, carrying another young woman who appeared unconscious. They were speaking very loudly, and I heard one of them say, to tell Dave this one does not swim. Wait 10 minutes or so for them to pass and get up, practically running at this point. I'm not far from the car park when the storm really sets in. Extremely loud thunder, torrential rain, and frequent lightning. I get to my car and drive the fuck out of there. Call the police on the way. Say I saw some people out there while walking my dog. Receive a call the next day from the police. They did not find anything, and it was probably just teenagers. Tell my client I'm discontinuing the assignment and give them a substantial discount. Went back to uni about 3 months later. I'm a private investigator, specializing in paranormal phenomenon. I've got a few cases under my belt. Most of them can be explained due to natural phenomenon, but I've got one that I was never able to crack. It's been bothering me lately. Maybe you guys could shed some light. Get a call from a friend, old contact who puts work my way every now and then. This was about 2 years ago, in a rural area. Local customs were a bit superstitious, but it was the sort of place between the old and new. Old stores, new roads, plenty of woodland and creepy stories. Farmer and his guys were experiencing strange shit. Noises on land that were like a screeching howl. Late in the night, a few sheep turned up dead, mutilated. Guy tells me about the belief in something else in a woods nearby. Nobody goes there, as a matter of principle. They had a stakeout a few weeks beforehand. 3 armed guys with knowledge of the land. Actually had a ram killed on watch, same amount, and maybe a 5-minute gap between patrols. The head was gone, like decapitated. Led him to believe it could be a human fucking with them, trying to drive property values down, since the land was, actually, apparently of value, company looking to build houses there. Weird shit got them spooked though, so in I go. Get to meet the fellows working and living on the land. Nice people. House is a bit far from the field they keep their livestock in. Cows are closer to the homestead, whereas sheep were further apart. The pie they made there was fucking delicious, and it's totally off topic, but they really were very welcoming people. Get hands-on with a recent victim. Looks like they'd been disemboweled. Local wildlife, maybe, but the tracks they left were big, bigger than normal. Like a huge wolf or something. Blood stops at the wood's edge. Fencing looked to have been trampled. Actively warned to be careful in there. Dude even offers me a spare rifle. Refuse, cause I'm a dumbass. Wooded area covers a few miles, so I go in with some basic kit. Could make out similar tracks to what I saw back at the farm. Just one, maybe. I'm wading through overgrown bushes and plant life. Trees starting to blot out the sun above me. Something feels off, but it's nothing I haven't felt before, with strange shit happening. Get into the woodland proper, and the tracks stop. No blood, footprints, nothing. Something in the air catches my attention. Follow my nose. 100 yards further, a bunch of bones and meat, rotten blood. Flies are buzzing. Strange that it got there without leaving a trace, but okay. Then I see it. Some kind of weird shelter, built from fallen branches. Thing is empty. Looks to have a pit inside of it. Wolf den maybe. Weird thing is, the ram's head is, I shit thee not, on a stick just outside of it. Tracks around the area look almost human, but there are more of those big fuck-off paw prints in between. Something about the construction of the den looks oddly thought out. At this point, I feel the hairs raise on the back of my neck. Something felt very wrong. I don't know what. Did not feel safe, but the area seemed quiet. Something rustles behind me, a few branches creaking. Looked like a big humanoid shape or something, prowling the area. I was being watched, no doubt. Should have taken that dude's gun. I call out to it, just to be safe. Nothing for about a minute. Can't see that thing. Turn to leave. This thing, whatever it was, lets out this ear-bleeding screech. No wolf, that's for fucking sure. I bolt, but I hear something behind me. Took me all of 10 minutes to navigate back to the farm. Tell the farmer what I saw. We agreed to go back out there with more bodies. Next day, I follow my footsteps with the farmer and one other fellow with the gumption to go in the woods with us. We're on edge. A bit freaked out, all of us. Starting to question my choice of profession. Remember that this is why I like my job, even if it's fucking terrifying sometimes. Feels different this time though, less threatening. The woods were quiet before, like unnaturally still. Arrive at the same spot as before. What I see is just fucking weird. Bone pile, still there. Shelter, gone. Just a bit with bits of wood covering it. Ram's head is still on a bloody stick out front now. Tracks leading further afield. Decide not to risk it, since the country folk are already freaked, and I'm starting to wonder if it'd be cat and mouse like this. Find a nest, come back, it's gone. Screeching off in the distance really sealed the deal for us though. Farmer said it was what his boys heard. Leave. Spend 2 nights on watch with him. Looked into local myths, legends, the like. Records in a local village library suggest that this kind of shit is not a recent phenomenon. Other farms confirmed that this has been known to happen every now and then. Did not like to talk too much about it, but good whiskey helps get the conversation flowing. Old notices for missing persons going back to the 50s. Before recent construction of roads and bypasses, village council notes detailing several discussions had about the local demons and at least 2 eyewitness accounts matching roughly what we think we saw out there. Still stumped for what it could actually be. Decide to ask around for older residents that might have stories. One guy lived alone for about 30 years. Used to own land near the woods. Suggested it's been around at least since the 1800s. His grandfather would watch over him and his sister whenever they were out playing, just in case it got them. Used to weave stories about kids going missing, even back in his youth. Discounted possibilities of local wildlife. By and large, apparently, large predatory creatures like bears and wolves were never seen much around there. Not much of anything other than birds, really. Even small creatures like rabbits were oddly rare. Like they knew something was up with the place. Decide that I can't help. Not much of an outdoorsman, and this is beyond my capabilities. Tell the guy at the farm what I found. Pretty much just rumors and folklore with a few personal anecdotes. Could not give him a name for it, or advice other than, don't go out at night without backup and a gun. Took it well enough. Was just glad to have more info, potentially an explanation. Had me over for dinner, left late. Shitly not. As I was driving back to the city, leaving his farm, saw movement in the tree line. Could have been anything, but it looked too much like what we could have encountered. Get back home. File this one under what the fuck. Text my guy about it. Case closed. Spend downtime looking image boards. 3 months later, get a call from my friend of a friend. The dude who owned the farm, one of his farm hands went missing on watch one night. Never found him. Still gets me that I never fully got a glimpse of it, but whatever it was, fuck that. Wake up today, make Fred. So, what the fuck was it? I'll try to explain the story as best as I can since I'm not a native speaker, but the short answer is yes, OP, I've seen him. Be me, around 6 to 8 years old. Grandparents on my mother's side have this really old house, more than 100 years old. And after being a house, it was an inn for almost 80 years. Just as soon as you entered it, the house had a shop-like space that my grandfather used to sell clothing. The place was and is filled by old stuff. Dolls, clothes, radios, writing machines, you name it. It also has an altar filled with Christian symbology, one that always scared me shitless. This shop connects to another room with an old unused kitchen with a window towards the inner patio. Both of these rooms are connected to the rest of the house through 3 doors, but getting to the living space implies crossing a long-ass corridor with barely no illumination. All the light comes from the inner patio and the entry door, so house is generally really dark. From the living room, you can see the whole corridor and the entry door if you sit in one of the 2 couches. My grandparents had a few pets, which I loved, so I sometimes wanted to stay there all evening. This one and only time, my parents agreed to let me stay the night. Pick related, the window to the unused kitchen, through the patio. Even if my grandmother decided we would sleep together, one bed next to the other, in the room that used to be my mom's, I wasn't able to truly sleep. Both dogs entered my bed, but I was still really uneasy. Part 1, the nightmare. I was some kind of camera, as in I wasn't there, but I could see. I was at the end of the corridor, looking at one of the doors that connects with the shop. I could not stop thinking, something bad will happen. Then I saw it. A man without skin that started walking towards me. Then I was in the stairs, where the rooms are, watching him advance. The man was more like some kind of biology thing, those that they use to explain organs. He entered the room we were in, and started looking at me sleeping. He wanted to steal my inner ears. I woke up crying somewhere between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. That's when my grandmother decided it was best if we went downstairs with the blankets and watched TV until I was sleepy again. Pick related, the stairs in the entrance right to the bedroom. I don't remember which movie we were watching. Something silly from late night TV. I was dozing off, and I heard one of the dogs sitting with me on the couch. My grandmother was in the other, and the cat was in the chair, to my right, between me and the corridor. Part 2. The Hat Man. Dog starts to bark. He even gets up from the couch and keeps barking towards the corridor. My grandmother tells him to shut up, and tells me that it was probably a car. Street was dead silent. Then the cat starts to hiss at the corridor as well. I look to the corridor, and there he was. See a man with a hat, shadowy figure, walking slowly to the middle of the corridor. I get pale and ask my grandma, "Is Granddad home yet?" "No, Anam. He comes tomorrow." Oh shit. The man stares back at me without eyes. Only distinct feature is the hat. He raises both hands with calm and starts smoking. Stops advancing. He was coming from the shop. I start crying scared. The cat runs towards the hat man. He starts walking at an abnormal speed until he retires to the shop. Pick related. Closer look to the rooms from the upper stairs. I ended up making my grandmother call my parents, as I would not stop crying. They arrived close to 6 a.m., confused about what had happened, since I was so enthusiastic about staying there. I told my mother, sobbing, what I saw. My grandmother denied there was anything paranormal in the house. My mother then got pale, telling me she knows what I'm talking about. Trying not to scare me, she starts by saying he's good and he won't harm me. Then she tells me she saw him too when she was a little girl. Also, her 2 sisters did see odd things in the house too. Not him though. She also told me he ran away from the other cat my grandmother used to have, one which died. I've always felt quite uneasy in that room, the shop. I know my grandmother attempted some kind of exorcism in the place, with a professional, but it still gives huge bad vibes. I've never stayed too late there again, and I've never seen him again. Even if I spent years having nightmares where he would walk towards me in the corridor of my parents' house. Even if I have not seen more of him, I never forgot. He did not seem dangerous, but he still gave me some kind of unsettling feeling. Last pick related, the shop main access. Be me, 12 years old, in social studies class. Kid next to me groans. All of a sudden puke is flying out of his mouth like fucking water out of a hose. Sprays all over the girl in front of him, and another girl beside him. Completely misses me, lol. Kid ends up getting picked up from school. Couple days later the kid is back. People are giving him a hard time. I feel bad for him. Decide to be his friend. Start making conversation with him. Over the next few weeks we become pals, in that class at least. Notice the kid always feels sick. Constantly has stomach aches and looks tired. One day, shit gets weird. He pulls up his sleeve and shows me some little scars on his arm. He tells me that his parents think Jesus is coming back very soon. They sometimes have dreams where they're taken up into heaven and angels talk to them. The angels tell them not to tell anyone about what they say. Both his parents have the same dreams on the same nights, but his dreams are different. The angels are weird insect-looking creatures. They operate on his parents. Kid tells me he thinks the insect people fuck with his parents' memories. The scars on his arms are from some of the operations. Kid goes quiet. What the fuck? I'm just a regular kid with totally normal parents. Can't relate and don't know what to say. Plus I'm kinda stupid. So I just say, "That sucks, dude. You should tell your parents." He looks me dead in the eye. You're right. Fast forward. Kid does not show up to class one day. There's an announcement. The kid's dad accidentally ran the kid over with his car. Did I do bad? Yes. Be me, Texas guy. Decide to take a trip to New Orleans. Trip's not important. It's the drive back that matters. So I'm heading home. Maybe 20 minutes outside Lafayette. Suddenly feel the onset of an anxiety attack coming on. Hasn't happened in a while, but last time was when I was driving, and that shit was bad news. So I pull off the interstate. For some reason I don't stop. Keep driving. Feeling not fully in control of my actions. heading farther and farther away from the interstate, moving into a rural area via this little road. Anxiety never kicks in, but now I'm wondering what the fuck I'm doing wrong. Pulled to a stop. These kids are playing in a small field on my left. Huge field over to my right. I glance over at the big field. There's a black thing walking around out there. Looks like a person ambling around, but wire thin and tall. Surprised to see this shit in broad daylight. Keep staring at it. It's actually really hard to see. I can just barely make it out as it moves around. It gets harder and harder to see until eventually it's just gone. Totally bewildered. Look back over at the kids. They're totally frozen in place. They're all looking bug-eyed at the field. I yell out, "Did y'all see that?" They look at me and nod. Alright, see y'all later. Looking at that man was like looking at a daddy longlegs from far away. Just thin and wiry, barely perceptible. I wonder if the only reason I saw it was because I was panicking, but I don't know. The kids saw it too. Lake Okeechobee, Florida. 7th largest body of fresh water in the United States. Fishermen used to and still end up pulling up large amounts of human remains. Thought to be a burial ground used by the Native Americans. Hurricane of 1928. 2,500 dead after an 8-foot storm surge from the lake wiped out nearby communities, all buried in a mass grave. Lots of stories of hauntings nearby. 3 years ago, a few friends and I rent a boat to go fishing on the lake, at night with calm waters, strolling the deck, looking at the stars. Feel like I'm being watched. See movement out of the corner of my eye over the water. Oh boy, hope it's not a gator. See a human skull peeking out above the water. Lock eyes/eye sockets on each other. Immense set of dread sets in. Scream at my buddies to wake up while running to draw the anchor and get the fuck out of there. Hear some splashing and almost have a heart attack while hoisting the anchor. Done. Rush to the helm. Full power to engines. Friends still asleep. Get out of area and coast around slowly while keeping an eye out so not to waste too much fuel. Morning. Friends wake up. Anon. Why are we 30 miles from where we anchored? I heard this is a better fishing ground. I never told them, since I don't think they believe me. I have never been so scared in my life. The strangest thing is that I had to fight this weird feeling of jumping into the water. My son, junior in high school at the time, was visiting his buddy on the outskirts of town. They own a farm, quasi-rural part of Utah. It was about 9:30 to 10 p.m. Something was making noise outside, and the dad was afraid a skunk or something was messing with his chickens. He grabs a flashlight and a shotgun and heads out. After the dad exited the house, my son and his buddy decided to follow him. A barn was about 200 feet away, and the dad was beelining through a field towards it. Son and friend were trailing about 100 feet behind. The dad enters the cabin. Son and friend are trudging through the field to get closer. Next thing my son hears is a scream, escape from the barn, and the shotgun blast. The dad comes barreling out of the barn, sees my son and his kid, and screams for them to run back into the house. They all get in the house, and the dad is shaken up. He calls 911 and explains he needs cops to check the barn. The dad sat shaking at the dinner table, and my son and his friend sat down and asked what happened. The dad said when he got into the barn, something was just off, and then a smell hit him, but he kept moving toward the back. This barn had rafters and holding pens for animals on either side. Well, he is scanning with the flashlight, and he then shined the light towards the back, and he saw it. This lengthy, white man, or creature, had its back to him. Its skin was ash white, and he knew it was off because he said a long white arm was reached up and hanging over one of the rafters. It was leaning forward, and the head was hanging down, but it's when it cocked its head and twisted like an owl to face him straight on, looking at him from below the armpit on an elongated neck, that he freaked out and fired. During the story, he was checking the windows as they waited for the cops. Cops did not show. My son said that unmarked black vans appeared. A helicopter crested the ridge and landed in the field. Military-geared men exited the vans. Another van had men in hazmat suits, escorted by the military-geared men towards the barn. The thing, creature, man, had escaped out of the back. There was literal white goo that was on parts of the barn where the shot caused spatter. The helicopter and vans were on premise for about an hour, scouring the area. No police arrived the entire time. After they left, my son and his friend gathered some courage and went up to the barn, and that's when they saw the white goo. My son was going to stay the night, but the entire thing freaked him out, and he did not like the idea of being in the countryside with that thing running around. My son said the rafters to the barn were like 12 feet high, and the way the dad described it, it was hunched over and an arm dangled down over the rafter above, so it was no small thing. Now, if it was blasted by a gun, you'd think the cops would look into it. Nothing. The dad was questioned, but that was it. No repercussions for shooting someone. Regardless it being Utah and such, questions or a form or something would be filled out, I'd think, but what do I know? The hazmat-suited guys had collected something. My son thinks it was the white goo. Whatever it was, the powers that be had to have had this thing on their radar to have this type of a response in less than 30 minutes where this place was. My 2 cents. A DNA D.U.M.B experiment escaped or was purposefully let loose in the wild and monitored to see what it does. But, again, what do I know? Be me. 5 to 6 years ago. Start looking in X because I had a passing interest in orbs, and a thread was one of the first results on Google. Always believed to some degree that the world had a covert, paranormal nature, and it was not just what people accepted as. The stories that people say here range from the plausible to the absolutely ridiculous. I'm hooked. 3 to 4 months pass by, lurking on X daily, reading through anything I say, and searching for relevant sources to stuff I find interesting. Sometimes I catch glimpses of shadows on the corner of my eyes when it is nighttime. It is like something dark is moving, but always out of reach of my eyes. I must be really sleepy. After some time, when I get on the bed to sleep, I can feel that something is in there in the room with me. Too afraid to actually open my eyes to check, I finally pluck up the courage to do so. Don't see anything, but still feel that something is close to me. I am beyond shit my pants scared with the whole situation. Happens more and more often. It's Christmas holidays. Go to my parents' home because uni is closed for the period, and I wanted to see my friends from my hometown. I share a room with my brother, and I did not have any problems at all before sleeping. Maybe I was just being crazy. Go out with friends, but friend A had some work to do, so could not come. Holidays were close to ending. We have not met in a long time, so A invites me to his home so that we can talk freely and catch up. A lives on the more secluded parts of the town, high up on a hill. I may say town, but it is actually more of a big village. We have lots of nature around, and you can go anywhere you want on foot. Meet with A. He made some honeyed wine because why the fuck not? I tell him some of the things I read here while we talk. He also had an interest in the occult, so we talk for a long time. At this point, I have not said a word of what has been happening at night while living alone because I thought that people will probably just dismiss it as paranoia. It is nighttime, and I also did not want to overstay my welcome, so I leave. As I walk the road that goes down the hill on foot, I can feel something is following me. I can feel it approaching bit by bit, so move a little bit faster, while also looking behind me every now and then to check if there is actually something there. Don't see anything, but I am not going to risk it. I don't want to sound crazy, but I know I will, so fuck it. You can choose on your own whether to believe me or not. Feel a hand reaching out to me from the back, grabbing me by the shoulder and turning me around. See absolutely nothing. That hand, or whatever you want to call it, felt like the most cold and uncomfortable thing I ever felt. I am stuck frozen there for close to 1 minute. Felt like an hour though. I just walked towards home, completely broken. Did not feel any fear, no cold, nothing at all. I was just completely broken. It is time to go back to uni, so parents take me to the station. As I leave home, I drop a charm that was given to me by my grandma, only find out about it after I board the bus. Be sad, because I really love my grandma, and I really appreciated the charm. Always took it with me when I was going out. After going to uni again, don't see any shadows. Don't feel anything in my room before sleeping. It was like nothing ever happened. Spring break comes. Go back to parents' home. Find the charm on the pavement outside the main gate of the house. My face when nobody saw it, or picked it up from the ground for so long, even though my house is in a central spot, and many people pass by daily. This story has come to me from many retellings, so it's hard to say how reliable it is. It has the feel of a campfire tale, but I believe it might have really happened. In the early 1960s, a geological expedition was exploring either the Urals or Siberia. No one knows exactly what they were looking for, maybe gold or maybe diamonds, as the team included not only geologists but a special agent as well. They had a local guide who knew the area fairly well, and they transported their heavy equipment and supplies on horses, traveling on foot. One day, they came across an abandoned village with just a few charred houses. The guide explained it was once inhabited by old believers, but they had supposedly fled recently because the place had become cursed. Some spirit from the nearby forest had driven them away. The guide did not know what exactly the old believers had been afraid of. At that time, during the height of state atheism, such stories were seen as nothing more than superstition. People laughed at the idea of religious fanatics, especially those who seemed cut off from modernity and the events of the Great Patriotic War. The team had planned to camp in the village, but they changed their minds when they saw that the well, the only source of water, had been deliberately filled with dirt. Without water, especially for the horses, they could not stay, so they continued to a stream a couple of kilometers away, near the edge of the forest. The expedition had 2 women who were responsible for cooking, and while the men set up the camp, the women went back and forth between the stream and the tents, preparing dinner. After they had settled in and eaten, the cooks remained busy cleaning up. It was still light out. The sun had not set yet. One of the women was scrubbing dishes by the stream, while the other carried pots and plates back and forth. When one of the women returned to the stream with more dishes, she found it empty. Her partner was gone. Assuming she had wandered into the forest for a moment, she waited, but when the other woman did not return, she called out. There was no answer. Worried, she fetched the men, who spread out into the forest, searching and shouting. They found nothing except the missing woman's handkerchief near the stream. The guide, experienced in tracking, noticed some faint, unusual prints, twisted, club-footed marks with only a small toe visible. Not human, not bear, something he had never seen before. No signs of a struggle, no blood, and no tracks of the woman's shoes. It seemed that something had dragged her into the forest. Nightfall was approaching, and the team decided to arm themselves and follow the trail with hand-cranked flashlights, the kind without batteries that were common back then. But in the dry, flickering light of the night, they quickly lost the trail. They had no choice but to return to camp and wait for dawn. Armed sentries stood watch, while the rest of the group, too anxious to sleep, took turns patrolling the edge of the forest, calling out for the missing woman. Silence was their only answer. Later, they gathered around the campfire, trying to make sense of what had happened when the guide suddenly perked up, listening. Everyone went quiet. The guide crept toward the path leading to the stream, the special agent following, his gun drawn. The beam of their flashlight revealed the missing woman lying on the path. She was dead. Her face was blue and twisted in terror, her mouth half open, and her pupils rolled under her eyelids. There were dark smudges on her cheeks and forehead, like someone had smeared dirt on her with a finger. Her clothes were torn, but otherwise intact. The medic examined her, but found no wounds. He concluded she had died of a heart attack. It was a grim situation. A woman had died on what was supposed to be a peaceful expedition, but who had taken her into the forest, and why was her body returned to the path? No animal could have done this. There were no bite marks, and she had clearly been carried. Yet, the tracks were not human either. Was it possible the old believers had been right about something lurking in the woods? Even the guide, normally unshaken, had no explanation. At dawn, they contacted their superiors by radio and called for a helicopter. Some of the men, including the guide and the special agent, went back to the forest to continue searching for the trail they had lost during the night. Meanwhile, the cook, accompanied by armed escorts, went back to the stream to finish washing the dishes. As they scrubbed, one of the women glanced up and screamed. From the bushes, a monstrous face stared back at her. She dropped the dishes in terror. The creature vanished, but one of the men, a war veteran, reacted quickly and fired into the rustling bushes. There was a groan, followed by silence. Cautiously, the men advanced with their rifles, and there, lying dead in the bushes, was the source of their terror. It was a man, naked, filthy, with limbs bent at unnatural angles. His fingers were twisted, his nails gnarled, and his hair was wild and matted. Half of his face and body were covered in coarse hair, his nose large and flat. He was deformed, almost unrecognizable as human. The medic examined the body and confirmed that despite his monstrous appearance, the creature was indeed a human being, just a severely deformed wild man. A theory began to take shape. Perhaps the creature had been born in the Old Believer village, the product of some incestuous relationship, as was rumored in those times. The mother, unable to kill her child, may have fled into the forest with him, raising him in isolation. After her death, the creature lived on, occasionally returning to the village, frightening the women. The missing cook, it seemed, had died of fright when she encountered him. Not understanding that she was dead, the creature had carried her body back to the camp, returning her to people, or maybe it did not happen quite like that. Who knows now? But the moral of the story is clear. Not everything frightening is mystical. Be me in 2013. Be 17 years old. Having a fire pit with pals. Feels good, man. New guy there. We'll call him Jay. I'll be Say, and my other friend M. M wants to take Jay to this creepy wooded area near us. It's nearly midnight. M just wants to spook Jay for shits and giggles. Sure, why not? I take a flashlight before leaving. We get to the woods, and, surprise, there are no street lamps. The layout is rough, but the main woods part is at least 3 or 4 blocks in length, but only 1 in width. We enter from the far side, essentially a dirt road T-junction, 2 blocks to the east. We are about to get into the woods when I remember that coyotes sometimes prowl in the city. I want to know what behind us looks like in case we have to turn back. On the other side of the junction, it looked like there was a dog laying down. Decide to say nothing because I don't want to panic in M and J. Right when I'm thinking the dog has not noticed us, it perks its head up. It's looking at me. It gets up. Poker face. At first, it looks like its back is maybe up to my knees. It looks like it's getting bigger, maybe half my height. I am still silent, but this thing is a threat. It stands up on its hind legs. It's clearing the yield sign at the T-junction. I turn the flashlight on, and it is pitch black. Like, light does not even hit the thing. M and J turn around because where's my light, bro? We are all looking at this thing, looking at us. It sinks into the trees to its right. We now have the choice of walking back, past bipedal dog, or walk in a woods after seeing it. We choose in a woods. Nobody believed us when we got back. Nothing happened when we went through the woods, and we never ever saw something like that ever again on repeat trips. I have no good explanations for what we saw that night, and if I was alone, I would never tell this story to anyone, ever. Never thought I'd have something to share on X. Long-time lurker, first post. Be me 3 years ago, 21 years old. In Florida, attending an A7X concert in Tampa Bay with my ex and 2 other friends. Concert ends late. Everyone is drunk as piss, me less so than everyone else. We went and ate some shitty fast food or something, too drunk to remember. Starting to sober up. I am less drunk than everyone else, so naturally, I get volunteered to drive. Still tipsy me kicks in. I got the shit. Start the 6-hour drive back to Middle GA at about 1 a.m. An hour in. Everyone but me is asleep. No radio in car. Sucks to be me. About halfway into the drive, I'm feeling pretty recovered, but really tired. Of course, as if on cue, it starts drizzling. Stupid GPS takes me some bumfuck nowhere back roads way instead of the highway, but hey, it saves me 25 minutes. Driving by a ton of wooded areas and pastures, no buildings in sight for miles at a time. Pass by a sign on the road that says Dark Marsh or Black Marsh or something. Sorry, can't remember exactly. Sign looked a little weird, like it was blurred or something. Start to worry, I'm getting too tired to drive. Driving, doody-doo beep bop, keeping myself entertained while everyone else sleeps off their drunkenness. Holy shit, what the fuck? There's a little girl in a white dress, standing on the edge of the road. She's just standing with her back to the car. I slow down, but having trouble deciding whether to stop or not. She looks blurry, like the sign from earlier. Maybe I'm hallucinating, being so tired. Fuck it, speed back up. Another 5 minutes passes, and I see a man, pale white, skin and bone, bent over at a weird angle, watching the car. Ugh, I'm hallucinating. Maybe I should pull over and sleep. Its fucking head turns as we pass by it. Sufficiently creep the fuck out. I develop tunnel vision all the way back to our house and don't pay attention to anything on the side of the road. Is it possible to hallucinate vividly from being tired? In the second half of June 1941, Harry L. Bowdoin, famous for building a robot diving bell, set sail to the coast of Bermuda to fulfill his lifelong dream of searching for underwater treasures. From the start, the expedition was plagued by small accidents, and 2 sailors were severely injured. The cause was the difficult task of handling the diving bell fitted hurriedly on an old ship, a recommissioned cargo vessel. Bowdoin had to expend twice the amount he had planned to set the large metallic diving bell into an improvised crane and to keep the expedition running, let go of many experienced sailors and divers for a ragtag crew of inexperienced sailors, fishermen, and voluntaries with absolutely no knowledge of the Bermuda coast or underwater salvage for the matter. Bowdoin, who had invested over 15 years building this bell and spent thousands of dollars on the expedition, dismissed all warnings as foolish and stated that he alone could do the hazardous bell dives if he needed. The journey took 2 months more than expected, this time to a small fire that broke on the boiler room, one again due to crew inexperience, but this time with no casualties. The pressure over Baudouin became critical when many of his financial backers started to demand for results, and against his best judgment, Baudouin started to do bell dives, alone or with 2 more brave sailors, day and night, virtually without rest. Soon the sailors gave up diving with Baudouin. At first, no explanation was given. Baudouin himself appeared to be afraid of going down alone, but under the pressure of his debts, he went ahead alone. Through the wire, the communication was, at best, erratic. Baudouin frequently had to scream commands through his side of the line and went completely silent for several hours. Sometimes, strange noises were heard through the wire. A low growling, a faint brushing, and even the murmur of many voices flooded the receiver without warning and then became silent again. One day, the steel wire began to pull violently, and the men, startled, tried to raise the bell without success. The strange force kept pulling the wire and crane into the ocean, while the lifeline to the bell moved swiftly around and under the ship. The men would later say a violent underwater current caught the diving bell and sent it hurtling across the ocean floor. All attempts to call Baudouin failed, and when the wire began to tug the ship itself, heading to open sea, threatening to collapse the makeshift crane, the captain of the ship ordered his men to cut the cables. The last sound that came out of the wire was one of a loud scream, followed by a drum-shattering bang. The bell and his only occupant were never found. A few weeks ago, I went on a dive trip off Catalina Island. We were going on a night dive, but during the descent, I took my hand off the anchor line for just a moment to readjust my weight belt. In a second, I lost sight of everyone, and visibility was so bad I would not have seen their lights if they were 25 feet away. I sank in a pitch-black void for what seemed like an hour, swimming against the current. When I got to the bottom, the reef did not look familiar at all. I was alone, my feet down, lost in a kelp forest. Everything around me was utterly dark, except the thin, 20-foot beam of my light, and when I tried to swim away, I found that my regulator first stage was entangled in kelp, and I could not move. I was able to cut myself out and surface. I'd somehow drifted 200 feet away from the boat in the current, but still, very, very spooky. When I was 16, my mom and her current boyfriend and I took a scuba trip in Cancun. We did 2 dives, a current dive and a shipwreck dive. The current dive was relaxing at 20-ish feet, but the shipwreck was about 60 feet, and it was my first dive in the open. When we got to the bottom and came around the front of the ship, there was a school of barracuda. I'd say about 20 to 30 of them, just swimming against the current. That gave me a good scare. After we got into the ship, we swam to the back room, and the dive master turned his light on, and there was a 5-foot Goliath grouper staring back at us. Probably 400 pounds, if I had to guess. It was absolutely huge. After we got out of there, we saw a manta ray swimming above the ship. So much activity on this dive. On our way back to the surface, our group had to hide behind some rocks because there were 2 5 to 6 foot black-tipped sharks swimming by. All in all, it was an amazing experience. On the second dive, my mom's boyfriend's scuba tank came loose from his vest and started floating to the surface. This was scary because of Ben's diseases. Nothing too exciting about the 20 feet current dive. Saw a sleeping nurse shark and got to touch it. Otherwise, just a bunch of reefs and smaller tropical fish. I was snorkeling off of Maui once when I was around 12. The area was really shallow and the reef came up pretty close to the surface, so I was chasing some silverfish for a while before I noticed that the reef was getting deeper, now a comfortable 4 feet from the surface. The fish disappeared and I was suddenly over a ledge in the reef. It was a hole, maybe 15 to 20 feet in diameter and perfectly cylindrical, like it had been cut out of the reef with a laser. But the thing that really got my attention was this thing in the middle. I wish I could draw it. It's hard to describe. The bottom 3/4 was cylindrical, and it sat perfectly in the center of the hole. There was a 3-foot gap all around it, between it and the reef. The top quarter was a dome with a small cross on the top. The whole thing was covered in this undulating green seaweed, which was weird because there was not any seaweed around the reef that I'd seen yet. I sat there and stared at it for a bit when I felt something on my back fin. It was an octopus, so I freaked out and surfaced. At this point, I noticed I was far away from the shore and far down the shore from the rest of my family. Had to walk half a mile to get back to them. After that, I could not find the spot again. Maybe it was an anchor of some sort. I've never been able to find out more information about it. It's necessary to explain that one way that you can keep track of a diver is to watch the bubble stream. When a diver inhales, the helmet's demand regulator provides air from their umbilical. Then when they exhale, it is exhausted into the water and floats up to the surface. On topside, you can watch the bubbles to get a general sense of where the divers are. Now, on this occasion, we were hundreds of miles from land and had placed 2 divers in the water. About an hour into the dive, we started noticing something strange was happening. There were 3 distinct bubble streams coming from where they were working. At first, we assumed that there was a current and it was affecting them, but soon we noticed a 4th set of bubbles coming from a distance. It stopped about 20 feet away from the divers, near the other mysterious bubbles. We asked the divers, but neither could see anything out of the ordinary. Then, even from the surface, we heard a blood-curdling screech from the waters. Then silence. The divers weren't too concerned. We hear strange things all the time. Sound travels well in the water, and you learn to assume it's a long distance away. But soon, it looked like the water in the distance was boiling, and it was getting closer. It wasn't boiling though. It was countless new bubble streams moving nearer to the location our divers were working. The supervisor ordered the divers to get onto the dive stage to be lifted back to the surface. The bubbles were frighteningly close now, and the divers being lifted out said they had begun seeing shadowed figures in the distance. They could not quite make out what they were though. We elected to pull the divers out without completing their decompression stops and throw them into our hyperbaric chamber. This happened when myself, my brother from another mother, and some other guys decided on going for a cross-country road trip the summer after we graduated high school. Some of us were signing up with the military when we got back. Others were going off to a college of their choice. But one of us, Baker, he had plans for going off to Europe for a few years to backpack and see the sights of the old country. He was also a massive paranormal fanboy. Anything remotely creepy or paranormal would grab his goat, and he'd run off head first into whatever situation had just arisen, just to sate his curiosity. Most of us liked paranormal shit, or at least tolerated his shenanigans, because usually it ended up with us exploring some old busted-ass buildings or houses, and once, an entire ass beach steamboat that had seen much better days. So, when Baker announced he was plotting our course across the country to hit as many paranormal/creepy spots as possible, none of us were surprised, nor did we express any sort of argument against it. We just rolled with it, in the spirit of adventure. This trip would go on to be a fucking blast. Some spots were genuinely creepy. Others were a letdown. Mostly the fun came from each of us trying to scare the bejesus out of each other whenever possible, which, admittedly, was whenever we could do it, and the journey to each spot. That all changed when we hit New Mexico. Baker was originally from NM, having moved out of there when he was still shitting yellow in his diapers, and was almost hell-bent on having us stop as much as possible when we were driving through here. We didn't mind. Most of us had never left our home state, so everything was new to us, and we were generally enjoying ourselves. We made a stop in Animas at Baker's request. Apparently, he had family that lived there, and they'd agreed to let us crash at their place for the night. We figured why not. We wouldn't have to set up camp or rent a hotel, and Baker would get to see family he had not ever met before. It's a win-win. We pull up to their place. Baker hops out and walks up, starts talking to an older guy in his 50s who walked out of the house for a few minutes. Then the two of them walk back towards our vehicle. Introductions are made, and we find out the guy is Baker's only uncle. We shoot the shit for a bit, when his uncle tells us he has their old bunkhouse from back when they had a little ranch, ready for us to stay in. This was considered a great win for us, as that meant no double bunking and that everyone actually got a bed for once instead of a sleeping bag or a cot. So we pull around to where it is and unload our stuff for the evening and get our beds picked and set up for the night. We get dinner situated and end up eating outside around a fire pit alongside Baker's uncle, who is shooting the shit with us while catching up with Baker about his family. Pretty soon though, of course, Baker turns the talk towards spooky shit in the area, and we all see his uncle's face sort of fall, like someone who is trying not to think of some bad shit that happened, so people don't realize they hit a nerve. Sits there for a few minutes silently, Baker badgering him about it, until he gets up and walks inside. We all start giving Baker shit, because from what we can all just tell, he just ruined his uncle's night, and he falls into that defensive silence someone who knows they fucked up tends to put on. But a few minutes later, his uncle walks back out, a bottle of tequila in hand, and 8 glasses. He passes one to each of us, pours each of us about 3 fingers worth, and then takes a good long swig of it, while staring into the fire. Then, he takes a seat, and he starts to talk. He begins to tell us about an event that had happened roughly 30 years before, about how he'd lost a friend and a lover to it, and that if we really wanted to hear something creepy, then we would shut the fuck up and listen, cause he was only going to tell us this once. So, we all sat back, buttoned up our lips, and let the man speak. It started off him telling us about his friend and his friend's brother, and how the 3 of them had met while working as miners and had quickly become fast friends. He said he became a miner so he would not have to deal with working the ranch, a job he hated, and that the 2 men he met made the job bearable, but only barely. Since they were Mexican, they usually got the short end of the stick, but as long as they were together, they could deal with it. Then, the uncle and his friend's brother slowly began to realize that the 2 of them were more alike than they thought, leading to the 2 men confessing that they swung for the same team, and they quickly began a relationship in secret. He said he told us this so that we would know how painful it was for him to talk about the event. Baker looked surprised. He didn't have the best track record with same-sex couples, and the shock of finding out his only uncle was a part of that lifestyle was pretty evident on his face. But he kept his mouth shut as his uncle continued on. A few months into the men meeting one another, ranches in the area started reporting missing animals, or finding animals dead and desiccated where the day before the animal would have been alive and in good health. Of course, that got the local ranchers agitated, and regular hunting parties were organized to see if the animal or person responsible could be found and either killed if it was an animal or brought to justice if it was a man. I don't need to tell y'all what kind of justice his uncle was talking about. I'm sure y'all can put 2 and 2 together. This continued on into winter months. At this part, his uncle took a short pause, still staring into the fire, then took a shot from the tequila, and then continued. The ranchers were getting more and more angry. They were losing animals, but had yet to find any sort of tracks or traces of whatever or whoever was doing it. Hell, even the miners began to talk about it, whispering that if it was some sort of animal taking down cattle, whatever it was would be able to take a person down as well, especially if it was a mountain lion or similar. They also began to talk about hearing weird noises in the deeper mine shafts, stuff like faint growling, or what sounded like claws moving across rock. Some of them began refusing to go into the deep unless they had more than one other person with them, something that earned those miners nervous laughter from the rest of them and calls of them being cowards and pussies. Baker's uncle told us how he, his friend, and his lover would routinely be forced to work the deeper shafts, since the others would either refuse to go down there or were higher seniority on the miner totem pole, and that it would just be them for hours at a time down there. Eventually, the 3 of them stopped bitching about it and just focused on their work, figuring the faster they dug during their shifts, the faster they would get out. He said they would occasionally hear the noises that the other miners reported, but would try to ignore them as best as they could and focus on their work. It worked, until the night that it didn't. He told us that they had gotten the graveyard shaft that night, as well as the deepest part of the shaft they were assigned to, so off the 3 went, grumbling under their breath about the whole situation. They stepped out of the elevator, and the guys going up had scared looks on their faces, so Baker's uncle asked one of them that he was on somewhat cordial speaking terms with what was wrong. The guy seemed to hesitate, then told the fray that they had been hearing strange noises coming from the lower shafts all shift, and that they had been pretty disturbing, but that they had attributed it to wind gusting through from an unknown cave connected to the shaft, and that the proper authorities would be checking it out the next day to make sure that part of the mine shaft was in no danger of collapsing, but for them to be careful, since they were going to be right smack dab in the middle of it all. That did not make the three men feel any better as they walked towards where they had been assigned, setting about getting to work. 10 minutes into their shift, the lights went out. From the way he said it, it seemed like the lines had been cut. One moment, they were all lit. The next they were standing in complete and utter darkness, with only the sound of each other breathing, letting them know the other two were still there. They scramble to get their helmet lights turned on, and while doing so, they start hearing the claw on rock noise approaching fast. He said that as far as he knew, the other two felt like he did, that something bad was coming their way, so the three of them began booking it back towards the lift. The clawing sound picked up speed, almost like it was running full tilt at them, when he heard his friend scream in pain and fear. He said his lover and himself turned to see his friend and lover's brother laying face down on the ground, his body going limp, as what he described as an albino, almost hairless rat dog took a chunk out of his neck, looking at the two of them before letting out a squeal like the cross between an angry cat hissing and grease sizzling on a hot skillet. The two of them turned and began running again, him saying that he disgustingly hoped that whatever it was would have stopped to eat his friend so the two of them could get away, and being absolutely terrified when he heard those clawing noises getting close. That's when Baker's uncle stopped talking again, still staring into the fire. He was quiet for so long, we began to assume that he was either not going to tell the rest of what happened or that he'd gotten too drunk to remember it. Neither of those was the case. That's when I felt him grab me and throw me out of the way, and I saw the thing fly past me, barely missing. We weren't too far from the elevator, and thankfully the power was still on in that part of the mine shaft, so we hoped like a motherfucker that the lights would act as a deterrent. They didn't do shit. He told us how his lover pushed him into the elevator as the rat dog thing charged at them and tried to get in, while the thing was picking itself up off the ground, already starting to charge at them. The thing was fast, too fast, and in what he said was almost an eye blink, it was on his lover, biting and scratching at him before finally tearing out his throat. He said for the second time that night, he felt disgusted at how he felt as he slapped the ascent button on the lift, part of him hoping it would hurry, and the other part cussing at him for being a coward and not helping out his lover. The lift began to ascend, and he said the thing locked eyes with him and screeched, charging. Luckily for him, it apparently could not climb and barely missed the lift, smacking headlong into the mineshaft wall. He said he could hear it screeching the entire way up, with the miners who had gathered around the top of the elevator shaft hearing it as well. One of them asked where the other two men were, and why he looked so terrified. So, working quickly, he concocted a story about how there was an albino wolf that had somehow gotten into the shaft that ended up killing both of his partners. It was here that his uncle fell silent for the third time that night, this time for much longer. So long that we began to worry about him, though he did stand up slowly after a few moments, excusing himself. All of us were quiet after he went inside the house, contemplating whether or not what we just heard was real or not. Most of us came to the same conclusion, that his uncle was telling some form of the truth. But Baker came to a totally different conclusion. Baker wanted to go see the shaft in person. We all began discussing it amongst ourselves, and eventually we all, minus Baker, came to the conclusion that Baker had a death wish, but he would just not let it go, and eventually persuaded every one of us that it was the spirit of adventure calling, and that there were 8 of us, so whatever it was would not try anything, if there was in fact something to the story. So we all filed into the bunkhouse, with a plan forming to go monster hunting. The next morning we awoke, wondering if Baker would still be dead set on his little monster hunting adventure, mostly because all of us during the night had come to the same conclusion. None of us wanted to go spelunking in some old mine shafts and run the risk of something happening and all of us getting trapped down there. But when Baker awoke, the first thing out of his mouth when he walked out to the kitchen was to ask if we were all ready for it. Half-hearted affirms were had from some of us. Others were saying various things about safety issues, but he brushed them aside and simply stated that if we weren't going with him, he'd go it alone. The rest of us shared a look, knowing that none of us were going to let our friend do something as stupid as that alone. So we gathered outside and went over the plan. Admittedly, it was not much of a plan. It went like this. Step 1 was find the mine shaft in question, which Baker set off to question his uncle about. The rest of us were left to come up with step 2, which, at the end of our brainstorming session, composed of us taking some form of weapons with us. 2 of us had handguns, one a little .38 revolver that one of the guy's dads had given him in case we ran into trouble on the road, and the other was a high power that the guy religiously carried, and still carries. The gun guys amongst us were not confident in the stopping power of the .38, but figured between it and the 9mm, we would at least be able to injure it enough to make it back off. The rest of us were relegated to walking sticks that were more like wooden poles, since that was what we could find laying around the area. Step 3 did not even get considered, and in hindsight, we probably should have come up with one. But hindsight is a bitch, so we aren't to talk about it yet. Baker walked out about half an hour later. In his hands was an old map. As he walked over, he yelled gleefully that it was a map from the early 70s, with each of the mines in the area marked, and the one in question circled with a black marker. He informed us it was about an hour's drive away, and asked if we were ready. So, with our poles tossed in the back, we stopped at a store to grab some flashlights and bottled water, then headed out into the desert on our monster hunting expedition. The way there we were all mostly silent, with Baker in the passenger seat and my brother from another mother driving, with another one of us reading a map to try and match up service roads with the map that Baker had. And surprisingly, we managed to find the mine after about 2 hours of backtracking and arguments. The entrance had a few dilapidated buildings scattered around, what we figured would have been the main office and rest area, along with machinery that looked like pulleys for the elevator or minecarts and some rails for said minecarts. There was also an old rusted out pickup truck parked close to what we thought would be the office, and one of the guys, a car guy through and through, lamented about it, I guess to try and lighten the mood a little. We scattered around the area, looking but not really knowing what we were looking for, honestly hoping for someone else to finally take the plunge and walk into the mine itself. And wouldn't you know it, Baker was the first one to do so. He walked over, looked the entrance over, then declared he was going in, which brought our attention back to why we were here. So, almost single file, we marched into the mine, flashlights at the ready. The inside was littered with mining tools laying here or there. Debris like old and newer beer cans and trash. Some broken down mining carts as well. We all agreed that we would not be trying to descend using the elevator shaft, and instead opted to follow the rails further in. We did this for a bit, thanking the flashlights that we had, as the sunlight died down pretty quickly past the entrance, and once we rounded the first corner, it was non-existent. The temperature also dropped a few degrees, something we were all thankful for, as it was a scorcher of a day. Every now and then, we'd hear water dripping further ahead of us, so we, Baker really, decided to use that as a destination, his thinking being if there was something down there, it would need to drink. And water dripping meant that there had to be a puddle or similar close enough, so why not start there? The walls of the mine shaft had some graffiti here and there, but it did not go too far in. We stopped seeing stuff like that about 10 minutes around the first bend we took. One of the guys thought that was odd, as back home he'd find graffiti all over the place in old mine shafts, even deeper ones, since people tend to use them for partying. And the farther in you are, the less likely the police or game wardens are to keep going in to evict you from the place. We brushed it off, but he had a point, though none of us wanted to say that. The water would drip about every minute or so, and eventually we found the source. A crack in the ceiling that was allowing the water to drip into an old rusty bucket. This caught our attention, as cracks don't just open over conveniently placed buckets so it can catch whatever drips out, and Baker took it as a sign that something was down here. Someone in the back spoke up about maybe some teenagers had done it during a party or something, but Baker pointed out the lack of trash or graffiti in the area, which silenced him and all of us for that matter. Baker, always the confident idiot, declared he was going deeper, since in his mind it was obvious his uncle was telling the truth, and whatever it was just had to be a little further in. We hated him for being so goddamn right. We continued to follow the rails, eventually coming to a larger room in the shape of a circle, and from what we could see, it must have been something like a crossroads type room, where minecarts could be sent off to different parts of the mine. A few broken or rusted carts were still on some of the rails, with some pickaxes leaning against one wall and what looked like a small office shed against another. We sort of split apart and began looking around the area, with Baker and myself checking out the office. The inside held an old-style desk and chair, a fridge, some file cabinets, with paper littering the floor. Everything was dusty as hell, and from the paperwork I read, it just looked like somewhere they kept hall amounts and worker timesheets. Nothing interesting. Baker had rifled through the desk, finding a set of old keys on a rabbit's foot keychain, and the two of us figured they belonged to the truck up top. That's when one of the guys called out to us for us to come to him, so the pair of us walked out and over to where the rest of us were gathering. The guy was knelt down, his light aimed at the dirt floor, illuminating a set of tracks that led off down a part of the shaft we had not been yet. They looked like dog prints, but longer and with an extra toe. The spacing between each print indicating that whatever had made them was long itself. We all looked at one another, and Baker had a look on his face that betrayed what he was thinking. Oh fuck, there is something down here. That was when we heard it. It sounded further down the shaft we were all currently clustered up against, and as one, all of us turned our lights to peer into the darkness. The sound of a hammer cocking, letting us know our 38 friend had drawn his weapon. The sound we heard, what sounded like bone scraping against bare metal, was slow, almost like whatever was causing it was doing it to try and unnerve us. It was working. My brother from another mother was the first one to voice the opinion of us getting the fuck out of Dodge right then and there. But Baker, fucking Baker, he wanted to at least see whatever it was, to see if it was just a normal animal or if his uncle was actually telling the truth. So he took a few slow steps into the shaft, then picked up the pace. The rest of us, not wanting our friend to get attacked, cussed his ass out, but we followed. 38 revolver and high power near the front and on either side of Baker. With each step we took, the noise got louder and more frequent until we heard a low hissing begin from ahead of us and around a slight curve of the tunnel. We stopped as one, our nerves beginning to fray, when Baker took one more step towards the noise, and then it happened. Something pale, wrinkled, and about the size of a mastiff charged around the corner, all of our lights hitting it square on at once, which seemed to blind it for a few moments and let us get a good look at it. Baker's uncle had not lied to us at all. Whatever it was looked like a rat and a dog had somehow crossbred, but along the way had lost all its hair. The claws on it looked similar to rats, but more squared at the tips, almost like they were meant for digging. The eyes were jet black and about the size of cue balls, its ears laid back against the head, its tail looking like one belonging to a dog with mange. It did not stay stunned for long, but us, we were frozen, especially Baker. And that's when the thing lunged and grabbed him by his leg, and all hell broke loose. The thing began trying to drag Baker away from us, Baker kicking at it with his free leg, and our two gun friends running up to get close enough to shoot it without hitting Baker. 38 friend dumped all 6 rounds into the thing's hips, causing it to let Baker go and start going after him. High power friend began to fire center mass into it as 2 of us grabbed Baker and began to drag him away, getting its attention away from 38 friend. We heard the unmistakable clicking of a dry chamber as he mag dumped into it, then began cussing up a storm as he reloaded and fired some more. The thing decided that we were too much at that point and retreated back the way we came, and we chose that moment to scoop Baker up into a fireman's carry and get the fuck out of Dodge. Our ears were ringing, our blood and adrenaline were pumping hard, and we were running like madmen. Then, we heard it, the sound that thing had been making, but coming from various of our mine shafts. We all turned into track stars, not wanting to be caught by a group of whatever the fuck that was, and soon found ourselves looking at the entrance to the mine. We spilled out into the sunlight, hoping and praying that they would not follow us, and made a beeline for our vehicle. At least, we would have, but we had company waiting for us. Parked behind our vehicle sat 3 SUVs, and around those stood a group of around 12 men in uniforms, wearing carriers and with rifles at the ready. We skidded to a stop, looking at the group, who was yelling at us to raise our hands and not to try anything funny. The guy carrying Baker said that our friend needed medical assistance, and one of the men said that would be handled once they knew we were not a threat. One of us, I can't remember who, yelled about not worrying about us, and instead they should point the rifles into the cave, since at this point you could still hear the hornet's nest we kicked up going off. 3 of the men moved to the entrance and took position, while the rest covered us, while 2 more began frisking us. The whole time, the one who seemed to be in charge eyed us, even more so when the revolver and high power were placed on the hood of our vehicle, and then he questioned us. Baker, thankfully, did all of the talking, probably because he was in pain and just wanted the shit to end. At the end of it all, the man called all of us idiots and said we were lucky to be alive, then ordered one of his men to begin cleaning up Baker's wound. They had taken our IDs, and while the men spoke, one of the others took photos of them before passing them back to us. He told us that we were on government property and were trespassing, but that they would let us off just this once, and that they knew who we were and where we lived, so we should keep everything hush-hush if we knew what was good for us. We all agreed, and once we were given our IDs back and the 2 guys were returned their weapons, we sped out of that place as fast as we could. All of us were quiet on the drive back to Baker's uncle, and when he saw all of us and the bandages on Baker's leg, he said that he warned us and called all of us stupid fucks. We spent the night there, all of us sitting around the fire and passing a bottle around, each of us deep in thought at what had happened. I spoke up once, telling everyone what I think we were all feeling. We should go home and forget this day and never talk about it again. The next day, we thanked his uncle for letting us stay, then piled into the vehicle and began the long drive back across country to home. We did not stop very often, only to change Baker's bandages, and were back home in 3 days' time, having alternated between drivers. My family asked how the road trip was, but they could tell something had happened, though they never pushed to hear about it too hard. My little sister knows some of it, and Baker's parents as well, since his uncle called a few months later to check on him. But outside of that, we don't speak about it to each other, at least the ones of us who are still alive. 38 friend bought the farm in Iraq 3 years later to an IED. Baker enlisted as well and was killed in Afghanistan about a year after 38 friend. Baker had been dead set against joining the military, but after what happened, something changed in him. The rest of us still keep in contact with each other and get together at least twice a year to remember Baker and 38 friend, but we never talk about that time in New Mexico. Only reason I told you all is because even if those men somehow find out about it, I'm dead in a few months anyway, as I have pancreatic cancer and the treatment is not stopping at any, and y'all will appreciate the story, even if most of y'all think it's fake. Just take some advice from me, and don't go exploring an old mine shaft in the New Mexico desert. You might not come out, or you may end up hurt, and no one wants to die alone in a mine shaft away from their loved ones. Going to post one I posted here before, and then one I'm pretty sure I haven't, both 100% real. I used to live outside of a small town, about an hour north of where I live now. I spent all of the childhood I can remember living there, and moved here sometime in 2009 or 2010, can't recall. Pick related, my old property. Note the length of the driveway relative to the length of the grey rectangle, which is the roof of my old house. It's important. This happened not long before we moved, in 2009 or so. I was around 17 years old. So, it's the night before trash is being picked up, and typically, I've been a lazy blam all day, and haven't put the trash cans on the road yet, and my mom is getting pissy about it. So I stop what I'm doing, and go to get the trash cans in the garage to walk them down our driveway, which is about 1/10 of a mile long, or perhaps longer. I pull them to the end of the road, watching the stars the whole time because I like astronomy, and it was a particularly clear night, and I'm deep in the woods, as you can tell by the pic, so no lights to mess up the view of the stars. It was also very quiet, although this wasn't unnerving because it was like 10 or 11 p.m. on a school night, and you can't hear much from my house anyway due to its isolation. The 1 or 2 houses you can see from the end of my driveway are dark and silent, so I put the trash cans in the spot they go and start to walk back down our driveway, still watching the stars. I get about halfway down the pothole-filled road when I suddenly feel an ice-cold chill run from my tailbone all the way up to my lower brain, and immediately, my head goes to the back tree line. That's the one to the far left in the picture, the one with the infinite forest behind it. Scan, scan, scan. Nothing there, all the way down the length of our property. I then go to the tree line on the north side, see picture. Scan, scan, holy shit. I duck down into the nearest deep pothole because maybe it hasn't seen me yet, right? And I stare at it. What's about 100 yards away from me is a figure about 7 feet tall, humanoid shape, with a bluish glow, but only enough to be visible. That is, it wasn't bright. The light blue around its body is transparent. It was almost like a thick, turquoise haze, except for its head area, where what seemed almost like a brain was glowing a deep dark blue, and wasn't transparent at all. I watched it silently for about 30 seconds. It didn't move. It didn't make a sound. It just watched me back. I was sort of afraid of what would happen if I took off running down the road to try to make it back to my house, although I never felt like whatever it was there to hurt me. After 30 seconds, it just sort of fades back into the woods without turning or moving any body parts. It just slides backwards. But the fun is not over yet. After waiting for about 10 seconds, I dashed down the road as fast as I could, burst through the garage door, and grabbed the flashlight we kept over our fridge. I parkour across the house as Mom is panicking behind me and get to the front door, leading out onto a porch which you can only barely see the area of in the pic. East side of the house, runs the whole length of it. I run down to the end of the porch, closest to where the thing was, and shine the flashlight into the woods. Mom has made it to the door and is about to have a heart attack, asking me what's wrong. I shush her, and we both sit and listen and watch for a while. After maybe 20 to 30 seconds, the ice-cold chill returns, runs up my spine to my head. I'm desperately scanning the tree line to get another look at this thing. Then curiosity inexplicably turns to fear as a rumbling starts in what seems like the back of my head. Almost like an earthquake or a rock slide or something. Lasted for about 10 seconds, and I suddenly felt like whatever it was no longer interested in mutual study. I move back to the door, and the cold and rumbling subside. After waiting a while longer, at the door, not the end of the porch, I go back inside and explain to Mom. I'm not sure whether or not my mom felt the cold or heard anything that night, but she'll defend my story if you ask her, because she was so convinced by how real it felt all the time. She knew for a fact I wasn't faking shit. I still have no idea what that was. About a year before the last story, I was determined to beat out my family in our hunting championship that runs throughout hunting season. I had won it once, but not for a while, and so people were starting to make fun of me for my dry streak. Basically, you get points with a value based on what you bring in. It became a big topic of smack talking over the years. I used to go back deep into those woods behind my house to the west, see pick from last post if you must, and sometimes walk for a long time to get to wherever I had decided to set up that day. This was perhaps my 25th or 30th hunting trip of the season, and it was coming up to an end, so I was pretty much accepting defeat at this point. On this particular morning, I woke up earlier than usual, perhaps around 4 AM or earlier. Say, when you're still hunting deer, you want to get to your spot before the deer wake up and catch them out on their morning stroll. This generally happens moments before the official time of sunrise. At about 30 minutes before sunrise is when the woods begin to wake up. You start to hear the squirrels chatter and the chickadees chirp. 4 AM is obviously much earlier than this time, so trekking through the woods so early can be a very unnerving experience, not only for the paranormal paranoid, but just because the forest has been known to hide mountain lions, black bears, and jaguars, and even a few skunks. Had a pretty scary encounter with one of those earlier the same year, but that's not relevant. I had maneuvered my way to my tree stand and scurried up quickly. Always feel uncomfortable standing still in the middle of the pitch black woods, and hung my bow on the stand as I sat down. I was there for about 15 or 30 minutes when, in the direction of the thick woods further behind my house, a noise scared me to death. It was about a mile away, perhaps. I estimated it came from an entirely uninhabited area, meaning the odds it was actually a dog are low. Odds were lower still because of the sound itself. What came out of the woods was a prolonged shriek, unlike anything I had ever heard in my 16 years of living in those woods. The best way to describe it is as a mix of a large dog in great pain and Chewbacca's scream. Now, as I said, I'm very familiar with the woods, and I know what sounds animals make. I've seen pretty much all of them face to face, and heard the rest multiple times. Hell, I know them well enough to use a deer call, and I know the difference between the sound of a male wanting to fight, a male wanting to mate, a female wanting to mate, a female in distress, and a fawn. What came from the deep woods was not a noise I had ever heard before, and it wasn't made by any creature I was familiar with. I knocked an arrow and clipped my release to the bowstring and waited. The ungodly shrieks continued for at least 5 minutes, long before anything in the woods was supposed to be awake. It was unsuccessful, and I never told anyone about the noise I heard in the woods. I got lost on a back desert road in the middle of the Arizona desert at about 11 p.m. on a road trip with an ex-girlfriend. No phone service, but still had the maps route preloaded on my phone. It was narrow, thin dark oil road. First hunch was Native American reservation. I later did some research on the area and found I in fact was on sacred ground, for whatever that's worth. It's a long story, and I've considered greentexting it since someone wrote about skinwalkers taking the shape of orbs of light. Some old story I read a while back that I perceive as true, as it was anticlimactic, and I experienced the same thing. To sum it up, lost on back road because of Apple Maps. Long road for about an hour, then turned into a smaller, more narrow road. I then passed through a large gate, but a fucked up gate, like it was made out of petrified wood and had animal bones tied around it, and a strip of barbed wire across the top. The fence posts marking the gate were at least 9 feet high. As the road got rockier, I got more scared, but kept my cool. Internally, I had never been more scared in my life, and was certain I was going to die. My girlfriend was 18, and I was 24, so do the math. I saw a lot of wildlife up until I turned onto the second road, and then there was nothing. While the road got rockier and more barren, if you were in a 2020 Rubicon Jeep, you would be concerned, and I was in a fucking hatchback Sport 90s dual sport grandma car. I stopped and told my girlfriend I had to check the tires to make sure they were good, and she started freaking out. As I got out of the car, it was silent, and I mean, that greentext story type of silent. Not a peep, nothing. Silence so loud I would have preferred a nuclear bomb. In the distance I saw 2 headlights coming right towards me and got very scared. I was more worried about seeing another person out here instead of a monster. As the lights neared about 50 yards or so, they split off into 2, as if it was 2 motorcycles. They split off to the side of me, about 20 yards on either side, and zoomed past at about 30 miles per hour, completely silent. They were orange/yellow, akin to the color of the sun, about the size of a basketball or larger. Hard to tell. They were dead silent. In that moment, I knew that I was somewhere pretty fucked up. My girlfriend did not notice, and I did not say a word when I got back in the car. I drove for another hour on this road until I got to another ritualistic-esque gate with animal bones tied to it. Then the maps indicated a sharp left turn. Here I was, even more terrified, and was ready to see anything. I then pulled in front of a ranch gate. It was tied shut with barbed wire. I exited the car to undo the gate. It was shockingly silent again. Then out of nowhere on the other side of the gate, a semi-truck plowed past. About 10 yards past the gate, on an embankment, there was the highway. It was just like one of those movies where the main character isn't paying attention and the bus zooms by. It was terrifying. There were some very strange circumstances that led to this detour I was on that included a cop pulling me over and making sure I got a full tank of gas prior to continuing my trip. I kept this story relatively private to people because it isn't too climactic, but it's like, dude, If you're in that situation, when you're out there, where you don't belong, you don't need to see anything to know you're close to evil. But yeah, only time in my life I was certain I was going to die. My ex-girlfriend and I are still friends, but we have never talked about it, lol. Cults. What are the most obscure and fucked up cults you've ever heard of? Trips, and I'll try to join in to fuck around. Rock Furios was pretty fucked up. I hadn't even heard of him until some Canada Anon mentioned him a while back. I'll give you a QR because the wiki page doesn't really tell you much, and the other write-up is fucking massive, but worth reading. Sets up a cult where he believes he's a messiah. Wife goes along with it. Starts convincing people to join up, but they have to give all of their possessions to him, including their wives. Their wives as people, not their wives' possessions. He gets those anyway. Eventually, his real wife fucks off. He's a raging alcoholic. Gets moved around before they finally settle somewhere. All of the members' kids are kept in some shed thing, because they aren't his kids, so they are worthless. Gets all of the members to build all of the buildings they need. Has these wild fucking celebrations in one of the buildings. Couple of members report what's going on to the authorities, mainly that he's sexually abusing the children. Gets put in some loony bin for evaluation. Evaluators discover it's all true, but they also tell him he's not to blame, and it's industrialized society just not understanding his religion. Gets released. One of the members, male, displeases him. Gets castrated and put in the shed with the cattle children. One of his wives die, and they bury her on the land. A few weeks later, he remembers he's the Messiah and orders her dug up, at which point, he masturbates over her rotting corpse and ejaculates on her brain, convinced it will bring her back to life. Doesn't. Some other member, female, pisses him off. He pins her hand to the table with a hunting knife, and then starts cutting her arm off around the elbow. She doesn't make a sound. Gets bored because it's taking too long, so he leaves and tells someone to just chop off the rest with an axe, which they do, etc. Then there's some other shit. Read up about it. B19, neat, going for a job interview. Poor American, so public transportation and walking. Have a third-party scheduled appointment from a trusted family friend, entry level, at some no-name pharma company. Fine building, completely nondescript, just the company name and completely shaded out windows. Clearly not meant for the public, doors locked despite 20 cars in parking lot. When someone comes to the door after knocking, they have no idea about the appointment. Say they don't interview here, and ask a lot of questions about who I set the appointment up with. They deny even being the company, despite the company name being on the building, and one carrying a badge with the company name. Whatever, back to neat, I tried. 30 minutes until next bus. Small park less than 5 minutes away. Fuck it, I'll relax in a nice place, instead of near the bus stop crackheads. Every single person there looks at me when I sit down. I don't even have my cock out, what the fuck. Ignore it, relax, and scroll through phone. Some random old fuck asks if I'm okay and what I was doing there. Explain I'm waiting for a bus. Looks at me weird and walks away. I look up and literally every person is watching me. Fuck no. Not today, Satan. I casually GTFO. Catch the next possible bus and have to make a transfer to get home. Look up company online. It no longer exists. I literally fucking Google mapped it earlier. Not in my search history. Person that set up the interview refuses to talk about it. Go back to the park a week later, and it's not fucking there. It's just a rundown parking lot next to the building with that company name. Triple check GPS, and it's the exact same spot. No one I've told remembers me even leaving that day, or that I had an appointment. Anyone else just randomly visit places that don't exist? Like, I've tried working for it rationally, but no part of it makes sense. Like I slipped between close realities that day and just never returned. May 16. At a get-together with friends, about 10:30 p.m. Can't get alcohol, it's getting late and I'm bored. Say goodbye and start walking home. Can stick to the street and take the really long way home, or take the 10-minute walk through the woods. Whatever. Walk across big playing field and get closer and closer to the tree line into the woods. Having second thoughts. Just do it. Don't be a pussy. Start walking inside. So dark and quiet. The only reason I know where to walk is because I've been here before. Can't hear anything but sticks under my feet and my heartbeat in my throat. 2 minutes in and it's not so bad. Can't see anything in front of me though. Just the outer edges of my vision. Out of nowhere, nearby I can hear what sounds like 3 people mumbling all at the same time, and then it just stops. Start walking slower to make less noise. Ball my hands up and put them in my coat pockets. Hold my breath and narrow my eyes because I don't want to accidentally see anything. Now I'm fucking scared. Up ahead I hear something similar, but deeper. That's the way I need to go. I step off of the track and stand behind a tree to wait. Stay dead silent and keep my eyes closed. After the longest minute of my life, something falls out of a tree on the opposite side of the track and thuds the ground so hard I felt the dirt shake. Nah. Run back the way I came, like a fucking athlete. Get to the field and keep running until I'm under a streetlight. Told my dad, and he said that there were groups of homeless living in the woods. He saw tents when he was walking the dog. I didn't think it was homeless. Not gonna green text, sorry. Here's the story. This happened around 6 months ago. I have a regular side job of feeding cows for my grandfather on his 3 properties, with all 3 being lumped together, adding up to maybe 300 acres. The service truck I drive is a diesel pickup and does not drive very fast. And starting work at 5 o'clock in winter equals nighttime work, which, by the way, sucks balls. I filled up the 6 buckets that I needed for the 2 farms that I feed after the first. The second farm is only accessible from a very small and rural back road. I pull up to the gate that goes inwards towards the forest. It opens into a field with trees on the left, right, and center that opens into a large field. Put my hand down looking for my keys, can't find them. Frustrated and tired, I get out and go back and around the truck and open the tailgate. I grab 2 buckets and grunt and say shit while putting them on the ground and walk to the gate and start lifting the buckets over the gate. Grunt, shit, comes from the woods behind me on the next property over. Also my property, but never used. Property is nothing but dense forest that moves uphill and goes up onto a large hill. Kinda worried I listen closer. Grunt, shit. This time sounding more like me. Very confused at this point, wondering what the hell is making that noise and why it sounds like me. Not loud enough to be heard over footsteps, so I ignore it. Over the next 4 weeks, I keep hearing similar sounds and phrases coming from the area. Always carry a 4.5 and a FAL in my backseat with full magazine, so feel pretty safe, but cautious. Sound keeps getting closer and closer every day of every week, but not fast enough that it's super noticeable. One night I pull up to the gate this time with keys, and the cows who are used to my sound and presence start to flood through the trees in a line. I step out of the truck and start pouring the feed into the concrete feeding troughs. I look up and the cows are staring at something. One cow bellows near where they are looking. After maybe a minute of nearly all of them and I staring at whatever is beyond the tree line, a sound that sounds exactly like the bellow the cow made, same tone, inflection, everything. Big difference though. Much, much louder than the cows and deeper. Cow turns and bolts away from the sound, and I'm sitting there confused as fuck. At this point I have my hand on my 45, and I'm very confused and scared. Whatever that was, it's nothing I've ever heard or experienced, and I can't imagine any animal that can do that. I slowly make my way around the back of the truck and onto the other side away from where the sound came from, watching the tree line from where that sound came from. Slowly, something comes into the light of the headlights, and I honestly am shaking right now as I type this. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't human. It looked human, but just wrong. Its legs were about the same length as its arms, and it walked on all 4s. On all 4s, it stood maybe at 5 feet. It didn't notice me standing there, watching it, and it started to sniff the ground like a dog. It moved about, sniffing the ground, and it raised its head in the air and looked over towards the truck. My god, its eyes. They were bright yellow and very sunken into its head, and its mouth protruded inwards like a hole with skin wrapped on the inside. It flared out its jaws, like when you move your jaw to have an underbite. It did this while sniffing the air, best way I can describe it. The ground was really slippery at the time from a week of rain, and I tried to back up and grab my fell and slipped. The sound of me falling made the thing turn towards me. It couldn't see me, but it was trying, straining its veiny and long neck towards me. I swear to God, it stood up. It fucking stood. This fucking thing stood up on its hind legs, and it was 5 foot on all four. Standing, it was probably 9 feet tall. I'm 6'1" and taller than most people in my town that I know. This thing towered over me. Me, an athletic 240-pound man, sat in the mud, petrified by this creature, standing maybe 40 yards at 9 feet tall. Was definitely a situation that I never imagined myself being in ever in my lifetime. I vault upwards with my legs and swing the door open and grab my fowl and turn towards the thing. As I'm turning my sights to lay on it, I get a sight picture, and this thing is galloping towards me. I pop 5 shots off at the creature, and hunters know that sound that's made when you land on target. The thump of the round penetrating the target. I landed 3 shots, 2 in the chest and 1 in the neck. The creature made a gurgling sound, similar to the cow bellow it made a few minutes before. It slid and fell on its side, and writhed around on the ground in a circle. It got back up and stared at me. Those eyes were penetrating, and I laid 2 more rounds near its chest and head. That scared it enough to turn back, and run back into the woods and to the field. I don't know why, but I had this strong urge to pursue it, and I jumped in the truck and followed it. I went down through the creek bed to go to the field, and when I broke through and beamed my lights to where the creature ran, I could see its trail leading away from the field. It took maybe a minute or 2 minutes to get through the creek bed, and by that time, the creature had made it halfway across a 2.5 football-sized field. I am still shaken by this, and the next day, I came out early to search for blood, and the blood was dark black. I wish I had taken pictures to show you X, but I'm new, and only got into 4chan from YouTube greentext stories. But yeah, that was my story. Not paranormal spookies, but it is X. Little local museum in town. Don't even know it exists, but go in one day when I'm passing by and have no plans. Was a lot of mining here, and lots of the stuff on display reflects that. One case has some old open books with writing on it that is difficult to read, and some trinkets. Fortunately, there is a write-up in the same case that tells the story, which is as follows. Back in 1890, some miners were working when a section of the tunnel they were in collapsed at the rear. No one was injured, and instead it opened up into a massive cave. The floor was around 20 feet down, so they got some ladders and investigated. In the floor, one of them removed some dirt, and the letters INESUL could be read, but not the rest of it. It was difficult to see much of anything with gas lamps, but they knew something was awry, given the cave had been sealed up for God knows how long. They picked up some of the loose pieces of debris that didn't belong in a sealed up cave and took them with them as evidence. What they planned to do was take them to show the relevant authorities who might be interested in excavating the place and might have some kind of answers. When the last man was climbing down the ladders, he dropped his lamp down onto the cave floor accidentally. The second it smashed, the room was engulfed with a real pale blue flame. Then all of the men could see what was inside of the cave. It was a massive ship lying on its side and mostly encased inside of the rock floor. From up above, they could see what the rest of what the letters said. It was SS Marine Sulphur Queen. The cave collapsed, and they were lucky to make it out without being injured or worse. Only evidence they had was their word and some man-made scrap metal pieces that could have come from anywhere, so no one believed them. The books were some of the journals of the men, detailing what had happened that day. SS Marine Sulphur Queen was a real ship, by the way, although not built until the 1940s. I don't know how scary this is. I mean, it's true, in as much as I'm not lying or anything. But, does it really mean that much? I don't know. A few years ago, 2008, I was stationed at Al Udeid AB in Qatar. My usual off-duty routine was to go up to the bra, a giant double canopy with a bunch of tables and benches under it, called the bra because of how it looked, play Fate on my laptop for a few hours, shoot the shit with some friends of mine, then go to bed around 10 or so. Well, on this night, they had set up a boxing ring in the bra and were having what amounted to an anyone can fight tournament. It was pretty loud and had attracted a huge crowd. So, I decided to find a quieter place to sit. I headed toward the chapel since they had a lounge, and I figured that would be a quiet place. The chapel was situated along a perimeter road. On the far side was a tall fence topped with barbed wire and a huge berm, essentially a wall of dirt. I saw a bright light on the other side of the fence, cresting the top of the beam. My first thought was headlights, but who would be driving around in the middle of the desert? I started to walk up the berm so I could see over the top of the fence. I realized I might be in a little trouble for climbing around on the berm. There was a nearby guard tower, but when I looked up there was nobody inside of it. The towers were in a series along the perimeter, about 250 meters apart. I did not see any activity in any of the nearby towers, so I ran up the berm. I figured if anyone said anything, I'd say some of my papers blew up there or something. When I crested the top of the berm, the light was brilliant, almost painful to look into. I could not make out anything for probably a click on either side. My job was supervising passenger unloading / loading and processing on the flight line. I'd been doing that for around 6 years when this happened, and I'd been on flight lines around the world, working with all different kinds of aircraft. I've never seen any kind of operation with lights like this, even on temporary landing strips. I realized that even if I could not see whoever or whatever was out there, they might be able to see me. So, I ran back down the berm. I was probably up there for about 2 minutes. I went in the chapel, and there were a couple of people emailing and chatting. I started to say something or ask one of them to come back outside with me and see it too, but I chickened out. I didn't want to be the UFO guy. I sure as hell did not want to spend any quality time with OSI. So, I made it look like I was looking for somebody who wasn't there, and then I left. I kept my ear open for anyone talking about seeing something unusual, but it seems I was the only one. So, here are my questions. 1. What the hell did I see? 2. Why were the guard towers unmanned that night? I went back 2 nights later. I pretended I was jogging, and every tower had at least 2 personnel assigned. 3. Was the whole boxing tournament thing designed to pull the maximum number of people to the bra in order to keep people away from the perimeter road? Normally, it's a popular spot for exercise, and the darker corners attract couples looking for privacy. 4. Finally, a long shot. Was anyone else at AUAB that night who might have seen it? I thought about posting this to forums, but I'm not really sure I want to attract too much attention or come off like some kind of weirdo. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before or since. I stayed in the Air Force another 4 years after this and separated without incident. Be May, 2001, stationed at Shaw AFB, outside Sumter, SA. Be EOD technician, out at Poinsett Range Clearing, known UXO. We had a Shootax and a pair of MK-82 general purpose bombs, 500-pounders, failed to detonate. Go out with team, set up cameras to record disposable, set charges and spool out. Watching detonation area. T Sergeant starts the count. Blast area clear. Blast area clear. Fire in the hole. Fire in the hole. Look up. See dude in the zone, wearing all green. Not BDUs. Fatigue-looking greens. Yell. T Sergeant looks up. Sees him. but had already fired. Det cord zips out, detonates. Hear this terrible scream, like cats fighting, amplified. Quick count. Nobody is missing from the team. Run down to the hole. Nothing there. No scraps. Nothing. For those of you who have never seen / been near a large explosion, there is always something left if a person gets it. Blood, parts, uniform components, something. Rollback tape. Audio picks up the screams. Nothing on video. Security forces go out. Search with dogs. Don't find shit. Everyone goes back and gets shit-faced. I was never more glad to leave a base than I was a year later when I PCS'd to Nellis. Never served in the military. Went on a creepy-ass hunting trip with a few of them once though. 17 years old. My dad, his 2 army friends, and my cousin was on leave. Go for a weekend retreat of hunting, fishing, and camping. Set up camp in the middle of a clearing, Virginia wilderness, if anyone cares. Finish setting up camp. Go to the stream and fish and discuss where to go exploring. Dusk approaches. We have this tradition of going for a nightly woods walk and try to scare each other with stories and such. Been doing it since we were kids. Not gonna lie, I was a little anxious, but also very serene. If you ever go for extended hikes into the wilderness, you know what feeling I'm talking about. One of Dad's friends goes to take a piss, says he will catch up. We walk for about 10 minutes, then realize we should stop and at least let him catch up. Another 5 minutes goes by. I'm a little worried, but my dad is cool. Trusts the guy completely and says how since he was a paratrooper, he knows the woods as good as a whorehouse. Few minutes after, he comes jogging out of the bushes, .357 revolver in hand. Says he was pissing and got the sense he was not alone. After he stopped, he waited, and sure enough, heard something in the leaves around him, circling him. Well, what was it? A bear? Mountain lion? Not sure, but if it was the biggest one living in these goddamn hills. Worried it might have followed him, so we head back to camp and don't see or hear anything. But get the "you're in my house now bitch" vibe all the way back. Next morning, we decide to go exploring, with a few guns, just in case. See nothing odd, until we get within half a mile of the trail that we walked last night. Did not want to get too close, but we were also curious. Get the same being watched feeling again. Then after a few minutes, find the corpse of some animal. Whatever killed it, absolutely fucked it up. Jaw/head was broken, disemboweled, limbs missing, and scattered. Keep going north, finding dried blood splatter along the way. Get to the end of the tree line. After a bit of clearing is a cave, with some trees that at first glance appear to have fallen down around it. Friend's dad is like, "Hey Anon, go in it." I'm surrounded by gruff older military guys, and being the runt, I had to prove myself. Creep towards it. Every step, I realize this is probably a mistake, but I can't jump out. Get right in front of the cave. The trees in front appear to have been broken down like camouflage because all others around it are fine. Get that natural instinct telling you to just not do something, telling me not to set foot in that cave. Pick up a few rocks and start pelting them in there. Hear and kind of see something big shuffling around back there. Raise my rifle, but I'm convinced if I turn to run, it will bite my ass. Fire a quick round off, followed by the weirdest deep, guttural moan/roar I've ever heard. I've heard all kinds of animals in this forest, and this did not sound like any of them. If anything, it sounded like a messed up audio recording of a bunch of them and that raptor from Jurassic Park. Anon, back up to us, now. Look behind and see all of them, rifles raised. Grown-ass military men. Guys who have seen combat and probably killed people, or looking pale and scared shitless, which scares the shit out of me. Run back. Feels like I have sand in my legs, and I can't move fast enough, like a bad dream. We get in a single file line, don't say anything, and fast walk back to camp. Each of us head around in the chamber. Something was definitely following us. When you're that scared, your adrenaline gives you superpowers, and you hear, see, and smell things like you would not believe. See a big silhouette about 30 yards away, taking big strides alongside and then past us. If I had not been looking that way, I would have missed it. Heart skips into my throat. Tried to tell my cousin, but he's like, just keep going forward, forget it, in a panicky voice. Start tossing shit into the trucks in no particular order. One of the guys took it upon himself to stand guard and just sort of marches around with a rifle. Get everything accounted for. Jump into the cars like clowns at a circus and go down a 30 miles per hour road doing 60. Get to our favorite diner we usually go to at the end of trips, order lunch, and sit silently. I get up to use the bathroom, see my dad and the friend that dared me to go into the cave out by the car. Dad is chewing his ass out for doing that, and then says we don't say shit about this for the rest of the day, and especially not to the wives. Drive home, my cousin falls asleep. I pretend to, but really listen to them quietly mumble about what happened, because of course they're not going to not talk about it. Go around and say they've always heard rumors about stuff like this, but thought it was bullshit. Never go back to that spot again. Never go camping by myself ever again. Real shame, because I used to love doing that, but now I'll be damned if I'm not the slightest bit uneasy going into the woods. Was in the US Navy from 2008 to 2012. Served as an MM, basically a mechanic, on a Nimitz-class carrier. A Nimitz-class has 2 reactors, so it has 2 identical main machinery rooms, MMRs. An MMR has 2 ship's engines, 2 generators, and, well, just a whole bunch of huge equipment. My job is to take logs on said equipment and fix it when it is broken. So, when shit is up and running, we're working with some hot-ass steam, and hot water is sometimes running through the pipes. Well, a few months before I got on the ship was out to sea, and one of the check valves was clogged. So, the chief machinery operator, CMO on watch, decided to get down into the bilge to check what was going on. So, while everything is operating, he squeezes himself on his belly between a whole bunch of pipes and stanchions to take a look at the shit. Imagine wedging yourself into a tight-ass fucking area. Well, the CMO managed to unclog the check valve, and it started to pour out cool water all over him. Problem fucking fixed, but he is getting wet. So, he starts to try to scoot out the way he came, but the cool water quickly started getting hotter and hotter. The water, in a matter of seconds, started to dump out super hot boiling water and steam all over him while he was stuck. He was cooked alive while stuck in a mess of pipes and shit and could not get out. Died. Flesh melted the fuck off. Sorry, I had to give a little information on the situation. Anyway, I eventually get to the ship. Get qualified to stand a watch named Cold Iron Watch, CIW. It's when the ship is in port, the reactors are secured, and all the equipment is shut down. But they want one person down in the plant to just kind of roam around and keep an eye on things. So I get warned about the spookiness that has been going about. People tell me there is a fucking ghost down in the plant. It's the dead CMO fucking with shit. I did not fucking believe it. That is, until I started standing watch by myself in a dead silent plant. Walking around, you would hear lockers banging open and close. Tools would get knocked off of workbenches. You would hear footsteps on the deck plates above you. You would hear weird knocking sounds on the pipes. Your logs on a clipboard would be moved to another place if you left them somewhere. That's about it really. It was just an ongoing thing. The reason I mentioned the other identical plant was because no spooky shit ever happened in the other one. Just 2 MMR, and people would be spooked the hell out being down there by themselves. Iraq, 2006. We were standing guard at a checkpoint. We would get bored because hardly anybody came because of the curfew at night. It was about 2 in the morning when we saw this lady in black on the roof of somebody's house. Since it's Iraq, lots of women wear those black burqas, but this lady's burqa was long and flowing. We did not think anything of it, but then we saw it disappear into the shadows. We figured the lady went inside, but instead, we saw the lady walking in the alley. We did not know how she ran to the first floor, then outside so quickly. Then she disappeared again and reappeared on top of somebody else's roof. She did this for about 30 minutes, and we were freaked out. Last I heard, she was still going back and forth, maybe looking for something. Navy guy. Rover watch in a busted up barracks at a training command. Walk through a hatch to a ladder well right at midnight. Lights dim as we walk further down from third to first deck until it is pitch black. On first deck. This is pretty creepy. 3 doors. Fuck my life. Keycard won't open any. Door to ladder well is locked. Just radio in to quarter deck. Someone will come and get us from the other side. Radio static. Sleep deprived as fuck. Friend asks if I heard a noise. Look out door glass to the outside. See fat girl and Marine drill sergeant running. Turn to friend. Is that a drill instructor? Turn back to look a second later. No one to be seen. Dude, what the fuck? Card reader goes nuts, and door to black hallway opens. Power still out, mind you. Bail. Sprint down pitch black hallway with friend. Scratching noises in all locked rooms. Open door to quarter deck. Get chewed out by chief for double timing in uniform. Stops yelling and asks us if we saw a ghost. I don't know, chief. Chief smiles. You're relieved. Go back to your barracks across the street and get some sleep. Be me. Be in basic training. Be on CQ duty. Basically, a whole lot of cleaning. Shift is a few hours. There's a TV in the rec room area. Get to see Tyson bite off Holyfield's ear. Top cack. Drill sergeant on duty leaves to somewhere after a while. Turns off TV, most of the lights, leaves one on. Me and other private clean the rec room. Leave to clean bathrooms in company area. Do that, and come out to the company area again. All the lights and TV on, blaring loud. What the fuck? Turn everything off and go to clean commander's office. Come back to check on things. TV blaring and all the lights on again. Turn them all off. Look around for drill sergeant. Drill sergeant noped. Spend the rest of the shift assuming the drill sergeant is fucking with us. Brit Bong Air Force here. Current base is a pre-World War II base, bombed heavily by Nazis. Lots of deaths, freaky sightings. The building I work in, half is new. Half is the original building, put up in the 30s. Half of it was hit by a bomb. They simply rebuilt the damaged half. B sleeping in crew room with corporal. Sergeant sleeping in his office. 3 a.m. Hear heavy footing like footsteps outside in the corridor. Me and corporal lean out with a torch. See sergeant poking his head out of his door. He sees us and says, "Haha, very funny guys." We reply, "No you, haha very funny." At this point, an almost roar-like sound echoes down the corridor, and the heavy wooden door separating the two halves of the building slams shut. That door is fucking heavy. Heavy booming footsteps sprinting down the corridor towards us. Sergeant shouts, "Fuck that," and locks his office door. Me and Corporal fall over each other, scrabbling backwards away from the crew room door. Both hide in our sleeping bags like bitches. Never speak of it again to anybody. Okay, here's one when I was still in the army in Australia. B infantry on field exercise. On PK at 0300 to 0400. Just surveying the tree line. See something moving in the short grass. Be confused, as I know for a fact there were no enemies around. My old PL were playing enemy and were texting me when they went to bed. Get a slight picture of something. Some really long arms or legs. It was walking on 4 legs, or arms. Watch it move to a nearby tree. It slowly climbs up this tree, but not climb exactly. Just stand up on 2 legs against the tree. It has not seen me, I don't think, as it is scanning the area. I don't think it knows what's going on. It goes back to all fours and starts to scurry toward a section of guys where they are sleeping. I shout the password, expecting it to scurry off. It just pops its head up and stares at me. I'm fucking terrified at this point. I was not even scared until it noticed me. I let off 3 rounds. It shrieks this terrible noise that wakes people up. I start yelling, "There's something over there," as people run to me to see what the fuck I'm doing. A few people see it, scurry off into the tree line. RLT gets a section of people with live rounds together to go find it. He calls into HQ, telling them there's an animal here harassing us. I have to describe it over the radio. I am told it is nothing. LT is told to stand down. LT knows I'm not lying. We both deployed to Afghan together. Makes us all pack our shit up and move positions. Did not sleep much for the rest of the exercise. Got back to base and had to explain to ROC what happened and why I should not be charged for UD. I got off but had to be psych tested, even though a few guys saw it. Was pretty bullshit, but I seriously think it was a skinwalker, even though I thought they were made up. But it is the only thing that is sort of close to what it looked like. 2004. Pak Tika Province, Eastern Afghanistan. My platoon is holding up in an ancient, 100-plus-year-old British fort. Looks like a classical castle wall with turrets in each corner. Have to pull guard in one turret one night. Around 3 a.m., start hearing blood-curdling scream. Initially, think it's nearby town, like Taliban delivering night letter and cutting some poor schlub up. Few minutes later, realize scream is coming from inside base. Think it could be someone snuck on base. Want to investigate, but cannot leave post. Eventually, sergeant on guard comes by. Tells me it was guy in other guard tower who happened to be my NCO. Had a panic attack of some sort. Next day, I find him in the rest area. He is pale white, staring blankly into space, can barely talk. Tries to tell me that he saw a ghost. Not just any ghost, but a real, legit, actual ghost in his guard tower. Former inhabitants of fort. Think he might be bullshitting or hallucinating, but he's far too mentally disturbed to pull off a stunt like this. And he's definitely not a good enough actor to make it up. Whatever he saw, it scared him into a catatonic state. Gets medevaced back to Organ E next day. Never see him again. I don't know what the fuck he saw, but getting the fuck out of that fort was the happiest day of my life. The mystery of the Alaska Triangle. There are certain areas of this planet that seem to be magnets for missing persons, and mysterious disappearances. For whatever reasons, people come to such places and simply vanish, never to return. Many know of the more famous of these places, such as the Bermuda Triangle, but there are more such anomalous zones to be found around the world. Perhaps one of the more little known of these regions that are seemingly hungry for more souls is a vast expanse of wilderness in the northernmost US state of Alaska, a cold, barren place that has the habit of holding on to people and refusing to let go. Alaska's Bermuda Triangle is said to encompass a large, sprawling section of the state, all the way from the southeastern region near Juneau and Yakutat, and all the way up to the North Barrow mountain range and to Anchorage in the middle of the state. Within this zone are vast areas of largely unexplored wilderness, including sprawling forests, craggy mountain peaks, and desolate, barren tundra. The region sports an unusually high number of people, both tourists and locals, who go missing every year without a trace, as if they have vanished off the face of the earth. And additionally, many planes have also disappeared, or inexplicably crashed here. It is said that since 1988, a staggering 16,000 people have vanished in the so-called Alaska Triangle, to never be heard from again. One of the most high-profile, mysterious disappearances within the Alaska Triangle occurred in October 1972, when an airplane carrying none other than two prominent politicians, House Majority Leader Hale Boggs and Representative Nick Begich, along with an aide, Russell Brown, and their Bush pilot, Don Johns, mysteriously vanished in the region while on the way from Anchorage to Juneau aboard a Cessna 310 aircraft. The disappearance of such prestigious public figures sparked an intense search that lasted for 39 days and involved over 400 aircraft, including an advanced Air Force SR-71 and dozens of boats, including 12 from the Coast Guard. Yet no evidence of what happened to the three men or the plane was ever found, and the men were declared dead. The disappearance actually sparked some conspiracy theories at the time, with some people claiming that the crash had been orchestrated, or at least was covered up by the head of the FBI at the time, J. Edgar Hoover, in response to intense power struggles that he had with Boggs. To this day, no trace of the men or the plane, not so much as a bolt or scrap of metal, has ever been found. What is going on in this remote, unexplored wilderness that causes so many people to disappear without a trace? That largely depends on who you ask, and ideas run the gamut from the plausible to the fringe. The area has long been associated with evil spirits in the lore of the native Tlingit people of the region, with one notorious entity being Kushtaka, a shape-shifting demon that is said to look like a cross between man and otter, and is said to lure hapless people to their doom, in particular, those who are lost. Another theory is that the Alaska Triangle comprises one of the so-called vile vortices, or geographical areas around the planet postulated by American researcher and cryptozoologist Yvonne T. Sanderson, that are claimed to exhibit extreme electric, magnetic, and electromagnetic anomalies, as well as energy vortexes, also called ley lines, which are theorized subterranean electromagnetic currents. Naturally, the most famous of these vile vortices is the notorious Bermuda Triangle, but they are also said to exist in places as far-flung as the Algerian megaliths to the south of Timbuktu, the Indus Valley in Pakistan, Hamakulia volcano in Hawaii, the Devil's Sea near Japan, the South Atlantic, and both the North and South Poles. Various famous places, such as Stonehenge, Easter Island, and the pyramids in Egypt, are also all said to lie on vortexes, and indeed, it is claimed by some to be the reason that these monuments were erected there in the first place. These energy vortexes have said to create all sorts of strange phenomena. They are thought to affect humans in various physical, mental, and emotional ways, such as causing visions, demonstrating miraculous powers of healing, and generating spurts of creativity or profound epiphanies. Many people believe that they can tap into their higher selves when at these vortexes. These places can also allegedly induce disorientation, confusion, and both visual and audio hallucinations, as well as cause delicate electrical instrumentation to go haywire or to malfunction. More far-out theories on energy vortexes are that they are actually doorways into spiritual dimensions, or are gateways to other realms. All of these things could explain why people in vehicles such as ships or airplanes go missing in these regions at such an astonishing rate. There are some interesting things that seem to support the idea that the Alaska Triangle could be one of these vortexes. Alaska is covered with a large concentration of magnetic anomalies, some of which that can disrupt compasses to the point that they are as much as 30 degrees off. In addition, some search and rescue workers in the area have reported having audio hallucinations there, most commonly described as sounding like an angry swarm of bees and of feeling unusually disoriented or lightheaded. Some readings of areas in the supposed Alaska Triangle have indeed produced various unusual anomalies and spikes of electromagnetic activity. Could this have anything to do with the disappearances? Unfortunately, it is unclear whether such vile vortices even truly exist, and the theory has been open to a good amount of skepticism, so it is hard to say for sure. According to authorities, the disappearances are due to a completely different reason altogether. Statistically, Alaska has more annual missing person reports than anywhere else in the country, twice the national average. It also has the highest number of missing people who are never found. In 2007, for instance, 2,833 people were reported missing, and when compared to the state's comparatively low population of around 670,000 people at the time, that equates to about 4 in every 1,000 people, a staggering amount. The reasons for this are many. Alaska has vast swaths of remote wilderness. Over half of the entire nation's federally designated wilderness recognized when the Wilderness Act was passed in 1964, around 57 million acres of it, with even more that is not specifically designated as protected land, and much of this is nearly completely untouched by humans. This harsh landscape is full of all manner of perils, including unforgiving weather, hazardous terrain, dangerous wild animals, and harrowing geological dangers, with Alaska being the home of around 100 active volcanoes. Considering the massive amount of rugged wilderness, which riddled with countless potential hazards, and the fact that many tourists who come here to camp and hike are underprepared, it is perhaps no surprise that a good amount of people may become lost in the middle of nowhere, encounter some danger that incapacitates them and prevents them from getting back to civilization, or are just simply killed by wild animals or the elements. Why are the disappearances seemingly more concentrated in the Alaska Triangle than anywhere else in the state? Who knows, but it does cover large areas of some of the most wild and untamed such land in the state. This uncharted wilderness could also explain the number of people who are never found. With the sheer, mind-bogglingly expansive areas of wild, inaccessible mountainous land to cover, search and rescue teams can have a daunting time trying to locate someone. The unpredictable weather and extremely cold winters that are here also limit the times when searches can be conducted, all of which means that finding one person in all of that is a logistical nightmare. Whether the mysterious disappearances of the Alaska Triangle are the result of natural perils, strange energy vortexes, or ancient evil spirits, they are certainly alarming. It is likely we will never come to a complete understanding of the mystery here, and that the only people who will never know for sure are the ones who never came back to tell the tale. And now, we will take a small detour away from bizarre beings and visit a bizarre place. Paula Weldon in the Bennington Triangle. "I'm going to hike on the long trail." These words were the last that anyone heard from Paula Weldon, the now legendary Bennington College student who disappeared mysteriously 68 years ago. Her story is without a doubt Bennington's most infamous unsolved mystery, and one that continues to appear in New England authors' histories of the occult and unexplained. December 1st, 1946 began like any other day in Bennington for Paula Weldon, an 18-year-old sophomore at the college. She worked 2 shifts at the school's dining hall, came back to her room, and conversed for a while with her roommate, Elizabeth Johnson. Then, she told Johnson, "I'm all through with studies. I'm taking a long walk," and headed out at around 2:45 p.m. According to Johnson's recollections, she was wearing a distinctive red coat with a fur collar, jeans, and lightweight sneakers. Given that it was a cold, though snowless day, and the temperatures were predicted to be sub-freezing by nightfall, she seemed either undressed for a walk in the woods, or was only planning to be out for a short while. That is only one of the unsolved mysteries surrounding Weldon's appearance and behavior that fateful November day. Shortly thereafter, a blonde, slight, red coat-clad young woman was seen by Denny Fager, the owner of a gas station that at the time was across the street from the college gates. Fager said that the girl ran up the side of a gravel pit near the college entrance, then ran down it again. Then she went out of view. Later, search parties would call in a bulldozer to sift through the gravel pit on the off chance that she had been buried alive. No evidence was found. Just before 3 p.m., Louis Knapp of Woodford picked up a girl hitchhiking on Route 67A, just outside the college entrance. His description of her matched Weldon. When climbing into his truck, the girl nearly slipped, and Knapp warned her, "Be careful." No further words were spoken between them until Knapp let her off near his driveway, which was on Route 9, near the long trail, where the girl had told him that she wanted to go. After thanking Knapp for the ride, Weldon headed for the trail. The next sighting of the girl was roughly 45 minutes later in Bickford Hollow, where several residents reported seeing her headed to the trail. One was Ernie Whitman, a watchman for the banner, who warned her about heading up into the mountains, dressed so lightly, and at such a late hour she continued on anyway, into the woods, and out of sight forever. Night fell, and there was no sign of Weldon anywhere. Johnson, her roommate, was reportedly very nervous, but chose not to inform college authorities until the next morning, when college president Lewis Webster Jones was notified of Weldon's disappearance. He, in turn, called Weldon's parents to see if she had gone home for the weekend. Weldon's mother reportedly collapsed from shock and was confined to her bed, while her father, W. Archibald, headed straight for Bennington from their Stanford Con home to commence a search for their missing daughter. Weldon's father arrived in Bennington and immediately organized a large group of volunteers from all corners of the community, including local residents and members of both Bennington College and Williams College. Classes at Bennington were suspended so that all students could participate in the search. By the evening of December 2nd, however, the college students had reportedly become frustrated with what they saw as an incompetent search, and they shared their criticism with Weldon's father and President Jones. Weldon, an engineer who was well known in his home state, used his influence to call in state police from New York and Connecticut. At the time, Vermont did not have its own state police force, and the search for Paula Weldon was unfortunately disorganized and lacking in resources. Vermont did have a state investigator by the name of Alma Franzoni, and within days of Paula's disappearance, he was put on the case. He, along with representatives from the New York and Connecticut police departments, took over the search. Those who had been volunteering to comb the Glastonbury wilderness for Paula switched their efforts to raising money for a reward. Collectively, they raised $5,000. Their efforts were to be no avail, however, as the days went by and there was still no trace of Paula. There were a number of tantalizing and unquestionably strange leads that kept investigators looking, such as the claim by a waitress in Fall River, Mass, that she had served dinner to an agitated young woman at a table who matched Paula's description. This lead struck her father as so promising that he disappeared for 36 hours in order to follow it, without telling anyone of his whereabouts until he returned to Bennington. This led some to point to Weldon as the prime suspect in his daughter's disappearance, a theory made even more compelling by the facts surrounding the week before Paula's disappearance. Apparently, Paula was expected to go home to Connecticut for Thanksgiving, but she called her parents and told them that she would be staying in Bennington. Apparently, according to Johnson, she and her father had a falling out not long before her disappearance, and Johnson retracted her original statement that Paula was not distraught, to say that, in fact, she had been quite depressed. Many speculated that Paula's depression was centered around a faraway boyfriend, and her father at one point posited a theory that his daughter had a boy from her hometown who wanted to call on her and could have been a suspect. Mr. Weldon could never provide any evidence to substantiate his claim, however, though he claimed that a clairvoyant from Pownal insinuated a man's involvement in Paula's disappearance. On December 16th, Paula's father packed up his daughter's belongings and returned to Connecticut, but not before lambasting Vermont for its lack of a professional police force. He deplored the alleged irresponsibility of those heading up the search, especially the fact that there had been no records kept of the first 10 days of the investigation. This was not overlooked by the small army of reporters from across New England who had descended upon Bennington to cover the story, and the negative press the state received in the weeks following Paula's disappearance helped lead to the creation of the Vermont State Police in a legislative session in July 1947. As soon as Weldon left, the out-of-state reporters also bid Vermont adieu, although the Banner continued to cover the story as front-page news until late December. Volunteer search parties will continue to make expeditions on the Long Trail, but by early January, harsh weather conditions and lack of hope ended their efforts. Any evidence of Paula Weldon, if it ever existed, was buried under snow and the passage of time. Or was it? In 1955, a lumberjack who had been in Bickford Hollow, near the Long Trail where Paula had disappeared, said he had followed a girl fitting Paula's description into the woods. More importantly, he told a friend that he knew where Paula's body was buried. After interest in Paula's case had been revived, and the man had been extensively questioned by then village attorney Reuben Levin, the man admitted that he had been joking and had no knowledge of Paula or her whereabouts. The case remained unsolved and was nearly declared cold until, 13 years later, an unidentified skeleton was found in Adams. Investigators excitedly awaited the results of an analysis on the bones, only to find that they were too old to have possibly been Paula's. Closure once again proved elusive for the Weldons and investigators of the case. After the Adams skeleton, no significant leads were ever uncovered, leading people to formulate their own theories as to what became of the girl. Speculations have been widely varied. From the more practical, she ran off with a boyfriend, she died of exposure in the wilderness, to the paranormal. The most intriguing of theories in the latter category is one that is raised by New England author and occult researcher Joseph Citra. He coined the term the Bennington Triangle to describe an area of southwestern Vermont within which 5 people disappeared between 1945 and 1950, including Paula. He links these disappearances to a special energy that inhabits the Glastonbury Wilderness area that attracts visitors from outer space, who most likely snatched up Paula from the subsequent missing persons. For his part, current director of the Vermont State Police, James W. Baker, has no particular theory on Paula's disappearance, saying that, "Since I was not directly involved, I cannot speculate on the case. However, One thing he can say definitively is that the Vermont State Police came into existence because of Paula, and since their inception in 1947, they have been responsible by statute for all wilderness search and rescue missions, noting that states like Maine and New Hampshire have wildlife agencies that do wilderness rescues. Baker said that the Vermont State Police's mandated responsibility to coordinate wilderness search and rescue efforts comes directly out of the Paula Weldon case. He also said that just 2 weeks ago, he was talking with the head of the State Police Search and Rescue Committee, and she had expressed interest in researching the case to put, as Baker put it, a new set of eyes on the case. So, is the case of Paula Weldon cold? Technically yes, says Baker, but it still remains open should any leads come up. Whether or not any new information emerges, it is unlikely that anyone familiar with Bennington history will be able to head up the long trail and not think of Paula Weldon's ill-fated journey 60 years ago. Vital statistics at time of disappearance. Date of birth, October 19th, 1928. Age, 18 years old. Height and weight, 5'5", 122 pounds. Distinguishing characteristics. Caucasian female. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Weldon has a grayish-colored scar on her left knee, a small scar under her left eyebrow, and a vaccination scar on her right thigh. She has a cleft chin and an upturned nose. Clothing/jewelry description. A red parka with a fur-trimmed hood. Blue jeans, size 6.5 or 7. White top-sider sneakers with heavy soles, and a small gold ladies' Elgin wristwatch with a narrow black band. The watch has the repairer's marking 13050 HD, scratched on the inside of the back case. Authorities looked into Weldon's background to see if she might have left of her own accord. She was a good student, majoring in art, but she had lately become less interested in the subject. She found herself drawn to music and botany instead, and may have been thinking of changing major. Although there were reports that she was somewhat depressed at the time of her disappearance, her family and friends said she only had normal problems for a girl her age, and was not unhappy enough to take her own life or run away from home. She had never had a steady boyfriend. She left all of her belongings behind, and her family stated that she was not the type of person to leave without warning. There is also no hard evidence of foul play in Weldon's disappearance, although many believe that she was murdered and buried somewhere near the Long Trail. Missing people in the Bennington Triangle. 1945. Middle Rivers was serving as a mountain guide in the area on November 12, 1945. When he was guiding his group back to their camp, he got ahead of the bunch and was never seen again. The event happened near the Long Trail Road, an area that 75-year-old Mitty was presumably familiar with. Police and volunteers searched for the man, but no clue to his fate was ever found. 1946, Paula Weldon. 1949, 3 hunters went missing in the area around 1949, but there is little evidence to back up the claims. 1949, James E. Tefford got on a bus in St. Albans. By the time the bus reached Bennington, he was gone and never to be seen again. 1950, on October 12th, Paul Jepson, an 8-year-old, went missing. His scent was followed by dogs, but it was lost on a highway. 1950, Frida Lander disappeared on October 28, 1950, when she was hiking with her cousin. Frida had separated with her cousin to head back to camp to change after getting her clothes wet, but she never returned to the camp. A massive search was mounted by police, volunteers, firemen, and military sought the woman, but nothing turned up until the following May. Her body was found in a field that had been searched extensively in the previous months. Now for another triangle of weirdness, the Bridgewater Triangle. Although not an official viral vortex, the inland Bridgewater Triangle is likely one of the world's most concentrated areas of diverse paranormal reports. Located just 30 miles south of Boston, this 200-mile square area has the Massachusetts towns of Abington, Freetown, and Rehoboth at its angles. The town of Bridgewater is located nearly dead center within the triangle, and the area also encompasses 6 other Massachusetts towns: Raynham, Taunton, Brockton, Mansfield, Norton, and Easton. Mysterious landmarks. The Hockomock Swamp. The Hockomock Swamp, a 5,000-plus acre area, lies within the western section of Bridgewater Triangle and is the hub of many paranormal reports. Also the site of an 8,000-year-old Native American burial ground. When archaeologists opened the graves of Grassy Inland, the red ochre within the tombs bubbled and then mysteriously disappeared. Photographs taken of the excavation would not develop. The swamp remains shrouded in superstition, called the place where spirits dwell by the Wampanoag tribe of the Native American nation. The Wampanoag avoided the Hockomock Swamp, and the area remains a place filled with foreboding. Dighton Rock. On the banks of the Taunton River, Dighton Rock lies across from the grassy island burial grounds of the Hockomock Swamp. Numerous inscriptions of unknown origins are carved into the face of the rock. Although various speculations attribute them to Native Americans, Vikings, and even Phoenicians, their identity has never been specifically determined. Profile Rock. Profile Rock is another Bridgewater Triangle landmark that has gained a paranormal reputation. Located in Freetown from a nearby hill, the rock shows a clear portrait of a Native American face looking out from the stone. Long before Massachusetts colonists arrived, the Wampanoag people considered Profile Rock sacred. Local legends claim that Native American ghost dancers in warrior dress dance around Profile Rock. Anawan Rock, located in Hockomock Swamp along Route 44. Anawan Rock is named for Chief Anawan and is the site where Chief Anawan surrendered to the colonists, ending King Philip's War. Legend says that the angry spirits of Chief Anawan's warriors continue to haunt the area, starting spectral fires and ghost dancing. Bridgewater Triangle phenomena. Paranormal researcher Lauren Coleman, who named the Bridgewater Triangle in the 1970s, revived public attention to the many paranormal reports emanating from the area. Aside from the number and diversity of paranormal reports, what is phenomenal about the Bridgewater Triangle is that the first report of paranormal activity was made over 3 centuries ago, in 1760. At 10 a.m. on May 10th, 1760, a sphere of fire was reported to hover over New England and emit a light so bright that it cast shadows in the morning sun. Reportedly, the light was seen from both Bridgewater and Roxbury. Since then, the area has spawned a diversity of reports that include paranormal events that range from ghost dancers to UFOs to cryptozoological sightings. Bridgewater Triangle UFOs. The 1760 report is likely the first documented UFO report on the planet. However, it certainly was not the last UFO report to come out of the Bridgewater Triangle. Halloween 1908 marked another UFO sighting, documented in local newspapers. In 1968, 5 people claimed that they saw a strange ball of light floating among the trees in a wooded part of Rehoboth. In the 1970s, UFO sightings were frequently reported to occur in different areas of the Bridgewater Triangle. In one 1976 report, 2 UFOs were seen landing along Route 44 near Taunton. In 1994, a Bridgewater law enforcement officer reported seeing a triangular-shaped craft with red and white lights. The town of Raynham frequently receives reports of glowing balls of light floating over the ground at the local dog track. Mysterious creatures. Cryptozoological sightings are numerous and varied in the Bridgewater Triangle. In 1970, reports of a Bigfoot-like, 7-foot-tall hairy monster and its footprints instigated both the Bridgewater and Massachusetts State Police K-9 unit to conduct a search for a bear. However, neither man nor bear was ever found. In 1978, paranormal researcher Joseph M. DeAndrade claims to have observed and never such creature as it slowly walked into the brush of the Hockomock Swamp, about 200 yards from his location. He chronicled his sighting in his 1997 book, Passing Strange, True Tales of New England Hauntings and Horrors. Fragment of the transcript of the interrogation of Dr. I.V. Krushenikov, June 17, 1954. Document provided by the Central Archive of the FSB of the Russian Federation. Investigator: when did you first become involved in the project? Doctor: I joined the project in 1945. Were you immediately aware of its objectives? My understanding was partial at first. Please elaborate on that. Initially, when I began my work, I believe the project was focused on research intended for military applications. What led you to that conclusion? Did someone explicitly inform you? No one gave me any direct information. At that time, communication was very vague. You are aware of the atmosphere during those years. There is a pause. Viktor Vladimirovich invited me to join his team. Professor Ivanov. Yes, that's correct. Professor Ivanov reached out to me in 1944. During our initial discussions, he mentioned that there were tasks set by the military, but he did not specify a particular project at that time. When I accepted the invitation and officially joined the Institute in 1945, he eventually briefed me on the project, albeit in very general terms. What exactly did he say? He described the project as focusing on the deep resuscitation of wounded soldiers on the battlefield. Of wounded soldiers, or those presumed dead. The term deep resuscitation, as defined by Viktor Vladimirovich, referred to attempts to bring back to life individuals who were considered deceased. Naturally, there were caveats to this process. What kind of caveats? Our research concentrated on the resuscitation of the brain. It was essential for the brain to remain as undamaged as possible for any chance of revival. Did you conduct experiments on corpses? Yes, we did. Specifically, on the corpses of prisoners. Yes, to my knowledge, that was the case, however. Pause. What were you about to say? I was aware that these individuals were prisoners, as it was commonly understood. However, I have no concrete evidence to support that they were killed expressly for our experiments, but it was crucial to minimize the time that elapsed between a person's death and the moment their body arrived at your operating table. Is that correct? Yes, we conducted a variety of experiments. The primary criterion was to ensure the preservation of the brain. When did you learn the true aims of the project? That revelation came in early 1946. How did this information come to you? During a group meeting, Professor Ivanov provided us with a comprehensive briefing. What exactly did Professor Ivanov convey? He was quite concise. He stated that Soviet scientists were tasked with the goal of bringing Vladimir Ilyich Lenin back to life. He specified that this needed to be accomplished within a strict time frame of 1.5 years, as it had to coincide with the 20th anniversary of the October Revolution. What was the reaction from the team? We were taken aback. I specifically asked Viktor Vladimirovich, what about Vought? Everyone was aware that Lenin's brain had been removed shortly after his death and sent to the Institute for Brain Research, where it was dissected into 30,000 pieces. Essentially, it had been destroyed. How did Professor Ivanov respond to your question? He claimed that the brain that we were working with was someone else's. Did you believe his assertion? I had no reason to doubt him at that time. But you did not have definitive knowledge that the brain you later worked on was indeed Lenin's. No, I did not possess that certainty. What kind of difficulties arose during the project? We faced challenges, particularly concerning the transplantation of certain organs that had been removed when preserving Lenin's body. For instance, we needed his eyes. Were these organs sourced from corpses? Please answer. No, they were taken from living individuals, specifically prisoners who had been sentenced to death. Were there many prisoners involved? I cannot provide an exact number. My focus was strictly on my assigned tasks. Was the work ultimately successful? Not entirely. We encountered numerous complications because the operations were intricate and delicate. Often, the organs failed to integrate properly, leading us to replace some internal organs with artificial devices equipped with infusion systems. Your colleagues have testified that you utilized proto-blood for your experiments. Can you confirm this? Yes, I can confirm that. From what I understand, the introduction of proto-blood was crucial for the project's viability. Do you know what proto-blood entails? My understanding is superficial. It's not my primary area of expertise. Proto-blood was managed by a specialized group with whom we had limited interaction. But you do understand the general concept, correct? Yes, in broad terms. Please provide the exact date of your involvement. It was September 25th, 1947, late in the evening. Who was present at that time? I was there, along with Professor Ivanov and assistants Lebedev and Bezrodnov. Were there any individuals present beyond the staff? Yes, Stalin, Molotov, and a man whose identity I could not discern. Was the individual the People's Commissar Yazov? No, I would have recognized him without a doubt. Can you provide a description of this man? Yes, vital signs were stable, but there was a noticeable lack of intelligence. What do you mean by that? Vladimir Ilyich could say, and occasionally made erratic movements with his hands. However, up until that evening, he exhibited almost no reactions to external stimuli. He barely moved. He was unable to move. While some sensitivity returned to his hands, he had no feelings at all in his legs. Are you certain he could say? Yes, I am certain he could see everything, though he did not respond in any significant way, except for rare instances. Please clarify those instances. We presented Vladimir Ilyich with photographs of people he had known during his life. What was his reaction? He only reacted twice. The first reaction occurred when we showed him a photograph of his sister Maria. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably. The second instance was when we displayed a picture of one of his political comrades. His head jerked, and he trembled the moment I presented the photograph of Sverdlov. Are you certain it was Sverdlov? Yes, I am sure. We documented it in the observation diary. It is all recorded. Could Vladimir Ilyich speak? No, he was unable to speak. Moreover, he could not hear either. Did he consume food on his own? No. We administered nutrition artificially. We inserted a flexible tube through his mouth directly into his esophagus. Describe the events of the evening. We attempted to stimulate Vladimir Ilyich in hopes of bringing him to consciousness. Did your efforts yield results? Yes. He opened his eyes and appeared to see those around him. Was there any observable reaction from him? Initially, no. For about a minute, everyone simply stared at him. Eventually, Comrade Stalin approached him closely and began to pose questions. What specific questions did he ask? The questions were similar to what you are asking me now. Please continue. Vladimir Ilyich remained unresponsive at first. However, then Comrade Stalin leaned in and asked him directly, "Do you recognize me?" Is that a verbatim quote? Yes, it is. Are you certain? Yes, I am certain. Proceed. After Stalin's questions, for the first time, Vladimir Ilyich began to exhibit signs of cognitive awareness. Initially, his face displayed confusion, which quickly shifted to anger. Did he make eye contact with Stalin? Yes, he looked directly at him. He also seemed to utter something, or rather, he wheezed. What exactly did he say? I could not decipher it. Are you absolutely sure? Yes, I am sure. Continue. Then, unexpectedly, Vladimir Ilyich lunged at Comrade Stalin, grabbing him by the throat. The movement was rapid, catching everyone off guard. It seemed like a reflex action. He apparently did not recognize Stalin. I can only interpret this behavior as a result of some form of mental breakdown, given that the brain had been preserved for so many years. How did Stalin react to this? Stalin quickly seized Vladimir Ilyич's wrist and forcefully pulled his hand away from his neck. Did he say anything during this encounter? He used profanity. What exactly did he say? He called him a bitch. Was this directed at Vladimir Ilyich? Yes, he was looking directly at him when he said it. Go on. It appeared that Vladimir Ilyich was about to topple from his chair, but we soon realized that his movement was deliberate. He grasped Comrade Stalin's hand. Did he attempt to bite him? Yes, he bit Comrade Stalin's hand. We rushed in and managed to pry open his jaw. After that, Vladimir Ilyich lost consciousness. Was the bite severe? He bit down hard enough to draw blood, but overall, the injury was not serious. After the incident, Comrade Stalin and the others exited the room. What is your personal assessment? Was the project terminated due to this incident? I believe so. Within a month, the project was shut down. Vladimir Ilyich was taken away, and we were arrested. I had initially thought that other researchers would continue the work, but Professor Ivanov later informed me that this was unlikely. Can you recall exactly what he said? He remarked, "The best taxidermist in the Union is already on his way to Moscow." He laughed after saying that. After the project was closed, what happened to you and your colleagues? We were taken into custody shortly after. There was a sense of panic among the team. Professor Ivanov seemed particularly worried. Did he say anything to you during that time? Yes. He mentioned something about safeguarding certain information. He implied that not everyone would be treated the same way once we were detained. What do you mean by not everyone would be treated the same way? He suggested that some of our colleagues might be used as scapegoats to protect those higher up in the hierarchy. There was an unspoken understanding that knowledge was power, and some individuals might be sacrificed to shield others. Did you have any conversations with Professor Ivanov about the methods used in the experiments? There were hushed discussions among us, especially about the ethics. We often speculated on the nature of the proto-blood and its origins. Some believed it was derived from a rare source, and there were whispers that it had been tested on living subjects prior to our experiments. What specifically did you hear about the proto-blood? It was said to contain elements that could temporarily mimic life processes, but it also had unpredictable effects. Some believed it could alter mental states, causing agitation or aggression in subjects. Did you ever witness any side effects during your experiments? Yes, there were instances. Some subjects reacted violently, exhibiting erratic behavior, which added to our fears about the process. It created a tension among us. We were never quite sure how each experiment would unfold. Did you ever have doubts about the legitimacy of the project? In the beginning, I had reservations, especially when I learned the full extent of our objectives. The idea of reanimating someone who had been dead for years felt grotesque, almost sacrilegious. And yet, you continued to work on it. I felt trapped. The pressure to succeed was immense. We were told that this project could redefine the boundaries of science and medicine. There was a part of me that wanted to believe in that potential. What did you know about the individuals you were working with? We had a mix of scientists, some genuinely passionate about their work, others driven by ambition. I sometimes wondered if anyone truly grasped the moral implications. The atmosphere was thick with secrecy, and paranoia crept in. Can you elaborate on the atmosphere during those meetings with Stalin and the others? It was tense. Stalin had an air of authority that was intimidating. We often felt we were being scrutinized, as if our fates hinged on our ability to impress him. I remember a lingering sense of dread, especially when he asked questions that felt probing, almost invasive. What was Stalin's demeanor like when he interacted with the subjects? He was surprisingly calm, almost detached. He would watch intently, but never show much emotion. It was unsettling to see him treat something so profound with such cold detachment. Did you ever feel he had ulterior motives for the project? Yes. There were murmurs that he wanted to leverage the results for political gain, to project an image of Soviet supremacy. The implications of reviving a figure like Lenin could be monumental in reinforcing his power. Did you discuss these concerns with anyone else? I confided in a few trusted colleagues, but we were cautious. The walls had ears, and one could easily find themselves in a precarious situation. Can you recall any specific incidents that heightened your fears? There was a day when we were experimenting with a reanimation process, and one of our subjects reacted violently, almost as if they were aware of their state. It shook everyone in the room. We realized that the lines between life and death were becoming dangerously blurred. After the project was shut down, what did you think would happen to the subjects? I feared that they would be disposed of, especially those who had shown signs of instability. There were discussions about erasing evidence, and I could not shake the feeling that those who no longer served a purpose would simply vanish. Were there any lingering effects on you after the project? The memories haunt me. I often have nightmares about the faces of those subjects, particularly the ones who displayed awareness. I question whether they truly were lost to us, or if we played a role in their suffering. What do you think will happen to you now? I fear for my life, especially with the connections I made during that time. I can't help but think that those who know too much often pay the highest price. One final question. If given a chance, would you do it all over again? I can't say I would. The cost of that knowledge weighs heavily on me. Sometimes ignorance feels like a mercy. Years ago, work at an old warehouse with a guy named Buck. We are the youngest and newest guys there, so all the old guys used to dump their grunt work on us. One night, we are working an overnight shift. We did them occasionally. The old fuckers make us organize the attic. It's not really an attic, just a small room that oversees the warehouse. While digging through boxes, Buck finds a large black case. Inside is a ventriloquist puppet. Ugly little bastard. Its face looks leathery and smushed like one of those fake shrunken heads, only with white skin and rosy cheeks. It's got round, glassy blue eyes and a big smiling mouth full of little white teeth. Pick related, it's the closest thing I could find, but imagine a dark, livery face. Eerie as hell. Buck is a huge practical joker. He says we should freak out the other guys with it. We'll just keep moving the doll around the warehouse until those old alcoholics think it's moving by itself. Keck, I'm in. First place is the forklift. The doll is pretty big, so we managed to place it with its hands on the steering wheel like it's driving. Now we wait. After a bit we hear somebody walking up. We peek around the corner. Nobody there. But there is the distinct sound of somebody walking around, dragging their feet. Probably a fucking rat, says Buck. A minute later, someone is coming. Peekaboo.jpg. It's one of the older guys. He walks up to the forklift, hops into the seat, turns it on, and rides off past us. No dummy to be seen. What the fuck? Where is it? Then Buck spots it. It's way down on the other side of the warehouse, by the front door. We kept it locked on night shifts. It's just lying there, face up. At this point, my X radar is going off. How in the hell did it get way down there? Buck just goes over and picks the dummy up. He says we'll put it in the bathroom this time. Those old fucks take shits every 5 minutes. He sits the dummy down on the toilet seat with its head turned, like it's watching the door, pulls out his work knife, and puts it in the puppet's hand. I wish I'd taken a pic. It looked like one of those cursed images I see here sometimes. We go hide around the corner. Now we wait part 2, Electric Boogaloo. I ask Buck, how the fuck did the dummy get so far from the forklift? He just shrugs and plays on his phone. After a minute we hear the bathroom door open. Buck looks up. I look at him. He looks at me. The bathroom door slams shut. We did not even hear anyone approaching. Then we hear the same sound as before. Every day I'm shuffling .mp4. What the hell? It's moving quickly away from the bathroom door. We peek around. Too late. Nobody is there. We can hear the shuffling moving down the next aisle. I am officially in X mode. The damn dummy walked off by itself. Buck calls me crazy, but he seems kinda sketched. He double-checks the bathroom. It's empty. Says Buck. He took my fucking knife. We look around for a few minutes, but the dummy is gone. Scared Pepe.jpg. Boo. We both jump and turn around. It's the warehouse manager, Miguel. He's holding the dummy. All he says is, "You two are fucked up." Apparently, Miguel and the other guys were in the back of the warehouse. There is a big shelf back there with packed boxes. Makes a great hiding spot. They were just hanging out talking when they heard someone shuffling around in the other aisle of shelves. Miguel looked around the shelf and saw something dart into a nearby aisle. Something small, moving upright like a person. FYI, these guys were mainly Mexican and Salvadorians from the country. Being an X-File and all, I used to talk to them about the weird stuff they'd see out there, and nearly all of them had stories. These guys were incredibly superstitious. Miguel, though, is a tough fucker, not afraid of anything. He rushes toward the aisle, and the shuffling stops. He finds the puppet, lying face up, with Buck's knife next to it. Miguel pockets the knife. "It's mine now, caballo." That was what all the older guys called Buck. "But you can have your little voodoo doll back." He tosses it at us, and walks off. I figure the best thing to do at this point is to put the dummy back in its box. We go back to the attic. Lock the little fucker up in its case. Later, Miguel comes up and tells us to go organize some chairs. "Right away, boss." Buck and I finish about an hour before the end of our shift. Maybe we can leave early. We go find Miguel to ask him. Look everywhere. Then we check the attic. Miguel is in there, passed out. Buck shakes him awake, and Miguel starts mumbling. I notice the ventriloquist case is open and point it out to Buck. Miguel wakes up, glassy-eyed, and we assume he's been drinking up there. He seems confused. Says the last thing he remembers is checking his phone for the time. Then Buck was shaking him awake. He has no idea how he got in the attic. He checks his pocket, and his phone is missing, along with Buck's knife. But even worse, his warehouse keys are also gone. He's going to catch hell from the boss for that. There is no way he can lock the front door without the keys. Oh well, too bad. We gotta go. Buck and I go to clock out and head for the front door. What the fuck? It's wide open, and the keys are dangling from the lock. We told Miguel, and he breathed a sigh of relief. We talk about how that could have happened, and I bring up the empty dummy case. Miguel shakes his head and laughs. You guys are fucked up. He goes back to work, and Buck and I leave. Buck and I quit not long after. Nothing strange ever happened again. I'm from Central Illinois, and I've got one, or rather my dad does. First off, some background. My father worked for 20-some years at a local Central Illinois news station, WCAA Central, Goons, and covered stories from tornadoes tearing apart towns to chemical explosions at UIUC. He took me out to Steak and Shake a few nights ago, and we just started talking. When he starts talking about his old job, he'll always get onto telling stories about an escaped mental patient or a really stupid robber or something which particularly stands out to him. It's part of the reason he loved his job so much. Always something new. He worked as an anchor in his later years, but in his earlier ones he was a reporter and did a lot of live stories and continued to follow some of them after they fell out of public interest. What part of his career this story fits into, I'm not entirely sure. However, I know cell phones were very new and late at the time. He told me about the disappearance/death of a man from Gifford, if memory serves, a medium-sized town from central/northern Illinois. The guy was a mailman who made deliveries down the same road for numerous years. Apparently pretty reliable and not prone to doing anything rash or blatantly stupid. The road he frequented on his route was through a rural part of the country, most of which was shaded by trees. Trees in Central Illinois, I'm not making this up. Anyway, the road continued shaded until it reached a dip in the road where the road ran across a small creek and bridge. He normally drove this way and is not used to anything unnatural. One day, while making the rounds of routine, he does not account for the recent spring showers and drives into the dip and finds it completely flooded. His mail truck tips. He attempts to escape, doesn't, and drowns. The search for this missing man begins, and this is where my dad comes in. He gets on the story, and like any reporter, tries to keep on top of it. Days turn into weeks to months. The truck is found, but no body. Mainstream media is all about the story. After a while, the news begins to focus elsewhere. When it looked like no body would be found, the station basically dismissed the story and continues with new work. Time passes, and the hunt, which had quieted down, takes another turn. Someone on the search team decided since they could not find him, why not humor themselves and call a psychic? Nothing else is working, right? My dad figures he'll follow up the story, since it now has become a little more interesting. He heads out with the search team, a party of 4 or so, in a rowboat with the state-of-the-art cell phone. Police on one end, psychic and Peoria on the other. The officers in the boat paddle out onto the lake as the psychic gives them directions from the dead man's point of view. As they paddle, she suddenly tells them, "I see a man in a red raincoat. I'm reaching for him. If only I could grab him, I might be safe." Sure enough, man in front of the boat is wearing a red jacket and looking over the edge of the boat. The psychic is like 40 some miles away, no live feed, no fucking cameraman, and she knows there is a guy in red. Just stick your hand into the water. She beckoned as the dead man. Reach out and help me. The guy in the front of the boat reaches down into the water and feels something. A human hand. The missing mailman is pulled up from the murky lake, found after a few months of waiting down there for the man in red. My father did not say more about it, only that it was a story he would never forget. Got some OC from last night. Was hoping I would find one of these threads when I got back. Anyways, green text. Me and my friend John are sitting in Valera at about 10 at night, sipping on peace tea, sucking up some free Wi-Fi. Our friends, Dylan, Kyle, and Caleb, get done with whatever they were doing at school and roll up. Valero is like our small town's Walmart. We talk, decide to buy some Monster, tea, and Mountain Dew, and build up a bonfire to chill around all night. Run by my house, acquire M44 Nugget, Mossberg 500, already carrying Glock 20. Go to John's house, fuck huge bonfire built up in the middle of this huge field, surrounded by miles of woods on 3 sides. Pretty legit. Field is about 6 acres wide. We all back trucks up and do some good tailgating, grill some steaks that Kyle brought, having a good time talking about shit. Start hearing a shitload of coyotes howling and yelping and stuff. John says there's always this pack of coyotes that hang around but are scared of humans. Well, fuck, alright. Wanted to shoot something. 2 hours later, need to piss. Go behind truck and let it flow. 4 sets of eyes reflected back from the light of the fire. Nope. Draw Glock 20. Take a couple of pot shots and they disappear. Get spotlight out and go over, everyone armed, to check for blood. Of course nothing there, but some footprints that looked like a cross between a bear and a deer track. Alright, can we not do this, please? Go back to the truck and keep talking, but keep guns ready. We hear some god-awful screeching coming from our 1 o'clock. Oh shit. Shine spotlight where it came from, nothing there. It sounded really close to us, but it would not have time to run away. Put down my shotgun and look back at the group. There is a fucking guy standing on the other side of the fire. He is just smiling away and like giggling in a really deep voice. We all know he needs to die. We all unload on it, stir up ashes from the bonfire because of muzzle blast. Takes the longest 40 seconds of my life for the smoke to clear. He is still standing there, but with his back to us. He says, in an inhumanly deep voice, "You shouldn't have fucking done that." He just starts screaming, and he falls to the ground and starts convulsing. I yell at everyone to get in the trucks and speed back to fucking Valero to talk. Out of the field in about 5 seconds. See Ethan's truck swerve a little in my rearview mirror, and see a thing that looks like a bear on steroids barely lit up by his headlights. Look back onto the road, it's right in front of me. I hit it, doing 85, and it falls across my hood and falls up. Ethan passes me up, noping so hard. Finally get to Valera. Bitches must have thought we were crazy as shit, walking into Valera, holding long guns, and open carrying my Glock. Everybody knows everybody, so we tell them it's all good, and don't worry about it, and they're like, fuck, alright. Talk about it, and decide to go back to my house and stay there. As we get up, the guy who was at the field walks in, all casual, wearing clean clothes, and just stares at us as we walk past. Fuck no. Get in trucks. Go to my house half an hour away. Dude's staring at us from inside, and as I pull away, he starts to smile. Get to my house. Invite one chick over for a couple of hours. It's now about 2:30. Arrives in her truck. We will call her Jennifer. She says she was creeped out because she saw a dude with long hair and jeans on the side of the road trying to hitchhike 3 times on the way to the house. Ah, shit. Keep hearing knocks on the door. We keep 2 people at each door. You can't enter anywhere else in the house. Like, it's not possible at all. While watching the back door of Jennifer, knocks cease, and she does the whole scared girl thing, and we end up having a quickie. Pretty great. It was directly in front of the door, on a chair about 2 feet away. No possible way of entry. The other watch team kept their eye on the door the entire time. Hear screaming and turn around. This motherfucker is doing the same convulsing shit he was doing in the field, in the middle of my house. We don't even ask questions. We hop in trucks and leave. We all see him like 5 times. We just drive around, occasionally stopping to talk. Keep seeing this guy all around town, in his hairy form and in his human form. We fill up at Valero again, and we drive 2 hours to Dallas and stay at a hotel. Decide it's safe after 2 days. Saw him multiple times on the way up there though, but ignore it. Come back this morning and have not seen him yet. So fucking done. Secluded Communities. Hey X, I have a story from a few years ago that I recently remembered, and now I'm curious what you think. I currently live in Oregon, so that's where this happened. My first job out of high school was at a grocery store in my smallish town, 30,000 people, and I worked as a clerk in the natural food/nutrition section, so I got some weird people coming through every week, but none that have stayed with me years later like this one. One night, at around 10, 2 very tall men approached me and asked for my help finding some vitamins/herbs. Both of them struck me as strange immediately, but I was, and still am, polite and friendly by nature, so I pushed aside any suspicion and met them with my usual smile. The younger of the 2 was over 6'5", and the older was even taller, but not quite 7 feet, based on my memory. They were ethnically white, had the same shade of brown hair, early to mid-20s, and were brothers. The thing about them that surprised me the most was that they could not read. They had approached me because they needed me to tell them which bottles were what. The older brother was looking specifically for any herbs that would help with ADHD and concentration issues. When I started to explain what some herbs are known for helping, he got very standoffish and almost offended that I would assume he did not know his herb knowledge. The younger was much more friendly, and pretty obviously had a thing for me. I'm a femme. He was curious about my hair color, and when I told him I dyed it black, but it was naturally brown, similar to their own, he acted like that was the stupidest thing I could do. When they left, I mentioned the encounter to a coworker, and he told me that they were part of a family that lives secluded out in the woods somewhere around town. I may have seen their mother in the store that night too. She had a family resemblance, and I kind of just had a gut feeling that she was like the 2 men, but I can't be sure. Regular weirdo sex? Or maybe something more. I live in the South. I haven't had many run-ins with people like that. I work in a grocery store, but I had one woman ask me about coconut water, so I asked her what she needed the coconut water for, and she started talking to me about how she uses it to wash over a necklace she has to ward off voodoo. She went on about these strange superstitions from her home country, things like keeping an open pair of scissors under her bed and burning some herbs she got from a botanica. Another thing I heard from a coworker is how in certain counties in my state, the conversation about how having healthy father-daughter, brother-sister relationships, incest and breeding, is something their social worker wife had to have too often while they lived in those really rural counties. I live in the Midlands, one of the areas of England that has been densely populated for millennia. Some areas are very secluded. There's old blood families and older traditions that far predate both Christianity and the Roman cultural invasion. So, there is this town, and by town, I mean like one main road, and like a private school, a manor, and 3 or 4 cul-de-sacs offshooting from the main road that winds through the woodlands alongside the motorway heading south. It's a quick time saver that cuts like 15 minutes off following the motorway to the huge multi-level island that allows me to get onto an intersecting eastbound motorway to get off at my own town. Instead, I head through this place, which leads onto some back roads with an abandoned mental institution and an airfield, and through an old army barracks, now a supply depot for truckers, and I'm home. Small out-of-the-way place, right? Well, it always seemed a little odd. Weird tree trunk, carved into the shape of animals like a stag, an owl, or a huge snake, always caught my eye, but more besides. You never saw people, ever. You would drive past the school at lunchtime and see no children on the playground. No sound of rambunctious kids, but everything was clean and maintained. The town was as clearly inhabited as any other, but you never saw people. Once, during an insane flooding period about 5 years ago, all of the buses were out of service, and I had to walk from college along the motorway in a t-shirt and jeans in a torrential downpour, and by the time I reached the town, I passed by a bus so clearly. About an hour later, with my feet sore and soggy, the buses were back on, so I wait at the town bus stop. I wait for an hour. 3 buses passed me. Not one stopped. I never saw another person in the town. So, that's all just set up. I'll make another post for my story. So, as we established, this town, well, a village I suppose, was strange, yes? So here is the story. Late autumn time, back in 2008, I think. Me and some at the time first-year college buddies are doing what most English lads do at the time, which is get in their shitty boy racer cars and go cruising around the countryside, and maybe in the evening in the city. Hit the pubs and bars, grab some pizza or a kebab, head home by 1 and call it good. So, we do our thing. We head to my college town for some particularly amazing Indian food and head back to my place for some beers and rock band. Naturally, we want to take my usual shortcut. This time, however, it was different. Bear in mind, we aren't dude bros. We never drink and drive. I rarely drink at all, in fact, so we were all completely sober. I was in the passenger seat, my buddy driving, and my brother and his GF in the back. We head for the village, and something is up. There are lit lanterns everywhere. We slow down, figuring it's some Halloween thing, but it's not even October yet, so it's a little too early. I think it was closer to when our primary school teachers would tell us about the tradition of harvest festivals. But I'm 26, so primary school was a long time ago at this point. Anyway, we slow down and cruise at a slower than walking pace with our interest peaked. It's not just lanterns, but decorations, including what I can only describe as scarecrows or stuffy guys ready to sit atop a bonfire. Some were sitting in chairs on porches. Others stood up around town like people, and a noise, like drums beating. So, we were thoroughly creeped out, but still slowly moving, being the cliché horror movie dumb teens, enthralled by the utter strangeness. There was an odd tang to the air, like burning rubber, oranges, and semen, a strange melange of scents I've never forgotten. We could tell from the glare as we rounded the first corner. We could see an orange glow from a large fire on the huge open area alongside the half-mile track leading from the paved road to the secluded manor house. We could not see because of the typical English hedgerows, but we could hear a loud commotion, clearly people, but also some strange sounds, like if you have ever heard a pig scream, and I don't mean squeal. Anyone who has heard it knows a pig can scream, and it's almost human-like, but not quite. So, we start to speed up a little. We roll the windows up. This ain't no movie or creepypasta. This was real life, and yeah, I will admit, we were pretty fucking spooked. Still, we go slow enough to eye all the weird shit around. The wooden trunks carved into animals have what I can only describe as offerings before them. One a bushel of grains, another offal, another cakes or something, and so on. Bear in mind, this is 11 p.m. in autumn. The sky is pitch black here. No stars from cloud cover, and everything lit by the flickering orange glow of the old school fire and oil-looking lanterns hanging from poles and tree branches everywhere. Then we get to the green, such as it was in this little village. Behind it was the pub, the bus stop I mentioned before, and a small grass patch surrounded by chain-link fence in between. On the grass, there was a dead cow on its back, split open down the middle. This was the point I felt genuine fear in a my life could end tonight sort of way, because cut into the cow was a bunch of guys in what I can only describe as shitty wizard outfits, red robes with sun, moon, and stars on them, like a little kid wanting to be Albus Dumbledore. They had knives and were cutting into this thing like there was a treasure inside, if only they could cut deep enough. The driver stopped. They stopped and looked at us. We looked at them. A couple of seconds passed, but it felt like a good 5 or 6 minutes. Then they bellowed and ran at the car, so all of a sudden, we are the unlucky Spanish cops in Resident Evil 4, and the Ganados are out for us. A brick bounces off the windshield with a crack, leaving a fracture that was very expensive to repair for my bro's student income. They are yelling, "Stop 'em, get 'em," and "Road should have been closed," and a bunch of shit I cannot make out. Needless to say, we are all screaming, "Fucking drive," and we do. One guy hits the back just as we are accelerating, and looking back, I see the weapon he was cutting into the cow with was a straight, ornate-looking knife of a very dark metal. The rest becomes a blur as we speed down the back roads at almost triple the legal speed limit and get back home. Here is the kicker. Car is damaged, clearly. Took a fucking brick to the windscreen after all, so we call the police. 2 mid-40s coppers arrive 3 hours later. Good old, expeditious UK countryside police time, and ask us what happened. We explain. They look at each other with a look that clearly says, if these kids were behind that wheel, we would breathalyzer them and get a positive at first. Then they ask where we were. We tell them. This time they share a different look. The kind of look you see 2 kids share when they are asked by their parents if they know if their friend did something bad, and indeed they do. They mention to look into it, but it sounds like drunks. Just be careful at night, lads, and leave. We never heard anything of it. Epilogue. My now deceased granddad, who used to run the biggest accident recovery firm in the area, and naturally was the place the cops came for on the job. Cups of tea and biscuits and a gossip had mentioned the town more than once apparently. For one period in the year, bad stuff happens there, and it's just ignored. Some pull from the manor-born folk who own most of the area apparently. My granddad told me about one time he was called there at the time for an abandoned car and found a young girl cut to pieces under the bridge leading out of town. He got very pale. His hand shook, and with a bitter laugh mentioned how the cops that came to the call-out were both from the town, and with a look of disgust mentioned one of them lifting up one of the girl's removed breasts and said, "Hey Derek, want to cop a handful of tit?" Like it was nothing. It was reported in the media as an accident, one of many. It's a bad road that time of year, people say. People get cut off in floods or snow and just end up meeting a bad end, people say. They accept it. They do not question it. All I know is I have not been down that road in half a decade and don't plan to go there anytime soon. A lot of talk for an unfortunately low payoff story that I'm sure sounds like generic bullshit. That's life, I suppose. Even when people are fucking crazy, it's still just a story, one that plays out the world over. I just know I will never forget that night. Never stop wondering what was going on and what would have happened if we did not drive off in time. Then I just thank fuck that we did. I can tell you about the time I slept in a field and heard bizarre chanting in the early midnight, just 100 or so meters away from my spot, inside a small duvet in my clearing. I heard bizarre speaking and sounds. I wasn't carrying back then like I am now, so I was pretty freaked out. Not being noticed though, I found my balls and slowly went closer to the sounds. Farm field is usually separated by thin tree lines, varying in width of density to the next field. Creeping up the hillside into the tree line of the next field, I could make out 3 people, likely all men, hacking and smashing some kind of corpse in the distance. Think rural South, all with its ticks, mosquitoes, fireflies, and chirping from the crickets. The intensity of these sounds was nowhere around. Not one peep from wildlife or the insects that usually inhabit a night in the South. Scared and just a few dozen meters from the men, as I sit hidden in the tree line, I can barely make out the shape of what they are hooting and hollering around. It's a dead cow. Now fearful for my life, I turn around and make haste to grab my backpack and book it out of there. I, to my disbelief, cartoonishly stepped on a stick and it snapped. I looked instantly back in fear and saw 3 whack jobs staring in my direction, and then they started yelling to me as if they knew I was there, and I just booked it. I darted and they started screaming behind me. I snatched up my book bag, left my sleeping bag on the ground, still unraveled, and leapt through the fields, all the while my heart pounding out of my chest. They are still screeching behind, probably about half a football field away, saying they're gonna gut me and cut my head off. I leapt through a few more tree lines, jump over a fence, and post into another field, and finally make it to the long, unlit road beside the properties. I trip and fall over in a roll down into a small ditch next to my side of the road, get up, and then scrabble across the asphalt. By the time I get over the fence on the opposite side of the road, which was a much more flat plane and easier to maneuver, climbing over the barbed wire, sticking my shoes into the metal spikes, the hollering had stopped, and I turned around to see if they were following me. I was almost paralyzed by my anxiousness. I did not know if they were still there, and the field next to me was open moonlight, so for sure if they were now next to the road, they would be able to see me. Hidden by the black shadow of the common tree line, I just waited, and I waited, and I fucking waited for what seemed to be ages, and I felt a bit more calm as each minute went by. Eventually, I felt like I could move from there, but I didn't. I was still scared, and just wanted morning to come already, a long ways off. Then something moved. Someone moved across the road, on the side I had just came from. Literally, someone had stood there for what seemed like an eternity, and they walked off, back the way they chased me. I felt like I was going to be stabbed in the back any second, so I just waited and prayed that he did not see me. I stayed there until early morning sunrise, when the light becomes red and orange, and I could see clearer over the tree line. Yet I stayed still in that spot, finally lying down until the first cars started to pass by the spot, eventually heading towards the town I had previously attempted to get to before nightfall, the night I had just lived through. The moral of the story is that you need to fucking carry. Don't be a stupid kid who thinks he's invincible. I don't know if they would have actually killed me. Maybe they were trying to scare me, but I feel as though no non-murderer would stay in a spot, secluded in the darkness, waiting to see me, unless they were fucked in the head. I'm not good at greentext either, nor am I special at telling experiences/stories. You get what you get, but it is the truth. That's a spooky story, Anon. I'm guessing you didn't head back to check the scene during the day. There are cults all over America, even though someone brushed that off as superstition. Call it what you will, but there is a reason witch trials were a thing. Creepy fucking world. Glad you're safe, Anon. No. I headed straight to the town I meant to get to the night before. I was too much of a pussy to even attempt to go back. Thankfully, traffic was a bit busier on the roads near regular morning hours. I'd like to affirm that I still hitchhiked to the next town, but it was through the freeway and their character seemed solid. Happy old veteran type. This was before my bad hitchhiking incident, which led to me beelining back home across states to disgruntled parents and purchasing firearms for future journeys. I absolutely agree with you that there are some Class A psycho death cults and serial killers in America. Hitchhiking nowadays, even previously, is dangerous as hell. Murder is still very easy to get away with, depending on your environment. I grew up in a tiny town, sub 1,000 population, very rural. There was a 2-lane road leading out, and most everything was gravel. Got a lot of stories from there. One that I remember the clearest is walking along the riverbank deep in the woods behind the falls. I was there with a couple of friends. I remember it because it was summer. I remember it was summer because of the whine of the June bugs and the red and black beetles who'd land on us every now and then and freak my friend out. Anyway, we are walking along this overgrown trail when we see a bag with something sticking out of it. Chris, that's the one who does not like bugs, does not want anything to do with it. Matt does. I'm the deciding vote, and I'm like, hell yeah. So we go over and see what's in the bag. Bones. No big deal. It's a rural town. People abandon their pets in messed up ways, or maybe it died or whatever. We press on. Further down the overgrown trail, on the lookout for sumac and poison oak. Dead pine needles crunching underfoot. There's another bag, this time hanging from a tree. Again, bones. These ones a little less identifiable. Chris wants to go home now. I tell him to shut up. We are not far away from where a good place to swim is, at least I think. It makes sense. The further away from the falls you go, the better the swimming holes, right? We walk in silence for a good 10 minutes or so, and we come across a shack. Wood all grey and gnarled from the weather, leaning to one side, and it smells just awful. Matt wants to check it out. I want to check it out. Even Chris wants to check it out, so we start crunching our way towards it, when we start hearing these sickening whumps coming from the inside of it. By the time I say maybe we should leave, Chris is already halfway home. I will never forget the way it smelled. Sweet, cloying, but also like the worst rot ever. All my life, I had lived in small, secluded towns in northern Canada. For about 8 years, we lived in a town that was hours from any major place. At the time, this town was hardly on any map. Within the town, I went to the only high school around, which was a 45-minute drive from my house. There was also another family and their 12 children that attended that school. It did not take me long to notice that there was something off about these kids. There was one in my grade. He was pretty cool and seemingly normal most of the time. We became pretty good friends. However, in the grades below, the other kids seemed to look more fucked up. There was 2 in the 11th grade that looked pretty normal. One was a guy named Kyle, the other a girl named Brittany. Although they looked normal, the way they acted was off. They were always so close to each other. I've even seen them sitting on each other's laps. I was a little weirded out, but I never said anything. In the lower grades, there was 4 others spread out between grades 9 and 10, 2 sets of twins. These kids, however, looked different. They all looked the same, but the younger 2 had more deformities. One had something fucked up with their hand. The other's eyes looked more sunken in. There were 4 other, much younger children in the family that were downright scary and hard to look at. Every one of the kids had the same features: black hair, sky blue, insanely light eyes, pale skin, and their voices were disturbingly similar. I spent a few years hanging out with the older one. As I said, he was completely normal. I remember we would always hang out at my place though. He would be quick to protest anything involving people going to his house, as if he was scared of having us there or something. A lot of people would talk about that family. Specific things I would hear was about the younger kids and how the parents were strange people. I never met any of them in person, but I've seen pictures. The parents had the same look, but they also looked like they have not eaten or been outside in years. They looked sickly pale and scary skinny. Many times, child services were called to their house. I don't really know what went down there, but those younger kids were so fucked up. One was always sick, and his general face structure was off. His eyes were extremely sunken in. His skin had a grey tint to it. His hair was stringy, and patches were missing a lot. The other, also a boy, had the same facial deformities, but it was accompanied with mental problems. He was so violent. In 1992, I finally moved out of that town and lost touch with my friend. In 1998, I heard through another friend from the same place that the family is confirmed for committing incest. The 2 youngest that I knew were the children of the 2 siblings I knew in 11th grade. After that, they had more kids that came out even more fucked up. My friend moved far, far away at the age of 20, right after graduation, and was never heard from again. Fuck small towns. For me, a few summers ago, some friends and I decided to do some spelunking in abandoned places around local cities. There is this old campus from the 50s or 60s that is just rotting in the middle of a small city near us. It's near the edge of town, and the only way to access it are these little gaps in fences. It's sort of surrounded by small patches of forest, so it is pretty secluded. It was pretty standard, abandoned building stuff, if you've ever done that sort of thing. Several buildings, ranging from walkable to completely destroyed. Lots of trash, graffiti, drugs and alcohol remains. We did not see anyone else there, but it was obvious that people go there fairly often. Cops do patrol the area occasionally to keep out any drifters or people that shack up there, apparently. Only one of my friends had been there before, and he actually noticed something. One building had a huge gate around it, with barbed wire fencing. It wasn't worth getting past the gate, and he had never gone into that particular building before. However, a tree had fallen over and knocked the gate down, so we got to go in. As we explored the completely dark building, it was in much better condition than the others, and we had been only some of the lucky few to be allowed in. The building was different. There were massively secure doors, and eventually we concluded that each of the rooms were actually small cells where they kept people. I thought this was a school, we all chirped. It was creepy. We got to the top floor, and there was a big open room, auditorium type. Sounds echoed like crazy in there. The only graffiti on the wall was just, "Children died here." That one building was a juvenile detention center located on the campus for bad kids. It was eerie to come across it like that. Secret Archive of Udmurtia, a cursed place. Few people remember, the current building of the State Council of the Udmurt Republic, formerly the Regional Committee of the CPSU of Udmurtia, stands on the site where the city morgue was located until the 1980s. Why was the morgue hastily demolished? Why was the grey multi-story building of the State Council constructed here? Strange neighborhood. Elderly residents of Izevsk, who lived near Central and Karlotskaya squares in the 70s and 80s, can confirm that the unassuming one-story wooden barrack that served as the city morgue was right next to the then operating Maternity Hospital No. 3. It was a slightly strange neighborhood. One building brought life, while the other dealt with death. The old-timers grumbled, claiming it was a bad place to live, that people should not give birth and die in the same vicinity. But as always, no one listened. The God-fearing Orthodox would shake their heads, muttering that it wasn't right, that something bad would surely happen. The morgue was a source of negativity, black energy, and all that. Working there was always an unpopular job, much like that of an executioner. No one ever brought flowers or boxes of chocolates for the morgue workers. Secret payments slipped into the pockets of their coats were the only form of appreciation. Money for being more careful with the bodies, for touching up, for powdering, for being attentive and compassionate. The morgue shared space with forensic experts and was attached to the First Republican Hospital, which, until the late 80s, was located on the grounds of the current Children's Clinic, nestled in a park area between Pushkinskaya and Komunarov streets. So, the sad institution and the maternity hospital remained neighbors until something extraordinary occurred. The dead witch disappeared from the morgue. Among the morgue workers was a young man named Misha, who was listed as a guard. He was a student and terrified of dead bodies, so much so that he would convulse at the sight of them, but having entered this peculiar line of work, he had to endure. The night shift suited him well. He had a room where he could write notes, listen to the radio, and smoke without stepping outside, followed by a daytime shift. There were only 2 guards, old man Matvich, who lived nearby, and brought a quarter-liter of vodka, some pickles, and a boiled potato with him for each shift, and Misha, the student. Their duties included patrolling the building's perimeter at night to prevent theft, although thefts were rare, especially from the morgue, responding quickly to the front door's demanding, shrill ring. It was common for the on-duty forensic expert to come by at night and keeping the refrigerator where the deceased was stored in order. The perimeter was hardly patrolled. The guards responded quickly to calls, and only Matvich looked into the freezer, as per his job description. He would unlock the tight, galvanized door, squint from the bright light, and inhale the smell of formalin with his red, alcohol-stained nose. He would then stamp his feet thoughtfully, gaze at the shelves filled with the dead, lock the door, and shuffle off to his closet for another drink. Misha the student never dared to look into the morgue, not once. He found it frightening and disgusting. Yet one night, he overcame his fear. That evening, they brought in a witch from the eastern settlement. The morgue orderlies discussed her in the smoking room all night, sharing tales of the old woman who had lived in Izevsk after being driven out of her northern Udmurt village for her witchcraft. They claimed she knew herbs and spells, could remove or cast curses, and even flew on a broomstick. People flocked to her, paying for appointments, and it was rumored she had almost 100,000 rubles sewn into her pillow. The witch's death was just as strange. Her hut burned to the ground, supposedly set on fire, leaving no embers behind. Yet, the old witch was unharmed. This fact piqued the interest of Misha. How could she have escaped the fire? That night, he decided to sneak into the morgue to check on her. Indeed, there she lay in her colorful Udmurt dress, a necklace glimmering faintly on her chest, her hands folded oddly, not in the usual position of the deceased. Intrigued, Misha closed the door and returned to his room to rewrite his notes under the lamp. Suddenly, past midnight, the doorbell rang. Misha, dozing off, heard the doctor on duty, sleeping just behind the wall, get up to answer it. Later, he would testify during the investigation. I opened the door to find a girl in a white coat standing there. She said she was from the maternity hospital and her name was Katya. Her grandmother had been brought in yesterday and she asked to be let in to say goodbye before her shift ended. Then the guard arrived. I went back inside. They talked for a moment. I think they were arguing. Then I got a terrible headache. I don't remember what happened next. I just went to bed. Misha let the girl in and took her to the morgue. What happened next remains a mystery. The following morning, the guard was found hanged in the closet. The morgue medic on duty was sound asleep. They thought he was drunk, but eventually realized he was completely sober, albeit in a stupor, and the witch's corpse had vanished from the morgue. Secrets of the investigation. When the morgue workers arrived for their morning shift, they found the door unlocked, just closed. From the testimony of the senior forensic expert, as usual, I went into my office, changed my shoes, and put the kettle on. No, I did not notice anything unusual. I looked in the guard's closet to ask for sugar. Yes, I saw it right away. Then I called right away. The duty officer, he was asleep as usual. No, I could not wake him. No, I don't suspect anyone. The investigative team arrived shortly after. They examined the guard's body, which had been hanged in an unusual manner. There was no chair nearby, and the student was found clutching an empty container of formaldehyde. The room was tidy, but a distinct smell of something burnt lingered in the air. The doctor on duty was unable to provide any clear explanations. During the inspection of the freezer section, one body was discovered missing. A search dog was brought in, but yielded no results. Initially, the dog ran energetically around the morgue building, but upon entering the room, it lay down on the floor, buried its muzzle in its paws, tucked its tail in between its legs, and howled mournfully. Misha was removed from the noose and placed in the same freezer. Matvich was summoned and given instructions. The next morning, a visibly intoxicated Matvich, swearing and cursing he had not slept a wink all night, made excuses for the mysterious disappearance of the second corpse. The body of Misha the student had vanished from the morgue. This triggered a flurry of activity. Investigators established that a girl named Katya did indeed work at the neighboring maternity hospital. It turned out that the grandmother, who had died under strange circumstances, was a relative of Katya's. They wanted to interrogate her, but she quit that very same day and never returned to work. It became apparent that Katya, the witch, and the guard Misha all hailed from the same village in the Yukamensky district. The investigators traveled to this remote village, hidden deep in the woods, to inquire about the grandmother. The locals were tight-lipped, turning away as if gripped by fear, leaving the investigators with little information. Then, Matvich experienced a breakdown. Initially, they suspected delirium tremens. He suddenly embraced religion, never parting from his icon day or night, and even gave up drinking and smoking. He spoke incessantly about demons. Matvich was prescribed injections and sedatives, and the case of the suicide of the city morgue guard was quietly filed away in the archives. Gradually, things returned to normal. New guards were hired. However, a month and a half later, on the 40th day after the student's suicide, another unsettling incident occurred in the morgue. It is no secret that there are cursed places on Earth, scientifically known as geopathogenic zones. Traditionally, no housing is built in these cursed areas. Udmurtia stands as an exception. The current building of the State Council is situated on the site of the former city morgue. Strange, inexplicable events unfolded within that morgue. In the last issue, we reported on the mysterious disappearance of a witch's body from the morgue, a woman who had died under enigmatic circumstances. Poltergeist. In the early 80s, the concept of a poltergeist was virtually unknown. Ghosts, flying objects, and flaming phenomena were dismissed as nonsense. Initially, the bizarre events occurring in the city morgue, the unexplained disappearance of 2 corpses, were not taken seriously. Who knows what howls echoed through the night? The wind, perhaps, or drafts. So what if someone caused a ruckus in the morgue? Surely, the guard must have been drunk, searching for alcohol. As for the paper suddenly catching fire, that was simply due to careless disposal of cigarette butts. And why were the bodies in the morgue not in their places and arranged in such odd poses? Perhaps if the guards drank less at work, they wouldn't see things that weren't there. However, the night watchmen grew increasingly anxious, demanding a salary raise for their hazardous work. Staff turnover skyrocketed. No competent guard could withstand the unsettling atmosphere of the city morgue for more than 2 weeks. Consequently, the morgue began hiring even the most extreme alcoholics. This led to disorder, jeopardizing property security and safety. These drunks, of course, seldom conducted rounds. They showed up late, left the premises in disarray, and yet they never filed complaints with management. A typical night saw them stumble into work, barely able to stand, prop the door open, down a shot of medical alcohol, and then drift back to sleep. A sober person would have gone mad from the chaos unfolding in the morgue. All night long, dreadful groans filled the air, along with shrill and deafening laughter. It was said that the old witch, whose body vanished after her beautiful granddaughter's visit, roamed the halls alongside her, Katya, the midwife, who had no intention of dying. Meanwhile, the ghost of the hanged student, Misha, would appear in the closet, glowing with an eerie, flickering light. His eyes were wide open, fixed on you in silence, and he would reach out a hand, so pitifully. In the morning, the staff would have to clean the morgue, scrubbing the floors with bleach, and rousing the day's guard, sending him on his way. Such disturbances did not happen every day, but at least once or twice a week, they were a certainty. There were also lulls, periods of quiet that could last a month, only to be followed by another wave of turmoil. The brutal death of a thief-in-law. On the 40th day following the mysterious disappearance of the witch's corpse and the hanged student guard from the morgue, a severely mutilated body was brought in. The men had been butchered, cut up and down, leaving him unrecognizable. Rumors spread that the victim was a notorious thief who had met a brutal fate at the hands of his criminal associates for breaking their code. Identification of the body took a considerable amount of time, and even after it was established who the deceased was, no one came forward to claim him. This incident reignited the chaos surrounding the witch. Fires erupted almost daily, all originating from the morgue. The source of the fire was baffling. There was nothing flammable in the building. The stench of smoke overpowered the usual odor of formalin, causing the guards to become increasingly agitated, prompting them to demand hazard pay for their troubling work conditions. One guard quit abruptly, another fell into a drunken stupor, and the third was sent off to a psychiatric hospital. It was the same night that the thief's body was charred beyond recognition. The following morning, a terrible stench emanated from the refrigerator. When the door was open, acrid smoke rushed out, and the body lay blackened within. How could this have happened? Who was responsible? Why did this occur? One guard, trembling in fear, huddled in a corner, striking himself as if in a fevered state. Strong men in white coats arrived, taking the panicked guard away. No one ever saw him again. The official reason given for the demolition of the dilapidated morgue building was a collective complaint from the staff regarding the horrific work conditions. Their patience had run out. They cited issues like drafts, freezing temperatures in winter, and a leaky roof. Meanwhile, the employees at the nearby Republican Clinical Hospital had moved into a new, modern facility that included a morgue. Management agreed to a building inspection for the sake of order, scheduling it for the following day. The workers had much to point out, but the inspection occurred in the evening. A commission of important figures, donning briefcases, hats, and ties, made their way through the morgue corridor, holding their noses in disgust. Look here, they were shown. The roof is leaking. This corner has sunk. A pipe is bursting. The officials exchanged nervous glances at the morgue door, whispering, "Is it true what they say about what's inside?" The doctors chuckled knowingly before opening the heavy door. What lay within was unimaginable. It was an autumn evening, darkness settling in, and a strong wind howled outside. Suddenly, the commission and workers bolted from the morgue, rushing out in terror. They were only given 24 hours to evacuate, and the very next day, 2 bulldozers arrived. By nightfall, the building was reduced to rubble. A heavy snow fell that evening, blanketing the area. Oddly, where the morgue once stood, the snow melted away instantly, leaving behind a stark black oval that persisted until the depths of winter. We are ours. We will build a new world. The site where the old city morgue once stood remained empty for nearly a year. Nothing grew there, not a single tree or bush. The locals avoided this area, shrouded in an unsettling reputation. However, in spring, construction commenced a short distance away as workers began digging a pit and driving piles, signaling the start of a significant building project. The regional party committee in Izovsk needed a prominent location for their new facility. While there were numerous potential sites, the center of the city was ideal. They examined various options, ultimately deciding against disturbing the historic buildings of the nearby weapons arsenal. But what lay beneath the ground? The former city morgue. After consulting with their comrades in Moscow, it was made abundantly clear to Comrade Marisov that the party did not entertain any superstitions. They strongly recommended that construction proceed on that very spot, insisting it be done quickly for an anticipated grand opening ceremony. Though hesitant, the team moved the construction site slightly to the side, thinking this precaution might shield them from any lingering curses. Yet, this minor adjustment did little to alleviate the troubles that befell both the builders and future occupants of the new CPSU Regional Committee building. Big construction site. The capital's communists were delayed in their plans to cut the ribbon at the new Regional Committee building. The construction progressed at a sluggish pace, far slower than typical projects of such stature. The delay was not due to financial constraints. Funds for such endeavors were typically allotted without hesitation. At the construction site, a foreman and an engineer trudged through the mud, exchanging crude remarks while grappling with the same directive to build quickly and efficiently. Yet each man interpreted this high-party mandate differently, and both sensed something was amiss. Workers began openly referring to the site as a cursed place. Despite being moved 20 meters from the old morgue, the alleged curse still lingered. As the workers excavated the pit, the machinery broke down twice. Injuries occurred among the crew, and the foreman succumbed to a week-long drinking binge. While pouring the foundation, a fire erupted in the construction trailer, barely being contained in time. After completing the first and second floors, a mysterious leak emerged in the basement. Initially, it was just ordinary water, but despite repairs, puddles kept reappearing, eerily resembling blood. As they neared the completion of the roof, disaster struck. A sudden hurricane struck the site, toppling a crane. The heavy structure crashed down precisely where the morgue's autopsy room had once been. Fortunately, the incident occurred on a day off, and no one was injured. The veteran workers murmured among themselves, "This is a damned place. We should invite a priest from the church." They contemplated this suggestion several times during construction, and even after the building was handed over to the communists. However, the status of the project prevented any such ritual, leaving a lingering sense of unease among those who toiled there. State acceptance. The new facility had to be completed by November 7th, no later. The construction of the building progressed with great difficulty. As they moved into the finishing stages, strange issues began to arise. The ceilings and walls seemed to rebel against the fresh coat of paint, requiring them to be re-whitewashed 3 times. Each time, the contours of an old woman's evilly wrinkled face and the silhouette of a hanged man appeared through the layers of fresh whitewash. Just as they thought they had resolved the whitewashing issues, a new plague struck. Glass began to crack on several floors simultaneously. No one could determine the cause. However, the foreman, observing from the street as glaziers worked to replace the shattered panes, noticed something peculiar. The cracks formed diagonally, almost as if someone had crossed out the new building with their thumb, leaving behind unmistakable fingerprints on the glass. "They didn't call the priest in time," he muttered, cursing and spitting over his shoulder before awkwardly crossing himself in a desperate gesture of protection. Despite the swift replacement of the glass, the plumbing systems functioned properly, but the electrical wiring was a disaster. On the 6th and 9th floors, the fuses frequently blew. Later, when the facility was officially accepted and the caretaker began affixing nameplates to the offices, it became apparent that those marked with the numbers 6 or 9 experienced the highest frequency of burnt-out light bulbs and malfunctioning electrical appliances. On the morning of November 7th, the entrance to the new Regional Committee building was adorned with a bright red cloth, a podium had been erected, and preparations were underway for a rally. The air was electric with anticipation for the arrival of high-ranking officials from Moscow who were to inaugurate this significant facility in Udmurtia. The first to take the podium was the primary communist leader of the Republic. His speech was both solemn and succinct, lasting about 20 minutes as he recounted the unprecedented success of industry and agriculture in Udmurtia. He concluded with a brief affirmation of his loyalty to the CPSU, delivering everything as expected. Following him, lesser-ranking communists took their turns at the podium, each speaking for an even shorter duration. As the weather took a turn for the worse, what had started as a warm sunny morning transformed into a snow-laden chill by 11 o'clock. The wind picked up, nearly toppling the banner that read, "Long Live." 5 men leaped to stabilize it, their efforts commendable but futile against the gusts. When the esteemed guest from the capital stepped up to address the crowd, announcing, On this significant day, a sudden gust of wind snatched his ceremonial reindeer hat from his head. It soared through the air, making a circuit around the podium before landing, upside down, at the entrance, resembling a beggar's hat, waiting for alms. No one could have predicted that the curse of a simple old woman from a remote village would sow such chaos. Although the morgue where the old woman's body had once been received was long demolished, and a new building now stood in its place, the regional committee of the CPSU of Udmurtia, the troubling issues persisted. Party holiday. The meeting was a disaster. The hat of a high-ranking official from the capital had been blown off, right in front of everyone. The Muscovite grunted in annoyance, casting a stern glance at his entourage, who quickly snatched up the cap, shook off the snow, and tucked it behind their backs, pretending nothing had happened. After the initial embarrassment, the event proceeded according to the well-rehearsed plan. The ceremonial ribbon was cut, applause erupted, and invitations to the banquet were extended. The banquet unfolded without incident, though an air of unease lingered. The capital's authorities implored their host to extend their stay for at least another day. "We'll take you to the weapons museum, organize a top-class hunt. We'll do this for you, we'll do that for you. Just stay until the morning." But the dignitaries remained firm. "It's time to go. We have matters to attend to." The local communists were despondent. "You turned down their hospitality and didn't stay until morning like usual," one lamented. "There must be a reason for this." Another speculated. "He probably took offense. I hear he's very sensitive." "Sensitive and vindictive, we're doomed," someone exclaimed. "Oh, come on. Quit whining like old women at a funeral. Let's go have a drink instead." The suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. They celebrated until midnight, but then things took a dark turn. Suddenly, the lights in the banquet hall went out, plunging everyone into darkness. A chilling howl filled corners of the room, freezing the blood in the veins of even the most hardened atheists. Panic erupted as dishes rattled off the tables and choice curses filled the air. The wives of the officials screamed, and attendees stumbled about in the darkness, bumping into one another, falling and knocking over chairs and salads. Some, in desperation, took refuge under the tables, secretly crossing themselves. The chaos ended as abruptly as it began. The animalistic howling ceased, and the lights flickered back on, revealing the devastation left in its wake. The priest was eventually summoned, though quietly. Surprised by the invitation, he arrived with a group of tall monks, clearly nervous and scanning their surroundings. Just then, the local plumber burst in without knocking. "Mikhailich, our sewer has burst on the 6th and 9th floors. The old woman is raging again." While the plumbers grappled with the rebellious sewage system, the priests were given a straightforward, military-style briefing on their task. Understanding their assignment, the priest promised to provide qualified assistance. "It will take time and equipment. Help us, dear father. We'll pay for everything. Just tell us what you need. We'll get you any special equipment." The equipment turned out to be a small black velvet bag. "Where do we start?" The entire procession ascended to the top floors, selecting a special day for the exorcism when all the regional committee employees were off. The priest crossed himself dramatically and began to pray. Meanwhile, all his assistants deftly arranged several mysterious objects on the table. The only familiar item was unmistakably the Bible. The priest dipped a strange brush-like object into a bowl filled with a transparent liquid, which he poured from his bag. After crossing himself once more, he raised his hand and swung the brush, preparing to douse the walls of the regional committee with holy water. The communists had resorted to inviting the priests to their temple to drive out the evil spirits. However, they quickly realized they could not complete their task in a single day. The efforts to cleanse the building of demons continued. By the time they reached the 7th floor, the priests had run out of holy water, and their exhaustion was palpable. Their eyes were dull, and sweat poured down from their faces. Fighting evil spirits was no easy task. They requested a timeout, insisting they would return the following day to finish the job. "Have mercy, brothers. Please don't abandon us." But the clergy remained resolute. "We're tired, Father. Please don't blame us. There's too much darkness here. Expect us tomorrow morning. We will come back." They left, crossing themselves frequently along the way. The next morning, the strange procession reappeared at the doors of the Udmurt Regional Committee of the CPSU. The quartermaster, the chief plumber, and the secretary of the ideological department were waiting for them. The police officers on duty shrank away into a corner as the entire group entered the mirrored elevator, heading to the 6th floor. There, the ceremony resumed. Holy water poured into a bowl, the censer began to smoke, and the priests muttered their prayers, and so it continued throughout the entire floor, with a meticulous, cabinet-by-cabinet cleansing. However, the 6th floor behaved strangely and restlessly. Electrical appliances flickered on and off by themselves. The sewage system howled, doors creaked ominously, and objects fell off as if disturbed by unseen forces. The priest struggled against the mounting chaos. It was even more difficult for the policeman on duty when Sam arrived. He had a reputation for swift punishment and did not tolerate any nonsense. Half an hour after his arrival, the priests found themselves unceremoniously expelled from the sacred walls of the regional committee. The complete cleansing of the evil spirits remained unachieved. Then the members of the regional committee gradually dispersed, leaving their offices to be occupied by Komsomol youth and timid new businessmen. The era of wild capitalism had arrived. Amid the nationwide chaos, few cared about the strange happenings in the regional committee building. The only one who noticed this peculiar situation was Alexander Barrett. His commercial firm occupied 2 offices on the 6th floor of the regional committee building, specializing in video sales. Barrett was doing well, very well in fact. His firm, Art Video, thrived on selling VCRs assembled in Yekaterinburg to the Moscow region. In addition, he was raking in substantial profits from the infamous Lombard mortgage. Barrett lived comfortably, but sometimes, during rare drinking bouts, he drank infrequently, but with intention. He would remember an old woman. Ultimately, Barrett met a grim fate. Initially, he went into hiding from law enforcement, who were on the hunt for him. They searched tirelessly until they finally located him in Kiev, a corpse burned beyond recognition. By identifying his dental records, they confirmed that the charred remains were indeed Alexander Barrett's. After his death, the 2 offices his company had occupied remained empty for 6 months. No one dared to claim them, not even at the lowest rental rates. Passers-by at night reported seeing eerie shadows moving in the windows of the vacant offices, despite knowing no one was there. In the early 90s, the regional committee building had become a refuge for former Afghan veterans. The devil himself seemed untroubled by them. These local war veterans took up residence on the so-called 0th floor, enjoying their newfound freedom. However, after a year and a half, they were forced to vacate, either due to objections from the owners or their own decision to leave. Rumors circulated that after a particularly wild drinking session, 2 of their comrades had gone missing. It was perilous to roam the basement. Fortunately, the upper floors, still blessed by the priest, remained peaceful. There, the remnants of the Republic's communist stronghold continued to live and work until an order came down from the very top. Everyone underground. About 20 or 30 communists gathered at the regional committee, all from the leadership. They assembled quietly and privately to discuss their agenda for the day. Each member received registration cards as their party cards were flipped through. "That's it, brothers," Peter Semyonovich announced solemnly, wiping sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. "Hide everything. Hide it until better times." Judging by the expressions on the faces of the future underground members, it was clear that these were not the best of times. They pulled a bottle from the box and organized a modest spread. Thankfully, they still had some supplies. They settled in, drinking silently and smoking in the restroom. Another round was downed, snacks were shared, and they resumed smoking. As darkness fell, the alcohol began to take effect, and they erupted into song, belting out lyrics at the top of their lungs. Then, as if commanded by some unseen force, the lights abruptly went out. At the same moment, snow began to fall outside, and a fierce wind picked up, unleashing a blizzard that sent a chill through the gathering. Suddenly, a low droning hum began to rise from beneath them, a noise that no one could explain, almost like a heartbeat coming from the floors below. The men exchanged uneasy glances, and a few shuffled nervously in their seats. The bottles, nearly emptied, rattled slightly, moving of their own accord toward the edge of the table, as if compelled by an unseen force. The hum grew louder, merging with the wind outside to create an unearthly melody. Someone struck a match, and in its brief flare, they saw something that they would never forget. The faint outline of a wrinkled, malevolent face pressed against the frost-covered window from the outside, glaring in at them. Just as quickly, it was gone, but a cold dread sank into each man's heart.